1. Never deceives. 2. Never believes anything anyone says, including myself. Sir, I must remind you that your second point contradicts the first. Where is the contradiction? If you never deceive, why do you not believe what you say? Oh, I apologize, I forgot to mention that I do not consider myself a person. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cheng Shi, the one who never deceives. What? You have not heard of me. No matter. You simply have yet to be deceived by me. Soon, you shall remember. Chapter 1. The Delivery. Doctor, I feel as though I am about to give birth. In the dimly lit clinic, a heart-wrenching scream echoed as a blood-soaked woman writhed in agony, bound to a rusted delivery chair. Hurry, doctor, please come take a look at his coming out. Why aren't you here yet? Doctor, are you even a doctor? Turn around and look. All right, I'm coming, do not panic. I am preparing the delivery tools. Madam, you would not want your child to fall to the ground as soon as it is born, would you? This statement seemed to have a paralyzing effect on the increasingly frantic, expectant mother. Her frenzied demeanor faltered, and her bloodshot eyes gradually regained clarity. Her gaze moved mechanically and slowly around before settling on her abdomen, and she replied in a dazed manner, Child. Yes, child. The child must not fall to the ground. I want to give birth. The child cannot touch the ground. She repeatedly murmured these words, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Before long, the small clinic fell silent once more, leaving only the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. The doctor was crafting the birthing tools. Flecks of sparks erupted before the doctor, momentarily illuminating the dim space. The expectant mother's attention was drawn to the sparks cradling her belly. She turned to gaze at the doctor's back, her eyes beginning to redden once again, her expression mortifying back into a mask of anguish. Doctor, what are you doing? What are you doing? What am I doing? Didn't I tell you? I am preparing the birthing tools. There have been too many patients in the clinic lately, and the nurses have gone to assist. I must handle these menial tasks myself. As he spoke, the doctor turned to reveal the rough steel saw he had just fashioned, a cheerful smile spreading across his face as he proudly declared, Look, it's ready. The moment the expectant mother beheld the saw, her body convulsed violently, the leather straps binding her pulling against the rusted chair with a disconcerting screech. Her legs thrashed about wildly, splattering her own blood everywhere. What are you doing? This is not a tool for childbirth. What are you doing? Madam, please observe carefully, this is indeed the obstetric saw. The physician approached the expectant mother, a steel saw in hand, his gaze lingering on the irregular serrations. As if admiring a work of art, he murmured with palpable admiration, This is the cutting-edge birthing technique published in Science. With this uterine saw, we can effortlessly incise your abdomen, ensuring your child's safe arrival upon the delivery chair, inherently eliminating the tragic possibility of the NT falling to the ground during a natural birth, thereby significantly reducing the risk of infection. Moreover, the sharp teeth of the saw will enlarge the incision, guaranteeing that the child's head does not become lodged due to insufficient space during the birthing process. Measuring the expectant mother's abdomen with the tool, the doctor squinted and smiled. Most importantly, this method currently boasts a flawless record, 0 negative reviews. Safe, my child will be safe. Indeed, madam, rest assured. I am the most seasoned obstetrician in this clinic, and I will ensure the safety of your child. Reassured by his promise, the expectant mother became animated, vigorously patting her belly, which resembled a small mountain, and eagerly exclaimed, Hurry, deliver my baby. My child is coming. Quickly, doctor. Hurry. It is my honor to serve you, the physician replied, steady hands gripping the coarse steel saw, expertly gliding it across her skin. Shoo! A slender line of crimson traced upwards, reminiscent of a ripe watermelon bursting open. Then, with a resounding bang, overwhelmed, her body resembled a ruptured balloon, bursting forth with a spray of tainted blood. She was not yet deceased. In excruciating pain, she shrieked in agony, her hands and feet thrashing violently, casting a venomous and terrified gaze upon the doctor as she screamed frantically, What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you wish to kill me? Do you wish to take my child from me? The doctor was spattered with blood, yet his face remained remarkably pristine. Gently, he moved aside the saw that obscured his visage, once more offering a reassuring smile to the patient, saying, Madam, it truly saddens me to hear you say that. I am here to save you and your child. Look, your child has safely been born. The frantic movements of the expectant mother momentarily ceased as she turned her gaze toward her abdomen in overwhelming joy, only to discover, amidst the mangled flesh of her calf, a pair of large, pure black eyes blinking back at her. These eyes were strikingly clear and captivating. Were it not for the fact that their owner was a writhing tentacle, they might have evoked even greater sympathy. Look how healthy your child is. Those bright eyes, unmistakably quite large, the doctor continued. The surprise on the mother's face momentarily froze at this incomprehensible compliment, yet it did nothing to diminish the overflowing love she felt for her child. Black blood of joy welled up from her sunken eye sockets. Child, my child. Yes, it is your child. Bring my child to me. I wish to see him. Is it a boy or a girl? Upon hearing these words, the doctor momentarily faltered, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. Congratulations, madam. You have a boy. Indeed, it was a boy, and undeniably it was male. A boy. A boy. The pregnant woman's voice rose once more, her injuries failing to hinder her thrashing and writhing, a frenzied expression once again creeping onto her ghastly, blood-soaked visage. Why is it a boy? It should have been a girl. This is your fault. Surely, your delivery skills are at fault. You charlatan, perhaps sensing her mother's fury, the newborn, lying in a pool of blood, blinked innocently. Strangely enough, if one were to focus solely on its eyes, it appeared rather endearing. The doctor, witnessing this absurd scene, shook his head and sighed. Madam, you must understand that the child's gender is determined by the parents, not the physician. Perhaps you should inquire with the child's father. The child's father. The pregnant woman's eyes momentarily clouded in confusion before a cruel laugh erupted from her lips. He is no longer here. I have consumed him. Ha ha ha, he is dead. That man dared to wish to be the child's mother. He is unworthy, only I can be the mother. He is gone. Lost to me. Ha ha, he has vanished. I'm a child's mother. The physician's CPU experienced a brief overload. However, his unwavering professionalism quickly allowed him to seize the opportunity, raising an eyebrow. He spoke with a hint of excitement. If it is merely a matter of death, our clinic can offer you a unique service to consult the spirit. You still have the chance to inquire why your child is a boy. However, this service may come at a considerable cost. Yet, I believe that for the sake of your child, everything is worth it. He fervently promoted his proposition, as if the success of this transaction would yield him substantial financial gain. Perhaps swayed by the doctor's earnestness, the expectant mother's gaze flickered between malice and confusion several times, ultimately nodding like a mere automaton. My child must have an explanation. What must I do? Hurry, doctor. I wish to ask him. Excellent, madam. First, please close your eyes. As she hesitated, but eventually complied, the doctor's lips curled into a peculiar smile. He lifted the steel saw, positioning its coarse teeth against her neck once more. Now, take a deep breath. Yes, very good. Tilt your head back. Raise your neck a bit higher. Splendid, do not rush soon. Shoo. The doctor's hand trembled. A thud. Something fell. Gory blood splattered forth, painting a stunning vermilion pattern upon the pristine white wall. Well, although there was a slight mishap, the procedure was quite successful, madam. You may now seek your child's father. The doctor let out a soft click of his tongue, wiping his blood-stained hands carelessly on his white coat, casting a glance at the severed head. On the floor. How frightful, he muttered, hastily kicking it aside before raising the steel saw, directing his gaze towards the tentacle on the corpse of the patient. The large eyes continued to blink in a dazed manner, as if struggling to comprehend the current situation, or perhaps it simply lacked the capacity for cognition. How about you settle her bill? Despite its lack of understanding, the newborn instinctively thrashed violently upon sensing the approach of death. Yet to the doctor, this struggle appeared more akin to an invitation. The more the fish floundered on the chopping board, the more vigorously the fisherman struck. With a swift motion, the doctor unhesitatingly pierced its body. The new tentacle writhed in agony, and within moments, those adorable large eyes dimmed completely, motionless. In embracing the day of its birth, it simultaneously embraced death. Transaction complete. Thank you for your patronage. Solo trial leftovers birth challenge successful. Evaluating performance and calculating rewards. Player, Cheng Shi, performance rating, S. Receive food, finger bread CX5. Received food, canned slime drink CX5. Received food, imitation eyeball cake BX1. Path to ascendancy 0. Ladder to audience 0. Solo trials do not increase score. Current score on the path to ascendancy 2104. Global ranking 49971. Chapter 2. I am a believer of order. A gentle breeze caressed the air, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. Perched on the edge of skyscraper's rooftop, Cheng Shi swung his legs over the abyss, savoring the spoils of his recent endeavors. In his mouth, he chewed on the most common reward from the trials of sustainancia, bread shaped remarkably like human fingers, indistinguishable even in texture. Only when one bites into it, releasing the tart flavor of cranberry jam, can one be assured that it is merely food and not a severed digit. Regrettably, the bread resembled wax, and the jam was rather sour as a craved food. It left much to be desired. Yet, none of this detracted from its ability to provide sustenance, and sustenance equated to survival. Indeed, in this current world, life itself holds paramount importance. Ever since the deities descended 6 months ago, reality has been reshaped into an absurd game of faith. Every individual must choose a path of destiny and embrace a particular deity, clinging to the blessings of that divine being to endure in this fractured and illusory existence. The world is deemed fractured because it has been partitioned into countless shards by the gods. All individuals, now referred to as devotees or players, have been randomly allocated to survive within one such fragment. As for Cheng Shi, he found himself situated atop an unknown building. The rooftop encompasses approximately 200 square meters of space, vast yet completely exposed to the elements, with neither shade nor shelter to shield one from the relentless sun and wind, not even a rag to cover oneself. The most arduous challenge lies in the surrounding air walls, both above and below, for even though the staircase leading down is within arm's reach, one cannot traverse the air wall. LS to descend. The only recourse is to initiate the trial of spatial extension and successfully complete it, thereby dismantling the air walls that impede one's escape and gaining a more expansive realm for survival. This predicament intertwines with the previously mentioned notion of unreality. The world is bifurcated by physical barriers, and society is ground to a halt, devoid of all resort. Yes, the players who have managed to endure for half a year owe their survival entirely to the game, which provides them with all they desire. In this game, every resource must be acquired through participation in the wishing trial. From essentials such as food, clothing, and shelter to divine powers, as long as one dares to make a wish, the gods will descend with the trial grounds of the divine, matching Thep. Layer with suitable companions. By collaborating with teammates to conquer the trials, everything one has wished for will be granted by the divine, materializing before one's very eyes. The more outrageous the wish, the greater the difficulty of the trial. Moreover, each trial contributes various scores, allowing one to progress further along the path of testing. For those afflicted with social anxiety, a solitary trial is an option, however. Such trials yield no additional scores, and the rewards are merely sufficient for survival. The players who have persisted until now have become accustomed to the game's intricacies, with many having evolved into adept masters within this virtual realm. Cheng Shi sat upon the rooftop, laboriously swallowing the morsels in his mouth, his gaze drifting towards the game information within his line of sight. Current global number of believers, 8,478,114,678. In just half a year, the global population of 12 billion has dwindled to 2/3. The faith game is not an entirely safe endeavor. Death within the game translates to death in reality. Yet, without embracing the trials set forth by the divine, one cannot procure the essential supplies and resources necessary for survival. Thus, the purpose of the game is abundantly clear. Only through relentless strengthening can one hope to endure until the end. Only one day remains. Gazing at the prominent red text in the center of his vision, Cheng Shi let out a sigh. The faith game does not allow its players to merely scrape by every 7 days. It automatically matches players for a special divine trial. This trial poses extreme difficulty, and should players fail to conquer it, they will be stripped of the ability to participate in the next cycle's wishing trial, even if they mimic Eat to survive by sheer luck that in essence, failure equates to an entire week devoid of progress, leaving one solely to consume their stored provisions. To speak candidly, Cheng Shi possessed a considerable stockpile on his rooftop. After half a year of diligent management, he had erected 2 warehouses. Although the materials housed within were of subpar quality, they at least provided ample assurance for his continued existence. I hope my teammates match this time are reliable after being let down 2 weeks ago. Last week saw a significant waste of food, and my warehouse supplies have dipped to a critica. L level 8S. He pondered how to confront the challenges of the morrow. A sudden call echoed from afar. "Hey buddy, how was your haul today?" Cheng Shi lifted his gaze to the opposite rooftop, where the voice emanated from a trendy young man with long hair, a resident of the neighboring penthouse. The eccentric, multicolored attire he donned was the latest fashion acquired from participating in trials. The young man, surnamed Xie. Though the real world was separated by invisible barriers, these walls did not obstruct light or sound, nor did they prevent the exchange of items among players. Consequently, most neighborly relations tended to be rather unfriendly, as one could never predict when a neighbor might produce an assault rifle and unleash chaos. The game imposed no restrictions on player-versus-player violence. Cheng Shi indeed had a few neighbors, and this individual atop the opposite building was one of them. The distance between them was roughly 20 to 30 meters, necessitating communication through shouts. He introduced himself as a civil engineering senior from Jiang province, bearing the surname Xie. A bit eccentric, yet not malevolent. Prior to the arrival of the deities, he had fretted over job prospects, but to his astonishment, the divine intervention led directly to employment. After all, with the world devoid of traditional jobs, one could argue that being a professional player constituted a form of employment. Thus, he considered himself one of the rare proponents of this so-called rival faction, believing that the deities had salvaged the world, or at least its employment rate. Cheng Shi shook the canister of tentacle slime beverage in his hand, smiling as he indicated it as his trophy. "Goodness is that. Nasal mucus? My friend, I have never capitulated to anyone in my life, yet here I am, utterly astonished by you. How on earth can you consume this?" The young man bearing the surname Xie gazed in disbelief at the beverage in Cheng Shi's hand, his complexion paling slightly. Nasal mucus was the colloquial term for this drink, which resembled a viscous, greenish slime, strikingly akin to the discharge experienced during a cold, hence the moniker. Nevertheless, despite its unappealing appearance, it was remarkably thirst-quenching and, due to its extreme thickness, even possessed some satiating qualities. Cheng Shi chuckled softly, remarking, "How do I manage to drink it? The moment it touches my lips, it becomes unbreakable, and I simply gulp it down." The truth was, the solo trials were not particularly challenging, and the pressure was minimal. Everyone was aware of this fact, so Cheng Shi merely smiled and refrained from elaborating further. "By the way, we've been neighbors for quite some time, yet I know nothing of the deity you follow. Do enlighten me, who knows, perhaps we might encounter one another in our next match and could coordinate our efforts beforehand." The young man called out once more. "And you?" Cheng Shi countered. "Me? Haven't I mentioned that I am a follower of order? Does it not suit me? As civilization ignites, may order endure." As he spoke, Xie stood at attention and performed the signature gesture of a right fist lightly tapping his left shoulder, a hallmark of the followers of order. His execution of the gesture was precise and practiced, yet Cheng Shi discerned the falsehood in his words. This conclusion was not derived from scrutinizing the other's micro-expressions or movements. After all, at a distance of several meters, one could hardly discern another's facial expressions. This was a manifestation of Cheng Shi's abilities. Or perhaps it is a divine gift of faith bestowed upon him. Ever since he embraced the belief in that entity, he has become extraordinarily attuned to deception. Whenever someone utters a falsehood, he can sense it. Although he cannot pinpoint the exact lie among the words spoken, he is adept at discerning the truth through the context of THIR conversation. Yet, even when he perceives the deceit, he refrains from exposing it. After all, neighbors are meant to engage in casual exchanges to alleviate boredom, and there is no need to straw in their relationship unnecessarily. Even if the other party seeks to encroach upon his territory, any challenge must first receive his consent. Regarding the trials of extending one's domain, should the target space be unclaimed, one may initiate it freely. However, if the space has an owner, Consent must be granted by that individual, determining whether the trial will be one of conflict or cooperation. Regardless of the nature of the trial, Cheng Shi is certain he will never acquiesce. Hey, buddy, keeping things to yourself is rather dull. Just spill it, it won't have any repercussions. Are you still viewing me as a rival? The other party was probing. Cheng Shi smirked, ready to retaliate. What is your score in the ladder of visitation? And what is your ID? I'd like to see where you rank. The young man with the surname Xie was taken aback, momentarily stunned, and asked with a hint of skepticism, "Are you truly a follower of order?" Cheng Shi shook his head, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "No, I'm a devotee of chaos." The other party was clearly taken aback, his pupils constricted sharply for a moment, and his brow furrowed deeply. Cheng Shi's tone was remarkably understated, as if he genuinely possessed the ability to peruse the rankings of the ladder of audience within the realm of order. This revelation took the young man by surprise. He had initially presumed that Cheng Shi, who frequently engaged in idle banter with him, was a staunch adherent of a righteous faith. However, he was astonished to discover that Cheng Shi was, in fact, a devoted follower of chaos. In the faith game, destinies are inherently opposed. Just as civilization stands in stark contrast to chaos, these two divergent paths are emblematic of conflicting fates. Moreover, certain deities within these opposing destinies exhibit a phenomenon of faith opposition. For instance, the foremost deity of the civilization path, known as order, directly opposes the leading deity of the chaos path, known as chaos. Their pursuits are fundamentally at odds, and the will they espouse diverges vastly, resulting in their respective followers harboring animosity towards one another at the behest of their divine patrons. Nonetheless, the opposing factions of faith share the same ladder of audience rankings, allowing them to observe one another on the leaderboard. The standings on this ladder are crucial, as they determine the opportunity to face the true God and receive divine favor. Consequently, if the higher ranked positions are occupied by adherents of conflicting beliefs, the weaker side may find themselves in perpetual strife until the next audience. The young man named Xie experienced a tumult of emotions, his countenance shifting dramatically. He refrained from disclosing his own score and chose not to press further for answers, as he was indeed not a believer in order. At this moment, the moonlight cascaded upon his face, yet it failed to dispel the shadows that lingered there. He found it difficult to discern the true nature of Cheng Shi. "Are you certain you haven't deceived me?" he inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Cheng Shi smiled gently. "I never deceive. I apologize, but it seems there is no content provided for me to refine and translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on." Chapter 3. The Song of Blood and Fire. On the opposite rooftop, a young man furrowed his brow, pondering throughout the night, while Cheng Shi enjoyed a deep and peaceful slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, he was greeted by a notification heralding the commencement of the trial. Special trial, the Song of Blood and Fire, War, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6. Trial objective, endure the torment of blood and fire. Clenching your teeth, time limit, 24 hours. As Cheng Shi gazed upon the words war in the game's description, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Although war is a deity of fate within civilization, its trials are anything but civilized. Each encounter is a brutal, no-holds-barred affair that demands not an understanding of the clues presented, but rather the extermination of all foes in proximity to secure victory. However, the true challenge lies in surviving for a full 24 hours, a test of endurance and mental fortitude. Enemies grant no respite and will not relent their assault merely because one desires a moment's rest. In such dire circumstances, the more formidable the allies, the greater the advantage. Please, let me be matched with more warriors. One slacker is enough for me, I implore you. Matching successful, 6-6, entering the trial. The crimson notification flashed before him, and the scene before Cheng Shi began to warp gradually, before he vanished from his spot in an instant. The sky was dim, shrouded in smoke. Cheng Shi opened his eyes to find himself standing amidst ruins, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the remnants of shattered walls, nothing else remained. This place was evidently once a small town, now obliterated from the map by the ravages of merciless warfare. Moments later, beams of light descended around him, accompanied by exclamations of surprise. His companions for this trial had arrived. Cheng Shi immediately turned his gaze towards them, and noted that among the 3 men and 2 women, only one wielded a great sword, while the others, much like himself, bore no visible weapons. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he thought, could this be yet another group of novices? In the realm of faith games, there exist 6 distinct professions: warrior, mage, priest, assassin, hunter, and bard. In theory, these professions possess no inherent hierarchy. It is merely the players who vary in skill. However, due to the nature of the trials, a certain bias emerges, resulting in disparities among the professions in different challenges. For instance, within today's war trial, warriors, mages, and priests undoubtedly hold an advantage over assassins, hunters, and bards. The 6 individuals scrutinized one another as the burly man with the great sword, upon noticing the absence of weapons among the others, expressed his irritation and spoke, as per our usual custom, let us not waste time. First, declare your paths and professions, followed by your ranks. I shall begin. Cheng Shi. Civilization, warrior, ladder rank 1647. Each divine entity under a given path comprises 2 to 3 deities. The reason for announcing only the path and not the deity's name lies in the desire to avoid matching with adversarial faiths. Although all participants in the trial are bound by fate and should aid one another, encountering players of opposing beliefs may provoke certain deities to bestow additional divine will, potentially inciting their followers to commit unspeakable acts prior to the completion of their tasks. This is a lesson learned through blood and tears. Countless lives have been lost in the 6 months since the game's inception, making caution paramount for players today. Nevertheless, collaboration remains essential, especially at the trial's outset. Song Yan. Life, assassin, ladder 1636. Sir, are you an order knight? I believe I've seen that sword in the hands of other order warriors. It should be a shield sword, correct? A tall, slender young man in sportswear and glasses spoke next, scrutinizing the great sword in Cheng Shi's grasp, as if comparing it to a memory. Song Yan. Life, assassin, ladder 1636. Having been recognized, Cheng Shi did not deny it, offering a nod of confirmation. Upon his admission, the others visibly relaxed. Followers of order are among the few trustworthy strangers in this game. Adhering to the will of order, they respect the rules and exercise self-restraint, making them one of the most sought-after allies in the entire game, if not the most. A warrior devoted to order is especially invaluable in the trial of war. Often considered a top-tier asset, reliable and effective. Xiaowan, Life, Hunter, ladder 1519. The order of introductions inexplicably became clockwise. The statuesque beauty in a military green short-sleeved shirt, to Song Yan's left, introduced herself with a decidedly aloof tone. Her figure was tall but not slender, her muscles taut and well-defined, exuding a palpable sense of strength even through her clothing. Xiaowan, Life, Hunter, ladder 1519. Upon learning that he had a comrade sharing his fate, Song Yan grinned and nodded in acknowledgement. To the left of Xiaowan stood another woman, petite in stature, with long, flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall. She was clad in a high-necked black shirt that enveloped her entirely, revealing only her face. Nangong, Descent, a priest, Tower 1396. As the term descent escaped her lips, the expressions of the 2 players, both followers of Life, darkened considerably. Life and Descent represented opposing fates. Song Yan cast a suspicious glance at Nangong, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. Xiaowan remained motionless, her countenance still cold, though her sidelong glance betrayed a hint of scrutiny. Nangong felt uneasy as well. Confronting 2 individuals from opposing fates was daunting, especially with an entire day of trials ahead. She could only hope that the deities these 2 worshipped were not fundamentally opposed to her own. Conflicting destinies could breed unease, but if their faiths clashed as well, it might spell disaster. Next, it was Cheng Shi's turn. He turned towards Nangong on his right, a meaningful smile suddenly gracing his face. Cheng Shi, Life, a priest, Tower 1501. As he spoke, a mix of emotions flickered across the faces of those present, joy for the 2 who shared the life, fate, and concern only for Nangong, whose expression darkened ominously. As a deity of the righteous path, the followers of Life generally adhered to commendable principles regardless of their personal morals. However, the gods of Descent were notorious for their diverse moral failings. The order warrior Cheng Shi, perceiving the atmosphere was amiss, furrowed his brow and cautioned, divergence in destiny should only be addressed at the end. 24 hours is a lengthy span. Our priority is to survive first, then we can discuss other matters. Song Yan, noting the presence of numerous teammates, merely smiled. while Xiaowan maintained her customary cold demeanor. Cheng Shi watched the unfolding drama with amusement, and Nangong pondered deeply. Only Cheng Shi's left-hand companion, attired much like Dr. Strange, cast a peculiar glance at him, his expression elusive. Chao Sensui, exists, mage, ladder rank 1906. The emergence of this score elicited gasps from all present. While others felt fortunate to have allied with such prowess, Cheng Shi merely clicked his tongue, his visage reflecting discomfort. Ah, exists. Chen Chang's expression brightened considerably. He raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile. Given that none of the 6 participants shared opposing destinies with him, he felt at liberty to disclose his identity, fostering an understanding that would enhance cooperation with the others. Within this destiny, only these 2 deities were present. Chao Sansui was evidently not his true name, yet it served merely as a moniker, garnering little attention from the others. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and I, too, am like the wind. This phrase encapsulates the prayer of the time adherents. Chao Sansui is a time walker, a class and faith combination that stands as a paragon within the game, representing a T0 status. Note: T0 signifies the highest priority, often interpreted as the most formidable class. True to its name, the Time Walker possesses the ability to manipulate time. Upon hearing that he was a time traveler, Chen Chang's smile broadened, and Cheng Shi also broke into a grin. This time, it was a genuine expression of joy. Brother Chao is impressive. Song Yan's demeanor was anything but that of a low-key assassin. He incessantly gestured with his thumb up, and had they been more familiar, he might have even embraced Chao Sansui. With Brother Chun leading and Brother Chao at the helm, we are all assured of stability, comrades. His gaze swept over everyone in turn, deliberately skipping past Nangong. The smile on Nangong's face was tinged with awkwardness, but there was little she could do. Her situation was indeed dire. Cheng Shi, noticing that the group was about to ostracize someone right from the start, silently shook his head. To lose a combatant due to divergent destinies was the most irrational choice, especially at the onset of the trial. In an effort to ease the tension among teammates, he pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. The dual priest system is remarkably suited for the trial of war. My intuition tells me that Nangong is not our enemy. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, including Nangong, who gazed incredulously at this rival from the same profession with a conflicting fate. Was he actually speaking up for her? You. Cheng Shi tilted his head, revealing a radiant smile as he introduced himself. Let me reintroduce myself. Cheng Shi, the priest of birthing. What? A male. And yet he is the one seeking children? Chapter 4. The seeker of children. Everyone was left speechless. It is commonly accepted that there are only erroneous names, but never an inappropriate nickname. In the game Faith game, the number of male players opting to become priests is relatively small, and even fewer choose to follow the path of conception. When these 2 rare choices converge and present themselves, the likelihood resembles that of winning a lottery. The term child-seeking guanyin is a playful moniker among players for the priests specializing in progeny, attributed to the peculiar ability of the conception priests to potentially induce pregnancy in their companions while bestowing blessings or administering healing. This divine side effect, stemming from the deity's edict, does not result in actual pregnancy. The gestational organs are not limited to the uterus, and the entities conceived need not be traditional life forms, as the combinations can be whimsically diverse in appearance. However, the essence of conception venerates propagation. Thus, invoking divine power may lead to various amusingly awkward scenarios of unintended conception. Yet, one should not underestimate these unexpected pregnancies. For each new life nurtured within the recipient's body, the healing effects received are amplified significantly. Hence, the progeny priest serves as an exceptionally potent healer. Sung Yan stood in sheer disbelief, gesturing with his hands and shaking his head rapidly as if caught in a whirlwind. Brother, I implore you, do not heal me. I would rather endure the ministrations of a priest from an opposing faith than tolerate the notion of you nurturing life within my belly. The thought of accepting healing from a male progeny priest was more unbearable than death itself. Should he find himself healed in such a manner, how could he face others? Would he dare to disclose that he once bore the child of a male teammate? Nangong was taken aback. As a priest herself, she was acutely aware of the male offspring's representation within the clergy. The sheer improbability of her encounter felt almost absurd, evoking a mix of laughter and tears. Yet more than anything, she felt a profound gratitude towards Cheng Shi. She recognized that he was making an earnest attempt to persuade their companions to accept her, and she appreciated his efforts. However, In light of the other two individuals' ambiguous beliefs, she hesitated to disclose her own faith. After all, players aligned with the path of descent often faced significant criticism. Despite her non-opposition to Cheng Shi, she remained cautious. Xiao Wan, observing Nangong's internal conflict from the sidelines, realized that Nangong was not an outright enemy of birth. This epiphany brought her a sense of relief, yet she maintained a cold demeanor as she declared, "I am a creation hunter." A creation hunter, a believer in birth? Another follower of birth. The group was astonished that someone as frigid as Xiao Wan would choose to align herself with birth, while only Song Yan's expression darkened. He too discerned that Nangong was not an adversary of birth, yet the paths of life and descent each had but 3 deities, implying a 50 chance that she could be an enemy. Just as he wrestled with whether to conceal his own faith, Chen Chong interjected, waving his hand to disrupt the ongoing discussion. The divergences of fate were not of our making, and we need not bear excessive burdens. Since the two priests were not in opposition, it sufficed for them to divide the responsibilities of healing. He pointed towards the guiding palace, and then gestured towards himself and Chao Sensui, saying, "Nangong will take charge of my dealings with the mage. As for the believers of life, you shall resolve that amongst yourselves." With that, he turned to Xiao Wan and inquired, "Since you are one of his followers, I assume you would not reject Cheng Shi?" Xiao Wan casually cast a glance at the rather decent-looking progeny shepherd, maintaining her composure as she subtly nodded. Xiao Wan's expression revealed no embarrassment. Yet Cheng Shi's demeanor shifted into something quite intricate. Another subtle change was observed in Song Yan. To be candid, Song Yan was inclined to refuse. But he also recognized the gravity of the situation. The time squandered at this outset had already been considerable, since everyone had acquiesced to this arrangement. To reject it now would seem rather ungracious. The team must not begin with significant discord. If it came to pass, it would be best to minimize injuries. However, accepting treatment from a male guardian of childbirth was beyond his capabilities. Chen Chong effortlessly seized the reins of leadership, noting the absence of dissent among the group. He then addressed everyone, saying, "Let us dispense with superfluous words. We have a preparation time of half an hour to 1 hour for this trial. We remain unaware of the causal nature of this war and shall not recklessly depart from this place of arrival. During the preparation period, let us strive to complete our divine decree as swiftly as possible and then seek out a stronghold." The so-called divine decree refers to the ritual wherein players beseech blessings from the deities of their chosen faith. Upon selecting a deity to follow, the deity bestows an initial faith talent upon the players, and upon their successful completion of the talent trial, grants additional and diverse faith talents. Each player, depending on their score in the path to ascendancy, is allowed to carry a varying number of talents. These talents significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the players and serve as the foundation for the unique vocational paths each player may pursue. Naturally, talents are categorized into active and passive types. To utilize an active talent during trials, one must first embody the divine mandate at the commencement of each trial. For instance, the mandate of procreation embodies the principles of embracing reproduction and fostering new life. In simpler terms, it refers to copulation. To gain strength, one must first engage in this act. As the primary deity of life, procreation serves as both the prelude to existence and the origin of all things, celebrating the union of opposites and the virtue of propagation. Therefore, to beseech this deity for blessings, one must lead by example. However, due to the random matchmaking of trials, participants are often strangers to one another, and it is unlikely that anyone would overcome the awkwardness and shame to assist a follower of procreation. Thus, fulfilling this mandate perfectly proves to be quite challenging. Yet, humanity, being inherently creative, tends to devise unconventional solutions when faced with insurmountable obstacles. In matters of copulation, numerous ingenious alternatives have emerged, such as self-pleasure. This remarkable invention has saved countless introverted followers of procreation, yet it has also sparked discontent among some players. There have been instances where individuals in the procreation faith channel have denounced the players who proposed this solution, vehemently claiming that it constitutes an affront to the divine. They assert that as long as their thoughts during the enactment of the mandate are centered on him, it is not sacrilege, but rather an offering of reverence. As for the offering, those who understand do indeed understand. No one can definitively claim whether he is pleased or not. Yet the fact remains that none would dare assert his displeasure, for he venerates propagation. However, today as circumstances are markedly different. At the scene, there are 2 devotees of procreation, a man and a woman. Only Cheng Shi and Xiao Wan remain, standing still, neither willing to speak. The atmosphere is palpably awkward, the kind that could make one's toes cramp from discomfort. Cheng Shi wears a smile, yet his face is nearly rigid with surprise. He never anticipated that this icy, stoic huntress would be a devotee of procreation. Had he known, he would have preferred to reveal his true beliefs. It was exasperating. Fortunately, Xiaowan does not seem perturbed by the awkwardness. Her expression remains as frosty as ever. Noticing Cheng Shi's prolonged silence, she takes the initiative to inquire, her tone still devoid of warmth. Together or separate? To be candid, Xiaowan possesses an appealing visage. Her short hair is neat and tidy. Her features are sharp and striking, and most notably, those long legs. TSK. Since the young lady shows no objection, perhaps, separate would suffice. I prefer men. Cheng Shi, fidgeting with his hands, utters this declaration. For the first time, a change appears on Xiaowan's indifferent face. Her gaze scans Cheng Shi up and down, filled with incredulity, before she lets out a peculiar HM and turns to leave. Once she departs, Cheng Shi quietly exhales, relieved. Goodness, he nearly ensnared himself in a convoluted predicament. If he truly agreed to her, yet failed to receive the blessing of birth after the proclamation, would his previous deception not have been in vain? The exposure of the lie is secondary, the act of masquerading as a believer of birth to complete the proclamation. Does that not render him a deceiver? He wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighed deeply, and was about to commence his own proclamation when he frowned, turned, and spoke softly to a shadowy corner. Is it appealing? Unexpectedly, Song Yan did not anticipate that Cheng Shi would detect his presence. Startled, he shook his head and retreated, exclaiming, apologies, it's a professional habit. It's not appealing. No, 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 I am not appealing. You are appealing. Brother, I prefer women, truly. We are not suited for one another. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. I shall take my leave. I have yet to complete my proclamation. Farewell. Song Yan hurriedly fled. And Cheng Shi, frowning, gazed at the spot where he had hidden, a triangular shadow cast by an uncollapsed wall foundation. Pensive, he approached, nudging the debris beneath the shadow with his foot, and beneath the rubble, he discovered a recently deceased white mouse. A death believer. How intriguing. This minor episode did not overly perturb Cheng Shi. After ensuring no one was around, he slowly unfurled his right hand. In an instant, a six-sided die materialized in the palm of his hand. The die appeared as pale as bone, yet its pips gleamed with a golden radiance. A playful smile graced Cheng Shi's lips as he fervently prayed to the die. Lies of yesterday, mock this very day. Yesterday, I deceived the followers of gestation. And thus today, I am a devotee of gestation. As the words left my lips, an invisible wave of void rippled forth from the dice, gradually enveloping Cheng Shi entirely. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as the radiance of gestation surged within him. The edict concluded, and the blessings were bestowed. Today, Cheng Shi stands as a follower of gestation, a progenitor priest. Chapter 5. The trials begin. The assault of terror. Cheng Shi turned his gaze towards Chen Cheng, discovering that he had transformed his great sword into a shield. The warriors of order are among the few renowned for their defensive prowess, making them particularly suited for survival trials. The shield sword is a versatile weapon that can morph into various forms. Classified as an A-grade item obtainable only at a ladder rank of 1,600 or above, Chen Cheng, having just surpassed 1,600, was fortunate enough to acquire the shield sword. I have located today's order anchor point. A bar lies buried beneath the ruins, and I unearthed one of its rules. Today, only fruit wine may be consumed. With that, Chen Cheng produced a bottle of fruit wine from his hand, a brand unfamiliar to me. It was evident that this was not salvaged from the ruins but rather retrieved from his storage space. Every player possesses a personal space akin to a safe deposit box, designated for their most treasured items. Cheng Shi had one as well, filled with an assortment of peculiar objects. However, he had not anticipated that someone else shared his penchant for storing beverages within it. Others were evidently more perplexed than Cheng Shi. Upon noticing their gazes, Chen Cheng smiled and elucidated. The pressure is immense. I find it difficult to sleep at night without a couple of drinks, hence I keep several bottles on hand. A sip for each of you, and the radiance of order shall bestow its protection upon you. Rest assured, the alcohol content is minimal and will not hinder the impending battle. The edict of order is to seek harmony. Only those who adhere to certain rules may receive its blessings. Furthermore, those wishing to embrace the guardianship of order must also abide by the established order. Such simple rules evidently enhance everyone's sense of security, leading to a collective sense of joy as they each took turns accepting the bottles and savoring a sip. Only Cheng Shi, after receiving the bottle, gulped down nearly half of it. Chen Chong's brow furrowed slightly, suddenly finding this priest rather untrustworthy. Nearby, Chao Sansui seemed to be executing the edict quite adeptly, pulling out several golden pocket watches to distribute. I have calibrated the time and synchronized all the watches. Each will chime 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute prior to the appointed hour. Please be mindful of your own states. The time walker can determine when the time battlefield begins and ends, but cannot dictate your conditions within it. Cheng Shi received a pocket watch from Chao Sansui and began to scrutinize it. It was evidently a timepiece of pure gold, with even the hands glimmering resplendently, giving it an air of great value. Alas, in the current world, gold holds little worth. The trials demanding gold are even less formidable than those requiring sustenance. However, this does not deter some players from valuing gold highly, seeking to fulfill their past regrets. As everyone scrutinized the pocket watch, Chao Sansui remarked, "In case there is any ambiguity regarding the understanding of the temporal battlefield, I must reiterate, the Edict of Time is one of precision and punctuality. Once I establish the temporal battlefield, we must commence it precisely at the hour and conclude the conflict by another hour. Failure to do so will entrap us in an eternal cycle of time until we succeed. Each cycle, however, erodes our perception of time. Excessive looping may lead us to become lost in the river of time, and the outcomes are, I trust, self-evident. Therefore, if you possess the confidence to resolve the challenge in one go, do not initiate it." The players present, having long been acquainted with various professions and faith combinations, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the other four, including Cheng Shi, voiced their assurance that their edict was proceeding smoothly. Noticing everyone was prepared, Chen Chong nodded and proposed, "To the east of these ruins, there remain some structures that have not been completely destroyed. For safety's sake, let us seek refuge there until we encounter one side of the conflict, or engage in combat passively before making further plans, shall we?" "I have no objections," replied Xiao Wan, her tone still icy. She continued, "I discovered the corpses of the Pomedians beneath the surrounding ruins. This is likely a small town on the continent of Hope. In the discussions within the Hunter Channel, it was mentioned that the continent of Hope was ravaged by the Army of Bones." Chao, age 3, took over the conversation. "Indeed. Our location should be near the dense forest county, where numerous individuals delve into the historical trials of mages. If we are indeed facing the counteroffensive of the continent of Hope, we are likely to confront the right wing of the skeletal army." Cheng Shi held great admiration for those who studied the history of trials, for he had never possessed the patience nor the inclination to engage in such research. In this bizarre world, merely existing consumed half of his energy, the remaining half was reserved for deception. Half a month after the commencement of the faith game, some began to notice that trial players appeared to be transported to a world that once existed. Many were intrigued by this realm, which only existed within the trials, and thus began to gather background information, organizing their findings to share with the public in the profession and faith channels. Regrettably, Cheng Shi found little in the way of substantial information within his faith channel. All fragments of historical background regarding the trials were gleaned from the profession channel. He was indeed a priest. Chen Chong was evidently not one to delve into history. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "So?" Xiao Wan continued, "Information regarding the right-wing battlefield is scarce. If memory serves, the most documented should be..." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden, piercing shriek echoed from the distant sky. The crowd gasped and quickly turned to look. They beheld that the distant sky had transformed into a pitch-black expanse, with an overwhelming multitude of dark wings flapping ominously, obscuring the sun and advancing like a storm. The Terror Demon. Xiao Wan's countenance darkened as she articulated the answer. The Terror Demon, a hellish creature adorned with fleshly wings, feasts upon fear and excels in sowing chaos. They are the devotees of corruption and the sworn enemies of birth. The sheer number of these terrifying entities is overwhelming. If they were to engage in combat, the 6 of them would scarcely be enough to fill the gaps in an army. This is far too many. Cheng Shi furrowed his brows and glanced at his pocket watch, noting that the time had just passed the hour, now reading 9:01. It seemed the battlefield of time had yet to commence. "Brother Chao, is this the scale of your 1900 situation?" Song Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Chao San's heart sank. "Nonsense. I've never witnessed such a sight myself. Retreat. Quickly, before we are discovered. We must fall back to the cover. They are on the move, and we need to avoid direct confrontation. Hurry!" Chen Chong shouted, removing his colossal shield to obscure its gleaming surface, urging everyone to lower their bodies and dash eastward. Song Yan led the charge. As he swiftly maneuvered through the shadows of the debris, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight in an instant. This was the assassin's professional skill, shadow traversal. Assassins glide through the darkness, navigating the depths of shadows over short distances. They can shift positions using the shadows to conceal themselves. This concealment is not mere physical hiding, but rather an escape into the shadow realm, rendering themselves invisible. Xiaowan matched his speed. As a hunter, agility was their hallmark. However, unlike Cheng Shi and Nangong, who rushed forward blindly, she scattered something onto the ground as she ran. These are assuredly not mere grass seeds, but rather a boon bestowed upon the hunter class by birth. They constitute a life trap, where organisms coming into contact with the seeds are swayed by the will of birth, instilling a desire to procreate and rapidly gestate entities independent of the host consciousness. A parallel can be drawn to the pregnant woman yearning to be a mother, previously dealt with by Cheng Shi. Their modus operandi is not direct annihilation, but the distortion of adversaries, leading them to self-destruction. Although the deity of the life path leans towards order, this ideological adherence does not preclude material perversion. In certain manifestations, the orderly orthodox gods are not far removed from the chaotic evil gods and may even surpass them. I require a minimum of 57 minutes and 42 seconds to recalibrate the temporal battlefield. During this interval, I can only manipulate your individual temporal domains. Offer your supplications, friends, that we remain undetected. Spare the superfluous verbiage. Initiate the acceleration immediately. Chun Chong bellowed, his forward momentum increasing threefold. Chao Sansui was loath to deplete his mental reserves prematurely, but with no viable alternative, he clutched his pocket watch and exhorted his companions. Area, fast forward. Instantly, the quintet's figures accelerated as if imbued with temporal velocity, traversing nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Conversely, in the adjacent zone, the airflow seemed to congeal, the entire area suspended in stasis, even motes of dust hung motionless in the air. The potential of time is invariably balanced within a certain range. When one side moves swiftly, the other naturally slows. Cheng Shi felt a gust of wind beneath his feet. Exhilarated by the sensation, as a journey that would typically take several minutes was accomplished in mere seconds. The assassin advanced first, clearing the ruins in search of a stronghold. Nangong instructed the mage to restore their mental energy. Zisimu, do not act recklessly, it is not yet your moment to exert force. He advised to set more traps for the creation hunter, as the scouts of the terrifying demon would not perpetually march through the air. Once they touched ground, every moment gained would be precious. Chen Chong exhibited remarkable judgment, commanding with composure, clearly a player who had ascended to 1600 through sheer ability. Yet, the current situation was dire, leaving him with no alternatives. As he ran, he meticulously selected the crumbling remnants capable of sheltering 6 individuals, hoping to evade catastrophe. However, the tide of battle shifted far more rapidly than anticipated. Before they could reach the still-standing edifice ahead, a relentless horde of terrifying demons descended upon the ruins. Their scouts had already detected the presence of the players. A terrifying howl resonated throughout the desolation. The excitement of the terrifying demons palpable as they seemed to have stumbled upon an unexpected delight during their march. Time was of the essence. The grass seeds had been triggered. Prepare for battle. Chapter 6. Desperation. Xiaowan was the first to sense the approaching enemy behind her. With a resounding boom, arrows exploded in the air, dispersing a cloud of spores. The terrifying demon army, undeterred, charged directly into the swirling mass of spores. As the spores made contact with flesh, they transformed into countless delicate filaments resembling those of the daughter plant, ensnaring all the lurking nightmares within this realm, binding them into cocoons. The wingless horrors plummeted, crashing violently to the ground. The earth was strewn with the seeds of creation, and upon their contact, the bellies of these nightmares swelled rapidly, as if something within them were desperately struggling to escape. The hunter's traps executed a seamless series of maneuvers, and the effects of dual control became apparent, preventing the vanguard of nightmares from advancing towards the crowd immediately. Yet, despite Xiaowan's relentless barrage, she could only deter a limited number of these terrors. The sheer magnitude of the enemy was overwhelming, akin to a locust plague, swiftly depleting the airborne spores and surging once more towards the assembled group. Time was running out. Assassins, safeguard yourselves. Everyone else, retreat behind me. Chun Chong bellowed, throwing the young Chao Sen Sui to Nangong, then drawing forth his massive shield. He plunged it fiercely into the gravel before him, exclaiming with fervor, "Let order prevail." The already luminescent shield erupted with brilliance, and the blinding holy light cascaded upward like a celestial waterfall, arcing gracefully through the sky before cascading back down, rapidly extending to either side of the group. The path traced by the radiance resembled a colossal fortress wall, firmly enveloping Cheng Shi and the others within its protective embrace. The terrifying army of monsters descended like a dark cloud, relentlessly crashing against the shimmering barrier of the giant shield, producing a thunderous roar. Yet, the luminous shield remained unyielding, providing steadfast protection to those within. Chun Chong's expression was grave, his arm muscles taut as he pressed against the shield, paralyzed with fear. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. The holy light wall could withstand only 5 minutes, and with the assistance of 2 priests, it might be extended to a mere 15. A solution was imperative. Otherwise, not only would they fail to endure for 24 hours, but they would also meet their demise within 15. Chun Chong's urgency was palpable, yet desperation bore no fruit in the face of such an overwhelming enemy. Meanwhile, Nangong was aiding Chao San Sui in restoring his mental energy. Her healing arts proved remarkably effective, and Chao San Sui had shaken off his previous lethargy. Although he endeavored to uplift his comrades' spirits, his heart was chilled with trepidation. In this trial, he had achieved the highest score, a mere 1900, while others had even scored below 1400. What merit did he possess to attract such a formidable horde of monsters? One might mistakenly believe this was a challenge set for a score of 2100. The atmosphere was thick with tension. With the protection of the holy light wall, Xiaowan ceased her barrage and began to gather her strength. Nangong, her complexion somewhat pale, bore an unusual glint in her eyes. She furrowed her brow, casting another healing spell upon Xiaowan. Surprised, Xiaowan acknowledged her with a nod, feeling the potent restorative energy coursing through her body, and conjured several spore arrows. In stark contrast, another priest, Cheng Shi, merely sat in a daze, scanning the surroundings aimlessly, resembling a lost soul. To speak frankly, Cheng Shi found himself in a bit of a quandary. Though he had encountered such scenarios before, he had never faced them alongside teammates of such low caliber. He was deep in contemplation, pondering how to leverage the cards he held to extricate himself from this predicament. In high-stakes matches, every player possessed formidable prowess, and when confronted with dire situations, the array of ingenious strategies they devised was nothing short of remarkable. Their extensive combat experience was crucial, but even more significant was their confidence and capability. This is precisely why the score and the path to ascendancy, or the latter, holds such immense importance. The rewards encompass a vast array of provisions, gear, talents, and skills, an all-encompassing bounty. Given the negligible differences in foundational skills among players of the same profession, the only means of distinguishing between various player archetypes lies in the diverse talents, skills, and equipment they choose to cultivate their combat strength. Chun Chong's shield and sword, which provided a unique enhancement to barrier defense skills, stemmed from an A-level reward from the latter. As Chun Chong wielded his shield, he noticed that the surrounding fearsome demons had nearly blocked every avenue of escape, enveloping the entire shielding space in darkness, causing his expression to grow increasingly anxious. The others mirrored his concern, their brows furrowed as they braced themselves for the worst. At this juncture, they found themselves in an inescapable dilemma. And yet the trial had only just begun less than an hour ago. Are we destined to perish? Nangong's small hands clenched tightly, turning pale. In those fleeting moments, it felt as though they were living their final breaths. The atmosphere had plummeted to an all-time low. Each individual was lost in thought. Yet no viable escape plan emerged, and silence enveloped the shielded space. At that moment, Cheng Shi suddenly inquired, "Is Song Yan still alive?" Song Yan was shrouded in shadows, requiring no shield for protection. However, this concealment was not without its limitations. A slight movement could result in being expelled from the Shadow Realm, thereby revealing oneself to the world. Nevertheless, a seasoned assassin could sustain their presence in the shadows for a considerable duration, at least longer than 5 minutes. Song Yan's silence was not born of indifference, but rather of trepidation. He was crouched beneath a crumbling wall outside the Holy Light Fortress, where a multitude of bloodthirsty demons, at least 17 or 18, were gathered. He was likely still alive. Cheng Shi, however, was not truly concerned for him. Instead, he was contemplating strategies. He understood that the exclusive skill of the death assassin was the death's embrace. If Song Yan had not perished, there might still be a chance for them to escape. Just as the Holy Light Fortress was an exclusive skill of the Order Knights, Death's Embrace was a unique ability granted to those assassins who worshipped death. This skill summoned a colossal scythe within the domain of death, delivering an unavoidable fatal strike to all targets within its reach. Yet, due to the stringent requirements for constructing the death domain, which necessitated the collection of a significant amount of recently deceased souls within a confined space, few death assassins opted to employ this skill. When they did, they could not retreat as swiftly as other assassin classes. Instead, they had to remain hidden in the shadows, continually sowing chaos and carnage, culminating in a final devastating blow. This sustained close-quarters slaughter posed considerable risks for the assassin, yet the potential rewards were equally substantial. As Death's Embrace is inevitable, the Assassin of Demise is aptly referred to as the Weaver of Death. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying horde of demons, Song Yan found no opportunity to unleash his deathly retribution. The moment he revealed himself, it was certain that he would perish before the demons did. Thus, he remained ensconced in the shadows, paralyzed by fear. However, his trepidation did not extend to Cheng Shi. Chapter 7. I intend to bestow them a child. As the duration of the holy light wall dwindled, Chen Chong's face, drenched in sweat, grew increasingly grim and contorted. Reluctantly, he shouted, "There are only 2 minutes left, priest. Prepare to restore my mental energy. If we cannot devise a plan before the holy light wall collapses, our only recourse will be to break through. Assassins, prepare to regroup. I shall carve a path ahead, leading the charge. You are tasked with clearing the riffraff behind me. Mages, ready yourselves for acceleration." Chao Sansui clenched his fists, on the verge of speaking, when Cheng Shi suddenly rose, calm and collected, directing his words to Nangong. "Have you studied overload healing? I need the Time Walker to cast another area-wide acceleration, the expansive kind." Upon hearing Cheng Shi's words, the others turned to him, wondering if he had conceived a solution. They exclaimed, "Do you have a plan?" Chao Sansui, invigorated, added, "We don't need overload healing. Simply fill my mental energy to the brim. I possess overload spellcasting." Cheng Shi cast an appreciative glance at Chao Sansui, inwardly acknowledging the commendable cooperation of 1900. Yet, he shook his head, expressing, "It may not suffice. I require a broader scope. Nangong, is it feasible?" Nangong, gritting her teeth, glanced at the formidable army of terror beyond the luminous screen and nodded. In this dire moment, withholding her full strength would only lead to imminent demise. There could be no reservations left. Now, Cheng Shi asserted resolutely. Overload healing allows for the premature depletion of future restorative capabilities, effectively raising the target's mental fortitude limit, proving invaluable in desperate circumstances. Nangong, with unwavering resolve, nodded affirmatively, rising to her feet. Before the assembly, she slowly removed her tightly fitted black shirt, revealing the body that had long been concealed beneath. As the shirt fell away, countless glaring, grotesque wounds, reminiscent of centipedes, came into view, shocking all present. These scars were densely scattered from her neck, across her chest, to her arms, covering her once luminous skin in a myriad of marks. Xiaowan furrowed her brow in concern, while Chao Sansui's pupils dilated in astonishment. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise, recognizing her identity. She was, astonishingly, a devotee of decay. Blood transfusion shepherd? Chen Chong exclaimed in disbelief. Decay is the second deity of descent, representing the pinnacle of decline, the ultimate tomb of the universe. Its edict accelerates decay, prompting its followers to often engage in self-mutilation to fulfill the edict. The divine power of decay lies in this principle. The quicker a devotee of decay decays, the greater the divine power they receive in return. This is also the reason why the decayed priest is referred to as the blood exchange priest, for they possess the ability to trade their own life for the lives of their comrades. The more they inflict harm upon themselves, the more rapidly their allies are restored. Of course, such grievous injuries may lead to their own demise. Thus, the essence of decay lies in this balance between self-sacrifice and salvation, a topic of relentless discussion among every blood exchange priest. Nangong wasted no time. With a furrowed brow and clenched teeth, she drew a spiked dagger from her waist and unhesitatingly made a gash across her abdomen. Following this, she sliced between her ribs, and then, along the jagged contours of her collarbone, delivered a third, horrifying incision. All living beings succumb to decay, and all things shall rot. A rich, putrid light emanated from her wounds, bursting forth and coalescing into a stream that swiftly flowed into Chao Sanyue's body. He gazed solemnly at Cheng Shi, inquiring with deliberate clarity, I can overload to accelerate those nearby, but afterward, there is a high likelihood I will become incapacitated for 12 hours. Cheng Shi, can we endure until then? Cheng Shi smiled gently and replied, I do not wish to die, nor will I. Let us put aside the theatrics for now and focus on what truly matters, priest. Speak quickly if you have a plan. Cheng Shi nodded, no longer withholding information, and addressed the group. After the conclusion of the Holy Light Citadel, I will need a moment to cast my spell. Xiaowan, can you ensure that? Xiaowan tightened her grip on the arrows behind her back. Raising her gaze to the multitude of terror demons blocked outside the Holy Light wall, her expression grave as she nodded solemnly. I can consume the Genesis grass seed to gain his attention. In this way, when the power of propagation surges, I can unleash 5 arrows simultaneously, albeit only delaying them by a maximum of 1 second. This was the most she had spoken and the most serious she had ever been. Cheng Shi had long anticipated that she would resort to this, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Chong, his face etched with anxiety, exclaimed, What spells can a mere priest cast? A funeral for the dead? Everyone paused in confusion, and Nangong, weakened, widened his eyes in disbelief. Not in opposition. Thank goodness. Is he a weaver of death? Are you aware he is a follower of death? Cheng Shi disregarded their bewilderment and continued, I understand you have many questions, but do not concern yourself with matters of the realm of death. Your sole focus should be on reaping when the opportunity arises. Song Yuan, this decision bears upon our lives. I am not jesting. Chen Chong grew frantic again. What if he? It will not come to that. Followers of death do not perish easily, for their Lord requires someone to enact his grace. Cheng Shi laughed heartily, attempting to lighten the mood, though it proved futile. Seeing the lack of humor in the crowd, he curled his lips and continued, Chao Sansui, the most crucial step is that immediately after I cast my spell, you must release the area acceleration, targeting the largest possible expanse of ruins outside the shielded zone. Chao Sansui's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, What? The entire ruins? Cheng Shi nodded firmly, the entire ruins. You, 1,500 points? Cheng Shi was taken aback, then smirked, and nodded again, 1501. Chao Sansui clearly found this hard to believe. Could someone with a score of 1,500 exhibit such composure and demeanor in the face of death? He had witnessed even those with 2,000 points lose control when teetering on the brink of demise. I must remind you, the potential of time will balance speed. If the area is so vast, we will become exceedingly stagnant, to the point of being unable to move. Are you certain? This is suicidal, Cheng Shi. Though Chao Sansui suspected Cheng Shi was concealing his true score, he was genuinely apprehensive. If given the choice, he would not dare to proceed in such a manner. Historically, time walkers reached the pinnacle of T0 because they could decelerate their enemies while accelerating themselves, thereby exerting temporal pressure to respond to various threats. But if the roles were reversed, would they not be left vulnerable? I trust you do not wish to hasten your own demise. Very well. The question is, how do you intend to proceed? Chao Sansui inquired gravely, his skepticism evident. As a crucial part of the plan, we must understand how you intend to lead us to survival. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi was amused. Me? I intend to bestow upon them a progeny. Chapter 8. S-tier talent. Shared divine grace. Frankly, any rational individual would be taken aback upon hearing Cheng Shi's declaration. For a male human to claim he would grant a child to a group of asexual dread fiends is an utterly explosive statement, regardless of context. Dread fiends do not procreate through sexual reproduction. They originate from the mother tree of terror in the underworld. Amidst the collective astonishment, Chao Sensui was the first to regain composure, tentatively inquiring, You intend to heal the dread fiends? Cheng Shi snapped his fingers. Bingo. I shall unleash a healing spell encompassing the entire ruin, and all dread fiends shall receive the gaze of my lord, embracing propagation. Impossible. No priest's healing range could possibly extend so far, Nangong uttered, her face ashen. She began to believe that Cheng Shi had succumbed to madness under the immense pressure of survival. Alas, this young man is kind-hearted and handsome. But his descent into insanity was too swift. Cheng Shi offered no further explanation, merely smiling. Nothing is impossible. When you perceive impossibility, It is merely because your healing capacity is insufficient. As Cheng Shi's meaningful gaze swept over her, Nangong was momentarily stunned before involuntarily glancing down at her modestly sized chest. Tightly bound by a breast wrap, her pallid complexion instantly flushed crimson. You. Cheng Shi disregarded her reaction and extended his right hand, adopting a simple and unadorned starting gesture for a healing spell. How long until the holy light bulwark collapses? He sneered. Enough for you to posture for a mere 10 seconds. 9, 8, 3, 2. Now, Cheng Shi exclaimed, the healing light in his hands surging exponentially. Simultaneously, Xiaowan unhesitatingly ingested a handful of Genesis grass seeds, conjuring 6 spore arrows from thin air with her right hand, knocking them onto her bowstring and aiming skyward. With a resounding whoosh, the 6 arrows, imbued with potent generative force, detonated above the party. 1. The holy light bulwark shattered like a mirror, its brilliance extinguished in an instant. The dread fiends, previously held at bay by the light barrier, abruptly lost their support and plummeted earthward. The outer dread fiends, witnessing the shield's demise, roared and surged forward. Spore tendrils proliferated wildly within the confined space. The dread fiends pressed together, leaving virtually no gaps. Thus, a single tendril could intertwine with countless dreadfiend bodies. Whether it was the dreadfiend's eagerness to attack that caused a collision, or the additional spore arrow that tipped the scales, the time it took for the enemy to reach them was far greater than a single second. Just as everyone's faces contorted in terror, preparing to counterattack and break through, Cheng Shi's ultimate move finally reached its crescendo. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of restorative power, he proclaimed, omnidirectional grace, divine benediction upon all. As the final word reverberated, an immense wave of holy light crashed upon the closest dreadfiend, then pierced through it, refracting at lightning speed towards its brethren in every direction. This was no mere healing spell. It was a multi-target healing cascade of unparalleled magnitude. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the healing chain is subject to attenuation, with the rate of decay escalating in proportion to the number of recipients. Given the sheer magnitude of adversaries arrayed before us, such ministration would likely prove efficacious only in restoring the most superficial of epidermal abrasions. In prior trials, not a few have attempted to administer succor to the enemy, albeit a game, faith game, bears a closer resemblance to an alternate reality. Here, there exists no immunity to friendly fire, nor any mechanism to render healing ineffective upon foes. Should you heal an enemy, they shall indeed recuperate, and subsequently inflict grievous bodily harm upon you with redoubled vigor. Thus, upon witnessing Cheng Shi unleash merely a single healing chain, Chao Sansui's trepidation transcended all bounds. What conceivable purpose could this serve? Yet, even in disbelief, the die had been cast. Resolved to fight to the bitter end, he executed his plan. Unleashing an area of effect acceleration of overcharged magnitude upon the entirety of the ruined expanse, save for the immediate vicinity of their party, the instant Cheng Shi made his move. Area acceleration. Time accelerated in the periphery, causing the dire fiends to surge forward with augmented velocity. Time congealed around them, instantly freezing everyone in place. Within the confines of their limited consciousness, the party could only observe as the healing chain propagated with increasing rapidity, its trajectory becoming ever more convoluted, until, in the mere blink of an eye, it transmuted into a multitude of sacred torrents, sweeping across the ruins with unrestrained ferocity. Healing cascaded like colossal waves, engulfing all in its path. All present were awestruck. Chao Sansui, observing the dire fiends encroaching from the periphery, only to be ensnared within the temporal stasis and forming a bulwark of flesh and blood to shield them, could not help but ponder whether this, too, constituted a facet of the grand design. He gradually relinquished his peripheral vision, his final glimpse consumed by astonishment at the realization that Cheng Shi's healing chain wasn't diminishing. Rather, it was escalating. The more it healed, the more potent it became, ultimately enveloping the entire ruin. How could this be? Nothing is impossible. When Cheng Shi's nearly frozen mind perceived the surrounding Terrorfians ensnared in temporal stasis, erecting a new great wall, he understood that his scheme had succeeded. The reason he could saturate the entire ruin with the healing chain was due to his unique S-class occupation talent, divine grace shared. This talent enabled him to generate a transmission effect when healing similar life forms. With each additional counterpart, the healing effect and range would expand proportionally. Ordinarily, with a team of merely 6 individuals, this effect could only be considered a mere embellishment. However, if all the Terorfians were now regarded as targets. It was estimated that even the advent of a true deity wouldn't be able to enumerate their precise number, even if each individual only contributed a 1 increase. Calculating it 1,000 times would result in over 20,000 times the effect. Moreover, there were far more than 1,000 Terorfians present. Today, in this place, all the Terorfians were immersed in Cheng Shi's healing chain, and it occurred instantaneously. While healing adversaries was generally inadvisable, it depended on the circumstances. For instance, healing imbued with the divine power of incubation was not something everyone could relish. The moment the terrifying healing light crashed down upon them, coupled with the regional acceleration of time, countless Terorfians, caught off guard, experienced their abdomens swelling exponentially. Incubation, at that instant, beheld them. Bedlam immediately ensued. The succubi, inherently asexual demons, were suddenly beset by nascent life burgeoning within them, instilling terror in their once impassive hearts. They extended their claws, attempting to excise the swellings, tearing at their flesh in a desperate attempt to extinguish the nascent beings. However, potent healing light instantaneously mended their wounds, engendering a profound sense of helplessness. They glimpsed their destinies, each fated to become a mother, some bearing multiple offspring. Moreover, the will of birth began to proliferate wildly, causing the succubi, whose reason was already tenuous, to succumb, transforming into grotesque devotees of propagation. In the blink of an eye, accelerated by the regional augmentation, the scene spiraled uncontrollably within mere seconds. All the succubi were enslaved by the compulsion to procreate, mechanically and unconsciously mimicking the primal acts of nature. Despite their lack of defined genders, mating, propagating, the right flank of an entire skeletal army, amidst desolate ruins, was utterly liberated. The scene devolved into chaos, defying description. As time continued to accelerate, the indescribable became even more so. Countless succubi were consumed by the rampant violence of procreation, the progeny within them growing ever larger. When the healing chain finally reached the last succubus, completing its mission to heal all creatures, the scene had transformed into a veritable paradise of birth. The first succubi to be affected began to burst open, their newborns eagerly emerging into the embrace of birth and commencing to devour their mother's flesh, striving to mature into new progenitors. These neonates all shared an identical visage, endearing, large eyes, and a single tentacle as their primary form. Cheng Shi did not desire this outcome, yet his divine power of procreation stemmed from the pregnant woman within yesterday's food, leaving him unable to exert control. This is precisely why he had the death assassin prepare a death obsequy. As the area acceleration concluded and the tentacle newborns devoured all the Terorfians, they would metamorphose into another formidable army, perhaps even more terrifying than the Terrorfiend horde. However, the ruins left by the recent demise of so many Terorfians constituted the most ideal domain of death. Song Yan's final strike would obliterate these monstrosities, delivering salvation to the 6 of them. This encompassed Cheng Shi's entire scheme. Regrettably, the other teammates besieged within the Terrorfiend walls would likely be deprived of the opportunity to witness such a frenzied spectacle. Chapter 9. Vomit. What ruminations occupy your mind when time stands still? If one could extract the thoughts of all readers, they could likely compile a book. In actuality, such a book exists in the real world, known as criminal law. In truth, when time is suspended, cogitation ceases. Consciousness is predicated on existence, and the essence of existence is time. When time congeals, existence ceases, and consciousness becomes null, rendering a person devoid of all thought, transforming them into a fleshy statue. This experience is terrifying, as one ensnared in temporal stasis may perceive their own demise. Yet, it may also be less frightening, as the individual may be oblivious to their predicament within temporal suspension. After an indeterminate duration, which may have felt like a fleeting moment to Cheng Shi and his companions, but an eternity to the terror demons, the effects of the accelerated zone gradually subsided. Song Yan, who had been sheltering behind Cheng Shi, began to regain his senses. The corpses of the terror demons overhead plummeted, a deluge of gore and countless tentacles inundating the previously pristine space. The aura of death washed over them, thick and viscous, causing Song Yan's spirit to tremble in its depths. What level of death domain is this? Does such a level of death domain truly exist? If a significant attack were unleashed here, would it not summon the true god of death? Following this cascade of astonishment, Song Yan wasted no time. He vividly recalled Cheng Shi's words that his attack would be crucial to their salvation. observing the tentacled monstrosities, devoid of further flesh to consume, writhing madly toward them. Song Yan inhaled deeply and his eyes turned pitch black. Reaping mode activated. He extended his hands and gripped his own neck. With a sickening crack, he snapped his neck. Subsequently, Song Yan's standing corpse began to dissipate slowly, and the surrounding death aura surged instantly. An eerie wind howled, and a spectral green light flared intensely. In the blink of an eye, an enormous black scythe, exuding an aura of world-shattering power, materialized above them. The scythe was immense, especially the blade with its eerie green glow, resembling a keen edge capable of cleaving planets. Even in the 2100 Bureau, Cheng Shi had never witnessed such a colossal scythe of death. His mind was consumed by a single supplication that Song Yan, in his frenzy, would not consign them all to oblivion. Requiescat in pace, finus vitae, obsequies reaping. As the ethereal litany reverberated through the firmament, the colossal scythe, laden with the murmurs of the deceased, descended with a sweeping motion. Save for the area where the group stood, the entire ruin visibly fractured for a fleeting moment. Shattering like a mirror, its surface crisscrossed with fissures. Then, a chorus of lamentations, embracing mortality, arose in unison, echoing through the heavens. Countless tentacled monstrosities, engorged with the blood and flesh they had consumed, closed their eyes in tranquil slumber, as if finding solace in death. Death is seldom a cataclysmic event. In the instant the scythe fell, their life force was extinguished in silence. The reaper vanished as soon as the person died. The entire process only lasted a few seconds. However, the surrounding aura of the deceased had not yet dissipated. These auras twisted and coalesced, reassembling Song Yan, who should have perished. He plummeted from midair, gasping and drenched in sweat. Upon landing, he collapsed into the blood-soaked mire, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Driven by her innate healer's instinct, Nangong reached out to assist him. However, as her hand brushed against Song Yan's wrist, she discovered that his physique was now exceptionally robust, brimming with vitality, as if he were at his zenith. His convulsions were not the result of exhaustion from unleashing a desperate attack, but rather a paroxysm of elation. Magnificent, magnificent. I believe I glimpsed the visage of my lord. Beheld him seated upon a throne of ossified remains, bestowing upon me a tremendous scythe. Magnificent, Cheng Shi, you are exceedingly magnificent. Heaving laboriously, he struggled to his feet, his limbs flailing erratically, exclaiming, "Just this once, my entire existence has been worthwhile." Cheng Shi responded with an amused smile, while Nangong cast aside Song Yan's hand with palpable disdain. Chun Chong and Chao Sensui remained ensnared in the aftermath of the cataclysmic scythe strike, unable to extricate themselves from the spectacle until the gore of the Terrorfiends and their lifeless tentacles threatened to engulf them. Chun Chong, hoisting the barely conscious Chao Sensui, extricated himself from the sanguinary mire. "Is it resolved?" he questioned, his disbelief palpable. So many Terrorfiends, such a vast army, all vanquished so readily? What transpired in that moment? Observing Chin Chong's inquisitive gaze, Cheng Shi retorted with a playful grin, "Do not dwell on it. The knowledge would be unwelcome. Furthermore, the matter remains unresolved. The absence of the right flank of the Skeletal Legion suggests the imminent arrival of investigators. We must depart with haste." He likewise seized the writhing Xiaowan, gesturing towards her protuberant abdomen, calves, and posterior, declaring with solemnity, "Our combat prowess has been severely compromised. Chao Sansui, Nangong, and Xiaowan have all been rendered hors de combat. While the former two are relatively unscathed, Xiaowan's condition necessitates immediate medical attention. We must retreat and regroup elsewhere." Song Yan, still basking in the euphoria of his momentary annihilation, blurted out, upon hearing Cheng Shi's urgent pronouncements, "But what of you?" Cheng Shi, burdened with Xiaowan on his back, his countenance darkening, retorted, "What can a support player with a rating of 1500 possibly accomplish?" Stunned, Song Yan gesticulated towards the infernal scene outside, stammering, You, this carnage, you're responsible for all of this?" His voice faltered. "If you possess a score of 1500, I shall offer my head for you to use as a ball." Chin Chong's countenance darkened. He hoisted Chao Sensui onto his back, grasped Nangong's hand, and promptly departed without hesitation, inwardly remarking, "This individual certainly possesses competence, yet his penchant for ostentation is irksome. What's more vexing is that he invariably succeeds in his displays. The jocularity of victors is seldom objectionable, but the exigencies of the situation precluded prolonged lingering. Thus, The group struggled onward, each footfall sinking deep into the mire of blood-soaked ruins as they fled eastward. Standing at the epicenter of the domain of death, the full impact had not been so readily apparent. Only as they extricated themselves from this charnel house did they truly comprehend the extent of Cheng Shi's actions. Fragments of flesh, dismembered corpses, viscous fluids, and blackened blood were strewn about. The party traversed a veritable museum, exhibiting every conceivable object and form related to blood and flesh, surpassing imagination and incessantly assailing the delicate gastric sensibilities of any rational human being. This spectacle defied further articulation. On this occasion alone, the five present gained a novel understanding of nativity. Could this truly be an orderly, righteous deity? Even Xiao Wan, a devotee of nativity, upon beholding this nauseating tableau, felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Nangong was the first to succumb to emesis, already enfeebled by self-inflicted wounds. Her legs now chafed against the mire of blood and flesh, the putrid stench assaulting her senses, offering not guidance but a nauseating revulsion. As the initial gunshot reverberated, pandemonium once again reigned. Everyone succumbed to retching. Chen Shi, desperate to escape this infernal place, advanced while vomiting, bearing a regurgitating burden on his back and leading another who was also spewing. A cacophony of emetic sounds assailed his ears, driving him to the brink of madness. Xiao Wan, you must endure. This is the work of my lord, guiding you. Cheng Shi felt a warmth on his shoulder, followed by a grimace. Your mother must be heartbroken for you. Xiao Wan, enduring the violent throes of the life within her, weakly replied, my mother is dead. She offered herself to corruption. Struck with remorse for his tactless remark, Cheng Shi inwardly lamented, I am truly deserving of death. Rather than my mother, concern yourself with my daughter. She is nigh upon her arrival. Cheng Shi's face darkened as he bellowed ahead. Chen Shi, prepare. Xiao Wan is about to give birth. Chapter 10. A rare respite prior to Xiao Wan's delivery, Cheng Shi administered a timely healing spell. Given Xiao Wan's advanced pregnancy, the healing spell proved exceptionally efficacious, completely rejuvenating her. This, however, portended that her newborns would be extraordinarily robust. The group sprinted outwards with frantic haste. But before they had gone far, the life gestating within Xiao Wan was impatient to enter the world. The life forms engendered by the Genesis herb seed would brook no delay for obstetricians. Midway through their flight, the swellings on Xiao Wan's body burst open, ejecting several grotesque tendrils. Part flesh, part plant. The boon was that these tendrils were not formidable in combat, and Song Yan dispatched them single-handedly. The bane was that while Xiao Wan was now stable, Nangong was failing rapidly. Her eyes were half closed, and her body was feverish, clearly teetering on the brink of death. The wounds on her ribs and abdomen continued to fester with the taint of decay, and it seemed she was exhaling more than inhaling. At this rate, Nangong would perish. As she was a teammate with whom they had recently shared a life-or-death struggle, and with the greater part of the trial still ahead, none of the team wished to suffer a casualty here. Having weathered the assault of the demon horde, it would be a grievous loss to die in this manner. Chen Shi halted, depositing Chao Sen Sui from his back, and said to Cheng Shi, Nangong's body cannot endure the healing of birth. If you can't heal her, have the mage use temporal magic to sustain her life. Chao Sen Sui concurred, but as a mage, not a cleric or bard. He did not possess an abundance of supportive spells. Cheng Shi, observing the sorrowful expressions on everyone's faces, sighed and retrieved a small, restorative vial from his personal cache. Is this? Song Yan promptly approached, seemingly detecting the scent of mortality emanating from the vial. It was a grade A potion, the scorn of the departed, derived from devout adherents of the faith. Their representative believed some were unworthy of death, thus extracting this disdain, brewing it into a potion to punish renegades who had committed grave sins, preventing them from approaching death or heeding its teachings. Cheng Shi elucidated as he poured the potion onto Nangong. When mixed with one's blood, it would prevent death even from severe injuries. Though it possessed no healing properties, merely a means of prolonging life. Such a thing exists? Song Yan swiftly attempted to catch a drop for research, but Cheng Shi, with greater alacrity, slapped his hand away, chiding with a smile. Even a single drop less will render it ineffective. Do you wish for her demise? Song Yan, abashed, flushed crimson, stammering, I've never encountered it before. Nangong, my apologies, it was unintentional. The pallid Nangong, devoid of strength, paid him no heed. She merely watched as the liquid rapidly integrated into her bloodstream, and then felt nothing. Does it function? Cheng Shi cast a sidelong glance at her, stating, "Indeed, and it is quite costly. Once you recover, remember to reimburse me." Nagong gritted her teeth, nodding emphatically, "Very well." Xiaowan had just given birth, and blood was flowing from various parts of her body. However, as a follower of the faith, she possessed greater resistance to procreation. So Cheng Shi did not administer the potion, instead providing a standard healing spell. Serendipitously, she did not conceive. Witnessing Cheng Shi's effortless rescue of 2 lives, Chen Chong inquired with utmost gravity, "Cheng Shi, what precisely is your score?" Apart from 1501. Cheng Shi glanced around, detecting skepticism in their eyes. Despite their incredulity, he brazenly asserted, "It truly is 1501. Chen Chong remained unconvinced, retorting in a deep voice, "Do you take me for a fool? The treatment chain you executed just now could only be achieved with an S-grade talent at the very least. Coupled with your 2 vials of scorn of the deceased, it's utterly impossible for you to be below 2,000 points. In the path to apotheosis, the initial score is 1,000 points. Each time the score is tallied, a score below 1,000 results in immediate demise, while a score above 1,200 allows one to acquire B-grade talents or items. A score above 1,600 allows one to acquire A-grade talents or items, and only a score above 2,000 allows one to acquire S-grade talents." Yes. Would you prefer to continue guessing my score here, or would you rather follow me?" Cheng Shi scooped up Nangong in his arms and strode forward, leading the way. The others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting resignation, and hastily followed. What recourse did they have when the esteemed figure declined to reveal the truth? Obedience was their only option. Song Yuan, inherently loquacious, peppered the journey with incessant questions. "Brother Cheng, what talent do you possess? Please enlighten me. Brother Cheng, what is your score, truly? Brother Cheng, would you happen to still possess that vial of crimson liquid? I was wondering if I might be able to exchange something else for a bit of it." Cheng Shi, unable to contain himself any longer, retorted, "Aren't assassins supposed to be taciturn?" Song Yuan grinned, "I call it contrast. It's all the rage these days." Fortunately, no other contingents of the skeletal army pursued them in the subsequent hour. After traversing the exposed plains for what seemed like an eternity, Cheng Shi's party finally espied a dense copse. Song Yuan, who had been garrulous throughout their journey, volunteered to scout ahead. Discovering it to be an abandoned enclave of the Wood Elves, save for a few derelict tree houses, no other life forms were present. Cheng Shi and Chen Chong, greatly relieved, led the injured swiftly into the forest embrace. Chao San Sui was the first to regain a semblance of stability. He had overextended his mental reserves, leaving him enervated and feeble. Every muscle in his body seemed to lack precise control. He could only vaguely impart what he knew of the Wood Elves to the others. The Wood Elves, adherents of prosperity, were an eternally neutral race. They revered nature and never cohabited with other races. If they had once chosen this place as their abode, it must be relatively safe. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan inquired with curiosity, if it was safe, why would they abandon it? I stated it was relatively secure. It certainly was before the war. However, since the skeletal legions initiated their assault on the Isle of Hope, nowhere on the island remains safe. I've consistently heard of the skeletal legion's war against the Isle of Hope, but what ignited this conflict? Chao Sansui shook his head with difficulty. Cheng Shi, who had been listening with great interest, momentarily faltered in his smile upon hearing the divine name of memory. I checked the time. 6 hours of the trial had elapsed, leaving us with 18 hours to endure. However, I require an additional 10 hours to recuperate. Chao Sansui's implication was clear, while they had survived. The next 10 hours, devoid of mage combat strength, would be fraught with peril. None could foretell what awaited them. Nor did they presume that having narrowly survived the onslaught of the Terror Demon Army, a trial of hellish difficulty, meant the trial would be devoid of further danger. Such might be the case in an ordinary trial, but never in a special one. A song of blood and fire, the blood we've already witnessed. What of the fire? TSK, my team just happens to be dwelling within the woods. What if a conflagration were to erupt? A fiery inferno consuming 800 leagues? Surely, such a coincidence is unlikely. Enough, I shall not dwell on it. We shall meet force with force and water with earth. Cheng Shi scratched his head, retrieved a bottle of cola from the safe, and began to gulp it down. Upon witnessing this, Song Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Brother Cheng, every inch of personal space is precious. You're storing this? Shi gestured towards Chen Chong, jesting. Chen Chong is adding liquor. What's wrong with me adding a few bottles of cola? If one is bereft of cola, what joy remains? Song Yan also possessed potable water within his safe. Yet it was intended for life-saving hydration in dire circumstances, certainly incomparable to the gustatory delight of cola. Observing Cheng Shi's relish, he involuntarily gulped. Brother Cheng, is there more cola? Cheng Shi, noting his eagerness, wordlessly produced 5 more bottles. Brother Cheng, your personal dimension isn't entirely filled with cola, is it? Cheng Shi arched an eyebrow, remaining silent. Song Yan was elated, as it wouldn't deplete his own personal dimension. He swiftly selected a bottle, remembering to distribute the remainder to the others. Verily, partaking in cola amidst battle proved exceptionally gratifying. All reveled in the refreshment. Even Ne Gong, immobilized, was assisted by Cheng Shi to imbibe a few mouthfuls. The forest remains too conspicuous. We shall rest for another 2 to 3 hours, then relocate further afield. Chen Chong, having finished his beverage, exited with his blade in hand. Guard duty was his charge, as he was a devout adherent of order. Xiao Wan and Song Yan dutifully remained indoors, tending to the infirm and taking the opportunity to rest. However, scarcely had Song Yan closed his eyes when a wave of slumber washed over him. The drowsiness arrived with such tender ease that he felt no inclination to resist. With a clatter, Song Yan, who had been seated on the ground, toppled over. The wounded within the room likewise gradually closed their eyes, succumbing to slumber. As the others slumbered, Cheng Shi abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of cunning flashing within them. TCH, daring to imbibe just any beverage. It seems a thorough thrashing is what's needed. A chuckle escaped him as his gaze drifted towards Nangong beside him. Chapter 11. Soothing slumber and meteoric descent. Chao Sansui was immersed in a dream. He dreamt that his ladder of audience score was a perfect 200, earning him the top rank in an audience with the time deity. Just as he prostrated himself, prepared to receive the divine blessing, a dread demon swooped in, kicking him aside and taking his place. Incensed, he awoke in a fit of fury. Damn him. I've recovered. Sensing his power as vibrant as it was upon first entering the trial, Chao Sansui was taken aback. Not only that, but Nangong beside him appeared remarkably well, showing no signs of recent injury. Wait, recent? A jolt of realization struck Chao Sansui, and he swiftly retrieved his pocket watch, checking the time. 8 hours had passed since the anchoring time, meaning he had only slept for 2 hours? Impossible. How could he recover so completely in just 2 hours? Chao Sansui furrowed his brow, extending his hand to lightly brush the air, immediately sensing the passage of time around him. Devotees of time are acutely aware of its flow, though they can only vaguely discern whether it is swift or slow, not pinpointing specific moments. The passage of time here was indeed minimal, approximately 2 or 3 hours, at most. However, he wondered how he had recuperated. He gazed upward, a question etched upon his face. What transpired? Nangong, sensing his gaze, remained silent, merely gesturing toward the entrance before resuming her ministrations to Xiao Wan's wounds. Although their vitality had returned, their injuries had not fully mended. Xiao Wan stated frigidly, "We have only just awakened as well." Chao Sensui, shrewd enough to have achieved a rating of 1900, blurted out, "Was there something amiss with the cola?" Xiao Wan affirmed with a nod. "And Cheng Shi? He's on watch outside." Upon hearing this, Chao Sansui's brow furrowed. His swift restoration within 2 hours was undoubtedly linked to Cheng Shi. Fortunately, he had not acted against them, or, more precisely, he did not adhere to an opposing faith. Even more fortuitously, no adversaries had arrived during those 2 hours. A wave of apprehension washed over Chao Sansui as he rose to his feet and solemnly exited the treehouse. Beneath the treehouse, Cheng Shi was engaged in conversation with Chun Chong and Song Yan. Judging by their countenances, they too had experienced a degree of recovery. The realization that all 5 of them had succumbed to slumber simultaneously, leaving only Cheng Shi, a cleric, on guard, filled Chao Sansui with disbelief. "Are you insane?" he exclaimed. "To allow 5 individuals to fall asleep concurrently, even with restorative potions, you should have proceeded one at a time." Cheng Shi, scratching his head, responded, "Don't be absurd. I only just awoke as well. All 6 of us were asleep together." Chao Sansui felt a tremor in the depths of his being, scarcely daring to contemplate the extent of Cheng Shi's audacity. "Cheng Shi, you're toying with everyone's lives. Had anything gone awry, we could have all been annihilated." Cheng Shi concurred. "Indeed, the risk was far too great. It was inadvisable." Chao San's scolding faltered. Observing Cheng Shi's demeanor and remarks, one would assume he wasn't the perpetrator, but rather, he too was denouncing the instigator. Knowing the stakes, you still dared to gamble? Chao San retorted, a vexed smile playing on his lips. Cheng Shi simply spread his hands. But I won the gamble. We've been restored to our peak combat effectiveness, haven't we? Since we're confined here for 2 hours regardless, tell me, wasn't this gamble worth the potential reward? Chao San sat beside the trio with a constipated expression, heaving a heavy sigh. If there's a next time, please, for the love of all that is holy, inform me beforehand. I'd rather not be scared to death before even meeting time. You wouldn't have agreed, or rather, no one would have been willing to gamble. But the reality is, we might not have had the luxury of allowing everyone to recover in turns. Danger is approaching. Every second counts. But what if something had? Judging by the outcome, the what if you speak of never materialized. Cheng Shi responded with a cheerful grin. Chao San remained silent, while Chen Chong grumbled, there won't be a next time, Cheng Shi. I abhor uncertainty. Damn it. You resemble a follower of fate, more than a devotee of birth. Cheng Shi chuckled, extending his hand to conjure a wisp of healing light, tracing it across Chen Chong's form. Don't believe me? I can grant you a glimpse into the throes of motherhood right now. Before Chen Chong could even react, Song Yan darted away, a full 10 meters in an instant. Chao San Sui, gazing at the verdant luminescence emanating from Cheng Shi's hand, inquired, what is that? Cheng Shi, understanding that he was referring to the cola, retracted the healing spell and remarked with a click of the tongue. I call it drowsy resurgence. I laced the cola with a potent sleeping draft and a grade A potion, bygone prosperity. It's a top-tier restorative, imbued with both the divine power of memory and prosperity. I had 6 bottles stashed away, and now they're all gone. He then feigned a pained expression. Grade A again. I don't seem to recall this particular potion. Was it a reward from the heavenly ladder? Cheng Shi shrugged. I wouldn't know. I bartered for it. At times, purpose outweighs even life itself. Cheng Shi sighed silently, seemingly reminded of someone. Indeed, if one's life is forfeit, what use are so many treasures hoarded away? Yet, if one loses their purpose, what meaning does life hold? Though hardly in agreement with Cheng Shi's methods, Chao San Sui was nonetheless appreciative, saying, once the trial concludes, I shall compensate you with a potion of equal value. Cheng Shi's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Oh, I couldn't possibly. Yet his gaze betrayed his avarice, his eyes already roving over Chao San Sui, as if trying to discern what treasures he might be concealing. Everyone says that the 2,000-point big shots have eccentric personalities, and after seeing Cheng Shi today, that certainly seems to be the case. They had already tacitly acknowledged Cheng Shi's 2,000-point status, without a shred of doubt, since everyone is awake and in good spirits. Shall we proceed now? Chao San Sui inquired. Let's depart according to the plan, Chen Chong responded, his countenance dark, noticing Cheng Shi's disinclination to command and his vacant, grinning demeanor. All right, let's summon them. Chao San Sui was about to rise when he suddenly felt a surge of heat rising from beneath the ground, violently engulfing him, his expression one of astonishment. The others were similarly taken aback, rising to their feet and gazing downward. Only Cheng Shi, his face grave, looked up at the sky, uttering through gritted teeth, damn, it's meteor fire rain. S-class forbidden technique, meteor fire rain. Song Yan exclaimed, his voice distorted with fear. He, too, looked upward and, as expected, a terrifying, colossal phantom of a sun was slowly ascending in the distant firmament. The edge of the solar disk erupted with intense flames, each spark transforming into a massive meteor as it streaked across the sky, plummeting rapidly towards the plain where they stood, raining down in mere moments. Run, Cheng Shi shouted, sprinting away without hesitation, exerting every ounce of his strength. He had no need to look after the others, each of his teammates was faster than him. Chao San Sui's face hardened, and in the next instant, he cast area acceleration upon them. Song Yan vanished like a shadow. Chen Chong activated Warrior's Charge, grabbing Cheng Shi and Chao San Sui, one in each hand, and fleeing like a tempest. The two figures atop the treehouse moved even more swiftly. Xiao Wan scooped up the petite Nangong, leaping from treetop to treetop with ease. Chen Chong advanced with such velocity that the tempestuous winds stung Cheng Shi's face. Chao San Sui, equally discomfort, exclaimed with profound astonishment, this is not a technique cultivated within the subterranean world. It is a forbidden art mastered by the elemental judges of the continent of hope. What roles do we truly embody? To be adversaries of both factions? Enemies? Nay, even if these 6 were truly enemies of the continent of hope, It is implausible that an elemental judge would employ such cataclysmic magic to chastise them. What significance could 6 individuals hold in the theater of war? Not but inconsequential specks. By what merit would they warrant a meteor shower of such magnitude? Cheng Shi's countenance darkened as a realization dawned upon him. This meteor shower is not intended to strike us. It is, in fact, a means to impede the advancing legion of dread demons on the right flank. Chapter 12. The Temporal Battlefield. What? Chen Chang's form faltered in astonishment, sensing the very air around him warping and searing. He swiftly regained his momentum, accelerating once more, incredulous. The dread demons are deceased. What purpose could there be in impeding them? Cheng Shi roared in explanation. Perchance the continent of hope remains unaware of the dread demon's demise. I questioned why this trial brought us into contact with the enemy so swiftly. This juncture marks the true saga of blood and fire. We must endure for 24 hours amidst the onslaught of the dread demon army and the barrage of meteor fire. Our premature encounter with the dread demons has led us to misinterpret the nature of this trial. Chao, barely past his toddler years, he exclaimed, incredulous, impossible. A sudden realization dawned on him, amplifying his shock. Are you suggesting that the skeletal legions were privy to the Hope Continent's defensive strategy, preemptively deploying to evade the onslaught? Precisely, hissed Cheng Shi, seething with resentment. And we just happened to stumble upon them. The downfall of the Hope Continent might not be a consequence of military defeat. There's treachery within their ranks. Enough chatter. Replenish my mana. My spiritual reserves are dwindling. Chen Chong interjected urgently. Cheng Shi swiftly curtailed his discourse, promptly casting a potent healing spell upon Chen Chong's abdomen. As to the anatomical target, suffice it to say it was merely within reach, devoid of any mischievous intent. In the face of mortal peril, all frivolous whims must be deferred. Alas, fortune did not favor them this time. The spell impacted with excessive force, causing Chen Chong's stomach to distend slightly. Nonetheless, their velocity increased by a further 3 increments. There's no time. The fiery meteor's area of effect is too vast. Chen Chong, how many impacts can the holy light bulwark withstand? Chen Chong blurted out, 3 strikes. Lacking an A-grade defensive talent, it will surely shatter on the 4th. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow in calculation, when Chao, the supposed 3-year-old, interjected, sufficient. Given the meteor's initial descent velocity, it's slow enough to allow me to activate. Temporal Battlefield. Temporal Battlefield. A dawning realization spread across Cheng Shi's face, accompanied by an exaggerated grin. Indeed, I had forgotten. It seems we must now navigate the temporal currents to discover a true path to survival. Everyone, gather around me. With a thunderous roar, Chen Chong cast aside the 2 individuals in his grasp, brandishing a massive shield. Veins protruding from his hands, he forcefully plunged the shield's tip into the earth. Gazing up at the celestial sphere, where meteors rained down like fiery cascades, he bellowed, "Long live order." The brilliance of order erupted once more, transforming into a protective wall that enveloped the 6 individuals beneath its embrace. Beyond the vibrant golden barrier, the temperature of the air escalated, distorting the very fabric of space with its searing heat, while the ground cracked under the relentless scorch. The onlookers raised their heads in awe, witnessing the sun ablaze in fervent flames, meteors howling as they plummeted, leaving behind charred trails that sliced through the sky like a sculptor's chisel, evoking a profound sense of apocalyptic dread. Had they found themselves outside the meteor's lethal range, this could have been an unforgettable scene of beauty. Steady, everyone. Just 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Chen Chong gripped the shield with unwavering determination, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Attention, it's coming." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous boom resonated, plunging their vision into darkness as a colossal meteor fireball erupted against the luminous barrier. In an instant, blinding light flooded their eyes, the explosive flames cascading like molten lava, enveloping the holy light great wall. Despite withstanding countless demonic assaults, the shield now trembled violently under the force of this immense energy. Chen Chong shuddered, his skin reddening from the unbearable heat. "Priest, heal me." Without hesitation, Nangong began to cast minor healing and cooling spells. Chao Sansui, anxiously clutching his pocket watch, felt the urgency mounting. "Hold steady." 48 seconds. Another wave was approaching, 2 meteors. Prepare to disperse the intense heat. With a resounding boom, 2 meteors struck in quick succession. Fortunately, one of them did not directly hit the holy light wall, but landed beside it. However, the flames that erupted still threatened to destabilize the protective barrier. This cannot hold. There's another one coming. Cheng Shi, find a solution. Cheng Shi's expression darkened, poised to take action, when he noticed Song Yan swiftly retrieve a piece of pure black fabric from his spatial storage. What is this? Nangong expressed a hint of surprise. A fleeting look of pain crossed Song Yan's face, yet he resolutely declared, "This time, I shall handle it." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the item. It was the assassin's A-grade tool, the Gate of Shadows. Once activated, it could transport any object into the shadow realm, irrespective of size, location, or time, and it was beyond control. Moreover, it was a consumable item of considerable value. It was ideally suited for shadow traversal, and Song Yan's willingness to use it now indicated he was in dire straits. Impressive, Comrade Song. Obtaining such an item in 1636 is no simple feat, it was pilfered. With that, he leaped high, his limbs adhering to the inner side of the barrier like a spider suspended upside down, mentally counting down the seconds. Before the fourth meteor descended, he deftly hurled the Gate of Shadows outward. Any miscalculation, even by milliseconds, could result in instant obliteration. Thankfully, Song Yan proved himself a competent assassin. In the blink of an eye, he completed his task, sending the impending meteor into the shadow interface, while the Gate of Shadows simultaneously dissipated. However, being qualified is still merely qualified, and there remains a considerable distance to a perfect score. Quick, healer, save me. My backside is on fire. Song Yan wailed as he lay on the ground, his entire back, from his spine to his thighs, scorched. He inched closer to the healer, yearning for relief, his reddened behind exposed. Despite his dire condition, his gaze was fixed on Nangong rather than Cheng Shi. Nangong, taken aback, raised his hand and cast a healing spell upon him. Cheng Shi's smile vanished, feeling quite embarrassed. What, is my healing not effective enough? Be cautious. There are more above. Mage, how long do we have? The holy light wall held for barely a minute, yet the entire plane had transformed into a sea of flames, with the deafening roar of destruction resonating incessantly and the temperature around them rising perilously. As terrifying meteors descended one after another, Chen Chong found himself genuinely unable to endure any longer. 10 seconds. Everyone prepare. At the 1 o'clock position, the meteor shower is sparse. Once the time is up, we break through. Do not disperse too widely, or we will be unable to ascertain the casualty count on the battlefield. I repeat, do not disperse too widely. I hope that each one of us can survive. Chao Sansui, one hand gripping his stopwatch, perspired slightly, while the other hand was raised high, poised to commence the countdown. This would be their sole means of escape, provided they did not loop too many times. 3, 2, everyone, prepare. 1, run. At Chinchong's command, the holy light wall was dismantled. In the blink of an eye, he stored his shield and sword into his spatial pouch, roaring as he frantically dragged Nangong and Chao Sansui towards the 1 o'clock direction. Xiaowan followed closely behind, carrying the small figure of Cheng Shi on her back. As for Song Yan, it goes without saying that amidst the rising clouds of smoke and the omnipresent flames, he had vanished early on, darting ahead of the crowd. However, fortune is fleeting. A colossal fireball descended upon Chen Chong, forcing him to halt abruptly. He drew his shield sword, transforming it into a great sword, and with a surge of divine power, he swung it forth. The meteorite erupted in response, yet before he could advance again, another one plummeted above them. Damn! Chao Sansui exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he calculated the seconds, shouting. The entire world suddenly froze, and then, as if the film were rewinding, everything sped backward. The flames receded, the meteorites ascended, shadows withdrew, and the light curtain reappeared. 1, run. As the light curtain shattered, everyone exerted their utmost strength to lift their legs and sprint towards the 1 o'clock direction. Only Chao Sansui remained, gasping for breath in Chinchong's grasp, frantically shouting. Chinchong, Xiaowan, change. 3 o'clock direction. Hurry. Upon hearing this, the two hesitated not for a moment, immediately altering their course. Cheng Shi tightened his hold around Xiaowan's neck, the healing spell continuously enveloping her, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This is the second time. With that thought, he flipped the dice he held. 2 faced upward. Chapter 13. A choice of fate. The meteorite fire rain is deemed a forbidden technique due to its exceedingly prolonged duration, long enough to annihilate all life within its range, even capable of gouging the ground to a depth of 3 feet. Under ordinary circumstances, regardless of the race of the spellcaster, it is improbable that one could sustain such a colossal expenditure of magical energy. However, The meteoric fire rain is an exception, as it is not an act of creation, but rather a summoning. The immense sun on the horizon is indeed a tangible entity. This terrifying celestial body, known as the Wrath of Abomination, was originally a servant of the chaos, a harbinger of disorder. After being imprisoned by order in a bygone era, it became the supreme power granted to the elemental judges beneath its dominion. By merely unfastening the gates that confine the Wrath of Abomination for an instant and targeting a specific area, the pent-up fury of countless ages will cascade down. Only when it awakens from its chaotic slumber and realizes that its outburst merely benefits the followers of order will it begrudgingly withdraw, tightening the prison gates, and begin to brew the next cycle of wrath. The Wrath of Abomination, a servant of chaos, a harbinger of disorder, and a prisoner of order. The essence of this elaborate narrative is simply to assert one truth: the meteoric fire rain is beyond mortal comprehension. Cheng Shi and his companions dashed toward the 3 o'clock direction for merely a few minutes when the roaring meteors began to explode around them. They need not even be struck directly. The splattering magma rendered their movements nearly impossible. This path is impassable. Mage. The scene was strikingly reminiscent, as time once again reversed. 1. Run. Chao Sensui had just been thrust from the river of time onto the shore, feeling as though he were being dragged madly toward the 1 o'clock direction by Chen Chong. No, Chen Chong, it is the 5 o'clock direction. Chen Chong paused momentarily, his hands spinning with determination, flinging the two individuals from him like a windmill, swiftly utilizing their momentum to dash back at an angle. What is happening? Chao Sanzui's expression was grave. We have failed twice. Xiaowan followed closely, while Cheng Shi furrowed his brow in silence. He extended his hand and flipped the die in his grasp once more. A 3. This route is not viable. The smoke is too dense. Visibility is obscured. The assassin spoke, directing their course. At the 7 o'clock direction, Chen Chong, reverse. The die rolled again, revealing a 4. Xiaowan, be cautious. 9 o'clock direction, quickly. The die turned, showing a 5. The Time Walker's ability to become T0 hinges significantly on the boundless opportunities for trial and error within the time battlefield. Yet, the divine power of time cannot be wielded without cost. When time stagnates on the battlefield, even the sovereign of time can become irate. A sneeze from the divine is but a tempest for mortals. 1. Run. As Chao Sanzue jostled alongside Chen Chong's sprint, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and after a moment of mental disarray, murmured, "We are starting over." Chen Chong halted briefly, urgently inquiring, "What should we do now? Which way should we go?" A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Chong. This situation could only signify one thing. They had suffered numerous failures. The Time Walkers, lost within the fabric of time, were effectively doomed to failure and demise. However, Chen Chong was not one to concede easily. With a resounding shout, he rallied everyone to turn and charge toward the 3 o'clock direction. Revitalize yourself, discern the path, and corroborate with the memories housed within your mind. Perhaps we shall find a way out. Ne Gong, equally anxious, observed Chao Sanzue's bewildered gaze. Gritting her teeth, she withdrew the sharp spike and thrust it forcefully into her own abdomen. Immediately, a rich healing light cascaded over Chao Sanzue's head, restoring clarity to his muddled mind. Meeting Nangong's hopeful eyes, he nodded vigorously. However, at that moment, Cheng Shi suddenly exclaimed, "Incorrect. This is the 6th time. 11 o'clock direction, quickly, Chen Chong, turn." Chen Chong reacted swiftly, his figure far ahead of Xiaowan. In astonishment, he turned his head, and before he could utter a word, he witnessed Xiaowan obediently changing her course, charging towards the 11 o'clock direction. Chao Sanzue, too, was left speechless, unable to fathom how Cheng Shi could ascertain that it was the 6th time. How could a follower of birth maintain lucidity within the maze of time? It was impossible. Ultimately, Cheng Shi was merely a player. It was not he who remained unaffected by the temporal labyrinth, but rather the dice in his hand. Chen Chong glanced down to see Chao Sanzue in a daze, his expression darkening as he replied, "Damn it, I'll follow your lead." He did not hesitate, or rather, he found no reason to hesitate. In Chen Chong's understanding, the moment Cheng Shi began to take command, he must have conceived a breakthrough strategy. After all, a score of 2,000 points likely indicated no incompetence. Cheng Shi was uncertain whether the 11 o'clock direction would lead to escape. Yet he recognized that all other directions had been attempted without success. He caressed the various faces of the dice in his possession, silently flipping it to 6. This marks the 6th time. Indeed, it is the 6th occasion. As they continued to count, it is apparent that the situation demands more than mere superficial efforts. Xiaowan dashed forward with remarkable speed, her long legs gracefully navigating the fiery turmoil as if traversing solid ground, influenced by ongoing treatment and her hunter's prowess. Yet, the grave expression etched upon her face conveyed to Cheng Shi her skepticism regarding this path. Cheng Shi, are you certain this is the right direction? Cheng Shi shook his head earnestly. I am not certain. Then you. Cheng Shi broke into a radiant smile. This is the choice of destiny. Xiaowan's eyes widened in alarm, her pupils constricting. Just as she was about to inquire further, a meteor ablaze with flames descended upon them with devastating force. Boom. Just before closing his eyes, Cheng Shi, clutching the dice tightly, muttered a vehement curse. Chao Sansui remained entranced. Nangong continued to exhibit tension, and Song Yan pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Only Cheng Shi, gazing at the 6 on the dice, found himself enveloped in silence. No escape was possible. They had attempted every possible direction, yet none offered a glimmer of hope. A sense of inexplicable agitation brewed within him as his fingers remained active, flicking the dice into the air before swiftly grasping it as it fell. Xiaowan, noting Cheng Shi's movements behind her, pressed forward, but paused to ask gravely, "What is the matter?" Cheng Shi opened his palm to reveal the dice, with the one facing upward, and sighed in resignation. We have failed 6 times. Yet the guidance from fate indeed points towards the 1 o'clock direction. Xiaowan's emotions suddenly became tumultuous. For a moment, she was uncertain whether to mourn their 6 failures or rejoice in what Cheng Shi referred to as fate's guidance. In other words, is the direction of 1 o'clock correct? She seemed to begin to trust Cheng Shi unconditionally. Cheng Shi smacked her lips and cursed, but I always feel that fate is a bitch. This sentiment held true before the arrival of the deities, yet after their coming. To put it plainly, there exists a being whose name is fate. To hell with it. Trusting in fate is less reliable than believing I am Qin Shi Huang and Summer Wan, facing the opposite direction at 7 o'clock. Cheng Shi chose the path of defiance against fate. She exclaimed this loudly, and Chen Chong also heard it. This indicated that they had previously failed in this direction. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, in 3 seconds, a meteorite would fall to the right front of Summer Wan, creating a vast chasm in the ground. Both Summer Wan and Cheng Shi would inevitably fall into it. The flicker of hope in Chao Sansui's heart began to extinguish as he counted down the seconds, preparing to be lost once more in the river of time. 3, 2, 1. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Chao Sansui gazed ahead as Summer Wan sprinted through the sea of flames and smoke, fleeing into the distance, her face a mask of astonishment. How could this be possible? The meteorite that should have plummeted in his memory did not appear. In fact, not a single meteorite fell in the entire 7 o'clock direction. The sky ahead suddenly cleared, and not a single visible meteorite remained in the heights. Even the flames seemed to steer clear of this place. This absurd scene, set against the backdrop of a doomsday tapestry where fire rained down, resembled someone having erased a flawlessly pure white line along the 7 o'clock position with an eraser. Perhaps this white line was merely a casual stroke for the artist, yet for Cheng Shi and his companions, it represented a tangible lifeline. In a state of shock and fear, the group hastened their flight, desperately fleeing towards the clear blue sky. After nearly an hour of gritted perseverance, they finally escaped the lethal range of the meteor shower. Chao Sansui glanced at his pocket watch. Precisely 6 hours had elapsed. As the next hour struck, the ordeal of the time battlefield concluded, and a palpable force of time dissipated from their beings. How is this possible? Why was there a path to safety? A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of awe and bewilderment as they gazed at Cheng Shi. What is this? A tool? Can it even be deemed a tool? Changgu, please don't tell me you're actually 2,400? You. Especially for Xiaowan, she alone understood the reasoning behind Cheng Shi's decision to choose the 7 o'clock direction, guiding them away from the inferno. Why? She pondered silently, daring not to voice her thoughts, simply because Cheng Shi had cursed fate as a harlot. Cheng Shi watched the fiery descent in the sky, his mind equally perplexed. This is the 2nd time, he mused inwardly. Could it be that I possess some hidden talent? And the rallying cry is, fate is a harlot? Chapter 14. Is destiny a whore? Above the skies of Hope's continent, within realms untouched by mortals, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously opened. The first pair, with mismatched irises, revealed a left eye ablaze with fire and a right eye flowing with blood. This is my trial. You have broken the rules. The second pair of eyes, frigid and silent, devoid of emotion, featured swirling spirals etched in the whites, while points of divergence were inscribed within their depths. A mere glance exchanged with the first pair would ensnare one's soul, drawing it toward the boundless void. The second pair glanced at the first and coldly inquired, "When did you exchange authority with order?" It was evidently a taunt, and the other party was indeed rendered speechless. As the two faced off, the corner of the third pair of eyes curled into a slight smile, emitting a low, gleeful laugh. The third pair bore resemblance to the second, yet the divine light within them radiated with vitality, akin to the gaze of a living being. Silently, they observed the confrontation, offering no words, only a smile. "What do you seek?" "I have heard blasphemous utterances, felt the mockery of fate. I shall wield my authority to banish the ignorant sinner. This is my trial. You have broken the rules." This time, it was the turn of another to fall silent. Suddenly, the third pair erupted into hearty laughter. "How amusing, how exceedingly amusing it is, a fervent fool, steadfast in his beliefs, and a simpleton who cannot converse outside the realm of warfare. How delightful! Is it humorous? Or perhaps not?" The second pair of eyes narrowed slightly, casting a frosty glance towards the third. "What brings you here? And what is your purpose?" "He venerates me yet blasphemes against me. Thus, I can revoke his standing. Do you wish to contravene the covenant that shields him? Yet he has been seized by me, rightfully my follower. Do you intend to defy the covenant and cast him out?" The pair of eyes, piercing through the void, coldly regarded him once more, fell silent for a moment, and then gradually dissipated. The third pair of eyes chuckled anew. "What is your purpose for me?" "I have come, of course, to rescue my beloved follower." As he spoke, a finger, as translucent as jade, extended forth, penetrating the endless dimensions, arriving before the wrath of abomination. He merely rested his hand there, and the blazing inferno in the sky contracted and withdrew, evading the touch. The outburst of the wrath of abomination was interrupted, inciting uncontainable fury. However, upon witnessing the eyes behind that finger, all his anger swiftly cooled, and his colossal form trembled imperceptibly. He quietly and precisely tightened a strand of the prison gate, ensuring that no meteor would fall where the finger pointed. The first pair of eyes widened slightly, the blood within them boiling, flames roaring. "You have broken the rules." The third pair of eyes blinked repeatedly, and then the eyes of blood and fire gazed upon him for a moment, then fell into silence. "Ah, your followers wage wars in a desperate bid to behold you, yet you, as the sovereign of battle, crowned with the divine name of war, do not dare to engage with me in conflict. The covenant cannot be breached. How mundane." He cast a glance toward the unknown cosmos and in an instant dissipated into the ether. Everyone was utterly exhausted, particularly Chen Shi and Xiao Wan. Upon realizing they had truly escaped peril, they refused to move another step, simply collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Shi, having received treatment from Nangong along the way, maintained a relatively stable condition, though it pained him to see Nangong, whom he held, looking as pale as if dragged along for the entire journey. In contrast, Xiao Wan, due to Cheng Shi's continuous care, had once again taken on the appearance of a woman in the final stages of pregnancy. Addressing such matters fell to the capable hands of Song Yan. An expert in such delicate situations, he instinctively positioned himself beside Xiao Wan, ready to sever any newly birthed twisted life that erupted from her skin before it could even open its eyes. As he wielded his blade, he could not help but grumble. Why do all the newborns from this birthing process appear so utterly grotesque? Do the deities truly favor such forms? Her eyes made her sentiments clear. Cheng Shi was more knowledgeable, his faith channel devoid of discussions regarding birthing, leaving him unaware of the reasons behind it. Yet, he confidently provided an explanation, albeit with a countenance that revealed his discomfort. Before your descent into existence, if you had the power to alter your appearance, what form would you desire to assume? These newborns, who venerate the Lord, merely wish to embody the visage favored by him. Yet, they remain oblivious to the true preferences of creation, prompting them to unleash their imaginations. The outcome, as you can see, is rather intriguing. This explanation is the first of its kind for the crowd. But Cheng Shi's confidence in his words does not stem from mere conjecture. It resembles a revelation born of understanding the consequences. Coupled with his repeated acts of salvation from dire straits, everyone instinctively feels inclined to trust him. Only Chao San, wide-eyed, sought confirmation. The consensus among those familiar with creation players is that newborns are already aware of creation's appearance, yet due to their limited capabilities, they can only partially recreate it. This diverges entirely from your assertion. Are you suggesting that even the newborns birthed under the influence of creation are ignorant of his visage? Is this truly the case? The significance of this inquiry lies in its implications for the relationship between the deity and the believers. If the newborns possess knowledge of creation's form and strive to replicate it, this would indicate that the deity accepts the reverence of his followers. Consequently, the rumored closeness with the divine and the potential for self-redemption could indeed become a reality. However, if the newborns remain unaware of creation's visage and merely seek to please him, the bond between the deity and the believers may become considerably more detached. Such detachment implies a profound distinction between the divine and the mortal. Those who beseech the divine may forever find themselves ensnared in the games of deities, merely existing as hapless players. Cheng Shi was uncertain whether his words bore truth, yet falsehood had become his habitual constraint. Even on occasions when he wished to avoid deceit, his tongue would render its own verdict. His smile appeared somewhat forced, yet his tone was undeniably assertive, absolutely authentic. Xiao Wan was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixated on the newly emerging tendrils within her own body, and she queried in astonishment, "How did you come to know this?" Cheng Shi replied with a mysterious smile, "A secret." Xiao Wan pondered this for a moment, refraining from further inquiries. It was then that Song Yan interjected, "Cheng Gu, you can't possibly be the chosen of birth, can you?" The chosen refers to the foremost believer in the hierarchy of the audience of deities. Cheng Shi was momentarily stunned and hastily waved his hand in denial. "I am far from the pinnacle of the audience, even if I were to gaze upward. I could not behold their feet." Following this, both Xiao Wan and the nearby Nangong turned their attention to Cheng Shi's feet, a shared hypothesis blossoming in their minds. Could it be that Cheng Shi is indeed the chosen of the birth hierarchy? Only the chosen could possess such unfathomable means of escape. Cheng Shi sensed their thoughts and instinctively recoiled, continuing to deny the implications. However, Xiao Wan remained unconvinced. Stealing a glance at the birth and corruption hierarchies, she observed that the individual ranked first among the birth believers bore the identifier specialist in treating infertility. The tone of the conversation bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. As the topic of discussion revolved incessantly around Cheng Shi, Chen Chong, having regained his composure after a brief pause, took it upon himself to interject responsibly. "Shall we perhaps seek a safe haven before delving into matters concerning the chosen?" he suggested. "Ah, yes, indeed, preserving our lives is paramount." The group exchanged glances, followed by a hearty burst of laughter, the joy of surviving a harrowing ordeal finally erupting amongst them. Generally speaking, once the trial commences, the level of danger tends to diminish significantly. Nevertheless, it is prudent to remain cautious. "Let us head southeast," he proposed. Whether guided by the orientation of the hopeful continent's battlefield or the advancing direction of the monstrous threat, the southeast appears to be a route that leads away from the whirlpool of conflict. If we journey a bit further, we might catch a glimpse of the Blizzard Mountain Range, a sanctuary where we could potentially evade all disputes and endure until the conclusion of the trial. Chao Sensui regained his usual composure and extensive knowledge, leading Chen Chong and the rest towards the southeast. After narrowly escaping the meteor shower, the group's spirits had evidently lifted, yet their vigilance remained intact. Throughout the journey, Chen Chong took the lead, while Song Yan maintained a watchful eye around them, and Chao Sensui coordinated their movements from the center. Nangong administered healing potions to Xiao Wan as they proceeded. As for Cheng Shi, he resembled a senior gentleman on his inaugural group tour, eagerly inquiring about every aspect of the hopeful continent, bombarding the guide, Chao Sensui, with questions. A familiarity with history could indeed bolster a player's chances of survival during the trial. His previous ignorance stemmed from the lack of reliable information within the faith channel, coupled with the difficulty in discerning the truth in the professional channel, leading him to merely skim through without much attention. In this era, it is a rare privilege to have a living history textbook before us. Chapter 15. The trials concluded early. Based on the insights curated by the prominent figures of the Mage channel and my own observations during the trials, certain facts can be established. The Isle of Hope is likely the largest continent within the trial lands. This land has witnessed the rise and fall of numerous nations and factions, among which the most renowned and the most prevalent during the trial's backdrop are several major theocratic powers that have reigned for millennia. These include the Nature Alliance, which venerates the path of life, the Grand Tribunal, which worships order, the Tower of Reason, which seeks truth, and the Kingdom of War, which emerged from the chaos of the civilizational era. The assault of the skeletal army upon the Isle of Hope occurred during the period of continental warfare in the latter stages of the civilizational era. Faced with the encroachment of subterranean forces, these three warring factions forged an alliance once more, uniting against a common foe. Our current location, the Forest County, lies within the jurisdiction of the Grand Tribunal, closest to the entrance to the underworld, the Abyssal Volcano. Throughout our journey, Chao Sansui meticulously narrated the history of the Isle of Hope to Cheng Shi. After absorbing this information, Cheng Shi finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the Isle of Hope. The distribution of subterranean forces is rather intricate. However, as I am not a follower of the sinking and chaos paths, my knowledge of this segment remains limited. Moreover, Chao Sanyue cast a meaningful glance at Nangong and remarked that players of Fate generally prefer not to share pertinent information. Nangong was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head and replied, "I apologize. My score is too low, and I do not pay much attention to such matters." Chao Sanyue shook his head, saying, "There is no need for apologies. With the advent of faith games, everyone is fighting for survival. It is already quite challenging to stay alive. Not everyone. Oh, never mind. Let us not dwell on that. The direction is correct. Ahead lies Blizzard Mountain. The settlements near the mountains are sparse, mostly inhabited by harmless nomads. We can find a secluded spot to await the conclusion of the trial." Cheng Shi is right. After the baptism of blood and fire, the trial has become devoid of danger, which aligns with the established nature of war. Cheng is still leading the way at the front, remaining vigilant despite the fact that they have been away from the Fire Rain realm for over 7 hours, with 3 hours remaining until the trial concludes. Caution is paramount. Who knows if, at the end of the Song of Blood and Fire, there might be another song yet to emerge. Upon hearing this, the group momentarily fell silent, followed by a gradual eruption of laughter. Song Yan cheerfully remarked, "This is not the trial of deception. That would be unlikely." However, he turned solemnly to Cheng Shi and said, "I am truly grateful to you, Brother Cheng. Without you, we might have perished." This statement was sincere. Everyone looked at Cheng Shi with eyes full of gratitude, even if they were unaware of how he had managed to save them all. Cheng Shi felt a hint of embarrassment. While he had indeed contributed to the battle against the fearsome monsters, the subsequent rain of fire was another matter entirely. He discreetly grasped the dice in his hand, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. "Let us set up camp here," he suggested. "The surrounding visibility is excellent, allowing for early warnings. We shall establish a coffin camp." As the group ambled along, they eventually halted upon reaching a small mound. Cheng paused, retrieving his shield and sword to begin digging. The others, not idling, took out tools from their spatial compartments to assist. Generally, when faced with survival trials, should the location be above ground and devoid of combat, players would excavate a deep pit, akin to ants creating a home, hollowing out a space beneath for their camp. This arrangement resembled a burial chamber, whimsically dubbed a coffin camp, primarily to evade surface dangers. As for threats from below, they were of little concern, as the actual underworld was not simply reached by digging. It resembled an entirely separate realm. Rather than pondering how to evade dangers from the depths, it was far more prudent to contemplate how to prevent the coffin camp from collapsing. The group worked swiftly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they had already relocated to their subterranean refuge, producing various provisions to replenish their energy. Each individual's offerings were light, yet satisfying, with Song Yan and Chao Sanzue even presenting steaming bowls of noodle soup, a delightful feast for the senses. In stark contrast, Cheng Shi quietly produced a segment of finger bread and a bottle of tentacle slime beverage before the onlookers. At the moment, the viscous liquid gurgled down their throats. An unsettling silence enveloped the room. Song Yan retched a few times, covering his mouth as he remarked, "I truly believe that Cheng may not be the chosen one after all." Nangong furrowed her brow repeatedly, tearing her beef pie in half and offering it to him. Cheng Shi, without hesitation, accepted the half pie, expressing his gratitude. "I feel rather embarrassed." "Have you not been consuming your rations lately? Why not drink cola?" Chao Sanzue wore a look of disbelief. "You scored 2,000 points and enjoy this? Who told you I had 2,000 points? I only have 1,501. Cheng let out a resigned chuckle. "It's just a score on the ladder." Being tossed around carelessly. "Cheng Shi, you couldn't possibly be." Before he could finish his sentence, a violent wave of spatial distortion erupted around them. Each individual felt a jolt through their bodies and exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. This sensation was all too familiar. It signaled the conclusion of the trial. How could this be? Only 23 hours had passed. Chao Sanzue pulled out his pocket watch for confirmation. Verifying that the time he had anchored was indeed accurate, only 23 hours had elapsed, with a full hour remaining. The others mirrored his bewilderment. Such an occurrence had never transpired in previous trials. Yet, rather than feeling exhilarated by the premature conclusion, they were collectively troubled. Change signified risk. No one can definitively ascertain whether prematurely concluding the trial is advantageous or detrimental. However, such matters are beyond the player's control. Just as everyone was poised to utter a few more words, 6 silhouettes gradually faded away, leaving only the food they had in hand, which thudded to the ground. As Cheng Shi beheld the fallen sustenance, his heart sank inexplicably, a pang of sorrow gripping him. Alas, my contempt of the fallen and past prosperity. They have yet to be compensated. Special trial, the Song of Blood and Fire, War. Challenge successful. Currently scoring and calculating rewards. Player, Cheng Shi. Performance score, S. Acquired item, Mockery Mask, B. X1, acquired item. Confusion Mask, A. X1, acquired item. Gratitude Mask, A. X1, acquired item. Satisfaction Mask, S. X1, acquired item. Desire Mask, B. X1. Path to Ascendancy 12. Steps to Audience 2. Current path to Ascendancy score, 2116. Global ranking, 471998. Current steps to Audience score, 158. Fate ranking, 69. Trial cleared, preparing to exit. In this special trial, regardless of the number of days spent within, the conclusion for all participants occurs simultaneously, just as their entry into the trial was synchronized. Cheng Shi observed his dismal countenance, evoking a semblance of sympathy. The fellow named Xian nodded silently, a trace of fear lingering on his face. It appeared that his trial had not been a facile endeavor. Speaking of which, it seemed that his own trial was equally arduous. Cheng Shi suddenly had a realization and hurriedly glanced at the global population of believers. Current global number of believers, 7. 211, 293, 956. A billion lives extinguished. Typically, during extraordinary trials, the loss of several tens of millions would be considered significant, yet this time, an entire billion perished in one fell swoop. They have accelerated. A flicker of dread and helplessness surged within Cheng Shi as he gazed at the makeshift warehouse he had constructed on the rooftop, and ran his fingers along the air barrier before him, forcing a self-deprecating smile. Players? Mere playthings, indeed, under normal circumstances. He and his companions would have been among the unfortunate billion who were eliminated, yet why had the meteor shower spared them? Could it be because? Cheng Shi retrieved the pale die from his pocket. This was the token of the gods he had chosen during his fateful decision. A die that could only yield a result of one. However, through various trials, he had learned that the bone die was meant to be a token of fate and could produce any outcome. What, then, was this? And what of the masquerade he had received? He hastily entered the warehouse and opened a peculiar door. Gazing at the rows of white masks displayed in the acrylic showcase, once more falling into deep contemplation. Flattery, sycophancy, disdain, fervent praise, indifference, resentment. Dozens of masks were arranged in several rows, each bearing a distinct expression. Yet their designs were eerily similar, merely a stark white face accompanied by 2 expressive eye holes. Cheng Shi had not refrained from attempting to don these masks, yet it proved utterly futile. Even the sizes were not quite right. Since acquiring that talent, the special trials have ceased to offer any additional reward items. What, indeed, is the purpose of these masks? Cheng Shi sighed, gazing perplexedly at his player panel. Cheng Shi, male, 22 years old, fate, nihility, faith, deceit, profession, priest, path to ascendancy, 2116, global ranking, for 71998, ladder of audience, 158, fate ranking, 69, talent, lies of yesterday, SS, a deceit-based faith talent, active. Your faith will temporarily be replaced by the faith of the most recently deceived follower. Offering to the void, as a deceit-based faith talent, active. When the items you fabricate do not exist yet are widely acknowledged by others, they shall indeed exist. Facade of beings, as a deceit-based faith talent, passive. Special trial rewards will be replaced by the unique item, facade of beings. And this talent cannot be superseded by any other. Divine favor, as a priestly profession talent, active. When healing beings of the same kind, a healing transfer effect will occur. For each additional target, the healing effect and range will increase by 1. Items, Dice of Destiny, established. You can never alter the fate of this die. Lips of Foolery, fusion. It delights in deceit, regardless of your preferences. It relishes in trickery, including towards you. Facade of Beings, SABC 1,000 faces for 1,000 people. Quantity, 47. Prosperity of your AA healing potion, sought within memories. Tracing back to restore a past state of utmost flourishing. Quantity, 93. Skills, Basic Healing, Healing Chain, Light of Healing, Calmness, Hypnosis, Curse Removal, Resistance Shield. Prayer of Holy Light. Chapter 16. After the Catastrophe. In a desolate parking lot of an unknown province, Cheng Shi slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the familiar roof of a car, a mixed sigh escaping his lips. He had survived once more. Moreover, he had received a second A-grade talent as a reward for his trials. Acquired talent, Fortress Beneath the City, a warrior class talent. Increasing all defensive effects by 25 when using shield-related skills. As a player with 1,600 points, in addition to 2 initial talent slots. He had 2 additional slots available for replacement. Silently, Cheng Shi swapped out his last C-grade talent for the newly acquired A-grade talent. Thus, his talent configuration transformed from a mediocre 1A 2B 1C to a more commendable 2A 2B. Cheng Shi, it seems that even the greats relish in ostentation. He shook his head with a chuckle, casually retrieving a bottle of beer from the stack of liquor in the passenger seat and gulping it down. The liquid spilled over, soaking his clothes, yet he paid it no mind, downing 4 bottles in succession before letting out a burp and reclining against the seat's backrest. Oh, this damned world is even less bearable than a dream. Cheng Shi let out a bitter laugh, tossing the empty bottle out of the window. Instead of shattering upon its descent, the bottle produced a series of crisp, ringing sounds. Gazing towards the source of the sound, he beheld the vast parking lot, already overflowing with mountains of discarded bottles. In truth, the term parking lot seemed a misnomer. Dump would perhaps be more fitting. Cheng Shi had never been one to require 2 bottles of wine to find solace in slumber. No, he consumed 2 entire crates. His pursuit was not merely for rest, but rather, numbness. Oh, to see an end to this wretched world. In the realm of reality, within an apartment in an unknown province. The trials concluded an hour earlier than anticipated, a phenomenon unprecedented. What this alteration signified eluded his comprehension. However, one truth remained clear. At the very moment he departed from the trials, he had glimpsed Cheng Shi's smile. What could he be laughing at? Why was he devoid of fear? Could it be that he had foreseen the early conclusion of the trials? Chao Sanyue's expression grew increasingly dubious. He had always firmly believed that time could not deceive, for he had once engaged in the battlefield of time during the trials. Yet the question lingered, even if time was infallible, could a person not be deceitful? If there were indeed someone capable of deceiving all, manipulating the very fabric of time, it could only be the one who served everyone their cola. Cheng Shi. Suddenly, Chao Sanyue's eyes widened in realization. He hastened to his desk, employing tools to dismantle the watch's face, magnifying glass in hand as he meticulously searched. Indeed, before long, he discovered a faint trace of fragmented fingerprints on the back of the watch's hands. The marks, 3 in total, when connected, formed a subtle expression, smiley face. Time, it seems, is indeed incapable of deception. Yet, there are those who have deceived time itself. At the age of 3, Chao suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. And with his pocket watch in hand, he laughed heartily as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The trial had not commenced prematurely. Rather, it was the time in his grasp that had advanced. Cheng Shi, truly remarkable. In an unknown underground chamber of a certain province, Nangong sat cross-legged on the floor, gazing at the empty space where half a beef pie once resided, and suddenly burst into laughter. To be alive once more. How wonderful. Her score remained as dismally low as ever, and even with the points earned from this trial, her total barely surpassed 1,400. In a time when the difficulty of trials increases with the passage of time, such a score is hardly commendable. Yet, she felt no dissatisfaction. Merely surviving under the watchful gaze of decay was no small feat. You could live a more comfortable life. Hastening the decay of others is, for him, a form of tribute. This voice emerged from the void. However, Nangong seemed already accustomed to its presence. She drew her dagger and resolutely shook her head, stating, "I cannot harm others. Foolishness, embracing decay is the essence of all beings. I cannot harm others. Utterly ridiculous. Never mind. Let us commence today's sacrifice. Nangong paused momentarily, then inquired, wasn't he there a sacrifice just moments ago? The sacrifices during the trial are offerings to him. Now, it is my turn. Nangong's expression shifted slightly. She gritted her teeth, removed her trousers, and with the dagger, made a deep incision along her thigh. This mark is a particular stroke within the character Zheng, and such characters almost cover her entire legs. Deep crimson wounds suddenly gushed forth with fresh blood, which rapidly converged towards the dagger, rendering Nangong's complexion increasingly pallid. It was only when her body temperature began to plummet that the dagger ceased its insatiable thirst, emitting a satisfied hum. Is it done? You can heal yourself now. Nangong mustered her strength to cast a healing spell upon herself, and then retrieved a small notebook from beneath a decaying wooden bed, solemnly inscribing a name, Cheng Shi. Do you still wish to repay him? How laughable. The gods will not permit your reunion. Yet it must be noted, what if? Nangong flipped through the pages, the tattered notebook filled with densely packed names, each representing those who had once aided her. I too have offered you assistance. Why not inscribe my name? Your reward, I have already bestowed. In a park within an unknown province, reality unfolded. Song Yan stared at his trial score, dumbfounded. Ascension Ladder 3, a mere 3 points? Can the Ascension Ladder even grant 3 points? He scrutinized the score repeatedly, then erupted into an ecstatic frenzy, jumping in place. Holy cow, I received 3 additional points. Brothers, I gained 3 points on the Ascension Ladder. In the park, other players cast incredulous glances at the man, deeming him mad. However, this did not deter Song Yan from expressing his fervor. He sprinted around his living area repeatedly, shouting, let me ask you, are you impressive? I just scored a 3. Have you ever seen a 3 score before? Eventually, someone, exasperated by his incessant shouting, retorted, Song Yan, are you out of your mind? The Ascension Ladder can at most grant a 2. Are you dreaming of a 3? Unfazed, Song Yan continued to shout, what do you know? Can I possibly misinterpret the reward panel? With a powerful ally guiding me, I ascended directly to meet the true deity. I'm no longer in your league, understand? Is there really a powerful ally? What is their name? What is their profession or faith? Of course, why would I tell you? Do you think you can know the name of a mighty figure? Then he resumed typing in various channels. I scored a 3 on the Ascension Ladder, brothers. Are you not impressed? Not impressed at all. In reality, within a solitary villa in an unknown province, a shattered dressing mirror faintly outlined a figure clad in white. If one concentrated, they might discern a hand, covered in calluses, hesitantly reaching towards a pair of slender, beautiful legs. Cheng Shi murmured softly, birth blossomed. He gazed once more upon the scene, dispelling the frost from the faces of his followers and bestowing upon them new blessings. Chapter 17, Chat Channel, Region, Belief, and Profession amidst the chaotic and fragmented information, most of which comprises meaningless venting and complaints. Only a scant few pieces of valuable insight warrant a fleeting glance. However, whether one retains this information depends entirely upon their mood. He first accessed the regional chat, which encompasses players from the nearby neighborhood. Just yesterday, there were 600 online, but now only 400 remain. The chat solely displays content without revealing user IDs, leaving the identity of the speakers shrouded in mystery. The divine has once again chastised the atheists. A new divine realm is gradually taking shape. Brothers and sisters, join the divine kingdom and share in the blessings. Experience grace. Embrace greatness. Everything is a gift from the Lord. We survivors ought to express our gratitude. Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, all gods. Such frenzied proclamations are typical of the zealots, which Cheng Shi generally chooses to overlook. However, judging by the tone and attitude of the speaker, they likely do not belong to the neighboring community. Damn it. 1 billion have perished, and the world is on the brink of catastrophe. If the gods truly wish to save the world, why would they slay so many, only to demand gratitude? What utter foolishness! An advertisement for Night of Joy reads, location, 142, South River Road, Lemon Apartment, entire second floor. 7 areas have been interconnected, boasting an expansive space, with participation reaching 14 individuals. Friends seeking to experience the thrill of survival should join us swiftly. P.S. Those who emphasize opposing beliefs need not apply. Followers of birth are not welcomed. Has birth consumed your family's rice? Upstairs, you can create one for yourself. There's no need to gather a crowd. At 1301, Nanjiang Road. My sister is all alone, feeling frightened. Everyone, don't believe it. 1301 above me is constantly banging on the walls. It's quite mad. I seek medicine. An A-grade or above healing potion, which can be exchanged for a trial of professional weaponry. Urgently needed, thank you. Although many have perished, the chat channel remains as chaotic as ever. Cheng Shi only noticed the message seeking medicine, but since there's no private chat in the faith game, he could only type on the public screen. Is it Nanjiang Road or Muliu Road for the medicine? Muliu Road, high floor. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. He was indeed on Muliu Road, on the highest floor. TSK, could it truly be his neighbor? Remembering the sight of the bloodied neighbor across, Cheng Shi approached the edge of the rooftop and shouted into the distance. Hey, is it you seeking medicine? My friend, how did you know it was me? Indeed. Cheng Shi smiled slightly. Just a guess. I possess an A-grade past prosperity. What do you think? The young man surnamed Xie clearly understood the stakes. He stared at Cheng Shi in astonishment for a long moment, then solemnly asked, Are you at 2,000 points? In his understanding, players below 2,000 would not part with such a potion. Cheng Shi indeed hesitated, yet he was intrigued by the young man's proposal for a dungeon exchange, as he currently lacked a suitable item. This item was crucial for his upcoming trial. Most importantly, the stock of past prosperity was still sufficient. No, I happened to stumble upon it during a trial. In that trial of safeguarding the apothecary owner, they conspired to eliminate the proprietor prematurely and plunder the pharmacy, thus averting the dire situation of allowing the owner to fall into the hands of adversaries, culminating in an unjust and unlawful conclusion to the trial. Consequently, each teammate had 20 points deducted from their ranking. Nevertheless, they each received a bounty of 120 vials of past prosperity. TSK, a minor loss. What do you desire? Are you in need of weapons? The young man surnamed Xie appeared puzzled and awkwardly remarked, I haven't reached 2,000 points, so I probably can't acquire the weapons you seek. At most I can obtain an A-grade. Cheng Shi was perplexed. Acquiring weaponry, particularly for the sake of A-grade weapons, was a perilous endeavor. Why, after sustaining injuries, would one not focus on recovery instead of complicating matters? Even if he managed to heal himself with medicine, would he simply be injured again after the trial? Did he possess a means to shield himself from harm during the trial? I see you aren't gravely injured. Is there truly such urgency? The young man surnamed Xie slightly pursed his lips, expressing a hint of sadness as he said, It's Su Lu. She is in dire straits. Who? Cheng Shi pondered for a long moment before recalling that a girl named Su Lu resided in an apartment below, distant from his own floor. He had never seen her, only heard others chatting about her from below. It was said she was a singer with a stutter. She just agreed to be with me. I cannot abandon her. Goodness, love indeed renders one blind, my friend. Cheng Shi discerned that the young man was not lying. His sincerity was evident. However, the issue lay in the fact that the person on the other end was certainly not genuine. If the injuries were severe enough to necessitate an A-grade potion for survival, the delay would have already cost him his life, leaving no time to seek assistance in the channel. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Shi resolved to offer a word of caution. It was clear that the other party was deeply grateful, yet still insistent on acquiring the potion. Thank you. I know how to discern a person's character, just as I can see that you are not a follower of any malevolent deity. Let us not beat around the bush. In truth, she is a prophet, foreseeing the peril of her next trial and wishing to prepare in advance. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief. A prophet, the singer of fate. No wonder she had that air about her. Realizing that he could not dissuade the other, he tossed the potion over. The young man caught it with astonishment. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with your potion? Cheng Shi chuckled nonchalantly. In fact, I would prefer that you did. The young man, surnamed Xie, trembled with excitement, gripping the vial tightly, and solemnly vowed, after which he bowed deeply. Quite theatrical indeed. He hurried to the other side of the rooftop, grasped a fishing rod, and began to lower the potion down. Wait a moment. She agreed to be with you, but hasn't he initiated the merging space trial? Xieyang turned, earnestly explaining, Lulu is a sensitive soul, still hesitant to fully open up to me. However, it is of no concern. I am willing to wait. Ah, my dear fellow. I initially perceived you as a spirited youth, only to discover you are rather a troubled soul. How could one possibly believe such things? Alas, fate indeed proves to be a cruel mistress. Cheng Shi observed as Xie, the sycophant, leaned over the rooftop, delivering medication to those below. He smacked his lips and turned away to explore other channels in search of valuable information. Faith Channel, a novel elixir has been concocted, known as Dragon Whip Powder, which purportedly enhances a warrior's attributes, making the front line fierce and formidable. Regrettably, it cannot be sold to you, which is quite lamentable. During the trials, he became infatuated with a young lady of exquisite beauty. When he inquired about her beliefs, she spoke of memory, recounting tales of her former lover with meticulous detail. What a disappointment. Conversely, our regional chat is rife with lamentations. Is this trial truly so arduous? I managed to deceive the NPCs to the point of unrecognizability, breezing through with ease. It's utterly hilarious, while my comrades may jest. Let us not deceive ourselves in the process. Have you not noticed how the grin of the false mask seems to widen with each passing demise? I cannot say for certain, but it appears that the dice of fate are increasingly multifaceted. Today, I encountered a 20-sided die. Goodness, could it be a sign of divine selection from fate? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, gazing at the die in his hand. The bone-white die remained unchanged. A mere 6 sides. He yearned to inquire whether anyone else's mask had transformed into a die, yet he hesitated. The unfortunate fate of the guinea pig is a truth he holds dear. Ah, well, one must proceed step by step. The faith channel is rife with deception. Only the professional channel bears any merit. Upon switching, he immediately encountered a query in need of guidance. Esteemed individuals, may I inquire if anyone has encountered the A-grade potion? Contempt of the deceased. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. It appears that this is the flat-chested Miss Nangong. What on earth is that? What effect does it possess? It sounds akin to a potion of death. Is it lethal? Goodness, my friend, you recall it so vividly. Are you perhaps a master of memory? Is that even possible? Indeed, it is lethal. I wonder if the esteemed figure accompanying us is present. Having been saved by them, I owe a debt of gratitude and seek to understand the equivalent worth of potions of such caliber. The value of A-grade potions varies considerably. It is evident that Nangong is aware of Cheng Shi's merits. I once encountered disdain of the deceased, but searched for an entire month without success. Where did you see it last? In the hands of someone named Cheng? Cheng Shi felt a cold sweat bead upon his forehead, inwardly cursing himself to retreat. Fortunately, the barrage of messages in the chat channel caused this particular piece of information to vanish swiftly, like sand in the sea. After a prolonged period of silence, Cheng Shi exhaled in relief. One cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Henceforth, this potion shall require a new name. As he diligently continued to observe the ongoing discussions, in a spacious apartment in another city, a woman reclining in her bathtub discreetly tightened her grip on the wine glass in her hand. Contempt of the deceased? Disdain of the deceased? Cheng, how many secrets do you harbor that I am unaware of? Could it be that you are one of his followers? I shall remember you. Chapter 18. 7 days whirl by, and the trial approaches again. During these 7 days, Xia Yang, with a beaming countenance, joyfully assisted Cheng Shi in acquiring an A-grade weapon, having secured some promise from a certain prophetess. In truth, Cheng Shi had no intention of obtaining a weapon. He sought merely a few golden pocket watches. However, Xia Yang deemed the worth of the golden watches inferior even to that of the once flourishing potion vials, and thus insisted on procuring a weapon for him. Faced with the unwavering stubbornness of his companion, Cheng Shi relented and casually mentioned a mage's weapon for Xia Yang to procure on his behalf. When Xia Yang realized that Cheng Shi required a mage's weapon, he was momentarily taken aback. So you are a mage? Is that not apparent? I always believed you to be an assassin, adept at concealing your true self. Fortunately, during the dungeon run, Xia Yang emerged alive, albeit with grave injuries. In the end, while the weapon was successfully obtained, a potion was sacrificed in the process. Wishing you the swift arrival of love, Cheng Shi remarked, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Thank you, Xia Yang replied, his gratitude genuine. Yet, Cheng Shi felt a twinge of disdain, thinking to himself, had it not been for your company and conversation, I would not have cared a whit for your so-called love. Nevertheless, this arrangement was not entirely displeasing, at least it provided some amusement. In this world, relaxation of the mind and body is of utmost importance. Time swiftly passed, and upon opening his eyes again, new trial information leapt into view. Cheng Shi had not ventured into a dungeon for a week, yet his competitive spirit remained intact. Special trial, Eternal Night's Maze Memory, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective. Within the labyrinth of intertwined memories, a path can always be found, provided that the night has not yet dispersed. 12-hour limit. Damn. Cheng Shi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, unleashing a stream of expletives. It turns out to be a trial of home. Does this not mean my demise? Matching successful, 6-6, entering the trial. In a state of profound shock, Cheng Shi's vision once again faded into darkness. Sir? Sir? The air was filled with a cacophony of conversations, occasionally interspersed with the sounds of clinking glasses and raucous laughter. Where's this? A tavern? Cheng Shi opened his eyes to find himself seated at a round table, surrounded by 5 others, all of whom were slumped over the table in slumber. He being the first to awaken. He glanced at his attire, noticing that both his collar and lapels were damp. Fortunately, it was not vomit. He had likely knocked over a drink during his sleep, and the aroma of alcohol enveloped him. Sir, would you like me to bring more of the wine you requested? A server clad in black stood beside him, holding a tray and patiently awaiting Cheng Shi's command. More? Given the state everyone was in, what more could be served? It's better suited for a bath, is it not? No, thank you, Cheng Shi replied, shaking his head as he watched the server bow and retreat. One by one, his teammates began to awaken. Where is this? A tavern? Ugh, my head aches. Oh dear, my clothes are stained. The blood wine of the snowy Nelis. A favorite among the snowstorm herders, hails from a small nation called Bilius, located south of the snowy mountains during the mid-civilization era, where this wine was particularly popular. Gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. Ah, what delightful wine. Observing the varied reactions of his teammates, Cheng Shi's expression darkened slightly. 3 men and 3 women. This group evidently contained slackers. Where's the powerhouse? The bespectacled youth, the first to speak, began to survey his surroundings with rapidity, his gaze momentarily resting on Cheng Shi and the woman who had recounted the tavern's origins, before he directed his inquiry towards the latter. Fang Shiqing, Civilization, Bard, Ladder 2047. Good morning to everyone. This bard of civilization seemed to produce a white handkerchief from an unknown source, gracefully dabbed at the wine stains on her white shirt and black scarf, and then slightly raised her glasses, nodding in acknowledgement to each individual present. Cheng Shi swiftly crafted a profile of her, long curly hair, round black glasses, an exquisite visage, and reminiscent of a teacher, specifically an English teacher. Seated to her right, the bespectacled youth, slightly agape, exhibited a countenance of astonishment. A 2000 score. Observing the collective gaze upon him, he hastily introduced himself, a Ming. The Mingin, remember, civilization, assassin, ladder 1717. As soon as the words left his lips, Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. This individual was not being truthful. Whether he concealed his true fate or fabricated his score, the nature of his profession was ill-suited for deception, nor was there any necessity for such pretense. Yet, his flustered demeanor did not align with that of an assassin. Assassins were typically more composed. Suddenly, Cheng Shi recalled Song Yan. Perhaps, the realm of assassins was now enamored with contrast. Hey, big brother. Just as he pondered, the youth called out to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the order of speeches had inexplicably reversed, with a young man fortuitously seated to his left. Was it already his turn? He subtly adjusted his expression and, with a cheerful demeanor, introduced himself. Cheng Shi, existence, priest, ladder 1501. In that fleeting moment, he noticed a lady across from him slightly furrow her brows. Oh, this is intriguing. 1,500? Ming's eyes widened further as he glanced between Fang Shiqing and Cheng Shi, exclaiming in astonishment. Only 500 points short? Again? Cheng Shi simply smiled. The previous week's trial had also left him 500 points short, a vexing predicament, indeed. Yet, you survived, did you not? Ming forced a smile, his optimism waning as he replied. Just luck. The self-introductions continued, reaching the uncle on Cheng Shi's right, who had been absent-mindedly rubbing his head. This uncle sported disheveled long hair and wore a fur-collared jacket on this sweltering day, his gaze appearing somewhat despondent. Huang Bo, Chaos, Singer, 1998. Chaos. The antithesis of civilization. This promises to be entertaining. Cheng Shi observed the expressions of Fang Shiqing and Ming, only to find that they merely glanced at the uncle without any notable reaction. In contrast, Huang Bo continued to dig his fingers into his hair, massaging his scalp, seemingly indifferent to the presence of an adversary among his teammates. Huang Bo, Chaos, Singer. 1998. Another 2,000 points? Another singer? The female player opposite Cheng Shi gasped in surprise, quickly covering her mouth. The individual in question is indeed the young lady who had previously caught Cheng Shi's attention with her furrowed brow. Is today a singing competition? She inquired, tilting her head. Another female player, still indulging in her drink, leaned her elbow on the table, swaying a bottle of liquor, with a quick flick of her tongue across her lips. She giggled. You can call me Birdie. As for the others, dear brothers and sisters, I shall heed whatever you say. With that, she gulped down another 2 swigs of alcohol, utterly unconcerned about the liquid that spilled and soaked her attire, the low-cut black satin gown clinging to her form, accentuating 2 alluring curves that could quicken one's pulse. My greatest talent is obedience, she purred, without even needing to look. Cheng Shi could discern from the scent that this collared maiden was a licentious hunter, a sensory predator. They excel in indulging their desires, guiding their prey to flow with them, tugging at the nerves of their victims, tormenting their psyche, leading them to lose themselves in indulgence and succumb to helplessness. The young lady appeared to be a connoisseur of corporeal surrender, yet Cheng Shi noted that she did not speak falsely, indicating her score on the path to divinity was indeed quite low. A low score, yet she still managed to find herself in this game. There was a hint of skill there. Birdie, the licentious one, and Hunter, while Assassin Ming observed her demeanor with a hint of restraint. Uncle Huangbo scratched his head in confusion, and Fang Shiqing regarded her with keen interest. Meanwhile, the final female player beside her displayed a fleeting expression of disdain. Cheng Shi gazed contemplatively at the last female player. The young girl possessed delicate features and wore glasses, exuding an air of confidence. Yet she averted her gaze when it met Cheng Shi's. Su Lu, Void, the songstress, ladder 1643. As the sound of the female character's voice echoed, Cheng Shi shivered momentarily before quickly glancing at Bai Ling, attempting to conceal the involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. How fortuitous. The only seer present, one he was familiar with, was likely the very girl whom Xie, the love-stricken admirer, yearned for in vain. TSK, a devotee of fate. I must apologize, for in this match, my allegiance lies with the Time sect. In other words, I am indeed a wolf. Su Lu, Void, the songstress, ladder 1643. Cheng Shi felt a desire to laugh, yet he restrained himself, aware that Su Lu was undoubtedly scrutinizing him as well, still pondering if this Cheng Shi was indeed the neighbor she knew. On the rooftop of the adjacent building resided a mage named Cheng Shi, of rather unremarkable appearance. Somewhat portly, clearly a typical recluse. He had implored me for quite some time to lend him a hand, and out of pity, I casually provided him with an A-grade weapon blueprint, assisting him in crafting a weapon. Despite his ordinary looks, this individual exhibited a sense of loyalty and gratitude, gifting me a bottle of A-grade healing potion. It was evident that he did not acquire it from a dungeon drop, but rather obtained it during trials. Regardless, its worth was certainly inferior to the weapon I had bestowed upon him. Evidently, the individual before me, Cheng Shi, diverges significantly from the Cheng Shi mentioned by Xie Yang. At the very least, this Cheng Shi is not unattractive. In fact, he possesses a certain charm. Furthermore, he holds the title of a pastor, which does not align with that of a mage. It is widely acknowledged that one's profession is the most challenging aspect to deceive. Thus, it is likely a mere coincidence of names. However, I remain uncertain whether his faith lies in memory or its antithesis, time. Chapter 19. The prophecy of the girl with the clipped. Cheng Shi turned his gaze toward Bai Ling for a rather prolonged moment, and coupled with the sinister smile curving at the corners of his mouth, it led Bai Ling to a misunderstanding. She offered him a knowing smile and cast a flirtatious glance, mistakenly believing she had encountered a kindred spirit. Yet, at the moment the sensory hunt was activated, she discerned that there was not a trace of desire within his emotions. They were as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any markers. While her smile remained unchanged on the surface, she internally tagged Cheng Shi as either a eunuch or gay. This situation was intriguing. 3 men, 3 women, 3 singers, 3 non-singers, 3 bespectacled individuals, 3 without. It was indeed symmetrical. However, to speak candidly, the vocation of a singer is inclined towards support, and within this realm, the presence of idlers is notably abundant. The truly formidable individuals are exceptionally strong, top-tier supporters, with their prowess widely acclaimed. Conversely, the weak are genuinely lackluster, mere drifters. Unlike a healer, who, despite lacking talent, can still provide some measure of healing, the skills of a singer are comparatively feeble, entirely dependent on innate talent. When talent is lacking, the buffs they provide can be maddeningly inadequate. To illustrate with a rather inappropriate example, amidst the tumultuous battlefield where lives are taken as easily as grass is cut, our singer might belt out a tune, bestowing upon our soldiers a buff that merely whets their appetite. You refer to it as a gain, and indeed, it is a gain. You suggest it as beneficial. But what utility does it truly possess? Merely biting off a couple more pieces from the enemy? It serves little purpose. However, in light of the current circumstances, this flamboyant English teacher appears to be quite reliable. I have not encountered opposing beliefs, and in the interest of enhancing efficiency, I laid my cards on the table. Fang Shiqing smiled as she placed a book upon the table. To fathom the essence and perceive the truth, I am a devotee of it. The Bard of Truth, an erudite poet, embodies a remarkable vocation capable of transcribing skill books into pages for immediate use. Ming gazed at her with wide eyes before turning to glance at the rather imposing figure of the chaos uncle, his expression tightening. Are you certain he does not believe in foolishness? Fang Shiqing initially nodded with a smile, then spoke with a notable gravity. The situation may be somewhat intricate, but I trust that everyone harbors a sense of collaboration. In the labyrinth of memory, the greater the number of participants, the higher the efficiency, is it not so? The elder sister articulates this beautifully. It seems there is no need for me to introduce myself further. The image you conjure in your minds is indeed my true self. The lark smiled in agreement, then drained the last drop from her bottle. Let us commence, while my desires remain manageable enough to assist you all. The objective of the memory labyrinth often lies in untangling the intertwined memories, identifying the rightful owner of the ultimate memory, and utilizing it to escape the maze. To put it more plainly, it is akin to seeking an exit in Inception. It is well understood among the crowd that the current level they occupy cannot possibly be the final enigma. Hence, each individual prepares to embark on their respective prophetic journeys in search of clues. Across from them, Sulu notices Cheng Shi's silence and the teammates beginning to rise. Suddenly, she interjects, I have a clue. Fang Shiqing raises an eyebrow, a playful expression gracing her features as she turns her gaze toward Cheng Shi. She seems to possess an uncanny ability to discern the nuances of interpersonal relationships, recognizing the subtle connection between the two. What clue? The devotees of existence have yet to disclose any leads, while those of nothingness have already found one. Are you a seer? A headache begins to throb. Sulu purses her lips, nodding with evident inner conflict. Yes, I am a seer. I have witnessed a scene that will unfold today, which may prove invaluable in our quest for clues, especially considering we are limited to a mere 12 hours. The seer possesses the ability to glimpse the near future through the casting of dice, yet can only perceive one of the myriad threads of fate, with the possibility of failure lingering ominously. Destiny is ever-changing, and no one can ascertain whether the foresight will indeed come to pass. Nonetheless, this does not impede its potential to serve as a guiding light. Ming blinks. When did you complete your prophetic journey? Just now? The prophetic journey of destiny is divination, achieved through the casting of the fateful die. However, the results of this divination are often obscure, typically only making sense when the trial concludes, allowing players to correlate the outcome with the numbers they rolled. As Sulu awakened, she discreetly cast the die of fate upon her thigh, resulting in a roll of 5. A sense of trepidation enveloped her, for this number seemed to ominously signify the potential count of those who might ultimately survive. In light of this, she felt compelled to devise a means of ensuring her own safety. Although the player opposite her may not necessarily embody an antagonistic belief, and despite the low damage output of the priest, as well as his inferior score compared to hers, she was unwilling to take any chances. Indeed, her own score was modest, and she lacked cunning, necessitating collaboration with others to avoid being a hindrance. This was clearly a stipulation. Cheng Shi smiled but refrained from speaking, while Bai Ling rolled her eyes and Huang Bo scratched his head in confusion. It was Aiming, however, who displayed warmth by offering a way out. Continuing the conversation, then you. Sulu remained silent, directing her gaze toward Fang Shiqing. The robustness of her thigh was unmistakable to all present. Fang Shiqing smiled and did not decline. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded. There are 2 prophecies. Yesterday, I witnessed a death occurring today, with a roll of 9. Just now, I observed a woman adorned with a ring raising a teacup, and her roll was 4. Your latter score is 1,600. Does the die of fate have only 10 sides? Sulu nodded. Was the deceased male or female? Sulu shook her head, her complexion pallid, and responded. The signs of fate are not clear. I only saw someone lying in a pool of blood. The higher the roll, the greater the likelihood of occurrence, indicating that today, it is highly probable that someone will perish. The expressions of the crowd darkened noticeably at the mention of the prophecy, particularly that of Ming, who cast a somewhat anxious glance at Huang Bo across the table. As for the women present, Cheng Shi surveyed the surroundings and realized that, aside from their table, there appeared to be very few women in the bar. Even if there were, it seemed that there were no teacups on the tables. Perhaps this scene corresponded to a forthcoming memory. Time was of the essence. There was no room for conjecture. The priority was investigation, and each should commence their respective divine decree actions. Regardless of whether any clues surfaced, they would reconvene in 1 hour. Now, let us synchronize our timepieces, surely. Everyone has a watch. Feng Shiqing rolled up her sleeves, revealing an exquisite lady's watch on her wrist, and continued, I noticed the sunset outside has just dipped below the horizon. According to the previous memory enigma, we will have a preparation window of 10 to 15 minutes. Discounting this time, we shall anchor this moment as 12 o'clock. Is that agreeable for the countdown? As she observed the others beginning to calibrate their timepieces, Feng Shiqing efficiently tucked away her watch and prepared for the divine decree. Just then, Cheng Shi, with a smile, produced 6 pocket watches and distributed them among the group. Noticing Su Lu's eyes widening in surprise, he meaningfully remarked, if everyone does not mind, it would be preferable to use my pocket watches. I have anchored the time, at precisely 12 o'clock, the moment we embark on the trial. I have synchronized all the pocket watches. This particular watch will chime at 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute prior to the appointed hour. Everyone, please ensure you maintain your composure. This entire discourse is a verbatim imitation of Chao San's remarks, not due to Cheng Shi's lack of alternative expressions, but rather because his faith in time is, in essence, pilfered from him. Having already stolen faith, is it too much to appropriate another statement? To be on the safe side, he kept his nerves taut, vigilantly stationed outside until everyone gradually awakened, then feigned simultaneous awakening, sharing insights on slumber with the group. Thus, he deceived them all, along with the temporal battlefield. For indeed, the temporal battlefield commenced at the stroke of the hour and concluded at another. However, this hour arrived an hour earlier than the time travelers anticipated. Therefore, today Cheng Shi stands as a disciple of time, a forgotten physician. Chapter 20. The Disciple of Chaos, Forgotten Physician. Feng Shiqing gazed at Cheng Shi with keen interest, playfully picking up the pocket watch from the table. Others likewise grasped their watches, yet their expressions were a kaleidoscope of emotions. With their defensive postures thus established, this individual named Cheng Shi boldly flaunted his proximity to the situation, seemingly eager to ensure others were aware of his opposition to the girl with the clip. The notion of forgetting the doctor in the trial of memory is far from an ideal solution. Cheng Shi, I hope you refrain from exerting force on NPCs. For an excessive acceleration of their experiences may lead to a collapse of memory, potentially trapping us within, rendering escape impossible. Cheng Shi shrugged indifferently, retrieved his pocket watch, and turned to depart. He sought a secluded place to practice proclamation. The tavern was expansive, spanning 2 levels. Its architecture bore a striking resemblance to medieval Nordic styles, adorned with wooden furnishings and embellished with the pelts of beasts, exuding a rugged charm. Numerous tables, perhaps dozens, were nearly filled with patrons, the air resonating with the clinking of mugs and boisterous shouts. Before long, Cheng Shi could no longer hear the voices of his companions amidst the cacophony. At the heart of the establishment stood a bar with an open design, the second floor encircled by a railing that allowed one to peer down and view the entirety of the first floor. Hastening his pace, Cheng Shi turned down a corridor and, in a corner hidden from sight, produced his fateful die. The practice of proclamation concluded successfully, and he felt the favor of time upon his fingertips, emerging with a smile. It was time to commence his investigation. The trial of memory was infinitely more civilized than that of war, rarely presenting moments of conflict. When they did arise, they were typically confined to small areas and resolved swiftly. Within the trial of memory, each scene represented another's recollections. Should the imagery of these memories be distorted excessively, the memories could indeed shatter, ensnaring an individual indefinitely. The objective of the trial was to incessantly seek the essence of each memory within the scenes, identifying the true owner of these recollections. In the current scenario, it is evident that the master of memory has visited this place before and lingered here for quite some time, thus forming a profound recollection of the tavern's layout and its patrons. However, an individual's memory tends to emphasize certain aspects. The areas of focus tend to evoke a more vibrant presence among the NPCs, whose behaviors and logic align more closely with those of ordinary humans. One of the most rudimentary yet mindless methods to uncover errors is to engage in a process of inquiry, essentially, to strike up conversations with each individual. Yet, initiating dialogue is an art in itself. Should a conversation falter and lead to unforeseen complications, the memory may become distorted, resulting in a direct failure of the trial. Cheng Shi may not excel in the art of conversation, but he possesses a remarkable talent for deception. Observing several barmaids emerging from a small room, he sees the opportunity to slip inside unnoticed, swiftly donning a set of their attire before stealthily exiting. Just as he emerged, he spotted Fang Shiqing approaching alongside a girl with a clipboard. A knowing smile spread across his face. What a delightful coincidence. They were on the same wavelength. Fang Shiqing's eyes lit up upon seeing Cheng Shi in the barmaid uniform, and she whispered in admiration, "Clever." Cheng Shi appreciated the compliment, responding with a grin. Such praise from a master serves as my motivation for improvement. Zulu, lurking behind Fang Shiqing, eyed them warily and muttered softly, "So fake." Fang Shiqing chuckled. "I believe you are aware of my master's doctrine of truth. Allow me to share a piece of wisdom. The radiance of truth will illuminate your path. The doctrine of truth advocates for the pursuit of knowledge. Any unknown law or piece of wisdom will draw the adherents of truth closer to enlightenment. For the followers of truth, endowed with auxiliary or defensive skills, gaining the divine protection of their deity necessitates sharing a modicum of knowledge." Cheng Shi, with a glint of inspiration in his eyes, swiftly imparted a curious tidbit. Inserting a finger into the rectum and performing a rotational massage for 30 seconds can effectively suppress hiccups. Upon hearing this, the two ladies before him froze in place. The girl with the clip exhibited a remarkable expression, caught between fear and disdain, clearly perceiving the unsettling nature of the opposing faith's adherents as a threat to her personal safety. She cautiously inched closer to Fang Shiqing. Meanwhile, Fang Shiqing felt the radiant glow of truth emanating towards Cheng Shi, signifying that his assertion was not mere folly, but indeed a truth. "How did you discover this?" "Oh, I am a doctor. True knowledge comes from practice." "A doctor in reality?" Cheng Shi maintained his composure. "Does it not seem so?" Although he intended to imply he had practiced on others, Fang Shiqing found her gaze irresistibly drawn towards his posterior. "Thank you. I have learned much." Cheng Shi smiled as he departed, embarking on his investigative endeavors. A few players casually divided their areas, and Cheng Shi was assigned to the entire eastern section of the first floor, comprising approximately a dozen tables. Striking up a conversation with strangers is, in truth, an exceedingly tedious endeavor, particularly for someone with social anxiety like Cheng Shi. He casually grabbed a tray and liberated a few bottles of liquor from tables occupied by inebriated patrons, thus commencing his task of delivering drinks. Upon approaching each table, he would meticulously announce the day's activities and the complimentary wine from the proprietor, inquiring how the patrons were enjoying their drinks and their overall merriment. If they were pleased, he would cheekily suggest that a gossip exchange could serve as the price of the wine. To be frank, the wine from Barius was rather costly, and the patrons, delighted by the free libations, eagerly shared snippets of various rumors and whispers they had encountered. After all, they were already engaged in boasting. What could be more gratifying than exchanging a few tales for another bottle? Thus, Cheng Shi became a veritable vacuum for gossip, absorbing tales wherever he roamed. Before long, he had gathered an extensive repertoire of gossip about the quaint town of Brooks. Originally, the town was the domain of the Duke of Brooks, but as the influx of refugees increased, it evolved into an administrative town. Yet, it is rumored that the mayor was not appointed by the king, but was instead a refugee masquerading as such. Do not inquire how I know this. It is a secret. Even the town's chief justice was a refugee in disguise. They even went so far as to impersonate exotic dancers, only to be discovered when their garments were fully removed, revealing their true identities to the noblemen, who were astonished to learn that these dancers were, in fact, men. Nevertheless, they remained quite popular, even more so than the original dancers. What has prompted your boss's newfound generosity? Has he, too, been impersonated? What? You intend to expose this? My friend, is it not better to be generous? At least you have a profit to enjoy. The refugees have surged into Gasmira, reportedly spreading the underground faith from the Tower of Reason. They have initiated a civil war and expelled the heretics of this belief, subsequently fleeing to Bilius. Is this not merely old news from not too long ago? Why do you inquire about it? The number of refugees has surpassed that of the citizens, and even the Duke is troubled by this situation. Nevertheless, the noblemen seem to appreciate them for their affordability and value. Gossip, you ask? What gossip? It is said that York indulged in the company of an Orcish woman, and ever since that day, he has been calling her name in his dreams. And who is York, you wonder? He is the Duke Escrum, seated at that table. Do you see him? The one who appears most timid. Curiously, York seems to have acquired enough wealth to indulge in both pleasure and libation, despite owing your boss a considerable sum. An hour passed, and Cheng Shi was utterly absorbed in the tales, so much so that he would have continued listening had it not been for the ticking of his pocket watch. It was far more intriguing than any trial. What? You question how someone with social anxiety enjoys conversing? I ponder if social terrorists could also be classified as socially anxious. When the 6 players reconvened at the table, each face bore an expression of gravity, save for Cheng Shi, who was thoroughly delighted. Why the long faces, I wonder? Have you all detected something amiss? Ming pursed his lips and shook his head. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow in contemplation, and even Huang Bo, who usually fidgeted with his scalp, sat in silence, his head bowed in thought. Based on past experiences, one would expect to encounter subtle yet discernible errors within a scene of memory. However, this time, Su Lu and I meticulously eavesdropped on every table, including those on the second floor, and found no NPC exhibiting an overly rigid logic. They appeared to be entirely normal, almost too normal to be reminiscent of individuals from memory. I too sensed this anomaly. I even utilized my talent to perceive their inner thoughts, which were calm and orderly. Unlike those of figures from memory. You can read minds? Cheng Shi was taken aback and intrigued. Ming quickly interjected, No, it's merely a vague sensation. The specifics are not convenient for me to disclose. Cheng Shi nodded thoughtfully and glanced back at Fang Shiqing, suspecting that this flamboyant teacher possessed a similar, if not superior, ability. When Fang Shiqing noticed Cheng Shi's gaze, she countered with a question, What about you? Me? I haven't discovered anything significant, though I've certainly heard plenty of gossip. Would you like to hear? Recalling the obscure trivia Cheng Shi had mentioned, she twitched her lips and turned her attention to others. Brother Huang? I have a headache. Nothing. There shouldn't be anything. Upon hearing this, both Fang Shiqing and Cheng Shi furrowed their brows slightly, a shared thought dawning upon them. Trouble. This uncle is a follower of chaos. Chapter 21. I know you're pretending to be ignorant. Chaos is the foremost deity of chaos, destiny, the prologue to chaos, embodying disorderly madness, and standing as the arch-nemesis of order. His will advocates that there are fundamentally no rules in the world. The ultimate nature of the universe should be one of chaos and disorder. Consequently, players who follow him often find their minds influenced by his will, leading to a certain degree of abnormality. If one were to choose the most popular player, the followers of order would undoubtedly stand out. However, when it comes to selecting the least favored players, adherents of corruption, annihilation, and folly would rank lower, with the followers of chaos likely receiving a disproportionately high number of votes. This is due to their tendency to not only refrain from assisting during trials, but also to frequently hinder progress. Of course, this hindrance is but a euphemism. Born from their disdain for rules and their philosophy of trampling order, they often engage in deliberate disruption. Yet, this malice, in their eyes, is rooted in goodwill, as they believe it guides the trials towards disorder. And disorder, they contend, is the ultimate truth of the universe. It is prudent not to provoke the followers of chaos excessively. Let them be. Fang Shiqing swiftly bypassed Huang Bo and turned her gaze towards Bai Ling. Bai Ling also waved her hand dismissively, saying weakly, I haven't noticed anything amiss. If I had to comment, it would be that the men here are rather too robust. As she spoke, she could not help but lick her lips, finding their strength somewhat excessive. This is not right. Fang Shiqing instinctively filtered out the feverish ramblings of Niao Niao and began to ponder deeply. If every corner of the memory scene is exceptionally vivid, then there is but one possibility. The master of the memory knows all the individuals, allowing him to fully reconstruct each entity within the recollection. According to the previous investigation, the patrons appeared to be strangers to one another. Yet, how could strangers possess such vivid recollections of one another? Could it be that someone was scheming within the tavern? As everyone pondered deeply, Cheng Shi, in a fit of ennui, raised his glass and lamented, Where is the bar attendant? How can they neglect to refill our drinks? Shouldn't they be attentive to every table, proactively serving the customers? No sooner had he spoken than Su Lu cast him a disdainful glance, reminiscent of a derelict. Conversely, Bai Ling wholeheartedly agreed, shooting him a flirtatious wink and mentally labeling Cheng Shi as a carefree scoundrel. Fang Shiqing, having overheard the exchange, initially felt a sense of powerlessness, believing that aside from the secretive little assassin, Ming, the rest were merely idling. However, for reasons unknown, as she observed Cheng Shi craning his neck in search of the attendant, a sudden epiphany struck her, prompting her to slam her book onto the table. The loud thud startled everyone. The attendant! She exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Cheng Shi is right. Only the attendants would constantly monitor the movements of all the patrons at each table, and they alone would be familiar with these guests. Thus, their memories of every corner would be vivid, for they are already acquainted with everything here. Su Lu widened her eyes at Cheng Shi, and upon seeing his equally bewildered expression, her shock diminished slightly. It seems he did not anticipate this. Perhaps it was a fortunate coincidence. Cheng Shi indeed appeared quite bewildered, making an effort to widen his eyes and blink rapidly, confusedly asking, "Did I say something?" Fang Shiqing cast a meaningful glance his way before swiftly rising to engage with the various attendants. During her previous reconnaissance, she had overheard the attendants' converse. Yet for the patrons, the attendants spoke too little, rendering their information scarce. Thus she had hastily overlooked it. Observing her swift movements, Cheng Shi kindly offered a caution. "My dear lady, please take care. The patrons here are quite robust. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, their tempers may be volatile. In your haste, do not provoke them, for it could lead to perilous consequences for us." Cheng Shi, you. Yet upon hearing this, Fang Shiqing suddenly froze. A flash of inspiration igniting in her mind. Human memory is not a mere objective reproduction. It often bears subjective biases. As the saying goes, I perceive the world through my own lens. Thus the world bears the hues of my interpretation, which eloquently encapsulates the essence of memory. If the patrons in this recollection are predominantly robust, it suggests that the memory itself likely stems from a subjective impression of their strength during encounters. A frail attendant may very well hold the key to this layer of memory. Fang Shiqing's eyes sparkled with realization as she glanced once more at Cheng Shi. Noticing he continued to feign ignorance, she refrained from exposing him and instead hastily proceeded upstairs with Ah Ming. "I recall you mentioning that there is an attendant sleeping in the lounge above? That must be him." As Lu Chengshi stood nearby, she playfully slid her fingernail across his hand and chuckled. "I underestimated you, big shot." In her mind, she affixed a new label to Cheng Shi, master of fish frying. Cheng Shi smiled. Choosing not to respond, Fang Shiqing led the group to a locked resting room, where Ming merely pointed at the keyhole on the door, which then swung open in response. "What is this?" Su Lu inquired with astonishment. Cheng Shi silently elevated Ming's rating in his mind, recognizing that this talent was of A grade, which was notoriously difficult to acquire. Moreover, it was indeed a skill befitting an assassin, implying that he had not lied about his profession but rather concealed his score. Thus, was he a believer in order or war? Fang Shiqing stepped into the dimly lit room, reaching for a page from a book, which she tore out and shook in the air. The paper instantly transformed into a lantern, illuminating the entire space. From the paper lantern emanated a melodic tune. "O deities, bring forth the light, let the world rejoice in song." The enchanting performance of the bard was finally unveiled to everyone. "How delightful," someone remarked. The voice was unmistakably that of Fang Shiqing, and Cheng Shi was pleasantly surprised by the charm she exuded while singing. However, the opening of the door and the singing startled the resting attendant, who blinked awake and gazed at the group before him, somewhat frightened, and said, "If you need assistance, you can find Zato. I'm off duty." Fang Shiqing offered a gentle smile to the attendant and replied, "We are here to see you." "See me?" The attendant appeared somewhat apprehensive, clutching his blanket tightly as he stammered, "I seem to not recognize you." "Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm." Cheng Shi discerned her intentions and casually cast a calming spell upon the attendant, accompanied by a touch of hypnosis. After all, as a priest, he was well versed in essential skills. The attendant's eyes grew increasingly dazed, and he nodded slowly, uttering, "Who?" Splash. As his words fell, the attendant's entire form shattered like glass, dissolving into myriad starry points, which gradually coalesced into a portal resembling a deep, mirror-like azure passageway. The answer was correct. The players had discovered the exit from this layer of memory. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, and Fang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, signaling that they could depart in an orderly fashion. "Huang Bo has yet to arrive," Ming cautiously reminded. "Forget him. We shall proceed first." Cheng Shi scoffed, stepping through the portal as the first to enter. Before departing, he turned his face, locking eyes with Fang Shiqing, each comprehending the other's unspoken thoughts. Fang Shiqing conveyed, "I know you are feigning ignorance." To which Cheng Shi responded with a playful, "ABA, ABA, ABA." Observing Cheng Shi's unrelenting advance, Su Lu, standing behind Fang Shiqing, quietly interjected, "What a person, so eager at this moment." Fang Shiqing smiled upon hearing this, but internally mused, what kind of man would be drawn to such a dimwit? It's rather pitiful. As the crowd surged forward, Ming lingered at the back, hesitatingly glancing downwards before finally turning to step inside. Chapter 22. A circus? Ah, indeed. A circus. When Cheng Shi opened his eyes once more, he found himself seated in the upper tier of a circular audience arena. Gazing down at a sea of heads in the central stage, his ears filled with raucous cheers and laughter. On the stage, 7 or 8 extravagantly dressed giants were performing acrobatics. This is, one by one, his companions awakened and, upon witnessing the scene, exclaimed in astonishment, a circus? Oh, it smells terrible. Goodness, they are enormous. The Pilius Circus, a prominent figure in the Singer's channel, had once shared insights about it, noting that what struck him most profoundly was the giant acrobatics act. For these giants were not truly giants, but rather a clever assembly of several dwarfs skillfully pieced together into a facade. Fang Shiqing once again showcased the erudition expected of a truth believer. Her vast knowledge worthy of the term well-informed. Are there indeed a dozen dwarfs beneath those garments? Ming, having arrived last, had only caught part of the conversation but was nonetheless left in awe as he scrutinized the stage, attempting to discern any flaws. Regrettably, the giants appeared flawless, their movements fluid and harmonious. There's something off here. Don't you detect a peculiar odor? Perhaps we should find another place to discuss this? The dwarves, though not entirely unfeasible. Everyone was still immersed in the elation of having unraveled the first layer of memories, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Only Cheng Shi and Fang Shiqing's expressions grew slightly somber. The scale of this circus venue was immense, far exceeding the number of patrons in the previous tavern scene, making the task of identifying errors an extensive undertaking. Cheng Shi glanced at his pocket watch. It was 9:56, and 2 hours had already slipped by. Shall we hear the good news or the bad news first? The crowd stared at Cheng Shi in astonishment, while Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow and softly suggested, let us start with the bad news, so we can prepare ourselves. Cheng Shi nodded in acknowledgement. The bad news is that the hour has passed, and the doctor forgot to document your conditions. Consequently, if you fall ill, the only treatment available will be accelerated metabolism. This accelerated metabolism, as Fang Shiqing had cautioned, was a skill one should avoid recklessly using on NPCs, for it would significantly hasten the target's metabolism, ostensibly healing injuries or alleviating negative physical states over time. It echoed the adage that time heals all wounds. And what of the good news? The good news is that giant acrobatics has just commenced, allowing us to witness the entire performance. Cheng Shi replied with enthusiasm. What sort of good news is this? Are we not short on time? Su Lu's face fell dramatically as she pinched her nose, attempting to step outside, but upon seeing Fang Shiqing remain seated, she hesitated, raising her bottom several times without actually standing. Fang Shiqing chuckled softly, then, with a sense of resignation, began to assign tasks to everyone. Cheng Shi, due to his social anxiety, found himself positioned at the center of the stage, tasked with assessing the entire circus troupe. You flatter me, he remarked. Fang Shiqing shrugged and departed with Su Lu, amidst his conflicting desires to comfort Cheng Shi and hasten his own exploration. Ming spent several moments in turmoil before simply offering Cheng Shi a word of encouragement and swiftly leaving. Only Bai Ling remained seated, her feet unmoving, observing her demeanor. Cheng Shi smiled and inquired, it appears you possess keen insight. Shall we watch it to the end together? Bai Ling pressed her hands against her abdomen, biting her lip in a coy manner, and replied, rather than witnessing the circus, I would much prefer an equestrian performance. Care to join? Cheng Shi's expression stiffened, and he turned to depart. You better be referring to the circus. The fervent admirer of debauchery could no longer suppress her nature, leaving one to wonder which fortunate soul might find themselves enveloped in her embrace. Since one member of the team had yet to enter the second act of memory, the gateway to recollection remained intact. As Cheng Shi passed by it, he silently noted its location. Logically, this should be where the attendant had sat. Yet, what connection could there possibly be between a circus and a tavern? As he pondered this, he walked on until he arrived backstage. The circus's backstage area, situated directly beneath the VIP section on the west side, bustled with activity, rivaling the vibrancy of the audience outside. A myriad of individuals, beasts, and elemental creatures gathered here, their cacophony rivaling that of a bustling marketplace. Cheng Shi merely glanced inside and immediately discerned that the target this time was not the circus performers, but rather an audience member seated in the stands, specifically, an individual of modest means. The ground of the VIP section and the ceiling of the backstage were misaligned. The entire backstage ceiling was composed of transparent, interwoven materials, allowing a view of the soles of the esteemed guests' feet and their posteriors. This was a strikingly evident memory error, typically arising when the memory entity is unfamiliar with a certain corner or has never encountered it before. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of magical interference in such situations, given that this is a world replete with diverse skills. However, after wandering around the area, Cheng Shi observed that no one seemed to notice the VIP posteriors above, indicating that the memory entity indeed lacked familiarity with the circus backstage and the VIP section. This piqued his interest. Let me examine the clues surrounding these esteemed individuals. Not their posteriors, but rather the hints that may be present here. Cheng Shi subsequently engaged in casual conversation with several amiable performers, and after a brief exchange, he was able to ascertain which posterior corresponded to which guest. The most distinguished audience member was undoubtedly Lady Dyla, the wife of Duke Brooks, one of the town's proprietors. It was said that she had a particular fondness for dwarf circuses, especially in recent times, as her attendance at the troupe had significantly increased. Seated beside her were the ladies of various noble families. Clearly, this was a gathering of sisterhood. Following them were the attendants and guards of the nobility, and then the town's middle class, comprised of factory owners. Cheng Shi observed for an extended period and discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The guards scoffed at the masters seated behind them, while the masters held the sycophants before them in contempt. Both sides harbored mutual disdain, yet secretly envied each other's status. Even in the land of hope, human relationships were as intricate as in reality. However, when Cheng Shi witnessed the next scene, he was astounded and exclaimed, "No, it was even more convoluted than reality." For he saw the guards behind the Duchess surreptitiously reaching towards her posterior. Given the urgency of time, Cheng Shi left after merely 3 minutes, still craving more. Having identified the range of the memory's essence, he naturally intended to communicate with his companions and adjust their investigative direction. He glanced at the clock, noting that half an hour had passed, and turned to the audience seating area, only to find the gate of memory still standing resolutely, not dissipating. How peculiar. What was Uncle Huang still doing in the first act? The mindset of the chaotic adherents could not be gauged by conventional reasoning. So Cheng Shi thought little of it and proceeded towards the audience area, away from the VIP section. As he passed by the side of the stage, he noticed several diminutive figures behind a massive curtain changing attire. To say they were changing clothes might be a misnomer. They were, in fact, changing skin. 5 individuals were piled atop one another, with the person at the top bearing a colossal skull, 2 forming the arms and chest, and the remaining 2 constituting the abdomen and legs, all while draping an orc's hide over the ensemble. Cheng Shi paused for a moment to steal a glance, only to realize that the orc's skin was, in fact, that of a female orc. The skin's completeness and the clarity of its texture unmistakably indicated it had been meticulously flayed by a skilled executioner. A few dwarfs, having donned the skin and adorned themselves with a somewhat modest fur skirt, emerged from behind the scenes. Upon encountering Cheng Shi standing outside, the demeanor of the female orc suddenly became coy. The fur encasing the skull bore no signs of being artificial. Rather, it portrayed a vivid array of expressions, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a living being. Had Cheng Shi not witnessed the costume change, he would likely have believed he was in the presence of a genuine orc maiden. She even cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. The more he observed, the stranger it seemed, akin to watching a lion dance performance. He forced a smile and feigned impatience, inquiring, "What services do we offer?" The orc maiden regarded him with suspicion before lifting her fur skirt, revealing an exaggeratedly curved posterior. Cheng Shi focused intently. That area. It appeared to belong to the 2 dwarves at the very bottom. Heads? This hardly seemed like a legitimate service. His expression tightened, and he turned away. Akin to a constipated individual. What was this? An orc circus? It seemed that Bai Ling's words held true. There truly was a horse-riding spectacle here. Chapter 23. The Dwarves of the Lion Dance. After a short distance, he encountered Bai Ling, who was descending from a row of seats, her face flushed. She scrutinized the debauched acolyte with keen interest, seemingly eager to glean insights into the earlier skirmish. Unfortunately, Bai Ling appeared to have composed herself quite well, revealing nothing. "Boss, have you made any discoveries?" "He discovered a peer among you." Bai Ling appeared unfazed, yet she feigned surprise, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "Am I as skilled as you?" Cheng Shi felt his own embarrassment and swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "What have you uncovered?" Instantly regretting his question, for Bailing had not conducted any inquiries. He was taken aback when she seemed to have indeed stumbled upon something. She licked her lips, the flush on her face still evident, and with a playful grin, pointed to her own visage, saying, "Do you think I would have made any discoveries?" She was being disingenuous. Cheng Shi, with a radiant smile, replied, "To be honest, you are not particularly adept at deceiving others, or perhaps you simply cannot conceal your thoughts. Speak plainly, we are pressed for time." Bailing's expression faltered momentarily before she narrowed her eyes and smiled. "A true expert indeed. Your powers of observation are remarkable. I have something even more intriguing, but I cannot divulge it." With a knowing glance, she gestured towards a certain direction, saying, "I encountered several men in the tavern. Perhaps among them lie some clues." Cheng Shi cast his gaze over the expansive audience, furrowing his brow. Discovering identical entities within adjacent memories was indeed a fortuitous occurrence, as many memories were triggered by the sight of a particular individual, recalling a previous moment associated with them. This method often served as a strategy for players navigating the trials of memory, untangling the web of relationships to uncover the next objective. Although the connections between two memories might not be profoundly significant, the discovery of even a thread of a clue was inherently advantageous. Cheng Shi is not oblivious to this logic. However, the question arises, amid such a vast sea of humanity, how did Bai Ling manage to locate these few individuals so swiftly? Following her guidance, Cheng Shi glanced over. Goodness, how immense! Seeing Cheng Shi's eyes widen in astonishment, Bai Ling chuckled lightly, saying, "Oh, come now, there's no need for pretense. My gift allows me to materialize a man's possessiveness towards me, enabling me to keenly sense their every covetous gaze upon my skin. You clearly harbor no feelings for me. Why then, do you feign such a demeanor? Ah, so this talent exists as well?" Cheng Shi, caught in the act, felt no embarrassment and merely diverted his gaze with a soft click of his tongue. After all, the longing for love is a universal sentiment. "Pity me?" Bai Ling blinked, her flirtatious demeanor transforming into an innocent guise. "Who is deserving of pity, I wonder?" Cheng Shi chuckled lightly, casually remarking, "Perhaps I have an affinity for men?" Bai Ling burst into laughter, stepping closer and linking her arm with his, joyfully exclaiming, "I was merely jesting." Unyielding, she tightened her grip and added, "Fear not. My dear brother, I am quite discreet." In exasperation, Cheng Shi was compelled to shift the topic. "Sister, I am at a loss. I can only guide them into flights of fancy. Once I do so, what you witness will not merely be my personal showcase. The entire circus will be compelled to perform. A horse-riding act, no less." Cheng Shi acknowledged the truth in her words. Should she indeed uncover the essence of memory and entice it, the potential for chaotic recollection was indeed plausible. Once memories begin to unravel, the entire recollection swiftly shatters. It appears that you hold your lives in high regard, referring, of course, to the followers of the corrupt. Bai Ling nodded decisively. "Indeed, only by remaining alive can one experience more, right?" Cheng Shi's expression darkened, automatically censoring the unutterable words. Upon following Bai Ling to a group of acquaintances, he immediately recognized these individuals as the boisterous men from the tavern scene etched in his memory. "Might I inquire how you managed to locate them?" Each individual possesses distinct preferences. Some are fond of waists, others of legs, and some. "Understood. What do you favor?" Bai Ling licked her luscious lips. "Me? I cherish life." Cheng Shi disregarded her, stealthily approaching the targets and casting hypnosis upon each of the men. However, after a round of inquiries, astonishingly, none of the responses led to the final answer. The expressions of two individuals darkened simultaneously. When it pertains to objects, the search becomes exceedingly arduous. As previously stated, the venue is simply too vast. Let us notify the others and further narrow our search. She and Sulu were responsible for the area around the VIP section, and from the outset, their direction was misguided, thus yielding no clues. Meanwhile, Ming hesitantly mentioned that there seemed to be special service personnel within the audience engaged in unspeakable, sordid transactions. The group dismissed this as mere entertainment and quickly overlooked it. Such occurrences are far too common, rendering them utterly unremarkable. Compared to the chaos of the VIP section, the audience seated among the impoverished folk adhered to a stricter decorum. After the initial exchange of intelligence, Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow and remarked, "Let us search further. The essence of the memory must reside within the ordinary audience. The performance on stage has remained unchanged, indicating that he has been attentively observing the show. Let us split up and reconvene in an hour. Indeed, whatever the esteemed leader decrees shall be followed, came the consensus without dissent. The group quickly dispersed, and Cheng Shi found himself once again navigating through the rows of the audience alone. He furrowed his brow, choosing not to proceed to his designated area for investigation. Instead, he roamed with a purpose, his gaze lowered as he weaved through the seats. He was searching for the dwarf assembling the beast girl. Fang Shiqing's conclusion had alerted him to the fact that if an individual had never interacted with the dwarf assembling the beast girl, then Cheng Shi would have been unable to witness the process of the dwarves clothing themselves beneath the beast's skin. Thus, the essence of this memory must have intersected with the dwarf assembling the beast girl, and it was likely that she was aware of the fact that she was not merely a singular entity, who would engage with another knowing that they were not a typical worker in a specialized field. Cheng Shi swore that with the logic of an ordinary person, he simply could not fathom it. Yet, the inability to comprehend did not preclude the possibility of discovery. Thus, he commenced his pursuit of the beast girl's trail. The circus was bustling with comings and goings, devoid of any semblance of order, particularly among the ordinary audience where a cacophony of shouts echoed, akin to the atmosphere of a tavern. Consequently, his movements remained inconspicuous. After a brief search, Cheng Shi soon identified his target, the diminutive beast girl. At that moment, she was playfully writhing in the arms of an audience member, exhibiting a physicality that left him astounded. Intrigued, he yearned for a closer look at their interaction. But before he could move, he spotted a familiar figure nearby that filled him with delight. Yoke, the tavern keeper. Known for his sudden fortune and his notorious liaison with the beast girl, Cheng Shi smirked, feeling vindicated in his assumptions. He had indeed found what he sought. One was oriented towards the stage, while the other was situated to the right of the beast girl. It was not solely Cheng Shi who was captivated. The surrounding audience members were subtly glancing in that direction. However, due to the beast girl's restrained movements and the subdued sounds, no significant commotion ensued. While other onlookers were fixated on her curves, Yoke's gaze remained steadfastly on her face, his eyes brimming with an almost palpable affection. "Brother, might you enlighten me on what drew you to these 5 line-dancing dwarves?" Cheng Shi pondered this enigma for some time, his curiosity intensifying. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself, and, masquerading as an ordinary spectator, approached Yoke, feigning a sigh. "Why is it that only female beast folk provide services? Surely, we could broaden our horizons in terms of gender." As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of subtle agreement resonated from those around them. Yoke turned in surprise, his expression reflecting the joy of discovering a kindred spirit. However, in an instant, his gaze turned piercing, as if he were confronting a rival in love when he looked at Cheng Shi. "Ah, this Mr. York has quite the story, doesn't he? What kind of serendipitous encounter could lead to such a tale? Or perhaps a misfortune?" Cheng Shi was not particularly inclined to delve deeper. He felt he had unearthed the riddle's answer. Of course, whether this answer held validity required further verification. Thus, he resolutely rose to his feet and strode toward the direction of Bai Ling. "Is the esteemed figure finally willing to bestow favor upon me? Don't jest. Lend me a small favor." Cheng Shi was still contemplating how to persuade her to engage with York without revealing his intentions, but as soon as he spoke, Bai Ling smiled and nodded, saying, "All right. What would you have me do?" Cheng Shi was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid I might lead you astray?" This indicates that the young lady possesses qualities worthy of the esteemed figure's attention, does it not? Well, having lived this long, regardless of high or low scores, there are no fools among them. Nevertheless, this certainly simplifies matters. Cheng Shi nodded, pointing toward York's direction. "Go and test that man. The esteemed figure wishes to know how through literary or martial means." Cheng Shi's eyes widened in surprise, slightly bewildered. Is there really a distinction? Bai Ling stifled a laugh, playfully tapping her finger on Cheng Shi's chest. "For a literary test, of course." While speaking, she began to lift the hem of her skirt, inching it up toward her thigh. Cheng Shi, startled, quickly urged her to lower her skirt and hastened her departure. Bai Ling giggled melodiously, gracefully making her way toward York. Cheng Shi observed her face, dark as ink, and suppressed a laugh. "What is the matter? Have you suffered a setback?" Bai Ling shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "I have one piece of bad news and another that is equally grim. Which would you prefer to hear first? Is there even a choice?" Cheng Shi chuckled silently. "Then let us hear the second one first. The one competing for business among the crowd is indeed my rival. What does that signify as bad news?" "Wait." Upon witnessing Bai Ling's grave expression, Cheng Shi's heart sank. The rival she referred to was not involved in carnal pleasures, but rather was a fellow believer of corruption. These 5 diminutive lion dancers are, in fact, devotees of corruption. What about the other piece of bad news? Cheng Shi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The man you wanted me to test has already been ensnared, transformed into a desire puppet. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow in confusion, prompting Bai Ling to elaborate. A desire puppet is one of the A-grade gifts bestowed upon followers by him, capable of unleashing the most primal yearnings hidden within a person's heart, rendering the target a mere shell, lost in the depths of desire. They will be perpetually ensnared in the memories of their past desires until their demise. Do you comprehend? Esteemed one? If he is indeed the answer, the moment we step outside, we will confront the corruption, devotee controlling him. And there is a strong possibility we might engage in conflict. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi's expression darkened. Call someone. I have an unsettling feeling that York is the answer. Bai Ling believed in him, but still inquired, what do you mean? Cheng Shi feigned ignorance. Hide? What is being concealed? What does your flotation have to do with me? The eyes of the spirited Bai Ling widened as she incessantly pointed to her own nose, questioning, me? Flirt? Come on, it's not like I even qualify as alluring. Cheng Shi waved his hand dismissively, stating, who knows? Everyone possesses their own freedom of experience. All right, I admit to my flirtation. At the very moment the group reconvened, Fang Shiqing immediately turned her gaze towards Cheng Shi. However, Cheng Shi showed no inclination to engage, clearly eager to hear Bai Ling's tale of flirtation. Though Bai Ling was irritated, she was a person of sincerity. Her cheeks flushed as she bashfully recounted her recent experiences of flirtation, explaining that she had stumbled upon an answer by chance, albeit a rather intricate one at that. The audience reacted with a variety of expressions upon hearing the story. Su Lu wore a face of disdain, while a Ming sat in stunned silence. Cheng Shi internally applauded her performance. Only Fang Shiqing, with her brow furrowed in thought, pondered for a considerable time before directly addressing the crux of the matter. How can we be certain it is indeed him? Bai Ling remained silent, prompting Cheng Shi to chuckle. Perhaps it is a woman's intuition? Bai Ling rolled her eyes once more, yet chose not to respond. Seeing that Cheng Shi had spoken, Fang Shiqing nodded, tacitly affirming that York was indeed the answer. Her trust lay not with Bai Ling, but with Cheng Shi. Within the pages of my book lies a card from the war disciple, the mist trick, which can instantly envelop the area in fog, obscuring the line of sight for the spellcaster as the next scene unfolds. However, due to my lack of sufficient defensive spells, the priest must enter second, following me, to provide swift healing support. The third assassin followed closely. But it is crucial to remember that one must refrain from delivering lethal blows when the identity of the opponent remains uncertain. The primary objective is to subdue. In situations where life is threatened, the priority should be to retreat rather than to kill. It is imperative to exercise caution with any skills that could cause significant disturbance. Do not allow the memories to become disordered from the outset. Upon concluding her words, Fang Shiqing cast a meaningful glance at Cheng Shi, asking, can you manage? Cheng Shi innocently blinked, as if to say, how could a man falter? Fang Shiqing understood his gaze, smiled knowingly, and turned her attention to Ah Ming. Ah Ming nodded solemnly, indicating his comprehension. She then sought the opinions of the other two, aside from Su Lu's mild complaints about her inability to keep up. Bai Ling naturally had no objections. Thus, the plan was solidified, and everyone proceeded towards Yurki. At this moment, Yurki was entirely oblivious to the approaching players. His gaze was fixed solely on the dwarf-assembled beast girls. In his hand, he clutched a stack of cash, eager to stuff it into the ample bosom of the beast girl at any moment. Cheng Shi, still somewhat perplexed, quietly inquired of Bai Ling. Could a deity's followers influence a person's inclinations? Bai Ling responded, the deity advocates for the liberation of one's innermost desires rather than the distortion of another's will. Therefore, what you refer to as being tainted by my lord merely reveals the true nature of that individual. However, with the right talents and inducements, such an effect could potentially be achieved. After all, you are capable of hypnosis, are you not? Cheng Shi found this reasoning compelling. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how Yurki's experience points could be so freely obtained. Cheng Shi, without a moment's hesitation, cast the calming technique and hypnosis upon York, and subsequently unleashed an acceleration recovery on the nearby audience member engaged in trade, attempting to buy a few extra seconds. Fang Shiqing seized the opportunity. Directly inquiring, York's gaze became bewildered and vacant. He nodded repeatedly, murmuring, indeed, it is him. Miss Bai Ling is formidable. Are you ready? I, Cheng Shi, the assassin, shall conclude this swiftly. Fang Shiqing, unwavering, decisively slipped inside. To ensure that his companion remained unharmed, Cheng Shi closely followed, nearly stepping in right after her. He felt his vision plunge into darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in a thick, impenetrable haze, accompanied by frantic screams echoing in his ears. Goodness, how dense is this? How am I to discern where my companion is? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, about to softly call out Fang Shiqing's name when a cold hand suddenly covered his mouth, urging him to lean forward and flee into the distance. My companion? Hush. Chapter 25. Fang Shiqing's Invitation. Us. This was a cramped utility room, confined in space, filled with various cleaning tools. The area barely allowed for standing, measuring scarcely half a meter. In this limited space, Cheng Shi and Fang Shiqing stood face to face. Fang Shiqing wore a smile, while Cheng Shi's expression was one of astonishment. The so-called fog of war was merely a ruse to abduct me? Cheng Shi surveyed the surroundings with a peculiar expression, realizing that this small space indeed served as an excellent hiding spot. The term kidnapping is not to be used in such a manner. Fang Shiqing chuckled softly, gently resting her hands on Cheng Shi's arms to maintain a respectful distance between them, and earnestly explained, "Oh, you also call her Clip Girl?" Cheng Shi's eyes brightened, and he instantly felt he had found a comrade. Let us not dilly-dally. Our time is limited. Cheng Shi, I have something to convey to you. I am fond of men. Thank you. Cheng Shi's words flew out faster than light. Fang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, "It's not what you think. There is no need to rush to decline." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi sighed in relief. That's a relief. I still prefer women. You, do I not possess even a hint of allure? If the kind of allure you refer to is akin to that of a lark, then I must admit, none at all. Enough of this banter. Fang Shiqing, unfazed, fixed her gaze upon Cheng Shi, her expression turning serious as she said, "Cheng Shi, I am aware that you have misreported your ladder score, and I recognize your considerable abilities. However, I shall not delve into the reasons behind your concealment. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to join us." "You all?" Cheng Shi's smile gradually faded, a slight furrow appearing on his brow as if he had recalled something. "Are you with the Rationality Association?" The Rationality Association is an organization formed by a group of players who gather under the banner of the Followers of Truth. The association's philosophy revolves around the pursuit of universal truths and the exploration of the essence of divinity, influenced by the truth in the context of the Tower of Rationality within the trials. They harbor a fervent thirst for knowledge regarding the origins of all things and the laws of the universe. These individuals have become utterly irrational in their frenzied pursuit of knowledge regarding divine power and becoming a deity. In truth, there exist numerous player organizations akin to the Rationality Association, such as the Order Alliance, the Natural Sect, and the Historical School, among others. The fundamental reason for the existence of these organizations lies in the intrinsic yearning for survival and power among those humans who have been compelled to become players. Thus, they voluntarily unite, tirelessly collaborating to enhance themselves. Fang Shiqing, a devoted believer in truth, immediately thought of the Rationality Association when Cheng Shi came to mind. However, Fang Shiqing shook her head and sighed, saying, "Yet we are not such people. Cheng Shi, do you still remember your home?" Her sudden display of deep emotion left Cheng Shi somewhat bewildered. How should he respond? If one were to consider the supply room of the orphanage as a home, then indeed he remembered it well. After all, the current scene evoked memories, as this small space resembled where he lived during his childhood. Noticing Cheng Shi's silence, Fang Shiqing continued, "Everyone deserves a warm family and loving relatives. Yet, after their arrival, all have lost the beautiful lives they once led. The faith game has shattered the world, pushing countless compatriots to the brink of despair." Her tone grew somber, and the hand gripping Cheng Shi's sleeve tightened. "Cheng Shi, not everyone is like you and me, able to triumph through one trial after another. Not everyone can achieve a score of 2,000, attain S-class talents, or strive to survive. Many individuals stumble once and find themselves plunged into an abyss, while countless others have already fallen beneath its depths. But are they truly at fault? They are merely innocent souls, struggling for survival, compromising their principles, only to be posthumously labeled as abandoned by the divine. Among these individuals are your family, my family. Those who love you, and those who love me." Fang Shiqing forced a sorrowful smile, then gathered her resolve to continue. "Is there truly no way to avert this calamity? Before the divine, are all that we cherish and wish to protect destined for loss? No, any being with flesh, blood, and spirit would never permit such a fate to unfold. Thus, we have come into existence. We unite, harnessing every ounce of power at our disposal, align with every friend we can to safeguard all that is beautiful and worthy of protection. We bow our heads to accept their blessings. Yet we raise our gaze to challenge their authority. We turn to place our backs against one another, vowing to protect the trust of our friends with our very lives. We forge weapons and erect new fortifications while delving into the darkness to spread the flickering light of hope. This is who we are. For the sake of those we wish to protect, we must rise. Cheng Shi, do you understand? This is us. A band of warriors striving to resist the divine might. A collective of dreamers still yearning for beauty. In pursuit of this goal, we crawl through the shadows, rarely revealing ourselves to the world. Yet you, Cheng Shi, are worth the risk I am willing to take. Now, I solemnly invite you to join us. Are you willing? Cheng Shi listened quietly to Fang Shiqing's words, his expression merging into the shadows, non-committal. Fang Shiqing yearned to discern some fluctuation of emotion upon his visage. Yet it was evident that she had failed. After a prolonged silence, Cheng Shi slightly curled his lips, retorting with a playful inquiry. Having said so much, may I ask, dear bearer of the flame, whether you identify as a sentinel or a builder? Fang Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Cheng Shi. Struggling to contain her astonishment, she whispered in a hushed tone, "You know about us?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and the shock and hope in her eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by profound regret. She forced a bitter smile and remarked, "It seems you have already turned us down." Cheng Shi's expression was decidedly unnatural as he shook his head gently, saying, No one has ever invited me. You are the first." Fang Shiqing's astonishment deepened, and she lifted her gaze, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible. No player untouched by the bearers of the flame could possibly know of us. Where did you learn this? Where did I learn this?" "Indeed. From the mouth of a fool, perhaps. Tell me, how could one risk their life for a stranger? Why not?" Fang Shiqing's gaze suddenly hardened, and she spoke earnestly. "Bearers of the flame are willing to sacrifice everything they wish to protect, themselves included. Is a stranger considered part of the beauty you speak of? Perhaps it is not mine, but undoubtedly it belongs to him, the one you have encountered, that bearer of the flame, the beauty within his gaze." Fang Shiqing's tone was imbued with an unwavering romanticism, stirring even the ever-reverent Cheng Shi. "Indeed." He shook his head, a smile re-emerging upon his face as he lifted his gaze to meet Fang Shiqing's eyes, which sparkled with the light of hope, so remarkably luminous. Even amidst the fog, even within the shadows of mundane affairs, they remained so bright. "I remember you, guardian of the city." Fang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he had discerned her identity, yet she remained unperturbed. "So, this time, what is your answer?" "Rather than that, I am more curious as to why you have chosen me." "I have never considered myself a good person," Cheng Shi remarked with a shrug. Fang Shiqing smiled gently, stating, "The term good person carries too much weight in today's world. We do not aspire to encounter a good person. Merely hope that our companions are not of ill character. How can you be certain that I am not a bad person?" Fang Shiqing released her firm grip on Cheng Shi's sleeve and pointed to her ear. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "Then what am I?" Very peculiar, quite eccentric, somewhat somber, yet not dark." Cheng Shi silently pondered for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "Apologies. I laughed because you misheard me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a swift strike landed on Fang Shiqing's neck, rendering her unable to react. Thud. Her eyes widened momentarily before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Cheng Shi rubbed his hand, gazing at the unconscious form of the woman in his arms, and remarked enigmatically, "One who stands in the light of flames ought not to place trust in those lurking in the shadows, especially when those in darkness are often not human." Nevertheless, he added, "Thank you." With a self-deprecating smile, he lifted Fang Shiqing and pushed open the door to exit the cluttered room. Chapter 26. So you are the executioner. The fog had yet to lift, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. After taking just a few steps, Cheng Shi heard the anxious voice of Ming calling out, "Sister Fang, Brother Cheng, where are you?" In just this short time, everyone has been killed. Fortunately, the deceased were merely unfortunate souls without any connection to his memories. Cheng Shi shouted a warning, then crouched low, moving cautiously from his spot. Ming, following the sound, felt a surge of alarm upon finding no one. Just as he was about to leave, Cheng Shi seized his arm. "Who? Oh, Brother Cheng, Yes. I was afraid you had been replaced, so I decided to test you. I didn't expect, oh comrade assassin, that you would be so agile. Ming, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and glanced at the unconscious Fang Shiqing, asking, what happened to Sister Fang? Upon awakening, I immediately encountered a group of ferocious dwarfs. Their initial strike was lethal. I was caught off guard and had no space to retreat, compelled instead to fight back with all my might. Fortunately, they were not particularly resilient, merely possessing a certain tainted divine power. Although life was extinguished, memories remained intact, and the players were fortunate. These dwarves were not the essence of memory itself. Cheng Shi cast a contemplative glance at Ming. Not injured? A stroke of luck, indeed. Well, that's good. Let us wait for the fog to dissipate. The mists of war do not linger for long. Need my assistance? Ming extended his hand, eager to support Cheng Shi in aiding Fang Shiqing. Cheng Shi smiled and politely declined. The two settled in a corner, engaging in casual conversation. How many of them were there? 6. 6 of them were dealt with in such a short span of time? Impressive. Cheng Shi offered his praise without reservation, leaving Ming momentarily speechless. After all, I am also an assassin. The foggy environment plays to my advantage. Since you were able to act so swiftly, why did you arrive so late for the second act at the circus? Cheng Shi, cradling the unconscious Fang Shiqing, seemingly asked without intent. This inquiry left Ming momentarily at a loss for words. His expression faltered, and before he could respond, Cheng Shi casually added, why hasn't Uncle Huang arrived yet? His absence hardly seems detrimental. Are you concerned he might cause trouble? Indeed. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are you aware that he is a bard of chaos? Ah, I see now. You are the executioner. The bard of chaos, a singer of disorder, and the executioner. An assassin of order. Order and chaos are sworn adversaries in the realm of faith. A momentary pause seized Ming, his gaze swiftly darting towards Cheng Shi, his expression sharp yet agitated. However, this lasted but an instant before he reverted to an awkward demeanor, scratching his head in uncertainty. The mist lingered, obscuring Cheng Shi's features, yet he sensed the underlying tension. Well, if there exists a dichotomy, so be it. What is the great concern? An ancient sage once remarked that the rift in beliefs is not of our making, thus we need not bear the weight of it. Cheng Shi offered a nonchalant smile. Yet as he spoke, his hand reached towards Fang Shiqing nestled within his embrace. Ming, possessing a keener perception amidst the fog, distinctly observed Cheng Shi's hand moving towards the contours of Fang Shiqing's bosom. He merely furrowed his brow, opting for silence. Before long, new sounds emerged from the mist. Sister Fang. Oh, great one. Save me. One voice trembled, while the other exuded allure, evidently indicating that no harm had befallen them. As these two voices resonated, the awkward atmosphere between Cheng Shi and Ming was swiftly shattered. He rose, dusting off his trousers, and exclaimed with a grin, everyone's here. Let us converge. At that moment, the mist began to dissipate gradually. Ming, too, stood up and turned to see that Fang Shiqing, unbeknownst to them, had opened her eyes. Sister Fang, are you all right? A flicker of indignation flashed through Fang Shiqing's eyes, yet she promptly nodded with a smile, saying, it's nothing. I owe my gratitude to Cheng Shi for rescuing me just in time. While her words were courteous, they carried an undertone of barely concealed resentment. The warriors, crawling in the darkness, were exceedingly cautious. Even the faintest flicker of light could betray their presence, rendering all their efforts futile. Aren't you forgetting to express your gratitude? You. Fang Shiqing nearly lost her composure, biting down hard on her teeth. She quickly composed her facial expression, forcing out an exceedingly reluctant smile. Thank you. I will remember this. It's no trouble at all, just a simple gesture. Indeed, it was merely a trivial act, a mere raising of the hand. As the fog gradually lifted, the two groups, not far apart, soon discerned each other's silhouettes. As they converged, they stumbled upon a scene of unspeakable carnage. 6 dwarves lay slain, each head severed from its body, blood pooling in a grotesque manner, merging to form a blurred depiction of a guillotine. Had Cheng Shi not been aware that Ming was the executioner, he would have been oblivious to the significance of this macabre illustration. This was a twisted whimsy commonly employed by the executioners of the Grand Tribunal, using the blood of the condemned to depict the instruments of their demise. However, the blood-drenched guillotine drawn on the ground was crooked and poorly executed, suggesting a lack of proficiency. Su Lu and Bai Ling trembled at the sight, while only Fang Shiqing, lost in thought, cast a contemplative glance at Ming without uttering another word. Where are we? The location where the crowd gathered was a spacious room. On the left side, there were several beds arranged in a row, while on the right, various workbenches were scattered about. Hanging on a long rack in front were garments of varying sizes, and behind them were several small, private chambers. The meeting place of Cheng Shi and Fang Shiqing was evidently within one of these rooms. Fang Shiqing cast a few sidelong glances at Cheng Shi, who appeared to be feigning ignorance. Deciding to move past this, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. This resembles a servant's quarters, albeit rather expansive. It could accommodate a dozen servants. I have never encountered such a large servant's room before. To ensure our safety, we should change into appropriate attire before venturing out, to avoid any potential conflicts with those outside. The others voiced no objections, each selecting an outfit to don before following along as they exited the room. After confirming their surroundings were secure and encountering a few genuine servants, they discerned that this was indeed a servant's quarter. Furthermore, there were multiple such expansive quarters. For this was the estate of the Duke of Brooks, who was currently hosting a grand banquet. A banquet? Indeed. The Duke had invited all the nobles from the town and intended to announce a new refugee policy at the event, which would expel all refugees from Gazmila, alleviating our food shortages and ensuring that our jobs would remain intact. Thus, the memory of the previous scene was tied to the servants of the Duke's estate? Oh, you were unaware? York is the Duke's groom, Cheng Shi eagerly interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Lu frowned and complained, "Why are you only now sharing such pertinent information?" Cheng Shi was taken aback and retorted, "Did you inquire?" Su Lu, exasperated yet silent, took a few steps closer to Fang Shiqing. Why would a diminutive refugee appear in the Duke's estate? Ming promptly interjected, halting the escalating tension between the two, and queried, "The Duke seeks to expel the refugees. Naturally, they wish to avoid being driven away. Thus, their purpose for coming here is quite evident, is it not, esteemed one?" Cheng Shi remarked, glancing at Fang Shiqing, who was currently disinclined to engage with him. Deep within, she harbored a conviction that Cheng Shi would undoubtedly refrain from divulging the matter of the flame bearers. Yet she remained perplexed as to why he could so decisively refuse. Cheng Shi's internal voice evidently leaned towards acceptance, yet he still chose to reject. What could possibly be going through his mind? How could he act in contradiction to his innate instincts? She did not comprehend. Nor did she possess the luxury of time to unravel it. Nearly 5 hours had elapsed thus far, with a mere 7:14 remaining on the countdown. They needed to hasten their efforts, for several scenes of memories still awaited them, shrouded in uncertainty. Personal territories differ greatly from public spaces. Indiscretions could swiftly incite chaos, particularly within a duke's domain. They must adopt suitable identities. While the guise of servants offered convenience, it still left many areas inaccessible. Henceforth, they would disperse, each concealing themselves in pursuit of a new identity, with a maximum time limit of 1 hour before reconvening. With that, Fang Shiqing gestured towards a small vestibule. Remember to keep your distance from the servants' quarters. The bodies within have yet to be dealt with and may very well incite a chain reaction. The closer one is, the more likely anomalies will be detected. Now, let us commence our actions, and may fortune favor us. The crowd dispersed, and at last, Fang Shiqing cast a glance at Cheng Shi. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi's gaze was not upon her but rather on Ming, whom he watched as he walked away from the servants' quarters, the very place they all sought to avoid. Chapter 27. The reputation of Duke Brooks. While conversing in the room moments ago, Cheng Shi had noticed something peculiar about the wounds on the slain dwarf. They did not resemble those inflicted by the sharp weapons typically wielded by assassins. Rather, they appeared to be made by a blunt instrument. For instance, after surveying his surroundings, Cheng Shi kicked aside a bloodied knife hidden beneath a bed. The length and size of this blade suggested it was a weapon of the dwarves, specifically, a dwarven war knife. It seemed that someone had assumed that the gathering would not linger here, hence the rather haphazard manner in which the scene had been managed. If one could even call it that. Intriguing. Before long, subtle clues began to emerge. The positioning of the 6 dwarves and the signs of struggle indicated that they had indeed targeted a common victim. Perhaps it was Fang Shiqing's timely intervention that spared Cheng Shi, leaving Ming to bear the brunt of the ensuing chaos. Yet, what perplexed Cheng Shi even further was the variance in the wounds across the 6 individuals. The force behind each was distinctly different. This did not suggest a singular assailant, but rather indicated the involvement of 6 separate entities in the demise of the dwarves. Curiously, both the murderer and the victims numbered 6. Were they engaged in mutual slaughter? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, pondering whether the assassin possessed such a talent for manipulation. At least, such a gift was rare in the realm of order. The scene was indeed chaotic, yet not without its rewards. He picked up a ring from the corpse of a dwarf, squinting in the sunlight that streamed through the window as he examined it. The craftsmanship is exquisite. I wonder what skill could forge such a fine ring. Alas, it is now mine, he remarked with a chuckle, slipping the ring into his pocket before leisurely exiting the servants' quarters. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the smiling Bai Ling, who appeared to have been waiting for him. Cheng Shi's expression darkened as he jested. Have you taken a liking to me? Bai Ling, having somehow acquired address, mimicked the demeanor of a noblewoman and curtsied gracefully. Giggling, I'm just clinging to a strong ally. You don't mind, do you? Clinging is fine, but refrain from any inappropriate gestures. Rest assured, I am quite obedient. I shall only touch where permitted. Cheng Shi, disinterested in further banter, sidestepped her and continued forward. Well, this attire of mine could serve as your attendant's garb. Have you made any discoveries? What attendant would walk ahead of their superior? The estate was vast, and guests were numerous. I just incapacitated a lady and managed to extract information from her husband. It seems Duke Brooks has yet to make an appearance. Only half an hour remains until he is to announce himself. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, reflecting that a woman who defied conventions could indeed gather intelligence with remarkable swiftness. He followed the lark swiftly into the grand hall at the heart of the estate, weaving through the throngs of nobility until he soon spotted other familiar figures. Everyone had donned new attire and was busy with their own inquiries. Cheng Shi cast a cursory glance around the hall and decisively chose to take the lark away from this place. The answer does not lie here. Oh, the lark replied softly, following Cheng Shi's lead to another location. Observing her silently walking ahead, Cheng Shi suddenly felt a sense of something amiss and remarked, Aren't you going to ask me why? I need only to obey. The reasons are unnecessary. Of course, if the esteemed one requires an audience, I can certainly play the part. What sort of individual is this? Lacking any substance. Not to mention the previous encounter with Song Yuan. Even Chun Chong pales in comparison. At least he can provide a sense of achievement. Yet some thoughts, when suppressed, are quite uncomfortable. The dwarf's ring is quite exquisite. And then? The noble lords would hardly concern themselves with the dwarf's ring. Oh, I see. Thus, the target is not here. Ah, so that's the case. How remarkable, esteemed one. Perhaps you should remain silent. Oh, the lark's laughter, as melodious as her namesake, attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. So, esteemed one, where do we go now? That is indeed a pertinent question. Initially, Cheng Shi's primary objective was to engage with the lower class, who frequently interacted with these dwarf refugees. However, he suddenly realized that since the dwarf's presence here is linked to the Duke, perhaps meeting this Duke would prove to be a prudent choice. He gestured towards the staircase, indicating for Bai Ling to ascend. Bai Ling's expression shifted, and she whispered in alarm, There are guards. If we proceed boldly, we will be stopped. Cheng Shi's eyes flickered with mischief as he replied, Utilize your advantage. Bai Ling paused momentarily, then understood his intent. She lifted her skirt and hurried towards the staircase. Indeed, as she reached the entrance, she was halted by a guard clad in iron armor. Upon seeing this, Bai Ling quickly lowered her head and approached, murmuring softly, The Duke requires my presence. The guards' faces were obscured by their helmets, concealing their expressions, yet the tightening grip on their spears betrayed their inner astonishment. Perhaps they were contemplating the implications of the word requires. Noticing their silence, Bai Ling extended her hand and made a gesture with her fingers intertwining. A vulgar sign prevalent in the pleasure houses of Hope Island, implying servility and obsequiousness, an act unbecoming of any respectable lady. Only those of certain professions would dare to employ such a gesture to denote their worth. The two guards appeared, even more taken aback. I stated the Duke requires me. Yet, the Duke did not send any word. Are you suggesting the Duke must inform you whenever necessary? The guards were momentarily flummoxed by the inquiry. Indeed, why would the Duke notify me? They exchanged glances, each finding conviction in their thoughts, and both stepped back. Bai Ling felt a surge of joy and exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a demeanor of restraint as he followed suit. The two guards contemplated a further obstruction, but Bai Ling, her expression turning frosty, declared, Foolishness. Are you unaware of the need for discretion? What of the Duke's reputation if I ascend alone? With the guards momentarily perplexed, they reluctantly permitted the young attendant to proceed. Their acquiescence, however, stemmed not from concern for the Duke's honor, but rather from the realization that this servant possessed an extraordinary handsomeness that belied his subordinate status. Resembling more a cherished pet of the noblewomen, Thus, one might ponder whether it was the Duke who required her or the Duchess who needed him. Ultimately, perhaps both were in need. After all, they were merely guards. Why overthink matters? With the two guards conceding passage, Bai Ling cheerfully led Cheng Shi up the staircase. Just as they vanished onto the second floor, Feng Shiqing, accompanied by Su Lu, stealthily approached. "Greetings, we seek an audience with the Duke." Feng Shiqing spoke with grace and courtesy, her demeanor far removed from the brusque nobility of Brusque Town. "An audience with the Duke? He is likely occupied." The guard replied without hesitation, his frigid demeanor rendering his refusal difficult to accept. Feng Shiqing's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in contemplation of how Cheng Shi and Bai Ling had gained entry. Su Lu, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, "Why are we not permitted to ascend? How did those two manage it?" Upon hearing this, the guard raised his lance, asserting silence. "No one is allowed to ascend and disturb the Duke. No one has gone up. Please leave at once." At this very moment, they finally remembered to uphold the honor of the Duke, if he still possessed any. "You. Let us depart. It suffices that they are upstairs. Yet, that fellow surnamed Cheng is nothing but a rogue." Feng Shiqing felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Yet she silently mocked him in her heart. "How dare you speak such words with such audacity? Can he compare to your level of depravity?" She refrained from voicing her thoughts for the sake of Su Lu's dignity and quietly walked away. Seeing her friend leave, Su Lu hastily followed suit. While Su Lu faced her own humiliation, Cheng Shi had already arrived at the Duke's chamber on the second floor. However, upon pushing open the door and witnessing the scene within, his countenance darkened immediately. In the spacious room lay a middle-aged gentleman, adorned in opulent garments, sprawled upon the bed, his chest stained with blood, already devoid of life. Bai Ling's eyes widened in shock, her hand covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "He is. Shoo! Someone's coming." Cheng Shi swiftly pulled Bai Ling into the room, gently closing the door behind them, and concealed her in the wardrobe opposite the bed. The wardrobe was cramped, filled with an assortment of garments. With little choice, Cheng Shi squeezed inside. The standing space was limited, and after he occupied most of it, Bai Ling had no option but to crouch at his feet, desperately using the hem of her clothing to shield herself. To close the wardrobe door, she had to clutch onto certain supports tightly. "Sister, be gentle. Rest assured, I won't be indiscreet." Thus, they truly found themselves in a precarious embrace. Click. The door lock turned, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Before Cheng Shi could discern the identities of several newcomers, an irate female voice resonated through the air. "I merely instructed you to incapacitate him, not to take his life. Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions?" In response, a deep male voice replied, "Dila, you must trust me, I did not kill him." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, recalling the name's association. Dila, the Duchess of Brooks, the foremost lady of the town who had been inappropriately touched by a guard. So who is this man? Chapter 28. The murder at the banquet. Feel this. The blood is still warm. He has only just perished, and I have been with you the entire time. How could I have had the opportunity to kill him? Yet he met his demise in the room you arranged. You are the catalyst for this calamity. The male voice sighed heavily, offering further explanation. "All right. Even if I did kill him, would that not be advantageous? His death removes all obstacles between us. He may die, but not now. You have ruined everything." "What do you mean by everything? Dila, are you concealing something from me? You have changed recently. You seem so unfamiliar to me. Are you interested in someone else?" "Absolutely not." The woman's voice was laced with fury, yet she refrained from further elaboration, urgently stating, "The banquet is about to commence. Once everyone learns of his death, we are finished." "Finished? You are the Duchess, a victim of circumstance, while I am but a mere Duke's nephew, an ordinary guard, liable only for the minor offense of neglecting my duties. How could we possibly face ruin? I am too anxious. He cannot simply perish. The matters concerning the decree remain unresolved, and the citizens of the territory will surely protest. Dila, these are the concerns of the Duke. You are merely the Duchess. But he is dead. Dead." The Duchess struggled to suppress her cries, yet her voice betrayed a hint of hysteria, as if the Duke's demise had struck her profoundly. "What does it matter that he is dead? You possess the rights to all his possessions. Is that not sufficient? Brooks' estate is ample enough for us to squander for generations. What? Do you still aspire to be a duchess?" "No. I only care for those. The citizens of the town. Dila, you have truly changed. Why concern yourself with those commoners? You do not understand. Listen, you must guard this place and allow no one to enter. I will find a way. We must ensure that news of his death does not leak out." With that, The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the Duchess anxiously exited the room. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi and Bai Ling exchanged glances in the confined space, both releasing a sigh of relief. If this ordinary guard is to keep watch over the room, his next move should be to step outside, thus granting them the opportunity to escape first. To everyone's surprise, the moment the Duchess slammed the door, the man who claimed to be an ordinary guard wore a smile at the corner of his lips and turned to look at the wardrobe. "I apologize for the commotion you've just witnessed, but fear not, it shall soon come to an end." He clapped his hands and remarked with an appreciative grin, "Come out now. Considering the small favor you've done for me, I can grant you a swift resolution." Cheng Shi and Bai Ling exchanged glances once more, their hearts sinking. They had been discovered. What should they do? Bai Ling silently inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Shi communicated through lip movements, "Can you fight?" Bai Ling shook her head, but upon recalling that Cheng Shi was merely a priest, she nodded and inscribed a number on Cheng Shi's leg with her finger, 1321. Cheng Shi immediately understood. This was her score on the ladder of heaven. It was indeed alarmingly low. Bai Ling's demeanor suggested that neither of them appeared to possess such a score. Cheng Shi simply could not fathom how she could rank so poorly. Had she failed each time, yet survived? That seemed far more challenging than consistently achieving high scores. Nevertheless, she was still a hunter. Her offensive capabilities were certainly preferable to those of a priest. "Stay calm. Let's confront him," Cheng Shi silently declared, gently patting Bai Ling's shoulder to signal that he would push the door open. Bai Ling was taken aback, but soon grasped his intent and began to silently count down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The two of them simultaneously burst through the door. Bai Ling instantly summoned her longbow, activating her sensory hunting talent, aiming directly at the depths of the man's desires in an attempt to disrupt his actions. Cheng Shi rolled a few times on the ground, casting his healing spell on both individuals ahead of time, ensuring ample healing reserves. However, upon their emergence from the door, they discovered that the previously menacing guard now stood at the foot of the bed, grinning sinisterly at them from a distance. It felt as though their sensory pursuit had collided with an impenetrable wall, firmly barred from entry. This was dire. He possessed a mental defense skill. Although he spoke, his expression remained cautious, his eyes scrutinizing Cheng Shi and his companion, chuckling. The followers of corruption among the refugees, seeking to oppose the Duke's decree, infiltrated his estate to assassinate him on the eve of the announcement. What a plausible explanation. Now, my suspicions are entirely absolved. I truly must thank you for this. Cheng Shi's piercing gaze swept over the surrounding space and the guard's entire being, and soon he spotted a familiar object on the guard's hand. A ring. He was wearing a ring identical to the one in the possession of the dwarf. Cheng Shi was astonished by this striking coincidence, and without hesitation, he retrieved the ring from his pocket and held it aloft. At this moment, silence was preferable to spoken words. Let the opponent speculate. The guard, upon seeing the ring in Cheng Shi's hand, momentarily froze, then burst into incredulous laughter. "What? I merely paid the broker 300 gold coins. Didn't he say he had a band of dwarves to handle this? How is it that these dwarves have subcontracted this job? Ha ha ha, you are truly delightful. Who are you? How much did those little fellows pay you?" In an instant, Cheng Shi grasped the crucial insight. It turned out that those dwarves were precisely the ones sent by this individual to assassinate the Duke. They had merely slain the dwarf, only to collide with the demise of the Duke. Damn, this situation is truly beyond articulation. It was evident that the adversary showed no mercy, despite the fact that they were merely hired assassins. 30 gold coins. What? Ha ha ha, did you say how much? The guard's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. 20 would suffice. His smile faltered, furrowing his brow in apparent confusion. A swift separation. No sooner had the words left his lips than Cheng Shi accelerated, directly targeting the guard's leg deficiencies through a rapid metabolic process. Consequently, the guard's leg vitality surged. Yet he experienced an unfamiliar lethargy due to the altered state of his limbs. Seizing this fleeting moment of delay might present an opportunity. Bai Ling clearly comprehended Cheng Shi's countdown. At the instant his words fell, she released an arrow imbued with corruption towards the guard. Their synergy was remarkable, and just as the guard's legs weakened, the arrow struck his arm. The power of desire, akin to tendrils, began to ensnare his reason, tearing at his emotions. However, the guard remained unfazed, a cold smirk curling his lips as he proclaimed, "Resistance is prohibited here." A surge of holy light radiated from the guard, swiftly enveloping the room in a golden hue. The longbow in Bai Ling's grasp slipped uncontrollably from her hands, and even the arrows embedded in the guard fell silently to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Shi's pupils constricted, realizing the grave predicament. This was the power of order. Opposite them stood a lawmaker. O singers of order, how is it that in this day and age, singers can also serve as guardians? Before Cheng Shi could fully comprehend the situation, the high-ranking adjudicator across from him had already unleashed a melodious voice, commencing the chant. The judge presides, and the time for execution has arrived. The shackles stifle the prisoner's cries, and the chains shatter the pride of the condemned. Here, they shall face judgment, embrace the sanctifying flames, and bask in the glory of the divine. Then, under the watchful gaze of order, they shall be reduced to ashes. With each verse sung, Cheng Shi felt his physical state plummeting at an alarming rate. Silence, confinement, searing heat, and repentance, these four negative states amassed upon him. Their oppressive weight palpable. In but a moment, both individuals found themselves collapsed upon the ground, gasping for breath. The condition of Bai Ling was evidently worse than Cheng Shi's. It was as if an invisible giant foot bore down upon her, pinning her firmly to the floor, contorting her body and visage. Vivid crimson flowed from her 7 orifices, and soon her vision began to blur. She glanced at Cheng Shi, equally wretched, devoid of the fear of death, only managing a sorrowful smile as she apologized. I am truly sorry. Great one. I am too weak. Yet silence enveloped them all, rendering her voice unable to escape her throat. Cheng Shi only observed as Bai Ling parted her lips, then smiled gently before closing her eyes. Weakness, after all, is the original sin, is it not? The guardian chuckled derisively, drawing forth a long sword as he slowly approached Cheng Shi. Chapter 29. The death of Cheng Shi. Strangely, there was no sorrow in Cheng Shi's eyes. Perhaps he simply did not care about the demise of Bai Ling. He incessantly accelerated his metabolism, attempting to conjure the magic of time to erase the debilitating effects of the negative state imposed upon him. As a singer, inflicting adverse conditions upon foes was his forte, and he relentlessly unleashed his spells, constricting the meager space left for Cheng Shi's survival. Before long, Cheng Shi felt himself growing weaker, succumbing to the relentless pull of death. Utterly defeated and left to await his demise, the guard approached Cheng Shi, observing his stillness and vacant stare. With a shake of his head, he sighed. Worms of the earth ought to remain underground, yet sometimes they possess their own utility. I find myself both fond of you and repulsed by you. What a contradiction indeed. But before he could finish his thought, the guard abruptly raised his sword and thrust it downward with the swiftness of a lightning strike, piercing Cheng Shi's chest without affording him a chance for redemption. The blade pierced his heart. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. Mere seconds later, the spark of life within them abruptly extinguished. In the fleeting moment before his vision surrendered to darkness, he beheld the door before him suddenly burst open with a resounding crash, revealing a familiar face. Cheng Gu. It was a Ming. But he was too late. Cheng Shi managed a reluctant smile before finally closing his eyes. Upon entering, a Ming was immediately enveloped by a palpable force of order. His gaze fell upon the fallen bodies of his 2 comrades, and in a frenzy, he lunged toward the astonished guard, exclaiming, I will kill you. I will kill you. How could this be? This is the realm of order. How could one be unbound? Order? I embody order. This statement is undeniably blasphemous, yet Ming does not face divine retribution. He mutters frantically, his expression contorted and fierce, and in a swift motion, he appears behind the guard. The guard, caught off guard, displays an exaggerated expression of terror. He seems to want to scream. But before he can utter a sound, a bloody dagger pierces through his back, emerging straight through his chest. A murky yellow light flickers momentarily on the blade, and the guard, gazing at the tip protruding from his chest, spits out a mouthful of tainted blood, his eyes wide open in death. Brother Chum, I have avenged you. Ming's voice is twisted and sobbing as he kicks the lifeless body in front of him and collapses onto the ground, his eyes vacant. At that moment, Fang Shiqing rushes in with Su Lu. Ming looks up at them, his eyes glistening with tears. Su Lu, upon witnessing the horrific scene, pales significantly and clutches tightly at Fang Shiqing's garment. Though she harbors no fondness for Cheng Shi, the shared identity of players evokes a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Fang Shiqing surveys the grim tableau, fixating on the deceased Bai Ling and Cheng Shi, biting her lip fiercely, her complexion devoid of color. How could this happen? What transpired? I am uncertain. I arrived somewhat late. At that moment, I was exploring the 2nd floor when I heard a commotion from this room, prompting me to rush over. Upon entering, I found Cheng Gu and Niao Niao. Ming appeared to be filled with remorse. as he nervously ruffled his hair and hung his head in despair. Who lies upon the bed? Just as the question escaped my lips, Su Lu's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed at the figure on the bed and exclaimed, "It is him, the one foretold to perish." She suddenly realized that the deceased on the bed could very well be the Duke, who had long been absent from sight. Su Lu, upon witnessing the scene, murmured in a daze, "So it is not us who are to die, but rather, the Duke has perished, and that Cheng." Although the prophecy did not foretell the demise of any players, the grim reality was that 2 players had indeed met their end. Given the circumstances, 2 possibilities emerged. Either Cheng Shi was caught in the act of murder by the guard, leading to the guard silencing him, or the guard discovered Cheng Shi committing murder and he failed to retaliate. As for which scenario it was, just as Fang Shiqing finished articulating her conjecture, Su Lu lowered her head and remarked, "I believe it must be that the guard witnessed Cheng Shi committing murder." Fang Shiqing's expression hardened, a fleeting disdain flickering in her eyes, and she coldly inquired, "Why?" "He may have intended to usurp the Duke's identity. He resembles such a person." Although Su Lu was acutely aware that speaking such words at this moment was ill-advised, she found herself mustering the courage to voice her conjecture. Fang Shiqing listened, her brows furrowing in contemplation, yet she refrained from expressing her displeasure. "Sister Fang, what shall we do now?" Fang Shiqing glanced at the clock, noting that nearly 7 hours had elapsed, leaving them with just over 5 hours. "You all should step outside and devise a means to guard the entrance. As companions, we must see them off." Ming cast a bewildered glance at Fang Shiqing, suddenly recalling that this pillar of support was also a singer. Singers chronicle tales, and the protagonists of these narratives are often a diverse array of individuals, including a multitude of the deceased. Thus, they excel in rendering funeral songs and reciting elegies. Su Lu contemplated whether such a ritual might be a waste of precious time, yet upon observing the resolute expression on Fang Shiqing's face, she bit her lip and stepped forward to exit. Ming followed closely behind, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. As Fang Shiqing brushed past him, she gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Once the 2 had exited the room and closed the door behind them, the sorrow etched on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of indignation. She opened a book, tore out a page, and with a delicate flick, the entire room was enveloped in stillness. Even the drapery that fluttered in the breeze became frozen in time. Silence reigned within the space. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. She then strode over to Cheng Shi's side, gazing at him, who had met a tragic end, her face a mix of fury and a twisted smile. Fang Shiqing recalled the moment she had awakened in the dense fog, feeling a note pressed against her chest, slipped there while nestled in Cheng Shi's embrace. At that time, seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, she had discreetly peered at the note. "It is written above, 'Esteemed bearer of the flame, I greet you as though we stand face to face, even if I am mere inches away. Yet, I implore you, do not gaze upon me, nor offer me a smile. This is a plea for assistance, a missive from my future self. Should I meet my demise, and you happen upon my lifeless form, I beseech you to grant me a second chance. I would be eternally grateful. Moreover, when in the company of 3, one must exercise utmost caution." In retrospect, gazing down upon the figure of Cheng Shi, it seems he has indeed succumbed to death. How did this scoundrel foresee his own end? How dare you place such unwavering trust in me? What makes you so certain that I shall come to your rescue? You have spurned my assistance. Do you not fear that I might likewise reject you? Scoundrel! Fang Shiqing's brows furrowed in ire as she reprimanded Cheng Shi vehemently. The space was enveloped in silence, rendering them invisible to the outside world, as if engaged in a silent tribunal. Yet, ultimately, she resigned herself to fate. Tearing a page from the tome and fashioning it into a makeshift bandage, applying it to Cheng Shi's wound. The moment the page made contact, it transformed into a radiant green light imbued with the essence of life, penetrating Cheng Shi's being. The once lifeless Cheng Shi, nourished by this life-giving light, instantaneously opened his eyes. The sound of his labored breathing filled the air, unheard by anyone else. Observing Cheng Shi's comical demeanor, Fang Shiqing could not help but stifle a laugh. A rush of fresh air filled his lungs, the long-forgotten sensations of the mortal realm surged through his limbs, prompting him to inhale deeply several times. He was alive, revived. His first instinct was to glance upwards, not towards Fang Shiqing, but to retrieve his watch from his pocket to ascertain how much time had elapsed. Upon realizing that only a mere 20 minutes had passed since his death, he exhaled a sigh of relief, liberating himself from the burdens of anxiety that had weighed heavily upon his heart. He then turned his gaze towards the lifeless lark beside him, as well as the guard whose eyes were wide open in a final expression of fury, and suddenly burst into silent laughter, akin to a mute jester in a pantomime. Indeed, the thigh was dependable, or rather, the city guardian proved to be reliably so. Fang Shiqing observed Cheng Shi laughing joyfully to himself, completely disregarding her, his savior, and in a fit of indignation, kicked him twice. Cheng Shi hastily rose, clasped his hands in gratitude, and then pointed towards the lark nearby. Fang Shiqing's expression darkened. She gestured towards the book in her hand, mouthing words that conveyed, wasting pages. You are a priest, save yourself. Cheng Shi, feeling helpless, snapped his fingers. As the soundless snap echoed, the lark's crushed form gradually regained its vitality, and in mere moments, her eyes fluttered open once more. A retrospective healing, a gift from time. As her clear eyes opened, they brimmed with astonishment, and she stared blankly at Cheng Shi, murmuring, "It truly is real." Fang Shiqing deciphered her lips and turned in confusion to Cheng Shi, seemingly inquiring what was indeed real. Cheng Shi shrugged, indicating his own ignorance. The lark, noticing the big shot still feigning ignorance, joined in with a silly laugh. Reborn, she appeared to have become even more alluring. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. The scent of corruption thickened. Yet, Cheng Shi concealed his intentions adeptly, leaving no trace of his true nature. The lark, though lacking in guile, could not help but fixate her gaze on Cheng Shi, her eyes lingering in a manner that was unsettling, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Fang Shiqing was entirely unaware of what Bai Ling was contemplating, as her mind was consumed by the earlier encounter she had shared with Cheng Shi in the cabinet. In Chapter 30, titled The Detective Cheng Shi had quietly uttered a phrase, "Don't panic, just do it," before patting Bai Ling on the shoulder. Just when Bai Ling believed this to be a form of indirect consolation, a small vial of potion slipped from Cheng Shi's fingertips and landed squarely on her chest, wedged perfectly in between. Startled, she glanced down to find the vial clearly labeled with a line of small text, "Potion name, contempt of the deceased." It promised that upon consumption, one would not truly perish during the duration of its effects. Bai Ling, taken aback, lifted her gaze only to discover that Cheng Shi was already counting down. Without wasting a moment, she swallowed the contents of the vial in the fleeting instant before dashing out. The outcome of the battle is known to all. She did indeed die. Yet now, she had undeniably returned to life. This was no mere jest to incite her into a reckless charge. Cheng Shi had not betrayed her trust. As for why Bai Ling placed such unwavering faith in Cheng Shi, even she would find it difficult to articulate. Perhaps it was because he had never harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards her, who was so easily manageable. She felt gratitude towards her former teammates, who, though distant, still contributed to the recognition of the contempt of the deceased. Cheng Shi's innate ability, offering to the void, could not store fabricated items, but could only be employed in the moment. However, this ability required a prerequisite, widespread acknowledgement from others. Intriguingly, through numerous experiments, Cheng Shi found that the threshold for this acknowledgement was quite modest. Only 5 individuals, aside from himself, needed to recognize it to fulfill the requirement. It is quite a coincidence that the number of trial participants corresponds perfectly. At that moment, concealed within the cabinet, Cheng Shi lacked any credible attributes to earn the recognition of others, thus he was unable to conjure something novel. In a state of helplessness, he resorted to discreetly marking a bottle of the Clich de disdain of the deceased. Although this was a gamble, betting that his teammates would not discern the true nature of the potion, Cheng Shi was not entirely devoid of confidence. At least, in his calculations, there were about 3 or 4 individuals who would likely not delve deeply into such matters. Coupled with the presence of Bai Ling at the scene, that was sufficient. Ultimately, it proved that Cheng Shi had indeed won his wager. Despite consistently rolling a mere 1 on the dice, fortune favored his endeavors. Upon witnessing the two emerge unscathed, Fang Shiqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Cheng Shi, her expression grave, demanding an explanation. Cheng Shi's countenance darkened as he gazed towards the door. Fang Shiqing immediately grasped the implication, recalling the cryptic note from Cheng Shi which warned, "When 3 are together, one must exercise caution." A Ming. Is there an issue with a Ming? Cheng Shi smirked subtly, silently conveying, a Ming may not be the problem. But whether a Ming truly is a Ming remains uncertain. What? Both Fang Shiqing and Bai Ling's expressions shifted dramatically, shaking their heads in disbelief. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow, questioning. His heartstring resonance has not altered. Are you certain? Bai Ling, equally perplexed, added, Boss, his attitude towards me has remained unchanged. Despite this, Bai Ling chose to trust Cheng Shi's judgment, recognizing that if an individual posed a threat, ensuring the stability of their internal circle was paramount. Cheng Shi shook his head, opting to remain silent, merely gesturing for everyone to prepare to apprehend the suspect, regardless of whether aiming is indeed aiming. Capturing him discreetly as a nimble assassin proves to be a formidable challenge. Relying solely on Cheng Shi and Bai Ling may prove insufficient. Yet the addition of Fang Shiqing to their ranks could significantly ease the endeavor. Cheng Shi, like a devoted follower, approached Fang Shiqing, who glared at him for an extended moment before sighing deeply, tearing a page from a book adorned with golden script. S-class talent, eternal prison. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Shi's expression brightened as he sensed the surging power of time emanating from the page. This was a skill left behind by a time walker. Compensate me, he stated with solemnity. Nodding in agreement, Cheng Shi watched as Fang Shiqing swiftly opened the door. In an unsuspecting moment, a page struck aiming on the shoulder. With a thunderous burst, the force of time exploded forth, and before aiming could react, he found himself ensnared by the shackles of time, rendered immobile. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Sister Fang, you. Su Lu, equally startled, took a step back, revealing a small dagger in her hand. Her expression filled with trepidation as she glanced at her thigh. Before she could await Fang Shiqing's response, an even more bewildering event unfolded. Cheng Shi and Bai Ling, who had just perished in the room, emerged unscathed. Well, not entirely unscathed. Their clothes were somewhat wrinkled. You. Su Lu was utterly flabbergasted, her mind racing with a myriad of conspiracy theories. The most absurd part was that she began to suspect that Fang Shiqing might have acquiesced to some demand from Cheng Shi, plotting alongside that detestable adherent of time to take her life. As soon as Cheng Shi exited the room, he thrust a desire arrow, obtained from Bai Ling, into Ming's shoulder. Hiss. Brother Cheng, you're alive? What are you doing? Niao Niao, you're alive too? What exactly transpired? Ming stared in utter shock at everyone, his eyes darting about. Cheng Shi, observing his reaction, offered a knowing smile. My apologies, but I am indeed not dead. I suppose that may disappoint you. Ming paused, his expression darkening as he retorted, Brother Cheng, what do you mean? Naturally, I do not wish for any harm to befall my comrades, yet your implication seems to suggest that I attempted to kill you. I avenged you by eliminating that guard. Oh, so you avenged me, Cheng Shi replied, clapping his hands with a smirk. Indeed, you were a moment too late. Otherwise, you might have saved us both. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Sister Fang, please release me. Our time is limited. Fang Shiqing appeared oblivious, remaining vigilant against any potential threats nearby. Cheng Shi shook his head, unwilling to waste further time. You are not Ming, are you? Ming hesitated, then burst into laughter. Brother Cheng, what are you saying? If I am not Ming, then who am I? Have you forgotten? I traveled with you from the fog room. We split up to investigate based on Sister Fang's instructions, and then in this room, I avenged you. Have you lost your memory? I have not lost my memory, nor do you need to feign, Uncle Huang. Who? Huangbo? Fang Shiqing exclaimed in astonishment, immediately activating some innate ability to probe Ming's identity. Yet the outcome was unsurprising. He was indeed Ming. Cheng Shi, are you certain? He is Huangbo? Ming could only manage a bitter smile, replying, Brother Cheng, what are you insinuating? Huangbo has yet to arrive. The gate of memory remains open. How could I possibly be Huangbo? Cheng Shi chuckled softly, continuing, How do you know he hasn't arrived? Ming's expression shifted, and he hastily clarified. What I meant was, when we arrived at the Duke's manor, he had not yet come. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, as of now, the gate of memory still stands ajar. Some have lagged behind and have not made it. However, those who have fallen behind are not Huangbo, but rather Ming. The true Huangbo stands before me. Ming appeared incensed by the relentless suspicion, his expression darkening as he bellowed. Cheng Shi, if you have any intentions, feel free to state them plainly. I have saved you time and again. Why do you cast doubt upon me? If you claim I am Huangbo, then produce your evidence. On what grounds do you assert that I am Huangbo? Observing Ming's frantic demeanor, Fang Shiqing's countenance wavered. She turned to Cheng Shi, only to see him publicly produce a small vial of liquid, twisting the cap open as he remarked, In truth, there exists ample evidence. For instance, an assassin laments his inability to extricate himself from the fog. a dead goblin in a servant's chamber did not perish by a single hand, but rather fell victim to internecine conflict, resembling not the judgment of order, but the chaotic strokes of chaos. Someone has slain the Duke. Yet that individual is neither the unfaithful guard nor myself nor the lark, and the murderer remains elusive. Moreover, there exists an individual with an innate talent for swiftly unlocking doors, yet in a moment of desperation, he opts for the more protracted method of kicking them down. With each utterance from Cheng Shi, a Ming's expression darkens, and the mouths of his comrades widen in astonishment. By the time the potion is uncorked, a grin has spread across Cheng Shi's face. Nevertheless, it matters not. For the vial in my grasp is named the truth of confession, a potent elixir employed by the executioners of the Grand Tribunal to interrogate wrongdoers. Whoever partakes of even a single drop shall divulge all, and as an assassin of order, you ought to be familiar with this concoction. As he speaks, Cheng Shi raises the vial above a Ming's head. Yet before the liquid can escape the bottle, a Ming erupts into manic laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Cheng Shi, excellent. You are truly formidable. That smile, reminiscent of our first encounter with Huang Bo, is identical. Chapter 31, The Death of Huang Bo and the Final Gate. It is truly you, Huang Bo. But where is the real Ming? How can this be? My lord, this. Cheng Shi smiles as he secures the potion, feeling a sense of relief within. The truth behind the confession is inherently false. Apart from Cheng Shi, there were only 4 others present, and the sacrifice to the void was bound to be ineffective. However, this does not preclude the possibility of extracting the truth. The essence of victory lies in the interplay of reality and illusion. Cheng Shi's scheme had succeeded, and the atmosphere was thick with speculation. Huang Bo, no longer concealing himself, wore the face of a Ming and laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Indeed, my lord has bestowed upon me an S-class talent, united in purpose. Cheng Shi, you are clever, but you are powerless against me." His tone was frenzied and brimming with confidence. If I were to survive, that little assassin could live alongside me. But if I perish, he shall meet the same fate. What does it matter if you have found me? The feeling of being toyed with is unpleasant, is it not? Ha ha ha. Does it not fill you with frustration? The only thing I underestimated was that this poet could resurrect you. But so what? I have outmaneuvered you, yet you remain helpless. Before Huang Bo could finish his sentence, Cheng Shi, with an unexpected flourish, produced a knife and plunged it directly into his heart. As he felt the blade pierce through, Huang Bo looked up in disbelief, gasping in shock. You have lost your mind. He will die. Cheng Shi let out a cold laugh. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. Having endured a stab, I shall let you experience the taste of having your heart pierced. With that, Cheng Shi swiftly withdrew the knife and drove it once more into Huang Bo's throat. Until he witnessed Huang Bo take his last breath, he skillfully severed the corpse's head, ignited a fire, and finally, with a sense of relief, snapped his fingers. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. If resurrection is still possible, I must concede your prowess. The 3 women stood in stunned silence, their minds a tumult of confusion. Fang Shiqin was the first to regain her composure. Her gaze laden with complexity, she looked at Cheng Shi and asked, "You, what do you mean?" Cheng Shi touched the blood on his hands and replied with a smile, "I have long told you that I am not a good person, with 2 fewer companions. Our subsequent search efforts would become exceedingly arduous." Sister Fang, wait. Su Lu suddenly tugged at Fang Shiqin's sleeve. There is something amiss. Cheng Shi is a pastor, and Bai Ling is a rather less formidable hunter. Given Huang Bo's capabilities, he could have easily eliminated them without such convolutions. Why resort to manipulating an NPC? Indeed, Su Lu's assertion held merit. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Lu to be the first to grasp the situation. Perhaps it was due to Fang Shiqin and Bai Ling viewing him through rose-tinted lenses, rendering his decisive actions more shocking to them. In contrast, Su Lu, who had remained an objective observer, became the one to unravel the enigma. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Shiqin appeared to connect the dots. She suddenly turned her gaze towards the room. Chaos might prompt Huang Bo to receive directives to eliminate us, yet it would not provide him with the answers to the trials. Thus, it was not that he was unwilling to act, but rather that he needed to rely on others to uncover the truth. The answer is that guard? She glanced at Cheng Shi, seeking clarification. Cheng Shi clapped his hands in appreciation and laid bare the causal chain of events along with his conjectures. Intelligent. Perhaps he overheard the conversation between the guard and me outside, or maybe he had already seen the ring and was merely waiting for me to unravel the mystery. I had indeed found an answer. If I was not mistaken, the guard was not dead. Huangbo's next plan was to take him to a location unknown to you, while he himself would depart from here. Of course, I had no knowledge of how he discerned that this place was the final act, or whether his benefactor had provided him with clues for the subsequent scene in advance. Fang Shiqing's gaze was complicated. Did you suspect aiming from the very beginning? Even earlier than in the fog? Cheng Shi smiled. It was merely a conjecture. As he spoke, he cast a glance into the room. Bailing understood immediately and rushed inside to check the guard's vital signs. Sure enough, a murky glow enveloped the guard's heart, preventing him from dying instantly. There is still hope. Fang Shiqing followed closely, watching the guard, who was clinging to life, and turned to Cheng Shi. It's still your turn. Cheng Shi did not refuse. He cast a healing spell on this enemy who had once harmed him. Just as the guard was about to regain consciousness, another spell of hypnosis struck him. This time, it was not Fang Shiqing who spoke up. Su Lu anxiously exclaimed. Such a crude guide left everyone with a grim countenance. But fortunately, the fragile guard had already lost his clarity of mind. He was bewildered for a long while before finally nodding. Immediately following this, the guardian that had just been rescued erupted with a thunderous roar, disintegrating into a myriad of sparkling fragments. These scintillating motes coalesced once more, transforming into the Gate of Memories. However, this time, a golden frame adorned the portal, signifying the ultimate gateway. Its emergence heralded the impending conclusion of the trial. Stepping through this threshold would ensure survival for all and bestow rewards upon them. Is it over? Su Lu never anticipated that this ordeal would prove so effortless. They had located the final exit with ample time remaining. A mere 8 hours had elapsed since the trial commenced, leaving nearly a third of the allotted time still intact. Fang, sister? She instinctively recoiled a couple of steps back. A person capable of indiscriminate murder. A staunch adversary of her beliefs. Would they turn against her at the exit? The thought was too terrifying to entertain, prompting her to desire an immediate escape from this place. Su Lu's gaze swept across the positions of everyone present, and with a determined resolve, she charged towards the ultimate gate. Ah! Su Lu shrieked in terror, instinctively unleashing the singer's skill aimed directly at Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi could not evade it, his expression darkening as he endured the negative effects, subsequently tossing her aside onto the ground. Witnessing this, Fang Shiqing stepped in front of Su Lu, visibly irate. Cheng Shi, enough. Bai Ling stood in a state of shock, perplexed as to why Cheng Shi would not allow Su Lu to leave. Nevertheless, she shifted her stance, drawing her bow and positioning herself behind Cheng Shi. Fang Shiqing observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Sister Fang, save me. Cheng Shi, you. No, wait. Cheng Shi paid no heed to the chaos surrounding him. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. This cannot be right. If this leads to the next act, perhaps there is no issue. However, if this is the final gate, the answer is alarmingly simplistic. The oracle's prophecy has yet to be fulfilled. Where, then, is the hand that lifts the teacup? Fang Shiqing was taken aback by his words. Sighing in relief, it appeared that Cheng Shi harbored no intentions of murder. Rather, he seemed to question the validity of the answer. Yet, the labyrinth of memories has but a singular final gate. How could this be erroneous? Su Lu collapsed to the ground, trembling violently, her eyes filled with terror and hatred. Fixated on Cheng Shi, we scaled the outer wall to the second floor and discovered the Duchess's chamber, indeed finding the cup, she stated. Cheng Shi, what the seer witnessed may not necessarily depict the current timeline. The Duchess may have indeed used that cup. However, I feel it serves more as a beacon guiding us here, either to the scene of the Duke's demise or to seek out the Duchess's paramour. Cheng Shi frowned and shook his head. This doesn't add up. Where is the Duchess? We have squandered nearly an hour here. Has the banquet not commenced? Or are all guests still patiently awaiting the Duke's arrival? It seems none have departed. Why is that? What scheme could the Duchess be concocting to obscure news of the Duke's death? The uncertainties in Cheng Shi's heart grew more profound. Everything before him felt as though an invisible hand was presenting the answers on a silver platter, urging them to swallow the truth eagerly. Yet, this sense of coercion was unsettling to him. What exactly was amiss? He began to ponder deeply. The entire enigma of the eternal night was not overly complex. In the second act, they encountered the Duke's stableman, Jork. They found him because they had glimpsed the true visage of the servant, an orc maiden, and saw the dwarves concealed beneath their hides. Subsequently, he discovered the guard's insignia, the ring, and confronted the guard. The guard acknowledged the existence of the ring and was led to the door of memory. It seemed there were no issues. However, this guard appeared to mention a broker during his admission. A spark of realization ignited in Cheng Shi's mind as he suddenly recognized that he had entered a cognitive blind spot. That broker. Chapter 32. A tale in the second final gate. What? The lark behind him was startled. Cheng Shi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Lark, he mentioned a broker. Is it possible that the guard does not actually know who those dwarves are, but is merely familiar with this ring?" The lark, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped Cheng Shi's implication. Meanwhile, the dwarves in the servants' quarters exhibited no logical inconsistencies. They even seemed to possess knowledge about eliminating the invading players. The lark's eyes widened in disbelief. "But the answer has clearly manifested." Fang Shiqing echoed. "Cheng Shi. The maze of memory has never presented a second answer." "Huh. The forbidden arts have never appeared in the trials of war. Did we not encounter them last time? I recall the dice cast during the decree of the clasp resulted in a 5. Upon hearing Cheng Shi call her clip, Su Lu was consumed by rage. Yet she dared not voice her feelings. Fang Shiqing appeared contemplative. Indeed. Could it be that this prophecy is suggesting we possess an additional 50 of choices? Cheng Shi regarded Su Lu intently, articulating with precision. She scored 1600. The die has 10 faces, and 5 represents exactly half. Everyone was taken aback. Yet no one dared to contest his words, for Cheng Shi's explanation was indeed coherent. Furthermore, the prophecy of fate remained shrouded in mystery until the very end. Its true meaning eludes all comprehension. However, we lack further evidence or clues to uncover a second answer. The sheer number of individuals in the manor, coupled with the numerous deaths, has rendered our situation quite precarious. Yet, at the very least, we still have time, do we not? Cheng Shi smiled lightly and began to stride forward. "I have thought of someone. Perhaps she holds one of the answers." "Who?" Bai Ling inquired, keeping pace. Fang Shiqing hesitated for a moment, then pulled Su Lu along as well. Su Lu was exceedingly reluctant to follow, yet Fang Shiqing's grip was firm, leaving her no escape. Clearly, Fang Shiqing still placed her faith in Cheng Shi, unwilling to let Su Lu march toward her demise. Yet Su Lu's gaze towards Fang Shiqing was laden with both anger and derision. The once reliable ally now seemed to have lost her sense of reason. The adherent of time was beguiling the hearts of others. Cheng Shi led the group away from the second floor, swiftly searching the manor. The guests at the banquet had indeed not departed. They continued to laugh and converse as if the Duke's tardiness had become a customary affair. He disregarded the mindless nobles and swiftly led everyone away from the banquet hall to the initial servants' quarters. Fang Shiqing followed his gaze and observed a fine layer of sand beneath the threshold, where someone had left a shallow footprint. "What is this?" Cheng Shi pointed at the ground and smiled. "It's soil from the courtyard. I anticipated that regardless of the motives behind inviting these dwarfs, once their absence at the designated time and place was noted, someone would inevitably come to investigate what had transpired. Hence, I scattered a handful of fine sand at the entrance. And now, as you can see, there lies the footprint of a noblewoman's high heel." This time, Bai Ling finally grasped the situation. Whether intentionally or out of genuine confusion, she inquired, "What does this signify? Did the Duchess come by? Is there a connection between the Duchess and that broker?" Cheng Shi regarded her as though she were foolish. Before he could respond, Fang Shiqing pondered aloud. "It indicates that the Duchess is not as simple as we presumed." Cheng Shi mentioned that she reacted strongly to the Duke's death. Yet if these dwarfs were hired to assassinate the Duke, her presence here is inexplicable. If one were to assert anything, it would be that she was already aware the dwarfs would arrive. Indeed, Cheng Shi nodded. As the Duchess, her recent unusual concern regarding the dwarfs from the refugee circus already raises significant questions. What questions? I have a hypothesis, but until I encounter the Duchess, I dare not make any definitive claims. Fang Shiqing promptly nodded and declared, "Let's split up and search." She grasped the irate Su Lu and hurried away, while Bai Ling stealthily approached and whispered, "Boss, are we truly not hiding this time?" Cheng Shi clicked his tongue in disdain, replying, "If we hide any longer, we won't be able to escape. Relying on you is unreliable." Bai Ling, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled softly, "I apologize, boss. I am simply too weak." This phrase felt remarkably familiar to Cheng Shi. He suddenly paused, gazing at Bai Ling's slightly apologetic face, his eyes softening considerably. "It's all right, as the boss. I can lead you to victory." With that, he strode confidently out of the door, beginning his quest for the Duchess. Bai Ling hurriedly followed, lifting her skirt. It was not until half an hour later that they found the Duchess on a small path at the back of the estate, preparing to leave in haste. Observing her urgency, The players decisively subdued the surrounding guards, blocking her escape. The Duchess glared at these unfamiliar faces, her expression filled with fury as she demanded, "Who are you? What do you want? On the land of Brooks, in the outskirts of the Duke's estate, you dare to assault the Duchess? Are you mad?" Cheng Shi stepped forward, a grin on his face as he retorted, "Are you truly the Duchess?" Dila's expression faltered, her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, "You shall pay for your foolishness." Cheng Shi ignored her outburst and continued, "I apologize for taking up your time, madam. I wish to tell you a story. And once I finish, you may leave. I assure you, my companions will not lay a finger on you." Dila was taken aback. "Really? Indeed. But you cannot hold our offense against us in retrospect. Have you come here solely to tell me a tale?" "Yes, esteemed lady. May I begin?" Dila's expression was filled with hesitation, yet the overwhelming circumstances compelled her to concede. "Then please, proceed." Cheng Shi bowed gracefully and began, but as soon as he spoke, Dila dashed away without a moment's delay. Fang Shiqing's countenance shifted dramatically. She swiftly withdrew a page from her book and flung it onto the path of the fleeing Duchess, causing a multitude of vines to ensnare her and bring her crashing to the ground. Lark, quick-witted and nimble, darted to her side, ready to bind her. Yet, just as Lark prepared to act, she realized the rope had instead severed the Duchess's waist, tearing through her flesh. To their astonishment, protruding from the jagged edges of her skin were enormous feet and a bald head. What, a dwarf? All present gazed at Cheng Shi in disbelief. He exhaled deeply and smiled elegantly. "You see, this is the story I intended to share." Fang Shiqing, still in shock, asked, "When did you discover this?" Cheng Shi pondered for a moment. "Perhaps when I recalled hearing in the tavern that they had impersonated many others." Fang Shiqing felt a pang of regret for his refusal of the Harbinger's invitation. Most importantly, throughout it all, his heart had never succumbed to darkness. Even when he had slain Huang Bo. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Fang Shiqing sighed. "You know what I am thinking. You speak as if I am a worm nestled within your belly." Cheng Shi approached the Duchess, extracting two dwarfs concealed beneath human skin. Upon seeing the light of day, the grotesque figures covered their faces and wailed. "It was Sambos's idea. He compelled us to impersonate the Duke and Duchess to seize control of the town. We were merely following orders. Please do not kill us." After their plea, two waves of hypnosis enveloped the pair. This time, Sulu remained silent, and Fang Shiqing did not utter a word, leaving Cheng Shi to take the lead. Once he finished his inquiries, the dwarf masquerading as the Duchess's lower half exploded into countless specks of light, coalescing into a final gateway. A second final gateway. This truly there exists a second one. Fang Shiqing gazed at the newly revealed door, her expression a medley of emotions. "Cheng Shi, have you truly not reconsidered what I said?" The glances exchanged between Su Lu and Bai Ling mirrored the tension between them. Cheng Shi chuckled casually. "No, thank you." He then bowed to everyone, cheerfully announcing, "The performance has concluded. Please exit in an orderly fashion." Observing the awkward scene, Cheng Shi smirked, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Bai Ling sprang into action. With a playful grin, she clasped Cheng Shi's arm, swiftly kissed his cheek, and then darted toward the final door like a fledgling returning to its nest. Just as she was about to step through, Cheng Shi suddenly called out, "Why choose him? Is it not out of affection?" Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into laughter. He was not amused by Bai Ling's straightforwardness. Rather, he found humor in her deception. As companions who had faced life and death together, he never felt the need to delve into the depths of any matter. Yet, knowing that Bai Ling had lied was, in itself, a cause for delight. In a world where survival was already a challenge, there seemed little reason to judge others. Moreover, she had never harmed anyone. Watching Bai Ling vanish behind the door, Cheng Shi wore a radiant smile. However, Fang Shiqing wore a troubled expression. She longed to extend another invitation but realized that Cheng Shi was unlikely to accept. With no other choice, she resignedly made her way toward the final door. Just before entering, she pushed Sulu forward, evidently unwilling to leave her alone with Cheng Shi. Unexpectedly, as Sulu was about to be ushered through the final door, she suddenly broke free, struggling fiercely and sprinting away. She ran several meters before turning to the astonished Fang Shiqing and the perplexed Cheng Shi and screamed in a frenzied manner, "It's all a lie. Everything is a lie. He is deceiving you. Sister Fang, he is deceiving you. This is all his ruse. Do not believe him. That door is fake. If we go in, we will all die." Chapter 33. Everything is a choice of fate. What is wrong with you? Cheng Shi rolled his eyes, his disdain palpable. Fang Shiqing was taken aback by Su Lu's intense reaction and asked in bewilderment, "How can you be so certain this is false, Su Lu? You witnessed Cheng Shi's entire reasoning process. If you have any doubts, you can voice them without resorting to this." As Fang Shiqing observed Su Lu's hesitant demeanor, she realized that Su Lu was indeed harboring something within her heart. Thus, she gently encouraged her, saying, "Speak up. We still have ample time." Su Lu glanced at the clock, gritted her teeth, and resolutely declared, "My lord has bestowed upon me a new commandment. Do not be deceived by the followers of time." Both Fang Shiqing and Cheng Shi were taken aback. Cheng Shi was astonished by what seemed to be a cognitive discrepancy regarding Su Lu's divine benefactor, as he was not truly a follower of time. Meanwhile, Fang Shiqing was struck by the possibility that Su Lu might be speaking the truth. "You, Sister Fang, I know you look down on me, deeming me foolish, weak, and a burden. Yet, I can see that you wish to protect me. Therefore, I must tell you this. Cheng Shi is a great deceiver. He intends to kill everyone. He has already slain a Ming and Huangbo, and now he seeks to eliminate you. Sister Fang, please come with me. Do not trust him. Everything he says is a lie." "Oh, so this is where the prophecy of fate lies. Now, dear leg, it is your moment of choice. Ha ha. Will you believe her or me? Choose one." With that, Cheng Shi chuckled as he stepped closer to the final door, silently awaiting the outcome. "Even you." Fang Shiqing tightened her grip on the book in her hands, her gaze wavering. "Cheng Shi, what commandment has he given you?" Cheng Shi paused, then replied with a smile. You've guessed it, have you? I indeed possess a purpose, which was revealed to me as we entered the third act. Time bestowed upon me a directive. It uttered, "Eliminate the follower of fate." "It is you. Indeed, it is you. Sister Fang, I have not erred. He desires to extinguish my existence. Yet he has deceived. His intent is to annihilate all. He has already commenced this endeavor. Only the two of us remain. Sister Fang, I am endeavoring to save you. I am striving to rescue you. Please trust me. I beseech you. He seeks to end your life. Why do you not approach? Fang Shiqing, do you perceive yourself as remarkable? Do you believe every choice you make is correct? You fool. How ironic that you are a disciple of truth. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that he is plotting against you. Only I am here to save you. You, Fang Shiqing, what are you doing?" Witnessing Fang Shiqing's choice of Cheng Shi, Su Lu completely shattered. Her teeth clenched as she glared at the approaching duo, then turned to flee. "Let them all perish. Let them all perish. Fools, let them all die." Cheng Shi, with keen interest, observed the advancing Fang Shiqing and jested, "Why not select the little follower?" Fang Shiqing sighed in resignation, borrowing a phrase from Su Lu. "If you wish to kill her, it need not be so complicated." Cheng Shi chuckled heartily. "You want to save her? The bearer of the flame transmits the fire of continuity. Such a person." Cheng Shi scoffed. "Indeed, respecting the destinies of others." The term fate was emphasized. Fang Shiqing comprehended his insinuation, no longer broaching the topic of invitation, but instead extended her hand towards Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi was taken aback, bewildered, unsure of his own thoughts, and placed his hand upon hers. Two warm hands clasped tightly together, not in an intertwining of fingers, but in a handshake. Fang Shiqing's palm was firmly grasped by him, transforming her open hand into a handshake. A rare moment of embarrassment flickered across Fang Shiqing's face, quickly replaced by her natural demeanor as she smiled and reminded him, "What about my compensation?" It was then that Cheng Shi recalled that she was requesting the reward for that eternal prison page. Oh dear, how awkward. Even his toes felt cramped. I remember. The mask of all beings. It was a splendid golden mask, substantial in weight. The moment Fang Shiqing grasped it, an introduction to the mask surfaced in her mind. Joyous mask. When you don this mask, your mood will forcibly shift to joy. When you expend this mask to perform summoning magic, your summoned entity will be replaced by the individual who granted you this mask. Fang Shiqing blinked, taking a considerable time to comprehend what it meant to be replaced by the individual who had bestowed her this mask. Could that not refer to Cheng Shi? She glanced at him and noticed his awkward expression. Indeed, presenting such an item to a lady was not an action that warranted praise. Yet, it was undeniably useful. This meant Fang Shiqing had the chance to summon a forgetting doctor, though she wondered if the summoned Cheng Shi possessed such remarkable skills to unravel dilemmas. Gently caressing the mask, she smiled with delight. "Thank you. I accept. I merely wish for you to discern the purpose of this item. In truth, I intended to bestow upon you a healing spell imbued with divine grace. Yet, you have clung to it obstinately, even going so far as to grasp it fervently in the end. Alas, it seems futile. After all, you are indeed a benefactor of my life. Thus, I shall consider this inconsequential mask, devoid of description and practical utility, as a parting gift. This shall serve as an additional offering. I shall inscribe a healing spell for you to remember. Is there anything else? Oh, very well. With a smile, Feng Shiqing retrieved her book and began to inscribe Cheng Shi's skill. Once everything was concluded, she closed the book and stepped decisively into the final gate. Cheng Shi, farewell. Cheng Shi watched Feng Shiqing vanish, chuckling softly as he shook his head. There was no time for farewells. As Feng Shiqing completely disappeared within the portal, Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened once more, directing itself towards Su Lu's departing figure, and he strode purposefully after her. She thought she could escape after succumbing to my sedative. How naive. Su Lu had indeed not fled far. While running, she collapsed in a small garden near the center of the banquet. The sedative had been applied by Cheng Shi when he pulled her away from the first final gate. Even in the urgency of that moment, he did not forget to apply the potion to his hands before taking hold of her. Of course, this was not a premeditated act against Su Lu, merely a precautionary measure, a step taken in foresight. Little did he expect it would come into play so soon. Originally, Cheng Shi dismissed Feng Shiqing's claim that time had bestowed upon him a divine decree as sheer nonsense, for he was not a devotee of time. However, unexpectedly, after Feng Shiqing departed from the trial, Cheng Shi indeed received a message from a deity. Yet, this deity was not time, but rather the deception he revered. The decree was identical to the one that commanded, eliminate that follower of fate. It was as if deception had observed his earlier performance and echoed his words. The perplexing question arose. Were you and fate not gods of the same destiny? What could this possibly signify? Cheng Shi found himself at a loss for words. When he finally reached the location, Su Lu lay unconscious on the ground. He grasped her collar and dragged her toward the final gate. Along the way, numerous servants cast curious glances, yet under the piercing intensity of his gaze, none dared to intervene. Cheng Shi continued onward, with Su Lu bumping along. Upon arriving at the final gate, Su Lu stirred awake, groaning from the excruciating pain in her back. Upon seeing Cheng Shi's face, she recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "Don't come near me. Ah, please don't kill me. I beg you, I was wrong. Spare me." Cheng Shi regarded her with an icy indifference and scoffed. "You? Worthy of such a consideration?" He seized Su Lu by the throat, lifting her effortlessly, and remarked, "Indeed, I have taken many lives and witnessed countless deaths. Yet, I still believe that, at times, death is too abrupt, lacking a certain elegance. What say you, Miss Prophetess?" Without waiting for Su Lu to respond, he directly pressed her head and threw her into the gate of memories. After completing this act, he took out the die from his hand and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Perhaps it is far more entertaining to disrupt her destiny than to slay the followers of fate." Cheng Shi gazed at the die with intense hope. Unfortunately, the die remained motionless, offering no response. TSK, dull. Cheng Shi put away the die and strode away from the trial. Special trial, Eternal Night's Maze Memory. Challenge successful. Scoring in progress. Calculating rewards. Player, Cheng Shi. Performance rating, S. Items obtained, Mask of Hope, S. X1. Items obtained, Mask of Regret, A. X1. Items obtained, Mask of Disdain, B. X1. Items obtained, Mask of Relief, A. X1. Path to Ascendancy 9. Stairway to Audience 3. Current score on Path to Ascendancy, 2125. Global ranking, 464024. Current score on Stairway to Audience, 161. Destiny ranking, 64. Trial cleared, exiting soon. Chapter 34. The Dawn That Pierces the Night in Reality. Within an undisclosed apartment in an unknown province, Bai Ling awakened in bed, feeling the warm sunlight streaming through the window onto her cheek. She raised her hand to touch her face and pinched herself fiercely. Ouch. I'm alive. The final gate is indeed real. I have survived once more. Her brows and eyes initially sparkled with joy, eliciting a soft laugh. However, the smile soon solidified upon her face, gradually dissipating. Her gaze, devoid of life, fell upon the pristine white ceiling. Why choose him? Was it not due to affection? Indeed, was it not for the sake of fondness? Yet, what is it that she truly cherishes? Slowly, she rose, shedding her garments just as she had after the trials, standing bare before the mirror, spinning around to inspect the marks left by her transgressions. The embrace of desire was not unpleasant, but did she genuinely cherish it? Perhaps. With a self-deprecating smile, she made her way towards the bathroom. This was an aging, dilapidated apartment. Yet, with the combined prayers of the surrounding players, hot water was still abundantly supplied. She turned the shower to its maximum flow and highest temperature, allowing the scalding water to cascade over her, reddening her skin. Her hands tirelessly scrubbed her body. Even though nothing could be washed away from her flushed skin, still, she persisted. It was only when she collapsed, utterly exhausted, within the bathroom that this torment came to an end. In devotion to you, what must I do? That beguiling voice echoed in her mind. Flesh, power, wealth, selfishness, greed, sloth, all shall be desires you can pursue. But I do not wish to harm others. Then, bring them joy. Joy. From that day forth, a seeker of sensory indulgence, a hunter of flesh, was born. She had never harmed anyone. Instead, she brought joy to others. Hours seemed to pass in a fleeting moment before the lark awoke, her face once again adorned with a smile. She rose slowly, drying her body, and selected a brand new suit from the fitting room, donning it with leisurely grace. For players, the fate of old clothes was singular, the trash bin. Yet, as she smoothed the hem of her skirt, she unexpectedly discovered a letter nestled within its folds, a letter crafted from pages of writing. Startled, she covered her mouth in disbelief as she gingerly extracted the letter, trembling as she unfolded it. The elegant handwriting danced before her eyes, an invitation from the fire bearer. In an unknown classroom in a distant province, Feng Shiqing adeptly grasped a piece of chalk, drawing a symbol on the blackboard. The moment her chalk touched the surface, the board twisted into a pure black door. Without hesitation, her gaze unwavering, she stepped through the threshold. Beyond the door lay an endless void. As she entered, invisible steps rose beneath her feet, guiding her to her destined location. After merely a few paces, Feng Shiqing beheld a figure seated before her, a person seemingly suspended in the air, gazing down at her, outlined by flickering candlelight. Feeling the weight of the stranger's gaze, Feng Shiqing shook her head with a wry smile. Must you be so ostentatious? Ching, this treatment is well-deserved. I have forged a path for you to communicate, one that even the gods cannot perceive. Shouldn't you express your admiration for me each time we meet? Hold on. Praise you. Praise the illustrious flame of hope. But please refrain from calling me Ching again. It is rather tiresome. Very well, Ching. Feng Shiqing helplessly rubbed her forehead. Has he arrived? Indeed. He is just ahead. By the way, why do you not refer to him as Ching? The candle-fire man hesitated, responding awkwardly, I fear he might strike me. Ha! Feng Shiqing could not contain her laughter, and her steps became significantly lighter thereafter. Soon after, she found herself in a brightly lit hall, where she encountered the imposing man. What a delight! Is there some joyous news? Have you been injured? Feng Shiqing furrowed her brow. A mere scratch, no matter. I crossed paths with the chosen one of corruption and exchanged blows twice. The man spoke lightly, yet the peril was evident upon reflection. Feng Shiqing chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Speak, for time is precious. Yes, I have sent out 2 new invitations, one to the Doctor of Oblivion and another to the Sensory Hunter. The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise evident. Followers of corruption? Yes, indeed, followers of corruption. And then, the doctor declined, but the hunter likely will not. Oh, the man, filled with enthusiasm, chuckled. Why? Because her heartstrings resonate with the same melancholic melody as ours, imbued with notes of compassion and vibrant with symbols of hope. Are you certain she is a corrupted believer? I am indeed certain. Well, you are the seeker of truth, and your word is final. May I then prepare a welcoming ceremony for our new companion? Feng Shiqing seemed to recall someone but shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, and smiled as she nodded. She will come. In an undisclosed room in an unknown province, Su Lu awoke with a scream, abruptly rising from her desk and sending the crystal ball and cards tumbling to the floor. Is this the rest area? As the deities allocated fragmented zones for all players, the concept of home gradually faded from collective consciousness. Most players referred to their dwelling as a rest area, while others called it a stopping point or a mere refuge. Su Lu stared in disbelief at her hands, quickly searching her own body. Upon realizing that she was indeed alive and unharmed, the terror on her face became even more pronounced. Why? Why was I dragged into the wrong final door by someone named Cheng, yet I still survived? Why did he have the opportunity but chose not to end my life? Why does fate instruct me not to trust the followers of time? Yet, Based on the outcome, it is evident that the followers of time were indeed correct. Why is this so? Is it fatal that I should perish? How could this be? Ever since I embraced the faith of fate, not a single day has passed without my reverence for you, without my praises sung in your honor, without my dauntless loyalty to your will. Yet, in the end, you have led me to my demise. How could this be my destiny? I refuse to accept it. In Su Lu's eyes, fear and fury intertwined. While discontent and hatred burgeoned within her, she clutched the die of fate tightly in her hand, her expression shifting through a tempest of emotions. On the rooftop, Xie Yang seemed to sense the commotion below. He leaned over the edge, anxiously calling out, Lulu, Lulu, are you all right? What has happened? Quickly. She regained her composure, responding in a light tone. I'm fine, Xiegu. I just accidentally bumped into the table. Yet, throughout the exchange, she never took a step towards the balcony where Xie Yang could see her. Thank goodness you're all right. You weren't injured during the trial, were you? Thanks to my brother's potion, I am unscathed, although it seems I have run out of it. Oh, that is all right. I'll ask Cheng Shi for another bottle. He might still have some. Cheng Shi. Once again, Cheng Shi. Su Lu's mind was clouded with unspoken thoughts, a flicker of disdain crossing her features repeatedly, before she weakly uttered, that wouldn't trouble you, would it? Not at all. Meanwhile, in an unknown suburban area of a certain province, Ming lay on the ground, gazing up at the blazing sun, his thoughts tumultuous. After receiving the decree from order to eliminate the followers of chaos, only to be countered by Huang Bo, he realized that his demise was imminent. Imprisoned by his adversaries against the wall and subjected to inhumane torment, he felt the essence of life gradually ebbing away, descending into a despair so profound that he contemplated surrender. Yet, he awoke unscathed from the wall, as if he had just embarked upon the trial. Ming gazed at his fully restored state, overwhelmed by an inexplicable shock. He tore free from the blood spikes and, with great effort, leaped down from the wall. A glance at the time revealed 2 hours remaining. Time. Ming suddenly comprehended. The doctor named Cheng Shi had saved him. He praised time, which had granted him another chance at survival. Subsequently, he embarked on a quest to locate the gates of memory and the whereabouts of his companions, only to discover they had long departed from the trial. Furthermore, outside each gate of memory, he found clues leading to answers. It was as though he had experienced a dream, one in which he endured abuse and faced death. Yet upon awakening, the trial had automatically concluded. Cheng Shi, how fortunate to have you. Chapter 35, Deception. Cheng Shi opened his eyes, realizing he was not atop the building. A jolt of anxiety struck his heart, and his first thought was, could it be that he had misjudged? Was Su Lu telling the truth? However, as he recognized himself amidst the vast expanse of stars, the earlier notion was swiftly dismissed. He had not erred. It was merely that his body had been transported by a mysterious force. This power he had previously heard other players speak of during earlier trials. It was said that when the deity favored a particular devotee, it would descend in a form comprehensible to humanity at the conclusion of the trial to summon them. Could this truly be the case? Cheng Shi's mind whirled, buzzing with astonishment. He had never imagined that the jesting words of those grandchildren were indeed true. Just as he held his breath and focused intently, searching for his benefactor in the resplendent night sky, a pair of eyes, terrifying in their enormity, suddenly opened before him. An indescribable pressure surged forth, striking at his very soul, rendering him utterly motionless. In comparison to these pupils, which were akin to black holes, Cheng Shi's body appeared as nothing more than a speck of dust lost in the vast expanse of space. Thump, thump, thump. Cheng Shi stared in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably. He felt his heartbeat quickening, synchronizing with the void's oscillations beneath the starlit sky, gradually losing all sense of his humanity. If one were to articulate this sensation, it would be akin to the soul departing from the body. Shocked, Cheng Shi gazed downward and realized that his physical form remained in place, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Meanwhile, his current self was ethereal and translucent, resembling a spirit. At that moment, within the eye before him, its sclera adorned with swirling patterns and its pupils scattered with starlight, resounded an ancient and unchanging voice of indifference. Cheng Shi. This sound was unlike any noise he had ever encountered. It felt as though, with a single listening, he could dissolve into the void. He sensed that he should be trembling now, glancing down at his feet, and indeed, his body was quaking. Yet, in this ethereal state, he felt no fear, prompting him to softly respond, yes. However, he soon felt that this response was insufficient. No one could maintain their composure as a human before the gods. Even if someone could, it would be far from the capability of someone like Cheng Shi. Thus, he, like a sycophant, uttered, "Hail to the void. Praise be to the benevolent one. How fortunate I am to be summoned." A mere act of survival, devoid of shame. Yet unexpectedly, that all-seeing orb stirred slightly, emitting a derisive sound. Pitiful humans, incapable of recognizing their own benefactor, dare to utter such praises. Not a deception. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in terror, but soon narrowed again. And in a whirlwind of thoughts, he cautiously inquired, "Time?" Upon hearing this divine name, the gaze spun rapidly like a clock's hands, its tone growing colder. To utter the name of the divine in vain is to be condemned. As the words fell, Cheng Shi's essence was instantaneously obliterated into nothingness, as though he had never existed. His corporeal form shattered into fine dust, carried by the interstellar winds toward the boundless abyss. The colossal eye spun round and round until it sensed the turning of another's fate. Then, with satisfaction, it closed once more, as if nothing had ever transpired. Time began to flow. It felt as though a century had passed, yet it could have been merely a second. Amidst the chaotic passage of time, the duration remained uncertain, until that eye opened again in the same position. This time, however, the corners of its eyes lifted slightly, clearly amused. Ah, not too late after all. The eye, adorned with spirals and starry points, blinked repeatedly, and with each blink, radiant stardust appeared where Cheng Shi's form once stood. These particles, drawn to one another, coalesced and condensed. When they were once again shaped into a human form by an unseen force, the clay figure, conjured under the celestial expanse, opened its eyes. With a heavy breath, Cheng Shi gasped, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He gazed into the eyes before him, gritting his teeth to force out a single expletive, "Damn." The pair of eyes momentarily widened in surprise, yet soon erupted into a more joyous laughter. According to my understanding of human language, this expression seems to imply a desire to share the authority of creation with me. The eyes twirled twice, giggling. Or perhaps you wish to drag me into the depravity of desire, to engage in some clandestine, oh no, rather, unholy dealings? The form and tone were clearly not those of the earlier figure. His mind whirled for a moment, seemingly grasping a realization. His face darkened as he intoned, "Watching your followers be slain by other deities, as their protector, I must inquire, where is this so-called protection you speak of?" The celestial eyes twirled once more, responding with a smile. "It appears you have discerned my identity, though one detail is amiss. I did not witness their demise. I arrived with my eyes closed." Cheng Shi was taken aback. It seemed there was a reason for his shamelessness. The adage, "As the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked," perfectly encapsulated this sentiment. Yet, at this moment, was this truly the focus of his thoughts? Cheng Shi felt at a loss. Yet one truth became evident: deception. Moreover, the anticipated atmosphere of the so-called divine gathering of followers was far from the grave and solemn tone he had envisioned. The earlier encounter was merely an anomaly. Could you enlighten the bewildered believer regarding the recent events surrounding the perpetrator of the heinous act? Who, pray tell, is this individual? Have you become so swiftly acquainted with everyone? Cheng Shi hastily regained some of his human instincts and retorted, "I suffer from social anxiety. I am not particularly adept at interacting with others. I can somewhat comprehend your emotions, but what of it? Is it merely because I rescued you and am your benefactor that you exhibit such, I believe the term might be, unrestrained audacity?" Cheng Shi shook his head, dismissing the notion of deception. "This is irrelevant, because you are not human." A peal of joyous laughter resonated across the starry expanse, as those eyes, adorned with spirals and starry flecks, sparkled with mirth, their blinking rate becoming uncontrollable and distorted. The being regarded Cheng Shi with a delightful and unrestrained gaze, akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a treasured piece. "You are the second creation to bring me satisfaction." Cheng Shi arched an eyebrow, maintaining a calm demeanor, though internally he felt a twinge of discomfort at the term creation. Who was the fortunate first? A fascinating young girl named Zhen Xi. In your parlance, she is my chosen one. Cheng Shi's pupils contracted. The gods are aware of the chosen one. Naturally, the deities ought to possess omniscience. Yet, when a divine being speaks of players as if discussing mere commodities in one's presence, it still evokes a peculiar sensation within Cheng Shi. "Oh, it appears you harbor feelings of indignation regarding your identity as a player. Is it not permitted? I apologize. I cannot control it. All anger is merely a self-deception. The more fragile a life strives to conceal its impotence, the more it succumbs to fury." With a scrutinizing gaze, The orb examined Cheng Shi's thoughts and laughed. Do you wish to take revenge on him? Chapter 36. The Genesis of Destiny and the Game of Memory. Who? That figure just now? Did you not discern his identity? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He was not oblivious. Upon recognizing that the being before him was his benefactor, he surmised that the earlier figure was likely another deity of the void, destiny, fate. They exhibited similar outward manifestations, identical forms, and akin void fluctuations. The sole distinction lay in their personalities. One was aloof, the other effervescent. It seems you have deduced it. And so what? As but a mere human, could I truly exact vengeance upon a deity? Hiki, you need not probe. I can reveal the truth. Any life form possesses the capacity to retaliate against a deity, yet such revenge may not manifest in the manner you desire. For instance, you have been avenging him from the very beginning. Brother, do not speak carelessly. When have I ever sought vengeance against fate? If I had such audacity, would I dare to undertake a solo instance? Noticing Cheng Shi's astonishment, the being continued. From the moment you removed the mask representing me at the Genesis of Destiny, your sacrilege against fate commenced. On that serene and sunlit afternoon, the game of faith forcibly invaded the consciousness of every individual in a manner incomprehensible to humanity, including Cheng Shi. Placed at the crossroads of destiny, Cheng Shi gazed at a white mask and a die as pale as bone before him, his heart brimming with perplexity. The situation was unmistakably clear. A choice must be made. Cheng Shi found himself in a quandary, utterly oblivious to what these two objects represented. How should I choose? He pondered aloud. Opting for the die of destiny, he recognized that despite his ignorance of its significance, the mask was undoubtedly advocating for that very die. Cheng Shi was one to heed counsel, thus he grasped the die firmly. In his simple worldview, following advice equated to sustenance. Without hesitation, he chose the die. Just as the mask curled its lips into a satisfied smile, Cheng Shi unexpectedly seized the mask as well. The mask's smile instantly froze. Cheng Shi was not only one to heed advice, but also possessed a keen intellect. If this mask could persuade one to take an object, it must itself be of great value. Therefore, in his greed, Cheng Shi abandoned the notion of choosing between the two. He desired both. An anomaly ensued. The die began to grow heavy, and the mask ignited in flames. Cheng Shi's left hand was seared black by the scorching fire, while the weighty die crushed his right hand into the floor. Yet, even amid such turmoil, he refused to relinquish his grip, embodying an insatiable greed for survival. It was not until the mask had consumed half of his body in flames and the die had pierced through his palm that these disturbances gradually subsided. Cheng Shi let out a bitter laugh, pressing the remaining lips of the mask against his own face, only for the mask to vanish in an instant. In a moment of desperation, he extended his hand, piercing through to retrieve the die from the depths below. Subsequently, he inexplicably became a devotee of deception. A sensationless, fool's lip appeared upon his visage, and in his grasp lay a die of fate that would forever yield but a singular point. Consequently, from the very beginning until now, others' divine decrees were prayers to the masquerade, while he could only beseech the die. Do you recall? You have defied your destiny. Since that moment, each of your divine decrees has been a blasphemy against him. You ponder, if a minuscule insect were to perpetually question, provoke, and desecrate you, what would you do? Cheng Shi's expression flickered, contemplating who it might be. If I were that deity, I would undoubtedly crush the filthy insect beneath my heel. Yet, if I were the insect, alas, fate is indeed a wretched mistress. Beneath the starry sky, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of mirth. Look, you have once again desecrated him. Cheng Shi maintained a semblance of a smile while inwardly cursing. Is your summons of your devotee merely to relish his misfortune? What else could it be? Is this even human discourse? Cheng Shi's face twitched as he sighed in resignation. Let us speak of serious matters, O Lord. Your devout and humble devotee has just endured an assassination, burdened by immense psychological strain, utterly exhausted, and quite incapable of indulging in your jests. If you have something to convey or a task for me, I implore you to speak plainly. With a flicker of her eyes, she smiled and said, Why do you not heed my command and eliminate that follower of fate? Cheng Shi replied earnestly, Personally, I believe that allowing her to confront the wretched fate she bears, to question the very benefactor who once sheltered her, may inflict a deeper anguish than simply ending her life. Death is but the simplest form of torment. How intriguing. She mused, Perhaps death does not concur with your perspective, but that is of little consequence. Its opinion holds no weight. So, How can you be so certain that your choice is the right one? Because I am your devotee, and your brilliance continuously guides me. This was a phrase laden with flattery, resonating loudly yet proving futile. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she remarked, "You have once again desecrated its name. However, I find myself quite pleased. Now, how shall I reward my devout follower? Let me ponder. Perhaps I shall share a few secrets with you." With so many secrets at hand, which one should I reveal? Her eyes sparkled with delight, and after a brief moment, she playfully suggested, "Let us engage in a game of memory." The followers of memory tirelessly seek intriguing secrets to please it. Let us partake in a clandestine exchange of secrets. You may pose 2 questions to me, and I shall return the favor with 2 inquiries of my own, given that I am under the guise of deception. To ensure fairness, let us add an additional rule. At least one of the answers must be the truth. Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened as his mind began to race with possibilities. It is important to note that the stipulation within the rules of the faith game regarding the selection of players based on the ranking of the divine ladder at the end of each year, which grants the top 10 players an opportunity to meet the divine, will not take effect for another 6 months. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, this represents a unique opportunity to understand the divine, the faith game, and oneself. What should one inquire about? How can one ensure that the divine does not utter falsehoods? After much contemplation, Cheng Shi concluded, "It is impossible to guarantee such a thing. Even the rules of this game might very well be fabrications spoken by the divine, simply because his name is deceit. Given this, there is no need to expend further mental energy searching for logical fallacies. One should simply ask whatever one wishes to know." Chapter 37. The Significance of the Faith Game. If representatives of the dissent faction were present, they might take a pen and paper to immortalize this magnificent scene, for it is a moment deserving of historical remembrance. Humanity, as mere playthings of the gods, is granted its first opportunity to pose a question to a divine being. In previous extraordinary summons, the divine had only ever proclaimed his will. The faithful had remained silent throughout, save for bowing their heads in acceptance of vague commendations. However, today is undeniably different. Both parties engaged in dialogue appear to possess keen interest and are quite loquacious. After some reflection, Cheng Shi carefully formulated his words and solemnly posed his first question: "Why do the gods descend? Or rather, what is the significance of the faith game?" Deceit seemed entirely unfazed by this inquiry and slowly responded, "To attain divinity." To become a deity? Who aspires to divinity? The gods? The players? Are they not already divine? Of course, this could very well be a fabrication, and it bears the hallmarks of a deception. This implies that the subsequent inquiry is likely the truth. If deception does not wield its power. "Higi, it is my turn now. Do you desire to become a god?" Cheng Shi's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Yet he maintained an expressionless facade as he replied, "I do not wish to." The eyes in the starry sky circled twice, remaining noncommittal. The second question: in this game of faith, can humanity, or rather, the players, ascend to godhood? "Yes. Hee, it is my turn again. Why do you not wish to become a god?" Cheng Shi's mind erupted with thunderous thoughts as he carefully contemplated the affirmation. Can it be? Can players truly ascend to divinity? This notion seemed even more like a falsehood. A god is not a god. Or perhaps, a human can become a god. Regardless of which assertion holds truth, the revelation is profoundly shocking, to the extent that Cheng Shi nearly lost his composure. Because it is devoid of meaning. Deception paused momentarily before erupting into a resounding laughter. "You have not lied. You are indeed a child of void. However, if I did not know you, based solely on your inquiries, I might have suspected you of secretly joining that organization." "Which organization?" "The Fire Bearers." Cheng Shi's heart sank. Despite being aware that deity knew of the Fire Bearers, hearing a divine entity mention an organization that opposes deities filled him with profound unease. To be candid, Cheng Shi is not a virtuous individual. He embodies the universal frailties of humanity, a touch of selfishness, a hint of indifference, a tendency to cling to life, and a faint hope that is not excessively pursued for a brighter tomorrow, living in the present with a carefree attitude, treating each day as it comes. Yet, these traits do not hinder his ability to comprehend and appreciate those who harbor dreams and illuminate the lives of others. The torchbearers are precisely such individuals. While I may not join their ranks, I shall never scorn them. Should an opportunity arise to lend a hand, I would not turn a blind eye or remain indifferent. It seems that moment has arrived. Cheng Shi, amidst his internal struggle, posed a poignant question on behalf of these unfortunate souls who bear the burdens of humanity. In the eyes of the deities, are they merely a jest? He articulated his inquiry with delicacy, referring to the question of whether the deities are aware of their existence. For the torchbearers, the weight of this query is potentially profound. Are you concerned for them? How intriguing. However, rest assured, the deities remain oblivious to their presence, except for me. Cheng Shi's heart surged with tumultuous waves, and he exclaimed, Why? Why? This was yet another enigma. He immediately bowed his head in contemplation, pondering how to elicit further revelations from him. After a moment's reflection, he ventured, The deities are unaware of them. It seems even gods are not omnipotent. The entity of deceit chuckled lightly, unfazed by his irreverence. No existence is omnipotent, nor is any void all-powerful. The divine resides within existence, while the void dwells in nothingness. Is it not entirely reasonable that neither is omnipotent? A sudden glimmer of insight flashed in Cheng Shi's eyes as he lifted his gaze to meet deception. Articulating each word with precision, thus, the gods bestow the faith game to attain omnipotence, correct? Deception's eyes betrayed no emotion, perpetually adorned with a smile. The creases at the corners resembling a time-worn tapestry of folded space. The tone of voice retained its essence of trickery. Guess. No need for conjecture. You have not lied at all. Oh. With an inquisitive gaze fixed upon Cheng Shi, deception inquired with keen interest, How do you discern that I have spoken no falsehood? Cheng Shi pointed to his own heart, stating, With an S-rank talent as a master of deception, a gift you have bestowed upon me, I possess the ability to see through all lies. Deception seemed taken aback by Cheng Shi's optimism, unable to suppress laughter. Exclaiming with delight, You intend to use the power I granted you to discern the thoughts of a deity. Do you truly believe you will succeed? With unwavering confidence. Cheng Shi replied, Since gods are not omnipotent, they too can be deceived and have their true sentiments unveiled. Therefore, as one favored by the divine, why should I not succeed? The eyes blinked in realization, seemingly grasping Cheng Shi's intent. Ah, so this is what you desire. Quite the clever one you are. Indeed, I can grant you a power that can deceive them. However, the question remains, why would one who does not aspire to become a god require a power that is exclusive to the divine? Cheng Shi, in all honesty, expressed, I simply do not wish to become a deity, yet I harbor no intention of deceiving one. Ha ha, so that is the case. My fondness for you grows ever stronger. The frenzied mirth in his gaze gradually faded, and his entire being slowly melded into the void. Today's encounter was quite delightful. Go forth, and when you become my chosen one, I shall bestow upon you this formidable power. Is that all? Cheng Shi suddenly felt a surge of urgency. What about destiny? If it were to return, endure until you can outweed it. I can't stand it any longer. Just as Cheng Shi was about to unleash a torrent of curses, his vision abruptly distorted. By the time his consciousness returned to his body, he found himself atop the rooftop of the lounge area. The first sight that greeted his opened eyes was the sun hanging high in the sky. The first words he heard were, Hey, buddy, do you still have that former prosperity of yours? I would like to exchange a couple of bottles for Lulu. Cheng Shi's expression darkened instantly. Damn it, the harlots are everywhere. Chapter 38. Observations from the chat channel and a new trial. Cheng Shi did not offer a single bottle this time. As a result, during the night, he faintly heard what seemed to be an argument occurring in the adjacent building. Naturally, it was the fervent disciple of destiny monopolizing the discourse. While Xia Yang continually smiled in appeasement, amidst the nauseating laughter of the sycophant, Cheng Shi fell into a serene slumber. It was not until the following noon that he languidly awoke, beginning to peruse the chat records across various channels. The faith channel, as always, was rife with deceit. To linger on it even a moment longer would be a waste of precious time. The regional channels are either a gathering for relaxation or a competition for scores. Resembling a matchmaking group for elderly folks before the arrival of the gods, with a deluge of messages that can be quite overwhelming. Only the professional channel consistently offers fresh happenings that warrant a closer look. Brothers, breaking news in the professional channel. After a 2-month hiatus, the chosen one of prosperity has been replaced. Balding with silky smooth has been ousted. What? Pray tell, elaborate, my friend. The frequency of changes in your prosperity ladder of ascension is rather excessive. It's been mere months since the last switch. What could be the reason? Another case of being strangled by one's own luxuriant locks? This jest about being strangled by one's hair has become a running joke among the followers of prosperity. Prosperity is the second deity of the path of life, embodying the zenith of existence and the exuberance of the spirit. It champions swift transformations and unrestrained growth. Consequently, its adherents are invigorated, exhibiting remarkable vitality and an accelerated physical development, most notably manifested in the rapid growth of hair. Under this predicament, more than one unfortunate soul has faced challenges during trials due to excessively long hair, leading to mistakes in their endeavors. Thus, over time, this phrase has evolved into a humorous quip among them. Who knows? Regardless, I have shaved my head, and I shall never be a jester in this lifetime. Who is the new chosen one? Speak their name, so we may pay homage. Their ID is only carving decayed wood. Elemental perception. Decayed wood. This is a tough nut to crack. Shall we not confront them? Haha. As long as they are happy, our decayed chosen ones still hold the top rank, while their prosperity merely trails behind, gathering dust. To clarify, what lags behind is not dust, but rather filth. Is there anyone brave enough to disclose their location? 167-1, Guqiao Lane, Xinyao Street, Shanshi City, Jiang Province. If you dare, come by. I am waiting. Is this truly where I reside? Who are you, my friend? What a coincidence. This was my former home. Oh my. So these toys belong to you? Brother, do elaborate on these toys. Fear not, esteemed one. I shall nurture you. Fool, can I not nurture myself? Is my own sustenance not as delightful as that of a brother? Cheng Shi was initially amused, but upon witnessing the chosen one being replaced, he curiously opened the rankings of the ascension ladder. The ladder of audience, existence, memory, nothingness, deception, 3. This sentiment awaits memory, 204. As if in a dream, memory, 197.5. Abba, deception, 197. 19. If your score is lower than mine, hurry and take your leave. Novice, deception, 189.20. Last year today, memory, 189.21. Sincere and genuine, deception, 188. 64. I never deceive, deception, 161. Had it not been for hearing Zhen Xian's name in deception, Cheng Shi would not have paid much attention to this ID. He recalled that this sincere and genuine had previously dominated the ladder of audience with a score of 210, yet astonishingly, it had plummeted to 188 in just a few days, now ranking 21st. What is this individual up to? How did they so suddenly vanish from the top 10? Unable to fathom it, he decided to inquire. Bored, Cheng Shi sent a message in the Faith channel. Big brother, what happened to your score? Have you lost your touch? This message should have been lost amidst countless trivial scams, yet inexplicably, it caught the attention of many, igniting a fervor for gossip. Faith channel. Rumor has it that she is pregnant with Li Jingming's child and has taken maternity leave. Your information is inaccurate. I know that the nation is cracking down on fraud, and she has been apprehended. Oh, did you know that after the fall of the Qing dynasty, one could still emerge? Pray tell, what is the current era? Year 1 of deception. Quite perceptive. Were you once a high-ranking official? I am curious about my brother's score. Perhaps he could impart some wisdom. In my personal experience, I have 2 principles. Firstly, honesty, and secondly, unwavering honesty. I possess some knowledge and, equipped with a communicator, I inquired with several prominent figures from various beliefs who mentioned they were seeking someone. Who might that be? The child's father? Is there a genuine pregnancy involved? Goodness, could it possibly be mine? Brothers, I find myself in a state of urgency. I must awaken him. Seeking someone? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, deeming it somewhat absurd. What connection does the Ascension Ladder's score deduction have with finding someone? How could one even go about locating someone? After much contemplation, Cheng Shi, feeling rather listless, resumed perusing the rankings. He discovered that many IDs around his position belonged to legendary figures from various channels, each boasting scores of approximately 2,400. They were undoubtedly high-ranking players. Meanwhile, his score barely exceeded 2,100, yet he had ascended to this level. Remarkable, indeed. However, Cheng Shi had previously been perplexed as to why the Ascension Ladder consistently awarded maximum points at the conclusion of each trial. Yet, after having encountered him, certain thoughts began to stir within him. Could it be because of? Just as this notion began to take root, he hastily severed it. No, such thoughts must not linger. The fear of inadvertently summoning something malevolent loomed over him. This time, salvation was not assured. Nonetheless, the power mentioned in deception was something Cheng Shi genuinely yearned for. Being chosen by the divine was an exceedingly daunting task. Transforming a state of mediocrity into one of fervent zeal is no easy feat. It requires at least 10 days or more to achieve. Thus, this week, Cheng Shi effortlessly drifted through. Until the crimson alert illuminated his vision once more, he gazed at the timely arrival of the trial, and let out a resigned sigh. He needed to muster more effort. Special trial pathway to death has commenced. Matching teammates. 1-6. Trial objective. There is but one path leading to death. Identify it and offer your sacrifice, limited to 7 days. 7 days. Why such an extended duration for this trial? Since the arrival of the gods. Among all the trial shares recorded in the channel, the longest had merely been 3 days. Yet today, the length of the trial had astonishingly been extended to 7. Without a doubt, the risks involved, with time multiplying, had escalated beyond comprehension. Matching successful. 6-6. Entering the trial, Cheng Shi was taken aback, still reeling from the shock when his vision was engulfed by an endless void. Chapter 39. This high-end match. The bed, the tables and chairs, the doors and windows, and the balcony. A gentle breeze flowed through the window frame, curiously exploring every corner of the room, softly caressing the drapes, teasing his hair. Casting a warm, intoxicating embrace, Cheng Shi felt a tickle from his hair and abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on a soft bed. This is a hotel room? He astonishedly rose and looked around. The room was spacious, yet it was devoid of any occupants. Just him. A sudden pang of unease struck Cheng Shi, and he furrowed his brow slightly. This was the first time in history that he had opened his eyes in a trial and found no one else present. Once again, the adage holds true. Any change invariably heralds new risks. Cheng Shi, wary of complacency, swiftly rose from his bed, meticulously inspecting every corner of the room. Only upon confirming the absence of any magical arrays or traps did he finally exhale in relief. During his examination, he had sensed a faint disturbance emanating from the adjacent room. Could it be that each individual had been assigned their own chamber? Just as he pressed his ear against the wall, intent on discerning the situation next door, he was met with the faintest whisper of breath. At that very moment, a mere wall apart, another individual was clandestinely eavesdropping on his room. Cheng Shi's pupils contracted sharply. Though startled, he felt no fear. He understood that had he been the one listening, he would have held his breath, ensuring not a sound escaped. The mere indication of noise from next door suggested this was not mere eavesdropping, but rather a probing inquiry. The occupant of the adjacent room was most likely another player, one with a mind full of intricate schemes. To engage such a person, a straightforward approach would be most effective. Cheng Shi mentally rehearsed a confrontation with the unseen adversary before softly whispering against the wall, "Imperial Jade liquid wine?" Indeed, the breathing from next door faltered momentarily. The glinting blade hovered perilously close to Cheng Shi's throat, a mere 0.1 centimeter away. The control of force was precise, the distance impeccably measured, and the explosive power astonishing. Cheng Shi dared not swallow, terrified that even the slightest movement of his throat might result in the loss of a layer of fine hair. Yet, he did not retreat, for he sensed that the individual opposite bore no intent to kill. There was indeed no murderous intent from next door. This was merely a manner of greeting. In the next moment, a delicate, boneless, pale hand squeezed through the small hole created by the dagger, reaching out towards Cheng Shi with 5 outstretched fingers. The fingers, resembling tender green onions with tips akin to bamboo shoots, were adorned with crimson polish that accentuated her lips. The manicure was quite exquisite. Cheng Shi chuckled softly, grasping the icy little hand firmly. "A pleasure to meet you," he greeted, though his gaze remained fixated on the minuscule opening made by the dagger. Describing it as a small hole was somewhat of an exaggeration. It was merely a slit. The dagger was slender, and the gap it created measured less than 2 centimeters in length, with a width that was nearly imperceptible. Yet, through this almost invisible crevice, an arm of an ordinary adult seemed to emerge as if rendered in 2 dimensions, then expanded into a soft, white hand. A skilled individual. This was Cheng Shi's immediate impression of his neighbor. Indeed, she was a woman. However, her voice diverged significantly from what Cheng Shi had anticipated. Rather than the melodious tone of a neighboring girl, it was deep and husky, reminiscent of a classic low-pitched voice. "Well, this is a bit of a mismatch," Cheng Shi mused. Not one to be overly forward, he promptly released her hand and smiled, inquiring, "It seems you can accurately sense my position?" The other party remained silent for a moment before softly responding with a slight hum. "All right then, everyone has their secrets, don't they? What is the point in discussing it now?" No sooner had he spoken than a knocking echoed from outside his door. Not only from his side, but the neighboring door also echoed with a knock. 2 doors being knocked on simultaneously? Cheng Shi frowned slightly, remaining silent, while the girl next door raised her voice directly. "Get lost." The sound of knocking ceased momentarily, followed by a chuckle. "Come out. You two are the only ones left. The implication of players was not a mere fabrication. However, to maintain a strategic advantage, Cheng Shi lightly tapped on the wooden wall and whispered to the neighboring room, "I will open the door first. Do not move." Earlier, the other party had responded first, and this time, Cheng Shi took the initiative. This is the most fundamental form of cooperation and quality in trials. Cheng Shi has never resorted to underhanded tactics in seeking collaboration. Yet, the dagger-wielding lady next door disregarded his instructions, hastily leaping out of bed to open the door herself. Cheng Shi shook his head in resignation and followed suit to open the door. Upon pushing the door ajar, he beheld 3 exceptionally charismatic men standing in the corridor of the inn. Their aura was difficult to articulate, but it was evident they resembled formidable warriors forged in the crucible of battle. Unlike the resolute demeanor of ordinary soldiers, there was an additional air of confidence in their gaze, as if they looked down upon others. A mere glance at these individuals reassured Cheng Shi that he would undoubtedly fit in among these seasoned players. 2 of them had evidently donned the attire provided by the inn. Cheng Shi had also noticed the garments on the table during his earlier exploration of the room. But out of caution, he refrained from changing. It appeared that these 2 players were quite immersed in their roles. The man closest to Cheng Shi, upon seeing him open the door, wrinkled his nose and sniffed, expressing mild disdain, unnecessary caution. "Is this disdain directed at me?" Cheng Shi chuckled softly, choosing not to retort. The young woman next door also stepped out, and as Cheng Shi glanced in her direction, he retained no memory of her features, save for the strikingly flamboyant floral tattoo that adorned her arm. Clad in a snug, cropped vest and tactical leather trousers, with a dagger sheathed at his waist, he undeniably exudes the aura of an assassin. A fresh challenge, yet still bound by rigid beliefs, is it not? Allow me to introduce myself. Fang Ju, the Arbiter, 2437. The Arbiter, the Bard of Order. Cheng had just witnessed the demise of an Arbiter NPC in the previous trial, and to his astonishment, he now finds himself face to face with a true Arbiter. More significantly, this individual boasts an impressive score of 2,437. What an extraordinary figure. The dynamics of high-level play in this game starkly contrast with those of the lower tiers. It is said that players above the 2,400 mark readily introduce themselves upon meeting, entirely disregarding the issues of ideological conflict, which is a far cry from the gaming style of those languishing around the 1,000-point mark. This is perhaps the legendary notion that all fears stem from a lack of confidence in one's own abilities. They possess ample conviction. This conviction may arise from experience, or perhaps from caution, yet more significantly, it emanates from the blessings of their respective patrons. They have accumulated sufficient and formidable talents to support their thoughts and aspirations. Most crucially, players scoring 2,400 possess an additional vacant talent slot compared to their 2,000-point counterparts. In the early days of the Faith game, each individual receives an initial Faith talent and an initial occupational talent. As one ascends the path to divinity, reaching scores of 1,200, 1,600, 2,000, and 2,400, they are granted an additional vacant talent slot. This talent slot can be exchanged for either an occupational talent or a Faith talent. Undoubtedly, talents represent the most significant reliance for players in this tumultuous game. The Lawgiver is one of the 2 players who have changed their attire. He dons a humble ensemble reminiscent of the style from the Land of Hope, yet the nobility that emanates from him is utterly inescapable. At this moment, he resembles more of a wandering minstrel than a Lawgiver. Fang Ju, Order, the singer, boasts a score of 2,437, except for Cheng Shi. The others appear unfazed by this Lawgiver's score. The man beside him, who is knocking on the door next door, adjusted his glasses and chuckled. "Wait, a score of 2,502? Is this some sort of joke?" Upon hearing this score, the fervor in Cheng Shi's heart was instantly extinguished. Another player with a score of 2,400, even reaching 2,500. The good news is that there are many formidable players. The bad news is that there are too many. The scores in this match seem excessively high. While his own score, how much was it again? The memory traveler is a mage of memory. Memory faithfully records all that transpires, serving as the arch nemesis of deceit. With such an adversary present, it would be disingenuous to claim that Cheng Shi felt no trepidation. However, to assert that he was utterly terrified would not be entirely accurate. After all, he had encountered players of such caliber before, albeit infrequently. Du Shiguang is notably tall, standing at least 1.9 meters, and the glasses he wears lend him an air of sophistication, yet the powerful physique beneath his trench coat is unmistakable. Du Shiguang, Memory. Mage, 2502. Cheng Shi's gaze briefly flitted over him, then discreetly shifted toward the dagger-wielding young lady. Yun and I, Apostle of Annihilation, 2491. She is actually a follower of Annihilation? Annihilation is the third deity of descent, marking the conclusion of decline and the ruin of all living beings. He firmly believes that life will ultimately fade away, the universe cannot escape destruction, and all will perish, returning to oblivion. Consequently, his followers, under his influence, often display an utter indifference to life. In their eyes, existence is merely a pathway to disappearance, and death is but the commencement of universal extinction. The purpose of the world's operation is to await the final judgment, after which, under his gaze, all will crumble into dust. It is surprising that such a seemingly delicate and lively girl adheres to the faith of annihilation. But of course, she is an assassin. The apostles of oblivion are assassins who worship annihilation. This makes much more sense. Assassins are often characterized by their stark contrasts. Clouds and mud, annihilation, assassin, 2491. Cheng Shi chuckled softly to himself as he regarded the next visitor knocking at his door. This newcomer, a long-haired handsome man clad in travel attire, bore a cold expression. His narrow eyes openly displayed disdain for those around him. The sentiment conveyed was clear. I equally scorn you all. Cheng Shi had already formed a suspicion regarding his identity. Wei Guan, Hunter of Fools, 2450. Indeed, a hunter of fools, the hunter of foolishness. Foolishness is not truly foolish, rather. It perceives itself as closer to truth than the truth itself. Due to this excessive proximity to truth, a chasm has formed between it and all worldly beings, leading it to regard all other existences as foolish. This is its will. It believes all life is folly, all civilization is foolishness. His followers have adeptly inherited the Lord's perspective, leading all the foolish players to habitually perceive others through a condescending lens. Since embracing their faith in the Lord, their minds have become more agile than those of other players, their thoughts racing with greater velocity, and their accumulation of knowledge surpassing the average. In contrast to the followers of truth, their only off-putting trait is their attitude. Nonetheless, in terms of both knowledge and intellectual growth, they stand as paragons of excellence. Their prowess not to be underestimated. Wei Guan, alongside Cheng Shi, silently observed a group of distinguished individuals completing their introductions. However, as it came time for him to speak, a furrow formed on his brow. There were 3 men and 1 woman, making 5 in total, yet one individual was conspicuously absent. Wei Guan seemed to discern Cheng Shi's thoughts and snorted softly, directing his gaze toward the end of the corridor. Cheng Shi and Yun and I followed his line of sight, only to behold a brawny man, bare-chested, silently standing there with an expressionless face, eyes closed in meditation. Cheng Shi's heart raced as he swiftly grasped the situation. Silence. He was a devotee of silence. The essence of this deity is evident in its nomenclature. From the moment the faith game commenced, players who worshipped him had likely relinquished the use of speech. They follow, observe, listen, and contemplate, yet refrain from engaging in conversation, living as solitary monks. The muscular figure at the end of the corridor resembled a true ascetic. An ascetic, a warrior of silence. Wei Guan once again spoke, affirming Cheng Shi's speculation. An ascetic is hardly worthy of time wasted. Even for Cheng Shi, who is accustomed to the foolishness of certain devotees, this disdain is rather unsettling. It is unlikely that anyone would relish the presence of an unfamiliar individual who intermittently derides them, particularly given that this trial spans a generous 7 days. There is ample time for such sentiments to fester. Cheng Shi shrugged and smiled casually, stating, Cheng Shi, the rational eroder, 2401. As soon as his words fell, Feng Zhu raised an eyebrow in surprise, while the others furrowed their brows. The rational eroder, a priest of chaos. At the moment Cheng Shi slayed Huang Bo and severed his head, aiming, far away in the first act, met his demise instantaneously. The tale of the executioner and the lawless lute player ought to have concluded there. Yet, in the final second of aiming Soul's disappearance, Cheng Shi snapped his fingers. This snap symbolized a forgotten physician's true contempt for death, causing it to overlook aiming's existence. Cheng Shi had clandestinely recorded the status of everyone at the very first hour of the initial act. In that moment before death, he deceived the confidently erroneous Huang Bo into believing that he and aiming had perished together. Death claimed the devotee of chaos, taking with it his doubts and grievances, vanishing from the world, while the devotee of order was allowed to survive. Thus, Cheng Shi today embodies the devotee of chaos, the rational eroder. In truth, The talent lies like yesterday does not impose limitations on the most recently deceived devotee. This implies that, should Cheng Shi choose, he can select the belief of any teammate he previously misled. Yet he resolutely chose chaos. It is essential to recognize that chaos is the sworn enemy of order. Furthermore, the reputation of its adherents is rather unfavorable, and few would find them likable. However, it is precisely for this reason that Cheng Shi opted for it. The more controversial the subject, the more it diverts public attention. Consequently, all eyes would be on his faith, and the fabricated scores he concocted would naturally be overlooked by the subconscious minds of those around him. In a gathering where the scores hovered around 2,400 and 2,500, Cheng Shi could not afford to reveal his true score of 2,100. The only outcome of such honesty would be immediate extermination at the hands of the astute hunter before him. After all, a low score is perceived as a mark of ignorance in the eyes of the followers of foolishness, and the hunter specializes in eradicating ignorance. By misrepresenting a lower score, one can conceal their true prowess, while inflating it could preserve one's life. This is the allure of deception, a lesson Cheng Shi learned from a young age. Nevertheless, despite having considered all of this, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The arbiter, Fang Zhu, had yet to utter a word regarding Cheng Shi's identity when an assassin, with whom Cheng Shi had previously interacted, suddenly appeared before him, her gleaming dagger pressed perilously close to his throat. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, yet he smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Do you have such a fondness for my throat? Shall I gift it to you?" Chapter 41. You do not resemble a follower of chaos. Yun and I cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Shi, her voice raspy and smoky. You exhibit remarkable orderliness and are not at all frantic. You do not appear to be a follower of chaos. Spare me your cruelty. You are not like the followers of annihilation. Cheng Shi continued to jest. This time, Yin and I was taken aback. She furrowed her brow and swiftly altered her stance, plunging a dagger into Cheng Shi's shoulder. Cheng Shi remained unperturbed, knowing full well that he could not afford to panic, for he realized this was merely a test from Yin and I. This astute assassin could not possibly suspect him due to his composure alone. She must have other means. An inkling that his identity was amiss. He sighed, grasped Yun's icy hand, and withdrew the dagger before the eyes of all present, then performed a healing spell imbued with divine grace. Witnessing this act of healing, the expressions of the others clearly shifted to one of intrigue. Among them was a rather youthful priestess, who appeared quite pleased. Yet, regrettably, she was a rational eroder, true to her name. Under the influence of chaos, the rational eroder's healing would gradually erode the sanity of the wounded until they succumbed to madness, fully embracing chaos. However, this method seemed ineffective against Yun and I, who again pressed the dagger against Cheng Shi's heart, exclaiming in frustration, "Do they even know the lies of yesterday?" Cheng Shi's heart tightened, yet his expression remained impassive as he replied, "Who told you that every player would appear on the ladder?" This was a fabricated lie Cheng Shi had conjured for self-preservation, intended to obscure the truth with an air of mystery. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Yun and I raised an eyebrow and immediately lowered the dagger, evidently in agreement with his words. Cheng Shi was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Could it be true that there were high-scoring players who had not ascended the ladder? What exactly lay beyond the threshold of 2,400 points? Were there truly monsters lurking about? This is indeed significant news. However, it seems we have managed to navigate through it unscathed. Although Fang Zhu is a devout follower of order, opposing Cheng Shi's beliefs, he has not exhibited excessive hostility. He surveyed the surroundings and promptly assumed the leadership role. His trial is straightforward, merely procuring the correct offering. However, given the protracted duration of this trial, I suspect our objective did not manifest immediately. Let us each seek information independently. After sunset, we shall convene on the ground floor of the inn to share our findings. I must remind everyone, particularly on the first day, to refrain from indiscriminate violence until we receive news of the offerings. We are all astute individuals, and I trust this does not require reiteration. After speaking, he cast a glance at Cheng Shi, clearly addressing the followers of chaos. Let us proceed with our respective tasks. Should you require assistance, I am more than willing to oblige. The hunter of fools, Wei Guan, glanced at everyone before choosing to depart alone. Du Shiguang waved his hand, signaling a farewell to the group. Yun and I leapt over the railing, descending to the first floor, leaving two men of opposing faiths staring in silence at one another. By the time Cheng Shi became aware, The man at the corridor's end had mysteriously vanished, as silently as a specter. You are the sole priest, and I am the only singer. May our collaboration be fruitful. Fool. Cheng Shi scoffed derisively before turning to leave. Fang Ju felt no offense. Indeed, he would find it peculiar if a follower of chaos regarded him with any special consideration. Very well, I hope I have brought sufficient healing potions. Due to the lengthy trial period, the investigation is likely to extend over a considerable duration. To avoid drawing excessive attention from the surrounding NPCs, he, like others, donned the attire provided by the inn. The garments fit well, yet were rather unappealing, resembling the garb of a stable hand. A moment's reflection on this led Cheng Shi to shake his head and exit the room, meandering through the inn. The establishment bore an intriguing name, the Exuberant Light of Life. This somewhat flattering nomenclature immediately indicated to outsiders that the proprietor adhered to the belief in prosperity. The inn comprised 3 levels, featuring 4 vertical light wells, with all room doors facing inward and windows outward, a quintessential grid structure. Cheng Shi leisurely surveyed every nook of the inn, engaging in polite conversations with individuals of agreeable demeanor, and soon amassed a wealth of information. The inn truly deserved its reputation as one of the premier locales for intelligence gathering. As he organized the information in his mind, he quickly discerned the whereabouts of the players. In truth, it was not solely the innkeeper who believed in prosperity. Every inhabitant of this town, named Yongzhan, shared the same faith. This place served as a haven for the adherents of prosperity, under the watchful gaze of their deity. Nestled in the southwestern region of Hope's continent, the town was generally governed and restricted by the Grand Tribunal, yet it functioned as an autonomous territory of the Nature Alliance. The Nature Alliance was not a confederation of nations, but rather a coalition of numerous small factions, each devoted to various deities encountered on the path of life. The factions within the alliance possess autonomy, however, due to their excessively fragmented power and individual self-governance. Both the scale of civilization and the pace of societal development significantly lag behind the structured and systematic Grand Tribunal and the Tower of Reason. Furthermore, the alliance does not delineate its divisions by geographical boundaries, leading to a scattered presence across the continent of Hope. Consequently, many natural factions within the alliance often enter into cooperative agreements with these 2 major powers. In simpler terms, when members of the alliance encounter difficulties, they may hire these larger forces to assist in resolving various issues, including but not limited to technological advancement, urban development, and criminal adjudication, among others. At this moment, Yongzhan Town is experiencing a particular dilemma that necessitates the assistance of the Grand Tribunal. What? Where's there to have fun at night? Are you out of your mind to venture out after dark? Aren't you afraid? Never mind. I dare not even utter his name. You are new here? You're unaware of this? There are cultists provoking the will of prosperity, and the officials of the Town Autonomy Alliance are quite troubled by it. The gentlemen from the Law Enforcement Bureau have been exceedingly busy lately and are unlikely to concern themselves with these financially burdensome matters. Why are they so occupied, you ask? It is not unconnected to those who have perished. Alas, best left unsaid. It is said that the Law Enforcement Bureau has sought assistance from the Grand Tribunal. One wonders if these judges possess an abundance of eyes, for how else could they discern who the true offenders are? All things flourish, both in abundance and splendor. It is evident that you are a wayfarer who has recently found a sense of belonging. Yongzhan Town will always welcome you. Do visit the town center, for it awaits you there. Cheng Shi gazed in bewilderment at the spirited innkeeper, blinking in confusion. The innkeeper, perceiving his puzzlement, chuckled and remarked, "There is no need for astonishment. He has not descended, yet his will is here, safeguarding us." Without uttering another word, Cheng Shi turned and made his way toward the heart of the town. Chapter 42. The town gazing at prosperity in the trials concerning the divine. There exists a plethora of background information, yet the tangible objects or artifacts directly associated with these deities are exceedingly rare. Thus, he harbored a profound interest in the so-called will of prosperity. To speak somewhat irreverently, this was a rare opportunity to study the divine, one that no player would likely overlook. Yongzhan Town was far larger than he had anticipated. He had assumed it to be merely a small gathering of a few inhabitants. Yet as he traversed its expanse, it resembled a city. Apartment buildings stood in close succession, and the guild estates were thoughtfully arranged, presenting an image of a well-cultivated abode for the faithful, radiating a sense of prosperity that was truly awe-inspiring. After wandering for over an hour, Cheng Shi finally arrived at the town center. With the information gathered along the way and the sights and sounds he had absorbed, he began to comprehend the innkeeper's words and what it truly meant to experience the will of prosperity. At that moment, he found himself in a place known as Yongzhan Square. In the very center of the square stood an astonishingly large flower, perfectly blooming and emitting a soft yet vibrant radiance that enveloped the surroundings. Cheng Shi estimated it to be approximately 3 or 4 stories high. At first glance, the flower resembles a stone sculpture, yet upon closer inspection of its petals, one discovers that at the moment the gaze concentrates, the petals suddenly come to life, transforming into clear and delicate plant sepals. Each petal's texture is unique, with intricate veins that resemble not mere conduits for nourishment, but rather the engravings of divine runes. The statue is named Bloom Awaiting Withering. It is a sacred artifact, referred to in the parlance of faith games as an SSS-tier divine item, akin to a demigod. Its rank is second only to the divine entities of destiny, albeit lacking independent consciousness. Indeed, it embodies the will of prosperity, for wherever it casts its shadow, prosperity shall endure until the end of its lifespan. This implies that, theoretically, before its demise, no one can perish in Everbloom Town. Cheng Shi was astounded by the divine object before him. No wonder this trial was dubbed the path to death, for here, perhaps, death simply does not exist. Moreover, the span of 7 days signifies they cannot wait for a normal human lifespan to conclude. Not only that, there is another consideration. If no one can die before their time, then what of my role as a priest? Lost in thought, he turned to see a young woman standing beside him, having arrived unbeknownst to him. Yun and I stood there, her voice still as enchanting as ever. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Cheng Shi smiled. Of unemployment. In a place where he gazes, death does not exist, and thus, priests are unnecessary. Have you tried? No. I am about to. As she spoke, Yun and I swiftly plunged a dagger into Cheng Shi's heart. Blood gushed forth, sending a sharp pang through Cheng Shi's chest. Alas, poor heart, you have truly suffered alongside me. Yet, despite the torrent of blood spilling from his chest, despite the violent throbbing of his heart from the blow, and despite the dizziness creeping into his mind from the loss of blood, Cheng Shi remained steadfast, refusing to collapse. He paid no heed to the killer observing him nearby, but instead focused intently on introspection. This state was peculiar. An essence of prosperity was wrestling with the death aura within him, soon to eradicate all traces of mortality. Before long, Cheng Shi sensed the wound in his heart healing. His life was spared, yet the injury on his chest continued to bleed. This indicated that the phenomenon of blooming awaiting withering indeed protected the townsfolk from death. But it merely staved off demise without healing ailments. The wounds would linger within the body, maintaining a precarious balance with its recuperative powers. While it did not threaten life, it inflicted considerable suffering upon the injured. Cheng Shi chuckled softly and cast a healing spell upon his chest. It appeared we still require the presence of a priest. Yun and I nodded in agreement and extended the dagger towards him. Cheng Shi was somewhat taken aback, sensing that the thought process of this annihilation devotee was quite unconventional. His expression clearly reflected his confusion. Yun and I, irritated, waved her hand dismissively and said, "You want to suffer in vain. Now it's your turn." So, her intention was for each of them to take a stab? Cheng Shi chuckled as he took the dagger from the young lady, examining the gleam of the blade before inquiring with a smile, "Really? Hurry up." Cheng Shi nodded and plunged the dagger into Yunni's chest. However, the angle of the thrust was rather cunning. It did not reach her heart even after the blade had penetrated a good inch into her flesh. Cheng Shi raised his eyebrows in surprise, pondering whether the cushion was thicker than anticipated. Yun and I's eyes widened in shock before her expression darkened. And in a frigid tone, she asked, "Do you like this?" Cheng Shi let out a scoff, releasing his grip and turning to depart. As he walked away, he remarked, "You see, what I cherish is not necessarily what you cherish. No one relishes being stabbed at will. Our acquaintance is merely one of having shaken hands. Do not perceive me as your experimental subject. And do not presume your transactions are equitable. Fairness without the consent of others cannot be deemed fair. Sheath your dagger, Miss Assassin, or more unwelcome surprises await you." Yuna and I, feeling the changes within her body, silently withdrew the dagger. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. She gazed at the sanguine flow from her chest, her expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, amidst the throng, a bare-chested man cast his gaze over the multitude, frowning in contemplation. Cheng Shi exited the Yongzhan Square, his next destination being the Bureau of Law Enforcement. He was particularly concerned about the murder incident that the hotel guest seemed too timid to discuss. Indeed, the association between murder and death was strikingly apparent. Throughout his journey, Cheng Shi pondered whether the clues for the trial would be so straightforward. As a member of the Natural Alliance, Yangzhou Town's governance resembles that of an alliance system. However, it is not a partisan coalition but rather a coalition of functional departments. Several departments, each responsible for different aspects, collaborate spontaneously to discuss the town's developmental affairs, gradually forming a rudimentary parliamentary system wherein the heads of various departments convene for deliberation. The Enforcement Bureau stands as the most powerful department within the town, akin to a court, prison, and police station combined, located in the southeast of the square. Its substantial premises are marked by the constant comings and goings of uniformed enforcement officers. Upon encountering this unfamiliar law enforcement agency, Cheng Shi refrained from intruding recklessly. Instead, he feigned the demeanor of a passerby, attentively eavesdropping on the conversations among the officers. Before long, he pieced together the details surrounding a murder case from their fragmented dialogues. Just 7 days prior, a jeweler had inexplicably died in the town. Had this incident occurred elsewhere, it might have garnered little public attention, merely another case of murder and robbery. Yet, this tragedy unfolded in Yangzhou Town, a place where life eternally flourishes. The townspeople were immediately thrown into a state of anxiety, prompting the Enforcement Bureau to swiftly intervene and commence an investigation. Curiously, the merchant, aside from exhibiting a look of sheer terror, bore no signs of physical harm whatsoever. As though he had succumbed to fright. This anomaly was even more bewildering. No one could perish under the protection of blooming only to wither unless his demise bore the mark of another deity's will. Realizing the potential complexities of this matter, possibly entwined with matters of faith, the town's autonomous alliance promptly reported to the Grand Tribunal, seeking assistance from the followers of order. Moreover, all 3 individuals met their demise on the streets during the night. The sudden and consecutive deaths plunged the entire community into a state of panic, casting a dreadful shadow over every resident. Consequently, the town's autonomous alliance was compelled to impose a temporary curfew. Remarkably, yesterday marked the inaugural day of this curfew. Yet another inebriated patron collapsed a mere 5 meters from the tavern's entrance. Chapter 43. I am not here to alleviate poverty. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow as he meticulously sifted through the clues he had gathered. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the notion that the perpetrator was a follower of the decayed. Decayed and prosperity represent opposing beliefs, however. Should a devotee of the former commit murder within the sanctuary of the latter, the corpse would undeniably exhibit signs of decay. Such a manifestation would constitute a provocation against the faith, serving to elevate the authority of the benefactor. Yet, the body bore no marks of violence, indicating that the assailant was deliberately crafting an atmosphere of terror. The faith of the perpetrator was likely aligned with corruption or perhaps death itself. The consideration of the assailant's faith was not merely for the sake of inquiry, but to unravel the mystery. It is essential to recognize that death and prosperity coexist along the path of life. Although their revered doctrines may diverge slightly, they are not inherently antagonistic. This truth is evident in the principle of blossoming awaits withering. It safeguards only those life forms that exist within the bounds of a normal lifespan, allowing them to pass away when their time is due. Prosperity seeks the utmost flourishing of the individual rather than immortality. After all, along the journey of life, death serves as the concluding chapter. With this understanding, Cheng Shi could not help but delve deeper into his thoughts. The trial of death ultimately necessitates the sacrifice of a certain offering to him. This time, shall it be the offering of a corrupted believer, who deliberately orchestrates slaughter yet distorts the original manner of death for the townsfolk? Or shall it continue the methods of the death believers, eliminating a target that perhaps piques his interest? One option involves capturing the perpetrator, while the other assists the murderer in taking a life. These 2 choices are, one might say, diametrically opposed. A misstep could very well lead one to a place of irreversible doom. As Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, not far from him, another player was also deep in thought. Wei Guan was evidently aware that the clues to unraveling the mystery lay within the Judicial Bureau, and thus he had arrived there ahead of Cheng Shi, lingering for some time. Upon noticing teammates approaching, he snorted dismissively and departed. Witnessing Wei Guan's exit, Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle softly. The foolish believer, in his self-righteousness, abhorred mingling with others. His departure was either a revelation or a disdain for shared inquiries. After acquiring pertinent information, Cheng Shi vacated the Judicial Bureau and meandered aimlessly through the town for a while. He greeted the gathered crowd and took a seat among them. His gaze inadvertently swept across the staircase corner, where he spotted the ascetic standing in the shadows, his eyes fixed intently upon them, locking eyes with Cheng Shi. Momentarily taken aback, Cheng Shi then smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The other's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, his gaze unwavering. Who is this person? Standing all day without weariness? As Fang Zhu observed everyone settling into their places, he commenced presiding over the proceedings. Let us discuss the intelligence gathered. I shall first summarize today's observations and thoughts. Please, everyone, fill in the gaps. The profession of a lawmaker is indeed one of the most systematic. Every minutiae of foundational information regarding Everbloom Town has been meticulously organized and presented by him in a coherent manner. The comprehensiveness of the content is far beyond what one might expect from an individual gathering information over a single afternoon. It resembles more of a report compiled by a large team after a month of thorough background research. Cheng Shi was astonished, pondering whether Fang Zhu's capabilities were perhaps excessive. If the managers of certain investment firms possessed such prowess, he certainly would not have suffered such significant losses prior to the arrival of the gods. They were merely unproductive leeches siphoning off funds. Once Fang Zhu had completed his eloquent discourse, the others nodded in agreement, while only Wei Guan scoffed disdainfully, remarking, utterly redundant. Fang Zhu remained unfazed, casually gesturing for the others to contribute. Du Shiguang, taking up for him, retorted, why not share your insights instead? Wei Guan shot a sidelong glance at Du Shiguang, sneering, so eager to reap rewards without effort? A mind that never contemplates only becomes more foolish. Prove your worth before seeking answers from me. Cheng Shi could not contain his laughter, and his amusement drew the attention of everyone present, realizing all eyes were upon him. And particularly feeling the disdain in Wei Guan's gaze, he quickly waved his hands, dismissing the moment. It was evident that Fang Zhu's remarks were a subtle jab at Wei Guan, yet the latter showed no reaction. Instead, the others regarded Cheng Shi with significantly friendlier expressions. Indeed, camaraderie flourishes in the absence of fools. As long as one steers clear of the foolish, harmony can prevail among all. In alignment with Cheng Shi's thoughts, it ultimately boiled down to a choice between two paths. This is a rather commonplace method of unraveling a dilemma, yet it remains one of the most reliable approaches. Cheng Shi nodded in agreement repeatedly, and a shared glance between the two sparked an immediate sense of camaraderie. Amusingly, one would never have imagined that a day would come when one could stand alongside a devotee of memory. The Enforcement Bureau did not possess a morgue. Instead, the corpses of the 4 deceased were stored in the archives. I meticulously examined their bodies and found no signs of injury whatsoever, rather than a murder. This seemed more akin to the infliction of a curse. A curse from beneath the earth? Cheng Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Yuna and I glanced at him with irritation. Nodding in affirmation, yes, this method of killing typically originates from the depths below. Perhaps it is a manifestation of corruption, spreading fear, generating terror, and drawing upon the shivers of despair as a means of indulgence. Yun Ni's conjecture was decisive, yet it held a semblance of truth. However, each player harbored their own judgments, making such subjective speculations challenging to collectively accept. Next, it was Cheng Shi's turn. He did not hold back, succinctly summarizing the aspects of his discoveries that others had overlooked, and then he pondered the crux of the puzzle, contemplating where the key to resolution lay. Fang Zhu cast a thoughtful glance at Cheng Shi, jesting, you truly do not resemble a disciple of his. Cheng Shi understood the implication. His demeanor was too orderly. Do you not find it curious that, for me, proximity to order is also a form of chaos? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu smiled faintly, though the gravity in his otherwise concealed expression was unmistakable. Indeed, transforming a chaotic believer into one of clarity is, in essence, a profound form of chaos itself. Initially, Fang Zhu deemed Cheng Shi as someone unworthy of excessive attention. However, a flicker of murderous intent unexpectedly surged within him. The discovery of a divinely enlightened adversary of a contrasting faith was hardly an auspicious revelation. Unbeknownst to Cheng Shi, who had articulated his insights, Fang Zhu's thoughts remained concealed. He then directed the conversation towards Wei Guan, who, with an expression suggesting he was not targeting anyone specifically, had listened for an entire evening without uttering a single insightful remark. This was indeed irksome. At last, the foolish players had shared their ideas, and it was time for the astute players to offer their critiques. Wei Guan let out a derisive laugh and turned to leave, mocking loudly, your thoughts are utterly worthless. You do not deserve to know the answers. This remark even ruffled the normally composed Fang Zhu, who who slammed his hand on the table and rose, stating sternly, "To depart from here signifies your abandonment of any collaboration with us." Fang Zhu's voice inadvertently infused with the resonant effects of a bard's skills, wielding a compelling authority. Many patrons within the inn heard him and turned their gazes toward the scene. Yet, Wei Guan showed no sign of hesitation, heading not to the rooms on the second floor, but straight for the inn's entrance. "You cannot speak of collaboration with me. My time is limited, and I am not here for charity." With that, he pushed open the door to the inn. At that moment, the hotel doorman seized the corner of his garment, fearfully cautioning, "Esteemed guest, even if a quarrel has arisen with your companion, I must remind you, this night is fraught with danger. The Enforcement Bureau has issued a recommendation for a curfew. Remaining within the confines of the inn is undoubtedly your wisest choice. I implore you to reconsider." Wei Guan let out a cold laugh, deriding, "Cowardice and folly have always been in perfect harmony. I am already aware of the truth and shall not be intimidated by this so-called murderer." With that, he brushed aside the doorman's hand and strode purposefully out the door. The moment the door slammed shut, a collective murmur of discontent arose from the remaining players. Fool. Chapter 44. Death shall ultimately descend though they voiced their disdain. None present were simpletons. They had discerned Wei Guan's intentions. He was issuing a challenge to the killer. The murderer prowled the streets under the cover of night, signifying that all pertinent evidence regarding the truth lay concealed in the darkness. Thus, for the players, despite the inherent dangers, night was a more opportune time to uncover answers than daylight. However, the town of Everbloom was vast, too expansive for one night to reveal every hidden corner, let alone encounter the assassin. Hence, Wei Guan offered himself as bait in hopes of luring the perpetrator into the open. Fang Zhu had already grasped Wei Guan's underlying motive. The two, devoid of any eye contact, relied solely on their keen intuition and agile minds to orchestrate an impromptu performance. As Wei Guan exited, the others finally comprehended the brilliance of their unspoken collaboration. Yet, the epithet they uttered, "fool," was uttered with genuine sincerity. No one appreciates pretentious individuals. This is an undeniable truth. Fang Zhu shook his head with a light chuckle and then addressed the crowd. "It seems we may not find rest tonight. Let us tidy up and follow closely." After speaking, he glanced back. The shadowy corner where a man had previously stood was now devoid of the ascetic's presence. Clearly, he too had discerned the situation. TSK, not a fool in sight. Cheng Shi silently admired this realization, adjusted his attire, and stealthily slipped out through the back door. The full moon hung high, and a gentle breeze caressed the night, which in Yongzhan town was far from cool. Upon stepping outside, Cheng Shi noticed that not all residents adhered to the curfew. At least some revelers still staggered through the streets. They stumbled along, shouting the name of the deity of prosperity, as if invoking their patron's protection from death. He smiled at the sight of these inebriated souls and swiftly made his way towards the direction in which Wei Guan had vanished. Indeed, Wei Guan was a lone wolf. Although Fang Zhu had cooperated by providing him with an opportunity to provoke the assailant, it appeared that the man showed no gratitude. Upon leaving, he left not a trace behind. The faintest footprints vanished not far from the inn, leaving no guiding clues in their wake. Damn, how remarkable. Nearby, on the windmill of the tall tower, Yin and I was engaged in a similar pursuit. Everyone had lost their target, unaware of Wei Guan's whereabouts. Did he truly believe he could confront the assassin alone? On the other side, Du Shiguang could no longer contain himself, adjusting his glasses. He expressed his indignation. If he had discovered the true culprit first and made a choice for us in advance, who would bear the consequences? The foolishness of certain individuals is eternally repugnant. Indeed, Cheng Shi smiled faintly within, as deception and memory seemed to conspire once more. After another half-hour had passed, the group, their faces darkened with concern, reconvened, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of the previously absent ascetic. Upon his arrival, his expression was even more grim than that of Cheng Shi and the others. Fang Zhu was the first to notice him and asked in a low voice, "What have you found?" The ascetic remained silent and turned to leave. A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd, and they immediately followed suit. Under the ascetic's guidance, they traversed rooftops and darted through the shadows of the night, arriving shortly at a location to the south of the town. On a broad street, the players abruptly discovered a corpse. The deceased was clad in the very white shirt and black vest provided by the inn. It was Wei Guan. Wei Guan was dead. The crowd gasped in shock, and Cheng Shi's pupils constricted. He could scarcely fathom how a level 2400 player could perish so silently within the trial. It was worth noting that this place was not particularly far from the inn, almost beneath the very eyes of the players who had been searching in turns. If there had been any signs of a struggle, surely someone would have heard something. Fang Zhu's expression darkened as he swiftly descended beside Wei Guan. As he landed, he furiously declared, "Here, lying is forbidden. The S-rank belief talent of order, let the decree resonate far and wide. This is not a skill unique to the ruler. All adherents of order can invoke temporary laws through the recitation of corresponding judgment songs. However, the rulers, as the singers of order, can infuse their melodies with additional effects, rendering this gift particularly advantageous for them." A brilliant golden light enveloped the entire street as Fang Zhu, glancing at those behind him, softly intoned, "Oh, just official. The time for interrogation has arrived. All falsehoods shall be unveiled, and the truth shall ultimately be revealed. The suspect shall now face questioning, confessing past transgressions and confronting the torment within. Then, under the watchful gaze of order, cast into the depths of a death cell." A radiant white light ascended from each individual, and Cheng Shi felt a profound weakness envelop him, accompanied by a status known as confession. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Was Fang Zhu suspecting that someone among them had covertly struck a blow? After all, they had been searching separately for a full hour. Ample time for a murder to transpire. But why target one of their own? Cheng Shi paused, suddenly alert. If he contemplated everyone's beliefs, could it be directed at me? Yet, before Fang Zhu could pose his question, Yin and I, standing closest, leaned in and inquired, "You are a follower of deceit, are you not? She actually harbors suspicions about me?" Cheng Shi tensed. A wave of overwhelming pressure surged through his consciousness, compelling him to speak the truth. The audacity of such actions is astounding. Is it merely hitchhiking? Cheng Shi cast a fierce glance at Yun and I, his jaws clenched tightly, the muscles in his face taut, as he struggled against the overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, after only a fleeting moment, his resolve crumbled. His face twitched twice, and he generously provided the answer. "No." Yun and I seemed taken aback by this response. She raised an eyebrow and promptly turned to flee. Why did she wish to kill Wei Guan? Yun and I paused, instinctively replying, "I dislike him, hence the desire to kill." Immediately, her expression shifted, while Cheng Shi grinned slyly, resembling a cunning fox. The intentions of wanting to kill and actually killing can, in certain contexts, be entirely different. However, in other situations, they are easily misconstrued. Indeed. No sooner had Yin and I uttered her words than a force of memory enveloped the space, confining her. Du Shiguang stepped forward, directly confronting Yun and I, and without uttering a single word, placed his index finger on her forehead. A glance was all that was needed. Chapter 45. Silence is the Cambridge Sheriff. Tonight Du Shiguang was not one to be solitary. At the very least, he understood the value of sharing. Then, all the players present bore witness to a striking scene. A stunning female assassin lifted her tank top, the gathered fabric obscuring the peak of her mountains. Yet the breathtaking curvature of the southern hemisphere left onlookers utterly speechless. Ahem. This was clearly a memory of Yun and I changing her attire. The reason for this change was, of course, a result of someone having plunged a knife into her chest, piercing through her tank top. The scene abruptly transformed into a silent congregation, an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Cheng Shi's lips twitched as he observed the rigid countenance of Du Shiguang, feeling utterly powerless to voice his dissatisfaction. After much effort to concoct a pretext that would lead to the discovery of intriguing assassin memories. Was this what he chose to present to everyone? Such disregard for his comrades was truly disheartening. Yun and I, though bound, was not blind. She too witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Yet, rather than express anger, she coldly drove a dagger into Du Shiguang's heart, carved open his chest, severed his throat, and pierced his eyes. When he eventually awakened under the protection of blossoms awaiting decay, he inquired, "Is it beautiful?" The frail Du Shiguang, incapable of resisting the effect of pleading guilty, responded without hesitation, "Indeed, it is beautiful." Yet, his eyes were met with another brutal blow. After venting her frustrations, Yun and I cast a stoic glance at Cheng Shi. "Do you not fancy it? Is it not beautiful? How petty of this young lady to hold a grudge." However, Cheng Shi was unfazed. After enduring so much, he had developed a certain immunity to such gruesome imagery. Unexpectedly, he blurted out, "It is beautiful." The moment he realized his blunder, his expression mirrored that of someone suffering from constipation, and he quickly recoiled a couple of steps. To his surprise, Yun and I did not retaliate against him as she had with Du Shiguang. Instead, she cryptically remarked, "Come to my room tonight. There is even more beauty to behold." A trap. Undoubtedly a trap. Praise be to silence. Fang Zhu is a man of purpose. He vowed that his gaze had merely flickered upon the enchanting scene upon the ground, only to be swiftly reminded of his duty to judge, rather than to jest. His target was evidently not Cheng Shi, but rather the ascetic who had remained apart from the group throughout. This disciple of silence had vanished without a trace, and upon his return he had transformed into the guide to a discovered corpse. The whereabouts and actions during this period of disappearance remain a complete mystery. Furthermore, as the most adept at silencing sound, it was imperative for Fang Zhu to ascertain whether Wei Guan could have been murdered by him, not by me. The silence was shattered. The crowd gazed at him in astonishment, initially taken aback, and then each heart sank. The gravity of the situation had compelled a disciple of silence to break the quiet and seek collaboration, signifying that all players were now confronted with a particularly formidable murderer. The arrogant Wei Guan served as the most compelling evidence of this. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Fang Zhu ceased his chant, meticulously scrutinizing every trace at the scene. After regaining his composure, Du Shiguang partnered with Cheng Shi to examine each surrounding structure. Yin and I resumed the autopsy. Yet the results echoed those from the afternoon at the Judicial Bureau: no wounds. An eerie ambience enveloped the gathering, and disquiet was etched upon every face. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and approached Wei Guan's lifeless form, noting the terror etched upon his features. It is somewhat amusing that the man who has perpetually squinted and looked down upon others, the so-called hunter of fools, finally opened his eyes wide for the first time just before death. Do you not possess the ability to read people's memories? Cheng Shi nodded slightly, beginning to examine the corpse's pupils with utmost seriousness. Yuna and I approached him, her voice icy as she remarked, "Do not expect to find anything within the pupils." That murderer skillfully eradicated all traces, a consummate killer indeed. Cheng Shi, indeed, found no clues and let out a sigh, shifting his focus to the limbs. The body still retained a hint of warmth, indicating it had only recently succumbed to death. Cheng Shi found it difficult to comprehend how a life could extinguish so quietly. Could it be that even Wei Guan, with his 2,400 years of experience, could not manage to struggle even for a moment under the hands of the murderer? Or was it possible that the method of murder was, in fact, a curse? Had the killer never even been present at the scene, merely orchestrating the demise of Wei Guan from afar? Such a method of killing, did it obliterate the victim's consciousness, or did it merely halt their heartbeat? Pondering this, Cheng Shi's hand brushed against the chest of the corpse. It felt somewhat cold, indicating that death had indeed occurred some time ago. Wait, that cannot be right. Why were Wei Guan's limbs still warm while his chest had already turned cold? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, delicately probing along Wei Guan's ribcage with his fingertips. Fang Zhu, observing this scene, inquired with curiosity, "Are you a doctor? Clearly, your memory is lacking. I have stated before that I am a rational eroder. Doctors and priests are not synonymous." Fang Zhu was evidently alluding to Cheng Shi's previous profession, to which Cheng Shi did not conceal the truth, nodding in acknowledgement. Yun and I, intrigued, posed a question. "Was it for this reason that you chose to become a priest?" Cheng Shi shook his head. "Why is that?" With the conclusion of the confession, "Do you believe you can still obtain answers from me?" Yun and I chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Before the advent of the faith game, Cheng Shi was not a physician, yet he possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, gleaned not from academia, but rather taught by his adoptive father, a jovial old man. As for the reason a scrap collector possessed such medical skills, Cheng Shi could not articulate, for he had never inquired. He meticulously examined the underlying muscle textures and facial tensions beneath the corpse's skin, and after a considerable duration, he looked up and requested, "I need a needle." The crowd frowned at his words, shaking their heads in unison. Only Yun and I cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, "Where shall I pierce?" Cheng Shi, somewhat taken aback, pointed to the precise center of Wei Guan's chest and stated, "Here, directly into the heart." Chapter 46, Another Half Artifact? As fear approaches, Yin and I nodded, extending her finger to the spot indicated by Cheng Shi. Then, with a swift motion, before anyone could react, she stood upright. Meanwhile, nothing seemed to happen to Wei Guan's body. Is it over? Did it pierce? Some players were astonished by Yun Ni's speed, still trying to ascertain whether she had indeed penetrated, given that Wei Guan's corpse exhibited no response. Only Cheng Shi smiled, having surmised what Yun and I had accomplished. In a fleeting moment, she transformed her fingers into a slender line, piercing the heart of Wei Guan. The ability of the assassin to render her body two-dimensional was far more potent than she had anticipated. It appeared that the dagger was merely a facade. When it came to killing, nothing was more convenient than being an embodiment of weaponry. However, the corpse exhibited no reaction, which was rather unsettling. A deceased heart may cease its rhythmic pulsation, resulting in a lack of blood spouting forth. Yet, the absence of spillage does not imply the absence of blood. When external force breaches the cavity, dark crimson fluid is bound to seep forth. Fang Zhu seemed to have discerned this anomaly and inquired uncertainly. Is there an issue with the heart? Astute. Cheng Shi nodded, retrieving a scalpel from his spatial pouch and deftly commencing the dissection. Within mere seconds, Wei Guan's thoracic cavity was meticulously dismantled by agile hands. As the onlookers gathered, they discovered that while his chest was filled with flesh, it was conspicuously devoid of one crucial element. The heart had vanished? Du Shiguang stared in astonishment at the spot where the heart once resided. His brow furrowed, as if pondering some revelation. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi elucidated, through tactile sensation, one can perceive the orientation of internal muscle fascia in the gradient of pressure. As I explored his chest, I noted that the pressure surrounding Wei Guan's heart was significantly lower than that of an ordinary deceased individual. Now, as you can see, his heart has been stolen. No sooner had Fang Zhu's words echoed than all eyes turned towards Yin and I. Initially taken aback, she then shrugged nonchalantly, her demeanor clearly indicating her disinterest in the matter at hand. It is well known among the crowd that she is not the perpetrator. They are merely inquiring if there are any similar methods associated with annihilation. Even Cheng Shi silently contemplates whether he has overlooked another annihilation assailant. Just then, while Yin and I is deep in thought, Du Shiguang suddenly rises, solemnly drawing a circle before him. A golden radiance forms a ring, and through this ring, the current street scene is replaced by a library. This circular portal appears to bridge the realms of time and space, presenting one side as the present and the other as the past. The visual spectacle is truly astonishing. Let me peruse the tomes of that era. I recall there being a mystical object reminiscent of this. Du Shiguang extends his hand through the ring, swiftly searching the shelves. In a short while, he retrieves a book and pulls its essence into the present. The ethereal pages flutter rapidly beneath his fingertips, yielding results within mere breaths. Found it. I knew this manner of death felt so familiar. A visage of terror, a heart vanished. When fear descends, the SSS, a divine dagger from the underworld kingdom of Garuda, is a semi-artifact imbued with the dual divinities of corruption and death. This dagger does not require penetration into the body. It merely selects a target and waits. When the unfortunate soul experiences dread, their heart is severed and offered to death. The demise is utterly silent. You are correct. This bears a striking resemblance to a curse. Yet it is far more insidious. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of all present darkened. A semi-artifact. Yet another semi-artifact. Before the daggers of such caliber, the distinctions between 2400 and 1400 vanish. Both are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Have you truly never contemplated such a similar demise? It is rather embarrassing, considering you are still a disciple of him. Yun and I cast a disdainful glance at Du Shiguang, seemingly questioning his allegiance to the faith of memory. Unfazed, Du Shiguang adjusted his glasses and replied, "It is precisely because I am his disciple that I have no need for memory." Cheng Shi, upon hearing these words, regarded his expression with a knowing glance. Du Shiguang was deceiving. He did not lack the need for memory. Perhaps he had forfeited his right to possess personal recollections. It is rumored that his followers exchanged their memories for additional powers. One wonders what talent Du Shiguang sacrificed his memory for. Fang Zhu, a man of action, refrained from engaging in idle chatter and solemnly articulated his deduction. The murderer resides within the inn. Indeed, the murderer is within the inn. This dagger is peculiar. Yet it operates under a specific premise, requiring the prior selection of a fortunate individual. Given Wei Guan's agility and his alertness as a hunter, it would be inconceivable for him not to notice the presence of another in the shadows or to fail to detect someone tailing him after his departure. Thus, only one possibility remains. He was marked before leaving the inn. The good news is that the provocation tactics employed by the two have indeed borne fruit. The bad news is that they may have gone too far, resulting in the death of one actor. Nevertheless, having a direction is preferable to aimlessly flailing about. At the very least, the murderer can now be confined to the inn. There remains another question. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and added, "Have you ever pondered what could instill fear in a person like Wei Guan? Undoubtedly, the moment the murder weapon is discovered, the method of killing becomes evident. The assailant merely needs to lurk in the shadows and mark their target. As for the rest, it is left to the victim themselves." The so-called sounds of alarm and shadows of dread illustrate this perfectly. Once the terror of death stealthily spreads within a certain vicinity, solitary wanderers in the night become engulfed in paranoia. At this juncture, the perpetrator need not exert any additional effort. A mere sound on the silent street or a gentle breeze beneath the obscured moon could serve as the final straw that breaks the camel's back, sealing the victim's fate. Yet, Wei Guan is different. He is a devotee of ignorance, the arch-nemesis of all folly. Such trivial maneuvers would scarcely warrant his concern. As one draws closer to the truth, they become increasingly detached from human emotions. Would he truly feel fear? The answer is yes, for his demise stands as the most compelling evidence. However, the question remains, what, precisely, is the source of the fear that claims the lives of those who worship ignorance? Can the multitude confidently assert that they are unafraid in the face of such terror? Cheng Shi felt uncertain. Not just he, but everyone shared this uncertainty. Of course, there lies before them an even more pressing issue than this. That is, Chapter 47, The Methods of the Assassin. Upon returning, one can investigate the assailant. In a trial that has persisted for 7 days, the death of a teammate before even completing the first day undoubtedly marks the worst possible beginning. The gravity etched on everyone's faces was palpable, yet Yun and I merely let out a soft snort before turning to depart. The path she chose was towards the surging light of life. Observing Yun Ni's swift exit, Cheng Shi felt a surge of emotions within. This was the essence of the 2400 scenario. Even in the face of death, some could confront it with composure and charge forward. In contrast, had this been the 1400 scenario, his group would have disbanded by now. Du Shiguang adjusted his glasses and suggested, "What if we report Wei Guan's death to the Enforcement Bureau?" To be candid, it was indeed a viable option. Involving the Bureau could mitigate numerous risks. However, the crux of the matter was that they could not yet ascertain whether this half-artifact-wielding assassin was a target for the players or merely a guiding marker. If it were the latter, it would suffice to discern whom he intended to kill next in order to seek the true sacrifice. Yet, if he were indeed a target, capturing him by the Enforcement Bureau would complicate matters significantly. Furthermore, in Wei Guan's current state, how could they possibly explain the situation? Fang Zhu pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal of the proposal. Now was not the opportune moment for collaboration with the authorities. Cheng Shi had anticipated this outcome. Casting a glance at Wei Guan, whose eyes remained unclosed in death, he too turned away. Yin and I was correct. Drawing closer to the murderer was the only way to unearth the truth. This trial had transformed from dispelling fog to treading upon the edge of a blade. And this was precisely what death yearned for. It never shunned the prospect of additional sacrifices. "You may leave first. I will take care of Wei Guan's body." The faithful of the order have always been reliable. Du Shiguang did not hesitate and followed in Cheng Shi's footsteps. Fang Zhu gazed solemnly at the corpse. Letting out a deep sigh, when he concealed the body and looked up again, he discovered that the ascetic, who had silently listened for the entire night, had vanished without a trace. He approached the attendant, requested a glass of strong liquor, and sat beside her. Yun and I cast a fleeting glance at him, unusually silent. Cheng Shi raised the cup of wine in his hand and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, we are teammates. If you have any thoughts, you might as well share them with me." Yun Ni's eyelids fluttered slightly, indicating for him to continue. "I do not wish to lose 2 teammates on the first day, nor do I want you to meet an inexplicable fate like that arrogant fool of a believer." Cheng Shi's words were blunt. He was genuinely fearful of a teammate charging recklessly into danger, only to end up lifeless on the spot. It was not that he doubted Yun Ni's intellect. Well, perhaps he did. Furthermore, he sensed that this assassin had already formed some intentions and might act upon them tonight. As for whether her actions would be advantageous to the trial, he could not ascertain without understanding her thoughts. Yun and I smiled lightly, disregarding him, and downed her drink in one gulp before departing alone once more. Cheng Shi watched her leave and then turned his gaze to the bar. The empty wine glass that Yun and I had slammed down still trembled, and a barely visible crack was slowly spreading towards the 3 o'clock position on its base. Oh, an intriguing invitation. The tavern was set to close at 2 o'clock, which clearly suggested an intention to engage in clandestine dealings under the cover of night. The night was profound, and even in a bustling inn, most guests chose to rest, a stark contrast to the earlier merriment of the evening. The innkeeper, evidently a shrewd businessman, had arranged for several attendants to patrol the corridors at this late hour, ensuring the travelers could sleep soundly. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a familiar sound of breathing drifted from behind the wooden wall beside his bed. Was it 3 o'clock already? He raised his hand to check the time, only to find the neighboring breath had vanished. At that moment, Cheng Shi seemed to receive an unspoken signal. He immediately turned and stepped out of his room. Upon exiting, he encountered Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu, who simultaneously opened their doors. Their gazes aligned perfectly, bypassing Cheng Shi, and fixated on Yun Ni's door. Even more astonishing, at the end of the corridor, a burly man lying in the shadows had also awakened, rising silently. Clearly, everyone's thoughts were consumed by the actions of the assassin maiden. Yet, Cheng Shi had remained awake due to an invitation from Yun Ni. What was the meaning of these hulking figures eavesdropping in the dead of night? Time was fleeting, leaving no room for Cheng Shi to ponder further. Perhaps the grim reminder of Wei Guan's death loomed over her, for she had not erased her tracks. Thus, the four men followed her closely, erasing any traces while speculating on the intentions of this enigmatic assassin. However, they could not dwell on their thoughts for long. Upon reaching the door of the innermost room on the third floor, the answer revealed itself. A faint scent of annihilation wafted from within. Yun Ni had made her move. The group, taken aback, swiftly retreated into the room, evading the patrolling attendants. Upon entering, one was immediately struck by the chaotic disarray of the room, while the occupant who should have been present had vanished without a trace. Yun Ni had also disappeared once more. Madman! Fang Zhu swiftly grasped Yun Ni's intent, cursing under his breath before darting out the door. Du Shiguang followed closely, evidently having discerned Yun Ni's purpose as well. Cheng Shi surveyed the empty room, his brow furrowed in concern. There was no doubt that Yun Ni had committed murder. These realms were often the harbingers of impending doom. Leading living beings into collapsing spaces was, in essence, an offering to him. Moreover, the disappearance of a life form from its original place could also be seen as a form of death. The unfortunate traveler might still be alive. Yet the torment endured in a dimension watched by annihilation remained unknown to outsiders. The idea was crude but effective. The assassin's plan was simply to search each room for evidence without alarming the other travelers. True to her nature, she was decisive and straightforward. However, a significant issue loomed. Should she confront the murderer directly, Yun Ni could very well become the next Wei Guan. This straightforward and efficient method was not without its considerations. Many had thought of it, but few wished to become the second Wei Guan. To his surprise, Yun Ni seemed unfazed and willingly positioned herself as a spear in the hands of the players. Reflecting on this, Cheng Shi couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the skilled are bold. How is it that this group, with their high scores, exuded such confidence? Was their success merely the result of innate talent?" He found such notions rather contemptible. Recklessness could not resolve all. It was intellect that served as the key to unlocking the door to understanding. However, the events have already transpired, and dwelling on them is futile. He sighed in resignation and began to examine the chaotic room, hoping to uncover some useful information within. It was evident that the assassin would not conduct a thorough search. Such unpleasant tasks necessitated collective effort. Alas, the tribunal was on its way. Creating such a commotion in the inn seemed reckless, as it could ensnare them all in dire consequences. Chapter 48. The Sudden Judgment. The assassin's grief under the somewhat brutish actions of the players. An exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded in the nighttime inn. Several men, their faces pale with distress, chased after a woman. This woman, however, wandered through the corridors of the inn, darting into each room she passed, only to emerge moments later, visibly agitated. The commotion lasted but a brief interval, and although the rooms remained silent, newcomers would soon discover that the occupants had vanished from their beds. The belongings were strewn across the floor, yet nothing was taken. Such behavior did not appear motivated by greed. Thus, the question arose, what, precisely, was this female thief pilfering? The answer, the time of Cheng Shi. After trailing through a dozen rooms, Cheng Shi was utterly disheartened. He had found nothing of value. Aside from the luggage brought by the guests and a plethora of survival necessities, his most notable discovery was a few pieces of stylish QQ lingerie in a lady's wardrobe. One must admit, the lady's taste, but let us return to the matter at hand. The rooms that were just inspected evidently housed only respectable travelers, not the individuals they were seeking. Furthermore, the sheer number of guests in the inn made it impossible to thoroughly search the third floor, even if they were to wait until dawn, not to mention the 2 additional floors beneath them. At that moment, panic might spread even more intensely throughout the establishment. Cheng Shi had reminded the others more than once. Shall we continue? Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, Du Shiguang offered a smile, and the ascetic remained silent. Clearly, the prominent figures were inclined to take a gamble. Since the esteemed leaders were unwilling to halt their pursuit, Cheng Shi, as a mere underling, naturally had no authority to voice dissent. So they pressed on. Yet, such is life. The more anxious one becomes, the more missteps occur. At a certain moment before dawn, Miss Assassin's actions were detected. To be precise, she had inadvertently exposed herself, as Yun and I skillfully infiltrated another room. She was met by the sight of 4 men clad in black robes, all seated neatly, who simultaneously opened their eyes to gaze upon her. As those 4 pairs of bright eyes blinked awake, a surge of order began to stir. The thick, viscous sensation was reminiscent of a divine presence having graced this place before. Yun Ni's expression changed dramatically, and she turned to flee. However, the moment she entered that room, her fate was sealed. Majestic and commanding chants resonated, their sound akin to the tolling of a great bell. Here, escape is forbidden. Here, shouting is forbidden. Here, resistance is forbidden. Here, evasion is forbidden. Waves of terrifying holy light surged forth, instantly illuminating the room in a dazzling golden glow. Chains woven from decrees ensnared Yun Ni's limbs as if they were living entities. She found herself utterly powerless to resist or seek help, forced to watch helplessly as she was confined and subsequently hoisted into the air by chains, resembling a gruesome dismemberment. The relentless pressure and adverse conditions imposed by the forces of order mercilessly ravaged her body, until the moment the judge, clad in a robe of judgment, opened his eyes, momentarily halting this terrifying punishment. However, what followed was merely the onset of a nightmare. The judge retrieved his scepter of judgment from the void, his eyes swirling with purple lightning, and directed his gaze towards Yun and I, gently pointing at her bound form as he spoke slowly. Do you plead guilty? Guilty? Guilty of what? Is offering a free journey to an unfamiliar realm to a weary traveler a crime? Is that not an act of charity? Of course. Had it been Cheng Shi in her place, such thoughts might have arisen. Yet, for Yun and I, she felt neither joy nor sorrow at that moment. She had come to realize the identities of these individuals. They were unmistakably from the Grand Tribunal. The members of the Grand Tribunal had arrived long ago. They had silently infiltrated Yongzhan town, masquerading as ordinary travelers, conducting their investigations within the inn. They had already narrowed down the general vicinity of the suspects and may even have identified several potential culprits. And she, merely an unwitting fawn that had stumbled into their trap while they awaited their prey. What instilled even more dread was the divine aura emanating from the scepter in the hands of the judge, a resonance akin to blossoms awaiting withering. Another semi-artifact. This was the 3rd semi-artifact she had encountered within a single day. What could this signify? It could mean her imminent death. Yun and I had long anticipated the possibility of an unforeseen mishap, yet her thoughts were consumed by how to confront the peculiar onslaught that accompanied the arrival of fear. Little did she know that her eventual downfall would indeed come, but at the hands of another semi-divine artifact within the Grand Tribunal. After much contemplation, the outcome she faced was absurd in the extreme, verging on the ludicrous. It seemed Yun and I had relinquished the desire to plead her case, despite her conviction of innocence. When a judge is resolute in their intention to condemn, rebuttal becomes futile. Silence preserves the last vestiges of dignity, sparing one from becoming a mere fool. The judge's rhetoric was unmistakably aimed at her demise. Yun and I offered a fearless smile before turning her gaze away. However, the inexorable force of order compelled her to speak. Indeed, then, with a thunderous crash, the heavens unleashed their wrath. The sinner was reduced to mere ash. From the moment of confession to obliteration, not a blink of time was spared. Although in Everbloom Town, the ethos of blooming awaits decay afforded equal protection to all, there existed other divine wills that could usher in death. Just as the decree of order is irrevocable, the judge completed the execution, yet appeared unsatisfied, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the spot where Yun and I had vanished. He had indeed sensed death, but based on his understanding of his own lightning strikes, the condemned ought to have been reduced to charred remains, rather than dissipating into nothingness. This manner of demise felt reminiscent of something long forgotten. The other judges observed the anomaly, their brows knitting in confusion as they queried, "My lord, what is this?" The judge pondered for a moment before coldly stating, "If the judge declares the sinner dead, then the sinner possesses no chance of survival." The judge sheathed his staff but did not close his eyes. Instead, he directed his frigid gaze towards the entrance. Outside the door, Feng Zhu was drenched in cold sweat, while Du Shiguang clenched his fists tightly. The two were but a step away from following Yun and I into the room, but fortunately, upon entering, Yun and I swiftly signaled a warning, instilling a moment of caution in them. It was precisely this fleeting hesitation that preserved their lives. The two retreated with grave expressions until they reached the staircase, where they encountered Cheng Shi and the ascetic lurking in the shadows. Finally pausing to wipe the cold sweat from their brows, Cheng Shi had witnessed none of the events transpiring inside or outside the room. But seeing their solemn faces made his heart skip a beat. "Where is Yun and I?" Fang Zhu's eyes darkened, and he remained silent. Du Shiguang slowly shook his head, his meaning unmistakable. Dead? Could Yongzhan Town truly be a place where one could pass away peacefully? If memory served correctly, that room should have been empty before they departed. They had perfectly missed each other. Who was inside? It was Fang Zhu who spoke up this time. "Order." I sensed a fluctuation of the power of order. The Grand Tribunal. Undoubtedly, it could only be the Grand Tribunal. They had actually arrived. What had merely been a fleeting thought had unexpectedly materialized into reality. Cheng Shi felt the cruel jest of fate, his complexion paling to an extreme. After a grueling 7-day trial on the dawn of the second day, they lost yet another soul. 6 remained, leaving just 4. However, they remained oblivious to the true architect of this nightmare, for the perpetrator had already met their demise. Chapter 49. Guests, please remain calm. Clearly, the judges of the Grand Tribunal had taken note of the players' presence. Tonight's spectacle concluded with the cost of a second life. Amidst the survivors' palpable terror, Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang proceeded to the same room, their chaotic auras conspicuously bypassing Cheng Shi. The current situation was too tumultuous, making it difficult not to associate it with the followers of chaos. Although Cheng Shi had remained passive, his inaction provoked even greater suspicion. Since the trials commenced, it seemed as though a group of individuals had been led by the nose, with death occurring wherever their investigations led. This bore a striking resemblance to previous trials involving the followers of chaos, the only distinction being that this time, the deaths appeared more coincidental and justified. Cheng Shi discerned their thoughts and refrained from seeking their approval. Like a solitary ascetic, he silently descended the stairs. Yun Ni's room was starkly minimalist, to the point of being excessively so. Not a single personal belonging remained, and even the furniture provided by the inn had vanished. Cheng Shi understood that these items had likely been appropriated by the assassin maiden for her own purposes. The decree of annihilation signified obliteration. After failing to uncover a single useful clue, Cheng Shi let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps this was the hallmark of the followers of annihilation. When they devoted themselves to annihilation, all traces of their existence vanished as if they had never been there at all. He lay upon the bed of clouds and mud, turning to gaze at the knife wound she had etched upon the wooden wall, feeling somewhat dazed. At this moment, a mere few hours had elapsed since the birth of this gash, yet today felt interminably stretched, as if it had spanned several days. Memories surged forth like turbulent waves. With each recollection, Cheng Shi's brow furrowed deeper. He was lost in contemplation, pondering the origins of this incision. If memory served him well, the assassin could accurately discern his position even through a wall. This implied that she possessed a talent for detection or perception, and of no insignificant caliber. If that were the case, why had she failed to notice the anomalies within the room before entering? She had certainly alerted Fang Zhu and the others at the very first moment of opening the door. However, this act of warning was even more perplexing. Cheng Shi could not help but wonder, had he been in her place, upon realizing the imminent danger within the room. He would either have fought desperately for escape or steeled himself for a direct confrontation, certainly not diverting his attention to warn his companions. He was acutely aware of Yun Ni's attitude towards her allies. While she might concern herself with her own notion of fairness, she would undoubtedly disregard the fates of others. Even a prompt alliance with Fang Zhu and the others to resist would have seemed far more plausible than a mere warning. Thus, what could explain her actions? Cheng Shi ruminated for an extended period, unable to conjure a reasonable explanation, ultimately piecing together a reluctant conclusion. She had been controlled. Most likely, it was not a prolonged manipulation, but rather a fleeting moment that had clouded her judgment. In that instant, her decision had sealed her fate. There existed someone hidden in the shadows, capable of wielding control over the human mind. Is it the murderer or the player? Most likely, it is the murderer. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang. Cheng Shi's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared that within this trial, not only lurked a perfectly concealed murderer, but also someone attempting to take advantage of the chaos. The night was rife with danger, and the inn concealed deadly peril. Fortunately, dawn was not far off. Before long, the day broke, and the guests awoke, restoring the inn's lively atmosphere. However, this respite was short-lived. Just as Fang Zhu and Cheng Shi stepped into the corridor, the front door of the inn was violently slammed shut by a group of uniformed enforcers. By order of the Judicial Enforcement Bureau, at the request of Judge Mo Chiosi of the Grand Tribunal, All entrances and exits of Yongzhen Town are to be sealed, including the Lifelight Inn, which has been rapidly ascending. Guests are advised to remain calm. The enforcers have taken control of the situation, and your safety is assured here. Please exit your rooms in an orderly fashion and gather on the first floor. I repeat, please gather on the first floor. The Grand Tribunal has initiated action. Their speed surpassed all expectations. The entire inn had been sealed off. Fang Zhu exchanged a glance with Cheng Shi, and without uttering a word, they proceeded to the first floor. Cheng Shi obediently followed. The Grand Tribunal's target was unlikely to be the players. Since they had been spared the previous night, it was improbable they would return with such fervor to trouble them again. Their objective was the murderer. As the players descended the stairs, their minds swirled with thoughts. If the murderer truly fell into the hands of the Grand Tribunal, would the clues be severed? Regardless of whether the ultimate sacrifice was indeed him, it was certain that no one could interrogate a criminal under the auspices of the Grand Tribunal. Moreover, there stands a judge who eclipses the clouds and the mire. The travelers were astounded by the proclamations of the Law Enforcement Bureau. As a wave of chaos spread throughout the establishment, uncertainty gripped the crowd, leading to a cacophony of whispers. Have you lost your mind? This is an order from the Grand Tribunal. Do you understand what the Grand Tribunal represents? How could the exalted judges seal the inn without evidence? My heavens! The murderer is within the inn? By the grace of prosperity, I am still alive. What? The presiding judge is Emochiosi? Goodness, how I long to behold him. Even if just for a moment. Who? The Son of Thunder? Indeed, it is he. He is a first-class judge of the Grand Tribunal, a disciple of the esteemed executioner Alvear, the most gifted elemental adjudicator in history, and the most promising heir to the title of Grand Judge, the Son of Order. If only I could catch a glimpse of him, tonight would be an unforgettable dream for all eternity. Your frenzied demeanor is truly unsettling, perhaps for Emochiosi. A mere glance at you would haunt his nightmares. Do you desire a confrontation? By prosperity, the judges have already identified the culprit, and now, I fear you not. The atmosphere was a chaotic tapestry, as players distanced themselves amidst the restless crowd, solemnly scrutinizing all suspicious individuals and occurrences around them. On the eve of the Grand Tribunal's decree, they yearned to uncover a clue before it was too late. Yet the crowd was overwhelming, the cacophony deafening. In such a tumultuous scene, it was challenging to identify an untainted individual. Many travelers exhibited distorted, stress-induced behavior due to their panic. Cheng Shi let out a soft sigh, beginning to shift his thoughts. Meanwhile, four judges from the Grand Tribunal quietly appeared in the corners of the hall, encircling the entire inn with their mere presence. Before long, amidst the anxious murmurs, a judge adorned in a ceremonial robe with violet eyes materialized at the entrance of the inn. It was Moxius, the elemental judge of the Grand Tribunal, the most esteemed first-level judge in history. Do you know him? Du Shiguang inquired softly from within the throng. Fang Zhu nodded, remarking, the prematurely departed Order Son. I have seen his name in the annals of the Grand Tribunal. Following his demise, the Grand Tribunal gradually sank into the quagmire of war, weakening over time. Prematurely departed. War? Du Shiguang felt momentarily dazed, but quickly grasped the implication. Was it the twilight of the age of civilization? No. It must have been earlier, perhaps the end of the mid-period, when the civil strife had only just ignited, and war was merely beginning to cast its gaze upon this land. It had not yet descended, and chaos had yet to even whisper its name. A sudden epiphany struck Du Shiguang, illuminating why. Despite the presence of a chaos adherent just outside the door the previous night, the judges of the Grand Tribunal had refrained from making an arrest. In truth, this moment marks the early stages of the civilized era, a time long after the advent of order and truth, which occurred several millennia prior. Their followers have nearly unified the surface of the earth, yet war has only just begun to take note of the land of hope. How did he meet his demise? The records of the Grand Tribunal are rather ambiguous, and since I did not partake in their matters, my understanding remains limited. What, then, is the Son of Order? Du Shiguang inquired further. What did you exchange for your memories? Du Shiguang's expression tightened, and he fell silent. Fang Zhu seemed to grasp something, and chose not to speak further. The judge, whose eyes sparkled with violet lightning, advanced step by step towards the assembly, tapping his staff upon the floor to beckon silence. Perhaps it was the weight of Order's authority, or perhaps a deep-seated respect for the Grand Tribunal. But the hall quickly fell into silence. Before uttering a word, he performed a salute in accordance with the followers of Order. An instant surge of lawful intent washing over Cheng Shi, igniting within him an urge to confess. This was far more impressive than Fang Zhu's confession the previous night. Just as everyone bowed their heads in preparation for judgment, Imochiosi spoke. Chapter 50. Starkly divergent reactions. The moment he opened his mouth, the holy light of order enveloped all present. Perhaps some of you know me. Or perhaps you have never heard of me, but that is of little consequence. The reason the Grand Tribunal has come here is likely known to you all. Evil has spread within Everbloom Town, and under the cover of night, sinners brazenly deprive the residents of their right to embrace prosperity. This despicable and vile act not only tramples upon the faith of the Natural Alliance, but also provokes the authority of the Grand Tribunal. Justice will inevitably prevail. No sinner shall evade retribution. I, the first judge, Morpheus, vow to the autonomous alliance of Everbloom Town and its faithful. Today, the true culprit shall be unveiled. Restoring peace to all. Morpheus's declaration was profoundly inspiring, and many faces visibly brightened, while the surrounding enforcers wore expressions of eager anticipation. However, his tone soon turned chillingly cold, laden with a sinister amusement. Now, with the formalities concluded, let us cast aside these cumbersome restraints and address the matter directly. I have identified the murderer, who indeed lurks among you. Fear, once your sharpest weapon, shall now become your dirge. Under the watchful gaze of justice and the edicts of the Grand Tribunal, how do you intend to escape? Before Morpheus could finish, his gaze began to methodically traverse the room, sweeping over each individual, starting from the far left. With each subtle shift, the travelers within his line of sight instinctively tensed, casting furtive glances around, apprehensive that the culprit might be in their midst. This palpable aura of pressure caused many to tremble, their legs quaking as if they might collapse. Cheng Shi stood amidst the crowd, feeling a piercing gaze linger upon him for a fleeting moment before moving on to the left, allowing him to exhale in relief. Fortunately, it seemed he was indeed overlooked by the players. The tension continued to mount, and panic brewed silently in the air. Just as Moxius's gaze shifted halfway, about to turn to the right, an unexpected transformation occurred. A figure clad in a cerulean trench coat suddenly lowered his head, pushing through the surrounding travelers, and swiftly darted towards the periphery of the crowd. The travelers who were jostled stood momentarily stunned, only to erupt in frantic screams. Help! Save me! Run quickly! The murderer is going to kill. The officers stationed at the entrance immediately sprang into action, pursuing fervently. It's him! Don't run! Capture him! The hall descended into chaos in an instant. In the midst of this upheaval, several players astutely seized the opportunity, responding in remarkably different manners. Fang Zhu began to chant loudly, unabashedly revealing his power of order, which manifested as golden chains of order, pursuing the fleeing figure. Deshiguang vanished in a flash, seemingly foreseeing the trajectory, positioning himself along the escape route. However, he did not impede the figure's flight. Rather, at the opportune moment, with an inconspicuous gesture, he inadvertently brushed against the sinner. As for Cheng Shi, he vanished. The moment the crowd dispersed, he disguised himself as a startled traveler, slipping through the first floor's blockade and swiftly ascending to the second floor. Yet, his actions were not driven by fear nor a desire for self-preservation. Instead, he was in pursuit of clues. Resignation was not an option. It would never be an option in this lifetime. This game is so exhilarating that a mere moment of idleness could lead to demise, offering no respite whatsoever. To survive, one must continuously awaken their latent potential. From the very first day of his exploration of the inn, Cheng Shi meticulously noted the appearances of all the guests in the rooms they occupied. The instant the azure trench coat stirred, he immediately discerned the identity of the individual. A bard, a self-proclaimed minstrel hailing from the northern Carnival Empire. The patrons of the inn were rife with trepidation due to the recent murder, and it was no surprise that a few meddlesome individuals, led by him, exacerbated the situation. In truth, when Cheng Shi became aware of the existence of the semi-artifact known as the Coming of Fear, he harbored doubts about this bard. The adage, a craftsman must sharpen his tools before embarking on his task, rang true. To wield fear as a weapon, the most effective approach would be to first disseminate that fear, and the bard's profession was ideally suited for such a task. They reveled in storytelling, particularly tales that sent shivers down the spine. However, at that time, he was still reeling from Wei Guan's death, his mind not as astute, or perhaps unable to make a clear judgment. But now, everything aligned perfectly. There was never any phantom of a snake in the bow. The serpent was visible because the bow itself was crafted from it. The assassin had long since laid the groundwork, merely awaiting the validation of this semi-artifact, the Coming of Fear. Cheng Shi moved swiftly, weaving through the fleeing guests until he soon arrived outside the bard's chamber. His thoughts diverged from those of the other two. Fang Ju clearly believed that the arrival of the Grand Tribunal had established an absolute dominance, and assisting them in apprehending the murderer might offer some convenience in the ensuing investigation and actions. Du Shiguang's approach was more straightforward. He merely needed to encounter the individual and extract their memories. Cheng Shi pondered, when a murderer realizes he has been identified, his initial reaction is invariably to absolve himself of suspicion. Yet, a semi-divine artifact is not something one can easily discard. Thus, Cheng Shi was inclined to believe he had concealed his dagger rather than relinquished it. He hastened to the bard's chamber, intent on uncovering clues that might reveal the nature of the trial. If fortune smiled upon him, and he were to discover that very dagger, it would be fortuitous indeed. However, as he stealthily approached the door and gently pushed it open, he was met with an unexpected sight. Inside stood a man, bare from the waist up, his sinews taut and his body straining with effort, a hermit, the very disciple of silence. Cheng Shi was taken aback, blinking in bewilderment. No wonder his presence had been elusive. Even after everyone had been brought to the first floor by the Grand Tribunal, his visage remained unseen. It seemed he too had taken note of the bard's identity. Nevertheless, even in solitude, a player is still an ally, especially since they shared a common fate within chaos, free from the animosity of conflicting beliefs. Thus there was little cause for concern. Yet, the state of the other was decidedly peculiar. The hermit had clearly heard the door open, but did not turn around. It appeared he was gripping something tightly, his entire being coiled in resistance. Cheng Shi discerned the signs, sensing the hermit's condition deteriorating. Without hesitation, he cast a healing spell upon him. The duty of a priest, to not let the health bar of a comrade remain unsatisfied. Unexpectedly, the disciple of silence displayed utter indifference, for he had unwittingly cast the domain of silence, rendering the healing arts ineffective within its confines. Was he truly so self-serving? Cheng Shi felt an overwhelming surge of anger and muttered under his breath, "Stop pretending to be mute. If you remain silent, I shall summon help." The ascetic's previously unwavering demeanor faltered conspicuously. After a few breaths, he clenched his teeth and, with trembling reluctance, turned partially away. As he did, Cheng Shi beheld that the ascetic's hands were tightly gripping something. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was a dagger emanating a sinister crimson glow, struggling fiercely against its captor's grasp. In that moment of impending dread, Cheng Shi couldn't help but ponder, is this the half-artifact capable of killing without a trace? The scene before him compelled such thoughts. Although the dagger was ensnared within the ascetic's palm, he was unable to maintain control over this semi-divine weapon. His entire body quaked in unison with the dagger. Observing the ascetic's bloodshot eyes and expression of near-fractured rage, Cheng Shi genuinely feared for his well-being. The High Tribunal was just below, poised to discover their presence at any moment. "Release the domain, and I shall assist you." Cheng Shi's sincerity was met with the same persistent silence. Even as the ascetic's condition deteriorated, he refused to dissolve the domain of silence, leaving Cheng Shi rendered speechless. "You have discovered the crucial clue to the trial, have you not? Your state is critically poor. If you do not relinquish your hold, you may perish." "Very well, if you insist on such solitude, then so be it. Embrace your demise." Cheng Shi found himself unable to communicate, and without a word, he turned to leave. The commotion here was too great. The individuals in the Grand Tribunal were not fools. They would soon realize the whereabouts of the bard's chamber and pursue him. Should they catch sight of him, his presence at the murderer's door would be indefensible. How could an ordinary traveler show such keen interest in a murderer, to the extent of running towards the killer's room while others fled for their lives? One must gather clues when possible, but when survival is at stake, one must prioritize their own safety. Cheng Shi could not contend with this solitary warrior who hoarded all the advantage. He had to devise another plan. However, just as he turned to depart, a terrifying bolt of purple lightning suddenly streaked past his profile, striking the ascetic monk with a direct blow. Thunder! Cheng Shi's mind was shaken, and his pupils contracted sharply. The excruciating sensation of burning and numbness robbed him of feeling on one side of his face. He widened his eyes to look forward and saw, at the top of the staircase on the second floor, a man observing him with a cold gaze. Emochiosi. This judge had arrived even sooner than he had anticipated. Behind him stood several law enforcers and a crowd of thrill-seeking travelers, along with Fang Ju and Du Shiguang, who were furrowing their brows amidst the throng. Clearly, they had dealt with the bard downstairs. So soon? Cheng Shi instinctively sensed that something had gone awry below. He glanced at Fang Ju. then hesitated before turning his gaze to Du Shiguang. As expected, Fang Zhu wore a grim expression and remained silent, while Du Shiguang's face reflected turmoil. Though he ultimately shook his head slightly, the bard was in trouble. Thus, they had rushed upstairs at the first opportunity. Fang Zhu, a devout believer in order, astonishingly finds himself contemplating the conflicts of faith at such a time. It is rather perplexing. But then again, one cannot entirely blame the players for their beliefs. The faith of chaos is undeniably irksome. Yet, what truly demands attention now is how to extricate oneself from the predicament of appearing at the murderer's doorstep. Cheng Shi, in a swift moment of urgency, feigned terror and collapsed sideways, casting a furtive glance at the ascetic within the room as he tumbled to the ground. Such a formidable bolt of lightning merely grazed him during the tumult, leaving half of his face numbed. If such a strike were to land upon a person, would survival be possible? Surprisingly, it indeed is. The ascetic's form was momentarily frozen by the thunderous blow, akin to a wooden barrel, yet he remained alive, albeit charred and propelled away. Simultaneously, the sinister crimson dagger was flung to rest at Cheng Shi's feet. Imochiosi was evidently astonished that his divine retribution failed to extinguish the criminal. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure, his demeanor as cold as the eternal ice of the abyss. Excellent. You are the first sinner to survive my lightning punishment. Such resilience compels even my admiration. The Southern Front is under duress. It is indeed a time to utilize capable individuals. Surrender your resistance and relinquish it, and I shall grant you an opportunity to serve as a war captive. A condemned criminal may carve a path to survival on the battlefield, a status typically designated as war captive by the Grand Tribunal. Order must be upheld, and judgment shall not err. From the moment a sinner commits an act of transgression, they are forever marked as a sinner. This encapsulates the will of the Grand Tribunal. This was also the reason Fang Zhu was reluctant to join the Grand Tribunal. Upon hearing these words, he furrowed his brow. The thick, viscous thunder at the tip of Moxius's staff continued to roar as he cast a merciless gaze upon the ascetic, as if that raging storm would unhesitatingly consume him should he dare utter a word of dissent. Cheng Shi, hiding aside like a specter, was nonetheless calculating how this silent devotee might break the deadlock. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he had no intention of doing so. As the ascetic struggled to rise from the ground, he did not choose to flee at once. Instead, he resolutely lunged towards Cheng Shi. No, it was the dagger at Cheng Shi's feet. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively crawled back 2 steps. Brother, must you be so reckless? Is your head made of iron? Do you think the judgment of the tribunal is merely a form of electrotherapy? This could truly be fatal. Those 2 swift steps indeed saved Cheng Shi's life, for at the very moment the ascetic made his move, the thunder in Moxius's hand surged forth with decisive ferocity. Boom. This time, there was no escape. In the instant the thunder struck, the ascetic was reduced to charred ash. The wrath of this thunderstorm was evidently more terrifying than the previous strike. Lord Moxius was enraged. Thus, the sinner perished, dust scattered, and the thunder ceased. Yet the deceased, from beginning to end, had not uttered a single word. Throughout the entire process of death, he upheld the precept of silence, demonstrating his devotion to his benefactor. The immense thunder left Cheng Shi's ears ringing, his skull howling, and his spirit trembling. As the ascetic lunged towards him, Cheng Shi discerned the unwavering determination reflected in the monk's eyes. He witnessed that flicker of resolve vanish prematurely, before the thunderous strike could claim him. He was not felled by the lightning bolt, but succumbed to terror. Indeed, he perished at the hands of the demonically red dagger beneath his feet. Dying in the very moment fear enveloped him. Before the judgment of the magistrate, he met his end beneath a semi-divine artifact he sought to possess. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he swiftly turned to survey the crowd. If the minstrel below had already been dealt with, when had the ascetic been targeted? Could it be that the murderer lurked amidst the throng? Even beneath the very gaze of the Grand Tribunal, the slaughter continued. 6, now reduced to 3. The trial had barely entered its second day. Cheng Shi felt a chill of dread coursing down his spine, rendered speechless. He instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, striving to portray a frightened and wounded traveler, hoping to blend in unnoticed. Yet, Imochiosi had long seen through the fate. He knew Cheng Shi was no virtuous soul and was aware of his intent to exploit the chaos to locate the dagger. However, the most advantageous aspect for Cheng Shi was that, despite his presence in a place where he ought not to be, he had not committed any overtly wrongful act. For one who appeared morally ambiguous, yet bore no criminal conduct, the magistrate could not declare him guilty. Otherwise, it would contravene the tenets of order. The order bestowed upon them authority while simultaneously constraining their power. Mo, with a composed demeanor, approached Cheng Shi, disregarding the injured traveler, and bent down to retrieve the demonically red dagger. The semi-divine artifact, which had nearly cost the ascetic half his life, displayed no sign of resistance in his grasp, resembling an ordinary piece of iron as it lay quietly in his hand. However, the moment the fear approaches fell into Mo's possession, the expressions of the remaining three players morphed into one of profound dismay. The difficulty of the trial was on the rise. Chapter 52. The trump card when an artifact capable of threatening the sanctity of faith lands in the hands of the Grand Tribunal. Do you suppose they would share it to aid players in deciphering the clues of the trial, even if only for a fleeting few hours? The answer is glaringly evident. No. Yet, upon acquiring the dagger, Mo did not immediately conceal it. Rather, he displayed it towards the fearless onlookers as if to showcase a trophy. Upon witnessing this, Fang Zhu's gaze tightened. This was not an exhibition of spoils. A judge from the Grand Tribunal need not be so ostentatious. Therefore, the only rationale for his actions was clear. He was fishing, using a deadly weapon to lure the perpetrator. Mo evidently sought to discern who among the crowd was intrigued by this object, even if he could not ensnare the culprit. Capturing a few hapless individuals like Cheng Shi would suffice. Alas, his intentions were perhaps too transparent, for no one dared to infringe upon the majesty of the Grand Tribunal at that moment. Du Shiguang clearly understood the scene as well. The two slightly bowed their heads, avoiding Mo's gaze. After a brief pause without any new developments, Mo, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "This, an artifact tainted by the deities of corruption and death, is indeed the source of calamity. The wretched blasphemer has wielded this artifact, forged from divine relics, to sow chaos and dread. Although we have not captured that elusive rat today, there is no need for further alarm among you all. He no longer possesses the means to profane the god of prosperity. Rest assured, under the vigilant gaze of the Grand Tribunal, no transgressor shall evade justice. It may, however, require a modicum of time." With that, he tucked the approaching fear into his bosom and departed the inn without delay. Observing Mo escorting the judges and law enforcers away, Cheng Shi let out a silent sigh. At that moment, the players had forfeited their prime opportunity to seize the dagger, which signified that the clues had once again slipped from their grasp. The esteemed gentlemen of the town's autonomous alliance proclaimed the lifting of restrictions, yet Cheng Shi felt this decree offered no solace in their current predicament. This lifting of restrictions resembled a heavy shackle, binding the players within the inn. Inevitably, the Grand Tribunal was closely monitoring which guest would be the first to vacate the premises. For those with guilty consciences, this inn, now under Mo's intense scrutiny, was evidently not a safe refuge. He might be fervently seeking a new hiding place, which was precisely Mo's strategy, retreating to advance, shifting from the open to the shadowy. Henceforth, none would know where Mo resided or where he might gaze. The true mastermind, deprived of their greatest advantage, would now live in trepidation, striving to exonerate themselves through any means possible. Yet, any anomalous behavior could easily be discerned by the astute judges, leading to imprisonment in the dungeons of the Grand Tribunal. The situation spiraled uncontrollably into an abyss, devoid of any glimmer of hope. After the crowd dispersed, Cheng Shi, despite enduring physical discomfort, administered 2 healing spells upon himself and then dragged his numbed body towards Fang Zhu. Although the followers of order were reluctant to continue their collaboration with him, he still needed to unravel the mysteries of what had transpired downstairs. This time, Fang Zhu did not rebuff Cheng Shi's inquiries, perhaps recognizing the urgency of the trial. He divulged everything pertaining to the pursuit of the bard. It was not a person, but rather a puppet, a soulless marionette forged from flesh and blood, devoid of any consciousness. A puppet? Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the dire puppet encountered earlier in the trial. Could it be that the perpetrator was indeed the target of the players? Du Shiguang, standing nearby, added, "As it is merely a puppet, no memories could be retrieved." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. His disappointment did not stem from a lack of clues, but rather from the realization that Du Shiguang had lied. This statement was brief, and the only point of deception could only be that he had indeed accessed the puppet's memories but chose to withhold that information. Why? Cheng Shi cast a discreet glance at Fang Zhu, only to find that this follower of order appeared to harbor no suspicion regarding Du Shiguang's words. Fang Zhu remained oblivious to the fact that Du Shiguang had lied. He too was kept in the dark. The situation had grown increasingly complex. How intriguing. Despite the dire circumstances, why was there still someone unwilling to share the soul lead? Could it be he had received the edict of memory and had seen through his true identity? Something was amiss. Even so, he could undoubtedly share the clues with Fang Zhu. The followers of order are the most reliable players, and this fact has never wavered. Moreover, the collaboration of multiple minds is always preferable to the solitary musings of one. So, what exactly is he concealing, and what is he hiding? Cheng Shi cast a fleeting glance at Du Shiguang, who remained oblivious, deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Clearly, their thoughts were not aligned. Nevertheless, this was beneficial. At least another thread of information had emerged. And keeping a close watch on Du Shiguang might still hold a glimmer of hope. Cheng Shi nodded, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Before he could take a step, Fang Zhu inquired, "What transpired in the room before we arrived?" Cheng Shi, who never told lies, replied sincerely, "The ascetic obtained the coming of fear before me, yet he seemed incapable of wielding this semi-artifact. I wished to assist him, but he rebuffed my offer. The subsequent events, as you all witnessed, led to his demise at the hands of Mo Chiosi, and we lost our lead." Fang Zhu scrutinized Cheng Shi's eyes for an extended moment, finding no discrepancies, and thus nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Shi offered a nonchalant smile and departed. He had two tasks at hand. First, to distance himself from Du Shiguang's line of sight, and then to stealthily follow him during his movements. Secondly, he needed to interrogate the companions of those wandering minstrels. After several days of revelry, it was inconceivable that they failed to notice even a single puppet. After Cheng Shi departed, Fang Zhu let out a sigh and turned to Du Shiguang, who adjusted his glasses and replied with a knowing smile. "When fear descends upon the faithful of order, as a fellow adherent, you ought to reveal your trump card first. Should you not?" Fang Zhu paused momentarily in silence before earnestly stating, "I indeed possess a trump card, but I cannot disclose its nature to you. Consider it an opportunity for surreptitious advantage. Even if we lose all our leads in this trial and endure until the final moment, I can emerge unscathed and survive. Therefore, Du Shiguang, I am assisting you. In the current circumstances, I can still offer you my support. As a devotee of order, I have consistently adhered to the laws and ethics of the human world prior to its collapse. This is precisely why I have not invited you to partake in the decrees of order, yet you can still benefit from my blessings." Du Shiguang widened his eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing himself anew, yet found no sign of any blessing. Fang Zhu discerned his confusion, sighed, and with a casual gesture, a faint glow erupted around Du Shiguang. At that moment, Du Shiguang beheld the glimmer of order, an S-level faith talent, within a certain range. When the target adheres to the same order as you, they can share the same physical state, which may remain concealed from them. Do you see? Your ability to share my glimmer indicates that you are not a distorted player. You too are practicing the order of the past. This is precisely why I still wish to assist you." Du Shiguang was initially taken aback, only to break into a relieved smile thereafter. "No wonder I felt a significant improvement in my physical condition. I had thought it was merely the effect of blooming only to wither. Little did I know. The true source lay here. Thank you, and thank myself as well. Fortunately, I am a good person. So?" Du Shiguang swiftly retrieved a ticket resembling a movie pass from his pocket and placed it into Fang Zhu's hand, mysteriously stating, "At 3 o'clock tonight, right here. Let us embark on a journey through memories." Chapter 53. A lively night. Cheng Shi was blissfully unaware that Du Shiguang had arranged for Fang Zhu to venture out in the dead of night. At that moment, he was engaged in a conversation on the first floor of the inn, with his interlocutors being those habitual drinkers who often shared drinks with wandering minstrels. They seemed utterly indifferent to the death of their drinking companion, only concerned with whether today's libations were discounted. As per the usual routine, Cheng Shi pilfered drinks from other tables to barter for stories at his own. Upon noticing complimentary drinks, several drunkards embellished their tales of camaraderie with the minstrels. Aduz, an experienced traveler, though not particularly capable of holding his liquor, possessed a wealth of knowledge, claiming to have explored many places even beneath the earth. "You suggest he is a puppet? Do not be ridiculous, my friend. He must have been replaced. How could a puppet indulge in alcohol without rusting? Furthermore, he footed the bill for the drinks. Why should one concern themselves with the whereabouts of his true self? I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of his fortune. By the heavens, his chamber has been entirely emptied by the enforcers of the law. It is rumored that he amassed considerable wealth from his literary endeavors. If only I could inherit such riches, I might indulge until my last breath. Nonsense. I am the true son of Aduz, and it is I alone who possesses the right to inherit. What? A devotee of corruption? He is no such thing. He is a mendicant of faith, believing in every deity imaginable. How do I know this? He can recite the invocations of 7 or 8 gods in one breath, can you? Hey, my friend, is there any complimentary wine available? If not, do ask the proprietor for a bit. Aduz often engages in such dealings, and the owner usually obliges with a bottle or two. The puppeteering displayed here is quite masterful. Not a single patron has detected his peculiarities. The number of professionals capable of such exquisite control is exceedingly rare, particularly those associated with corruption and death. There exists but one vocation, the dominator of desires. A mage devoted to corruption, skilled in conjuring puppets of desire. The pressing question remains, where, indeed, is this suspected dominator of desires concealed? No puppet can stray too far from its master, which suggests that this perpetrator is still within the inn. Yet, how has he managed to conceal himself so effectively? He has raised no suspicion, revealed no telltale signs, and has even manipulated the Grand Tribunal without appearing to falter. Cheng Shi mused whether the unveiling of the coming of fear was also part of his intricate design. For a perpetrator so adept at hiding would merely need to keep their weapon concealed, rendering it virtually impossible for anyone to discover. Why did he place the demigod artifact in the room? Was it to deliver it into the hands of the Grand Tribunal? What purpose did this action serve? Wait, could it be? Was his true target the judge? Mokius, creating chaos as a puppet, obscuring his own presence, and then casting a deadly weapon to make the Grand Tribunal feel assured of victory. Naturally, the next step would involve utilizing the fear approaches in Mokius's possession to execute some unforeseen maneuvers. Cheng Shi took a few deep breaths, a bold hypothesis emerging in his mind. Could it be that the sacrifice for this trial is Mokius? How could that be? A first-tier judge of the Grand Tribunal? The public's reaction reveals the depth of his popularity. Observing the demise of the men and the ascetic illustrates his formidable strength. Such a being cannot be dealt with by mere players. To be fair, 6 players at level 2,400 might just manage it. The issue now is that 3 have already perished, and among the remaining 3, 1 is an incompetent. Of course, I shall not disclose who the incompetent is. However, there exists another possibility. The sacrifice could be the perpetrator. Yet, at present, this supposed sacrifice appears to be more challenging than the Grand Judge himself. Up until now, the players have yet to locate him. Clues have been sporadic, and deductions can only rely on conjecture. Cheng Shi spent the night in the room, contemplating while also paying attention to the movements next door. Finally, at 2:30 in the morning, a subtle sound emanated from the doorway. Cheng Shi looked up in astonishment. Why was the sound coming from his own door? He swiftly and stealthily descended from the bed, cautiously approaching the doorway. After confirming that someone was indeed outside, Cheng Shi did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, he unexpectedly flung the door open. In that fleeting moment when the door swung wide, a startled servant, caught off guard, lost his balance and tumbled into the room in an unceremonious heap. "Ah, servant," Cheng Shi mused, placing a foot upon the servant's shoulder, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "What brings you out at this late hour for some part-time work?" The servant, evidently oblivious to Cheng Shi's jest, managed an awkward smile but made no attempt to resist. "I apologize for disturbing you. The boss mentioned you were injured, so he sent me to bring some medicine, which is in my jacket pocket." Cheng Shi remained unmoved, applying pressure with his foot. "Oh, I suppose I should thank your boss then. But is this truly how you deliver medicine?" The servant, blushing profusely, chuckled nervously. "I'm truly sorry. It was my curiosity that led to this. I will report the truth to the boss. Please, spare me." The servant was not lying, and his sincerity suggested no deceit. Cheng Shi hesitated for a moment before reaching toward the servant's jacket pocket. However, the instant his fingers brushed against the servant's chest, he froze, swiftly retracting his hand and offering a polite expression of gratitude. The servant scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly as he retreated, closing the door behind him. Cheng Shi glanced at the note in his hand, lost in contemplation. On the other side, Du Shiguang stood quietly against the wall, intently listening to the sounds emanating from Cheng Shi's room. Once the noise subsided, he shook his head at Feng Ju, who was seated within. It was merely a messenger sent by the innkeeper to deliver medicine. However, this attendant seemed to harbor ulterior motives, which were likely uncovered by Cheng Shi. He was astute and cautious, exhibiting a shrewdness that belied his status as a follower of chaos. Feng Ju initially nodded, then shook his head, remarking, "The scent of chaos cannot deceive. This rational devourer possesses a high degree of divinity." As he stated, he gravitates towards order, which, in the eyes of chaos, only amplifies the disorder. Huh, by that logic, are you not even more chaotic than he? Provided he worships chaos and I venerate order. The same outward manifestations conceal different essences, thus rendering each individual we call human distinct from one another. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. We have a mere 15 minutes remaining, and I eagerly anticipate tonight's journey. I share your anticipation. Once we depart, do remember to dismantle the silence barrier to avoid arousing suspicions from the neighboring room. Fangju nodded, refraining from further conversation. The hour of 3 soon approached. Cheng Shi sensed the absence of the occupants next door and decisively pushed open the door to step outside. He harbored some conjectures regarding the whereabouts of the two individuals. Yet he chose not to follow his thoughts blindly. He examined the note in his hand once more, his expression steady as he descended to the first floor. The note indicated that there was a concealed space beneath the bar in the lobby, perfectly suited for their meeting, and instructed him to come alone. Alone? Very well. Just one. I am quite curious to see what the perpetrator, who has instilled fear in Yongzhan town, truly looks like. Chapter 54. Here, internal strife is strictly prohibited. Cheng Shi deduced that the individual who invited him was the culprit, as he felt a palpable sensation upon touching the servant's chest. Realizing that the person before him was merely a lifeless puppet. This puppet possessed an extraordinary ability to mimic reality. So much so that even a different person might not discern its true nature. Yet, Cheng Shi was distinct. He had encountered countless individuals. This might sound somewhat awkward. In other words, he had an intimate understanding of the human body. That also seems slightly off. Never mind, the essence is understood by those who know. For a physician experienced in such examinations, the moment his fingertips made contact, he could perceive the orientation of the muscles and fascia, as well as the pressure of the blood within the body. Clearly, this servant was unlike any living being. Thus, it was not the employer who sent him to deliver medicine, but rather the true mastermind controlling this puppet, extending an invitation to Cheng Shi. As for the reasons behind this, Cheng Shi could not fathom. He skillfully evaded the night owls and patrolling servants within the inn, silently arriving at the now-closed bar. Following the instructions on a note, he turned an empty bottle beneath the bar. At the instant the bottle rotated, the ground beneath Cheng Shi suddenly became soft and sticky, engulfing him entirely. His expression froze in shock, leaving him no time to resist. Meanwhile, in the second-floor bard's room, Du Shiguang stood silently at the center, uncertain of what ritual he had prepared, and extended his hand toward Fangju. Fangju was taken aback, confused by the gesture. Du Shiguang chuckled in disbelief. "Where's the admission ticket? Even at this moment, you are still indulging in such antics?" Fangju, at a loss for words, produced the ticket stub and handed it to Du Shiguang. With a broad smile, Du Shiguang crumpled the ticket and scattered the remnants into the magical array beneath their feet. "Very well, our journey is about to commence. Fangju, pay close attention." As he spoke, a surge of ethereal azure light erupted from the magical array, transforming the entire room into an ocean of cerulean brilliance. Whispers, tangible and profound, floated through the air, while images, undulating like water, cascaded before them. Fangju felt as if a frigid tidal wave engulfed his consciousness, instantly plunging his vision into darkness. Were it not for his unwavering belief in Du Shiguang's benevolence, he would have hesitated to release his consciousness in such a manner. When his eyes fluttered open once more, the scene before him had transformed entirely. A gentle breeze caressed him, and the surroundings were awash in light. The floor-to-ceiling windows stood ajar, allowing golden rays of sunlight to spill into the room. "The past. Is this a reappearance of bygone days?" he exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. Indeed, it was a reawakening of the past, a manifestation of the SS-level talent. Memory, the ultimate blessing coveted by every devotee of memory. "You have unlocked this?" Fangju marveled. This was a talent that countless elite players yearned for yet could not attain, and the cost of acquiring such a blessing was immense. Fangju had heard tales of a top 10 devotee of memory who perished during the trial of wishing for this very talent. Du Shiguang merely smiled and shook his head. "How is it possible? I happened to stumble upon a Chronicle of Time, which can be utilized 3 times for revisiting the past, and this marks the second instance. A mere coincidence? Perhaps this is the blessing that Du Shiguang has earned by trading his own memories." Fangju felt a sense of relief in his heart. Believing this to be the truth, such a formidable talent is so overpowering that anyone who hears of someone acquiring it would find it utterly astounding. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he felt a tinge of regret. A person as virtuous as Du Shiguang deserves a measure of greater fortune. Alas, fate does not favor the good. So what now? Just as Fang Zhu uttered this question, he heard a shout from downstairs, the Xian Enforcement Bureau's action order. So that's it. At this moment, the puppet bard was not present in the room. However, according to the unfolding memories, when fear approaches, would soon manifest here. This implies that, at this very moment, in a fleeting instant unnoticed by anyone, this semi-artifact might very well be present. Clues unfolded before him in a manner akin to temporal folding. Fang Zhu couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, existence and nothingness are the very genesis of all mysteries and enigmas. Du Shiguang smiled, but remained silent, swiftly searching through the room. Fang Zhu offered no assistance. Instead, he softly recited a few ballads, partitioning the space here from the outside, ensuring that no one would intrude upon their sanctuary. His caution stemmed from the impending arrival of that silent believer who dwelled within memories. Just as Fang Zhu completed his preparations, Du Shiguang, in a hushed yet exuberant tone, called out, "Here. When fear descends, it lies beneath the pillow, the murderer never intending to conceal it. But why place it in such a conspicuous location?" At that moment, a similar doubt arose within Fang Zhu's heart as it did in Cheng Shi's. Yet time offered no indulgence for further contemplation. Just as he prepared to step forward to investigate the dagger's enigmatic allure, a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. The ascetic had arrived. The two exchanged a glance, their mutual concern evident, and swiftly approached the semi-divine artifact, attempting to seize it and flee this place. However, the instant Du Shiguang touched the semi-divine artifact, an immense force surged from the dagger, knocking him down onto the bed with a thunderous thud. The ascetic outside paused in astonishment, taken aback that someone had acted more quickly than he. Nevertheless, the dagger bore profound connections to the trial's clues, and he could not relent. Thus, he summoned all his strength and charged towards the door. The room had been ensnared by the edict of order, rendering it impervious. The door merely trembled without yielding. Yet, no obstacle could deter a warrior. Clenching his fists tightly, he exerted a tremendous force, causing the veins throughout his body to swell like coiling dragons, and then his engorged fist struck the door without hesitation. With a resounding crash, the door splintered, even the frame disintegrating into dust. Fang Zhu, unable to assist Du Shiguang, immediately extended his arms to thwart the ascetic, exclaiming, "Hush! It's us." Upon seeing Fang Zhu, the ascetic did not pause in his actions. Instead, he unleashed a silence field that enveloped the heads of the two men. The cold, crimson gaze was clearly not inclined to regard these two as allies. "Damn, he has lost his mind." Du Shiguang, still lying on the bed, scarcely had time to rise before extending his hand to gently push the ascetic monk. A surge of memory washed over his consciousness, illuminating the recollection that Du Shiguang was indeed his teammate, a thought that began to flicker wildly in his mind. Yet, despite this, the ascetic monk remained undeterred. He swiftly moved to the bedside, seized Du Shiguang's leg, and violently hurled him backward. As he did so, his other hand darted toward the semi-divine weapon. Du Shiguang felt a surge of anger, his expression darkening, and he struck the monk's arm. "Cease this. No infighting is permitted here." The moment the decree was proclaimed, the ascetic monk released his grip on Du Shiguang, who was propelled out of the doorway by inertia. "Very well, is this how it shall be?" He rolled twice, bending his knees to stabilize himself, and then reached once more toward the ascetic monk, grasping tightly. A chilling blue divine power emanated from him, enveloping his form. And almost instantaneously, it surged onto the ascetic monk as well. "If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you." Chapter 55. The true culprit behind the scenes. This blue power of memory tugged at the deepest recesses of the ascetic monk's mind, meticulously slicing and rewriting his cognition like a scalpel. In the blink of an eye, he forgot his original intent and lost all recollection of who Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu were, standing there with a vacant expression. 15 seconds. Hurry. Upon hearing Du Shiguang's urgent shout, Fang Zhu snapped back to reality, immediately reaching for the moment of terror. He sensed that the struggle of the semi-artifact was not particularly intense, completely unlike an entity capable of casting someone away. Although he harbored doubts, he nevertheless issued a decree for caution. Here, resistance is forbidden. Theoretically, the power of order within the players was ultimately too scant. their rank vastly inferior to that of the semi-artifact, especially as a dual divine relic, when fear approaches, ought to remain unaffected. Yet, unexpectedly, this semi-artifact fell silent under Fang Zhu's decree. The tension in the atmosphere was so palpable that everyone instinctively overlooked this detail. Fang Zhu felt a surge of joy within and hurriedly seized the artifact, propelling it forcefully towards Du Shiguang. Du Shiguang sprang up and caught the thrown semi-artifact, a wave of relief washing over him. Finally, after much effort, he had located it. The clues to the trial might just lie within. Boom. Before Du Shiguang could even take a closer look, a cataclysmic force of thunderous power surged towards him. Thud. Struck by the overwhelming lightning, he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the corridor wall. Yet, the dagger remained tightly clenched in his hand. Excellent. You are the first sinner to survive under my divine punishment. Such resilience commands even my respect. The southern front is under strain. It is indeed a time to utilize manpower. Surrender your resistance and relinquish it, and I shall grant you the opportunity to serve as a war captive. The same words echoed in everyone's ears once more, albeit directed at a different target this time. Fang Zhu gazed in astonishment at the watch on his wrist. Mochiosi had arrived a full 6 minutes earlier than he remembered. Had the commotion caused by the ascetic's forceful entrance prompted a change among those downstairs? He looked up and noticed that amidst the crowd following Mochiosi, neither he nor Du Shiguang was present. Instead, Cheng Shi, who should have been at the door enduring the lightning, stood in the place they had previously occupied. Fang Zhu stared blankly at this scene, fully aware that this journey was likely doomed to failure. Yet, in that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Du Shiguang, clutching when fear approaches, suddenly cast a horrified glance at Fang Zhu, as if struck by a profound realization. He seemed on the verge of uttering something to Fang Zhu. But before he could speak, the light in his eyes abruptly extinguished. Fang Zhu's body stiffened, and the imagery before him began to shatter like a broken mirror, swiftly ejecting him from the ocean of memory. His vision plunged into darkness once more. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the shackles on his hands and the chains around his ankles, leaving him momentarily speechless in shock. Sitting before him was none other than a certain adjudicator who had apprehended him that very morning at the inn. Enough of this tedious charade. It is time to recall what you have forgotten and divulge it swiftly. This will benefit us both. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi opened his eyes to find himself no longer in the inn. He was in a dim, cavernous space, where stalactites densely adorned the ceiling, resembling cryptic symbols. This sight reminded him of a place beneath the earth. He had previously encountered similar stalactites during an underground trial, rumored to be a manifestation of the subterranean spirit's reverence towards the divine. How had he ended up here? Is the mastermind truly a follower of the underworld? As Cheng Shi meticulously surveyed his surroundings, an unexpected figure materialized before him with a cheerful demeanor. Cheng Shi was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. It's really you? The visitor smiled and nodded. Indeed, you have suspected me. However, I am quite intrigued. My disguise bore almost no flaws. How did you come to suspect me? Cheng Shi candidly replied, to be honest, my suspicions of you are rather limited. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it challenging to arrive at an accurate conclusion. The reason for my suspicion resembles that of the bard you control. When a person intends to instigate carnage through fear, merely spreading rumors to incite panic is not particularly effective. Were I in that position, I would first ensure everyone firmly believes they are utterly safe. Only then would I orchestrate terror in the very place they deem the safest. This psychological disparity is sufficient to shatter the defenses of ordinary individuals, rendering them a weapon in my grasp. Perhaps this is why you persuade every newcomer to glimpse the bloom awaiting withering? Standing before Cheng Shi was none other than the proprietor of the flourishing Life Light Inn. He erupted into hearty laughter, applauding. You are astute, and indeed, fitting. Fitting? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. You intentionally delivered that murderous dagger into the hands of the Grand Tribunal, aiming at a particular judge, or perhaps even at Mochiosi himself. I am not well versed in the history of the Grand Tribunal, yet I possess some understanding of this era. The adherents of the Tower of Reason discovered an abundance of cosmic laws, which instilled in them an unparalleled sense of capability and an unprecedented confidence in their quest to unravel the ultimate mysteries of divinity. However, as each scholar possessed their own unique epistemological framework, communication among them devolved into either the promotion of their own arguments or the persuasion of others to join their respective factions. This cacophony of discordant opinions only grew more chaotic amidst the multitude of schools of thought. Presently, they disdain the stagnation of the so-called order, while simultaneously harboring contempt for the relentless diligence of their peers, coupled with the insidious encouragement from subterranean beliefs. It was not long before the pursuit of a singular truth ignited the flames of war. Once warfare commenced, its momentum became irresistible, gradually engulfing the southern borders of the Grand Tribunal. In other words, do you wish to bring the conflagration to the Grand Tribunal and ensnare the judges in the maelstrom of conflict? Indeed, this would provide the subterranean forces an opportunity to exploit the ensuing chaos, encroaching upon more surface powers and spreading their faith with impunity amidst the turmoil. This aligns perfectly with your interests. Viewed in this light, the assassination of a first-tier judge, particularly one labeled as the so-called Son of Order, would serve as an exceptional initiation. I wonder if my conjecture holds any merit? The innkeeper listened intently, his face a canvas of astonishment, applauding in admiration. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. You have accurately discerned a significant portion of the situation. Your intellect is astute. So much so that I find it hard to believe you are not one of us. In the absence of such a wealth of information, it is indeed remarkable that one can deduce so many conclusions from merely 1 or 2 days of observations. Cheng Shi once again took note of the peculiar term uttered by the innkeeper, expressing a hint of astonishment. Are you not alone? Of course. What caliber of individual could remain undetected beneath the watchful gaze of Emociosi? I admit, I could not accomplish such a feat thus, while you are partially correct. You are also mistaken. Aduz is indeed a puppet, yet not mine. Rather, he is his own. Chapter 56. The astonishing truth his own? Cheng Shi was utterly perplexed. What did his own mean? The innkeeper patiently elucidated. Aduz's mentor was Zangier, the leader of the alchemical school of creation within the Tower of Essence. This school possesses profound expertise and a significant technological advantage in both creation and puppetry. Due to various concerns, other schools assassinated Zangier before he could unveil his latest findings, leaving Aduz, bereft of his mentor's protection, as a fugitive scholar. He wandered into the depths and encountered us, ultimately joining our ranks. With our support, he developed the ability of puppet self, transforming his gravely injured self into a fully fleshed puppet. Cheng Shi, bewildered, blinked in confusion. If he had become a puppet, then who was to control him? No one can control him. The only force that governs him is his pre-puppet self. He has meticulously crafted a perfect consciousness to support our actions to the fullest extent. AI? The buzzing in Cheng Shi's mind persisted. Isn't this just artificial intelligence? Transforming oneself into an AI. What purpose does that serve? Purpose? To create life using his shattered existence. Crafting a puppet that rivals perfect beings. Is that not the very essence of pursuing the truth? You make a compelling argument. Yet my mother advised me against conversing with fools. Internally, Cheng Shi's frustration swelled to its peak, yet he maintained a patient smile on the surface. Is this truly the pursuit of truth? Is it not a quest for ignorance? And what about that individual tonight? Perhaps Taro, Aduz's junior, who also fashioned himself into a puppet. Double kill. So what exactly are these individuals striving for? Upon reflection, they seem to have succumbed to an overwhelming desire for personal gratification and obsession, akin to being infected by corruption. Given that we are in the depths, perhaps their faith aligns with corruption? Thus, Cheng Shi inquired with curiosity. Corruption? Are you referring to my faith? No. I do not genuinely believe in any deity. Or rather, the existence I believe in has yet to manifest. Cheng Shi was once again bewildered, furrowing his brow as he stared at the innkeeper's face, exclaiming in astonishment. Then how did you acquire the power of corruption? The innkeeper raised an eyebrow and extended a hand, gently shaking it. As his arm trembled, the corruption, power surrounding him began to dissipate, gradually giving way to a resplendent golden energy that entwined itself around him once more. Cheng Shi, gazing at this familiar force, was utterly astounded. Order. It is the power of order. You. Is it hard to believe? In truth, I have always been a devotee of him. Furthermore, I once served in the Grand Tribunal. And he is my junior. Cheng Shi was rendered speechless, his expression utterly astounded, with his mouth agape to the extent that 2 light bulbs could nearly fit inside. Wait, you are a judge of the Grand Tribunal? A first-level judge, Chernasli, what a nostalgic name. The term forsaker refers to those who have renounced their original faith to worship other deities. These individuals, having betrayed their former oaths, are subjected to relentless punishment from their previous benefactor. In fact, players of the current faith game also have this choice. However, upon activating Forsaken Vow, even if they successfully shift their allegiance, they will carry a permanent debuff as a mark of their betrayal. Moreover, the newly embraced deity will not offer any special considerations to the Forsakers. Thus, making such a decision is exceedingly arduous. A Forsaker of Oaths? No. I have not betrayed my devotion to order. I have merely added to this devotion my reverence for other deities. Is that even permissible? Good heavens! What a devotee of Poseidon I have become. The question is, can those deities you have slighted endure such a betrayal? I have never encountered such an all-embracing, all-believing individual. Shanasli laughed heartily, with a hint of madness, proclaiming, "Before our success, no one realized that faith could be so impure, could be so chaotic. This is also the reason we are able to unite." Suddenly, Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened, realizing that the discourse of the night was finally about to delve into its true subject. Since this former first judge was neither a follower of the corrupted nor a forsaker of order, his return to the heart of the Grand Tribunal must bear a reason that is not merely mundane. This reason likely pertains to a deeper conflict of faith. Cheng Shi contemplated, suspecting that this individual may have begun to worship war, for the master had once said that his faith had yet to descend. At this moment, civil war had only just erupted in the Tower of Reason, and he had merely taken note of the Isle of Hope, yet had not yet arrived. Indeed, the descent of the deities follows a certain order, fundamentally aligned with the trajectories of fate. This notion is commonplace in realms exceeding 2,000 points. However, what followed in Shanasli's discourse obliterated Cheng Shi's thoughts entirely. All of us originate from diverse realms of faith, each one a cherished soul deserving of the Lord's gaze. Yet, despite this, we have endured a myriad of misfortunes, compelled to flee under the oppression of our brethren and the weight of profound injustice. From that moment, we recognize that our beliefs were not entirely unfaltering. Within the vast cosmos, there may exist a faith more suited to our spirits, patiently awaiting our discovery. Thus, guided by this nebulous and elusive intuition, we gathered in the depths of the earth. After decades of spiritual experimentation, we finally uncovered. He opened his eyes and beheld us. Shanasli was suddenly overwhelmed with fervor, his eyes ablaze with excitement, his hands gesticulating wildly, his entire being taut and engorged. Lost in the ecstasy of this divine summons, we sensed his presence and heard his whispers, realizing that he alone embodies the essence of the universe, the source of all existence. We humbly prostrated ourselves at his feet, accepting his will and beseeching his arrival. Yet, we understood that our humble prayers would not earn his favor. Thus, we required a grand ceremony to herald our Lord's descent. Let the chaos of war spread to every inch of the great judgment hall. Let the entire continent of hope descend into turmoil. Let every soul wail amidst the flames of conflict, weeping before the specter of death, and then await their awakening amid the tumult, feeling our Lord's presence. Ultimately, may all in this world find themselves prostrate at our Lord's feet. Chapter 57. You are his followers. Madness. This group has gone mad. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and cautiously took 2 steps back. They were indeed devotees of war, intent on dragging the entire continent of hope into the abyss of conflict. Yet, with only this, he could not ascertain whether the sacrificial offering of death belonged to these lunatics or to Mmochiosi. Thus, Cheng Shi spoke again. Why do you believe I am suitable for your plans? Shanasli suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze as he looked at Cheng Shi, as if beholding his most cherished treasure. Why? Because you bear his essence, because you align with his will, because you too have garnered his attention, and yet remain oblivious. Wait. No. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in realization, as if he had stumbled upon a profound truth. Before he could fully articulate the absurd thought forming in his mind, Shanasli provided the answer. Great God of chaos, your servant has discovered the first being awakened to the will of chaos. He shall witness your descent. In an instant, Cheng Shi's spine stiffened, and a chill ran down his scalp. Chaos. It was indeed chaos. They were followers of chaos. How could this be? In this era, where war had only just begun to take notice and chaos had yet to be heard of, he had encountered the first batch of chaos devotees, the legendary budding followers. And now, his own identity, in a certain sense, surpassed theirs in purity. No wonder. No wonder the murderer is so unrestrained. No wonder Shanasli is so deranged. No wonder they have set their sights on themselves. His will is inherently such. Chaos has drawn everyone together. You have come to know the name of the new god. Now, will you still refuse? Contemplate this. In the forthcoming epic, your name will be chanted by countless devotees, becoming, like us, a favorite of chaos. At this juncture, Shanasli suddenly hesitated, scratching his head in a somewhat awkward manner and inquiring, I recall your name is. Utterly forthright. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to discuss what I shall not refuse. Shanasli nodded in agreement. Indeed, as one under his gaze, you are destined to partake in the ceremony welcoming the arrival of our Lord. Your identity is quite liberated. The possibilities before you far exceed our own. Seek out Mokiusi. Approach Mokiusi, and then eliminate Mokiusi. The Grand Tribunal has lost the child of order, and their wrath will inevitably be directed toward the Tower of Rationality. How can you ascertain that the Grand Tribunal will indeed engage in conflict with the Tower of Rationality? You see, they are already embroiled in skirmishes, albeit minor ones. Mokiusi's demise will hasten the spread of war. As for the reason, Aduz is a scholar of the Tower of Rationality. Yet Taro is also a scholar of the Tower of Rationality. Once the Grand Tribunal unveils that artifact, they will easily uncover all of this. It is an irrefutable, closed loop. What about that thing? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, hesitating to inquire directly. Instead, he posed a vague counter-question. Surely the Grand Tribunal is aware that the Tower of Essence has already expelled them. And what of you? If that thing were to emerge, your identity would be equally impossible to conceal. Me? Shanasli pointed to himself, laughing once more. Aren't you all eager to uncover the true culprit? I could very well be that murderer. Although we are oblivious to your pursuits, it matters not. Eliminate me if it satisfies you. Here lies the void we have carved out, far beneath the earth, unprotected by the prosperity. Should I perish here, my remains will remain undiscovered, not even by the Grand Tribunal. As he gazed upon Shanasli's maniacal grin, a shiver coursed through Cheng Shi. This man was not deranged. He had even discerned that the players were in search of the murderer. All of this was merely for an elusive faith, a chaotic deity's arrival. You fear not death? Death is an inherent aspect of being human. I do not fear death, but I dread the day my Lord no longer gazes upon us. Frankly, before our arrival, we lacked absolute certainty, yet upon encountering you, I realized this was his guidance bestowed upon us. You, who have acknowledged his existence, will undoubtedly assist us in achieving this grand endeavor. Slay Mo chose that my Lord may behold our devotion. With that, Shanasli drew a dagger from within his cloak. The dagger, shimmering with an alluring and eerie crimson light, was so familiar that Cheng Shi stood there, utterly stunned. Isn't it taken away by Emochiosi? Shanasli chuckled softly, yet there was an unprecedented sorrow woven into his laughter. We five embarked from the depths to arrive here. Aduz has perished, and only Kotalo and I remain. Can you guess the fate of the other two? A sudden epiphany struck Cheng Shi. Alchemy, creation, dual divinity, two individuals. A bold notion surged within him, and he whispered in disbelief. Creation, besides crafting puppets, perhaps can also forge from divine relics? You are indeed astute, came the reply. Qing is a devotee of death, and Yu Yagri is a follower of corruption. They were transmuted by Aduz into replicas of the coming of fear, siphoning a fragment of authority from this divine artifact. When not in use, the replicas can perfectly wield its power. To draw closer to Mo Chiosi, we infused them with a unique divinity, ensuring that the replicas would solely submit to the forces of order. However, upon their restoration, they would promptly perish, sacrificing themselves to the great chaos. Our concern was never about it being taken away. We feared our inability to approach Emochiosi. What of the purple gold red gourd? And then what? Cheng Shi inquired, perplexed. To slay Emochiosi with a counterfeit in order to preserve the true divine artifact? Certainly not. The relic of the gods holds no necessity for preservation. It is not a gift from my master, but rather the discarded refuse of other deities. According to Aduz's hypothesis, once Mokius acquires the replica, his vigilance towards the outside world will diminish to its lowest ebb, presenting the perfect opportunity to breach his defenses. The true relics of the gods must always be employed at the most critical junctures. Wouldn't you agree? Damn, how reasonable. Cheng Shi found himself at a loss for words. So, do you think Aduz is a genius? His mentor is far greater, yet alas, this world cannot accommodate brilliance, nor can it embrace such magnificent inventions. People vociferously proclaim their faith, yet engage in actions that directly contradict it. This, in turn, underscores the inherent chaos of the world. Every individual is a manifestation of contradiction and turmoil. To be honest, the discourse of the chaotic believers is quite shocking. Yet Cheng Shi finds it difficult to accept. At least for himself, he does not embody chaos. His stability remains unwavering. That is, he has always been deceiving, including being deceived. Accepting our invitation not only allows for the elimination of the murderer but also grants access to Aduza's alchemy notes. These are the writings left by the greatest genius of this era. And should they be released, even the scholars of the Tower of Rationality would vie for them. Consider this. How would you choose? I have no choice in the matter. Having engaged in this discourse, should I refuse, it would be my demise. Cheng Shi shook his head and chuckled lightly. Do you not question my identity? You may not even be aware of the true purpose of my visit. This is of little consequence, in comparison to his arrival. These matters are trivial. What will become of Taro after your demise? His existence serves to demonstrate to the world that you are not the perpetrator. At the opportune moment, he shall attest to his piety. Ah, how considerate of you. Your words are quite pleasing. Perhaps yet another instance of self-destruction? You have slain 2 of my companions. Yet only 1 life is returned. Cheng Shi continued to probe with a hint of amusement. Shanasli paused momentarily, furrowing his brow in contemplation. We have only taken 1 life. I can discern that the hunter was not in harmony with you. He did not lie. This implies they have only killed Wei Guan. But how did the ascetic meet his end? Could it be that someone is fishing in troubled waters? Who could it be? Cheng Shi pondered deeply for a moment. Yet he could not untangle the threads of this mystery. Perhaps someone had encountered the semi-artifact before the ascetic? There were too many individuals present, and he had no leads at that moment. Even if I were to accept your invitation, how could I instill fear in a first-level judge of the Grand Tribunal? Ha. The judge is but a man. As a man, he harbors fear. You might inquire of him. Does he remember me? Ah, I see. Cheng Shi sighed and inquired once more. Is it worth it? Shanasli cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Yet, within his weathered eyes lay an unwavering resolve. In this instance, he was entirely disconnected from chaos. Cheng Shi was not a man given to excessive sympathy, nor was he one lacking discernment. One of his greatest virtues was his willingness to heed counsel. He comprehended the meaning behind Shanasli's words and nodded, signaling agreement. Shanasli, driven to the brink of madness by Cheng Shi's affirmation, excitedly handed over the arrival of fear, then raised his neck high, presenting himself for sacrifice. If he were to descend after your demise, would you lament never having glimpsed his presence? Regret? You misunderstand. You have merely acknowledged his existence. Yet you have yet to grasp the essence of chaos. Proceed. Let me partake in this offering. Let me join in the magnificent reception of my lord. The semi-artifact lay quietly in Shanasli's hand, a stark contrast to the state in which the ascetic once wielded it. Cheng Shi cautiously extended his hand, gently touching the hilt of the dagger. A wave of deathly energy surged through his fingers into his body, so intense that it sent a shiver down his spine. No rejection? The divine relic lacks consciousness and, therefore, cannot refuse. However, the replicas forged by Qing and Yuyagri are imbued with obsession, repelling all but the followers of order. Cheng Shi, with a mixture of emotions, stowed away the arrival of fear and withdrew a scalpel from his sleeve. Despite being a semi-artifact, it felt far more manageable than the dagger. Do you have any final words? Shanasli laughed unabashedly. My friend, I recall your name. Ultraman. I am called Ultraman. Indeed, I am Outman. To you, I am merely an outsider. Farewell, Shanasli. I hope you're my answer. With a swift and decisive motion, the blade descended, cleaving through the air. A slender gash abruptly appeared upon Shanasli's neck, and in the fleeting moment his pupils constricted, the nearly imperceptible wound erupted violently, spraying forth a torrent of blood imbued with order, corruption, and chaos. As a maniacal grin lingered on his face, he succumbed to death, leaving Cheng Shi with an inexplicable urge to shake the blood from his hands. The answer was wrong. Chapter 58, Vanishing Memories. The path back to the inn was deceptively simple. One merely needed to step out of the cave's exit. Shanasli's preparations had been meticulous, even going so far as to affix a map of the exit on the wall, fearful that the transaction secured through death would falter. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this transaction bore no guarantees. For Cheng Shi, it held no binding power. Even if he were to change his mind and abscond with, when fear approaches, and the alchemical notes, this motley crew of budding chaos followers seemed powerless to intervene. Yet, Cheng Shi had no intention of retracting his resolve, nor could he afford to. For slaying Mo Chiosi was likely the key to this trial's resolution. His demise was an offering to death, the very key to concluding the trial. These individuals, they cannot have anticipated that I would take such action, can they? He dared not delve deeper into that thought. To ascertain one's identity and purpose within merely 2 days of observation indicated the presence of an extraordinary individual, one who would excel in any setting. Even if cast aside by others, starting anew would inevitably herald the rise of a remarkable figure. But now, was it truly worth it? Even if it is unworthy, what does it matter to me? As long as I have gained something for myself. The night remained profoundly dark, and the hall was eerily silent. Cheng Shi concealed the dagger on his person and stealthily ascended to the second floor. It had only been half an hour. He hoped to catch up with Fang Zhu and the others in their endeavors. However, upon reaching the room that once belonged to Aduz, he found it utterly deserted. Was it over? Cheng Shi blinked in bewilderment, meticulously searching for any signs of recent activity, yet he uncovered none. Had he miscalculated? Was it possible they had not ventured to the minstrel's chamber? Then where could they have gone? Since no one had deduced that the boss was the true mastermind, their objective must surely be to transform Aduz into a mere puppet. They wouldn't be foolish enough to storm the judicial bureau in pursuit of Mochiosi, would they? Moreover, he had already grasped the sequence of events and held a half-artifact in his possession, granting him a certain advantage. A night passed in silence, devoid of sleep. As the dawn chorus of chirping birds filled the room, Cheng Shi stepped outside. He had pondered throughout the night and ultimately devised a flimsy excuse to approach Mochiosi directly. That excuse was compensation, having committed no crime, yet struck by the judge's lightning sentence, resulting in facial injuries and a restless night. He believed he was entitled to an explanation. Surely, the Judicial Bureau would not dismiss the matter lightly. What he sought was a personal apology. Cheng Shi chuckled at the absurdity of this excuse. For asking a first-level judge for an apology was tantamount to declaring that the judge's verdict had been flawed. Uncertain whether Moxius could endure the revelation, Cheng Shi descended the stairs with a buoyant gait. He intended to make a beeline for the Order Enforcement Bureau, but as he passed through the bustling lobby on the first floor, he noticed numerous travelers engaged in hushed, astonished exchanges. Instinctively, he halted, embarking on yet another round of intelligence gathering. It would be fortuitous if he could glean the whereabouts of the two individuals from the animated discourse of the travelers. However, he never anticipated that the information he would acquire would leave him feeling as though he were still ensconced in a dream. The cacophony surrounding him and the sights before him seemed like a fleeting illusion. Who could have imagined that the perpetrator was a follower of the Order? The gentlemen of the Autonomous Alliance must be in despair. Having summoned the Grand Tribunal for assistance, they have inadvertently unveiled their own disgrace. Alas, have they not yet reached a verdict? Is confirmation not sufficient? Utilizing a marionette to divert the attention of the judges, only to prepare for an escape with a murder weapon, caught red-handed. How can one defend against such an act? By the way, the deceased, a bespectacled man clad in peculiar attire, was also a follower of the Order? It remains uncertain, but I surmise he must have been. Otherwise, why would the Grand Tribunal refrain from a public trial? Wait. Cheng Shi discerned an inconsistency within the gossip, his mind buzzing, and his body tensed instantaneously. Who is the murderer? Who has perished? What has transpired? I have not slept through the night, yet I am not in a stupor until the third day. When did so much happen without my knowledge? His face, a canvas of shock, he processed this influx of information, then rubbed his stiff features, forcing a standard fade of a smile, and approached the crowd to begin his inquiries. Who has met their demise, my friend? No longer must you fret, for the Grand Tribunal has dispelled the shadows of fear. Revel in your journey. Ha ha ha. Cheng Shi chuckled along, continuing to inquire. Indeed, indeed. I was terrified yesterday and sought refuge. The one you mentioned who has perished, was he wearing spectacles? Indeed, he donned an unfamiliar overcoat, unmistakably a traveler from afar. Quite refined. The other, with golden locks, appeared rather local. No, he certainly cannot be from here. A habitual killer, perhaps a guise from the underworld. You are mad. He is a shoo. The Grand Tribunal has not disclosed that. We know nothing. Oh yes, indeed. Ah, we are merely engaging in idle chatter. Do not inquire further. In any case, Yongzhan town is no longer perilous. Cheng Shi wore a fade of smiles and nodded incessantly, yet beneath his garments, his spine was drenched in cold sweat. Du Shiguang was deceased, and Fang Zhu had been captured. Undoubtedly, the assailants spoken of by the travelers were the two of them. Yet the question lingered. When did this transpire? At that time last night, The corridor on the second floor was devoid of any presence. Where, then? Had they seen Imochiosi conducting his investigation? The timeline simply did not align, nor did the individuals match. The one slain by Imochiosi, or rather, the one who had perished, was undeniably the ascetic. Cheng Shi was reluctant to accept that his memory had faltered. He roamed the hall once more, beginning to probe subtly. However, it was not long before he came to a halt, drenched in perspiration. The ascetic had vanished. Everyone claimed to have never encountered such a bare-chested monk, as if he had never existed at all. Feeling the radiant sunlight streaming onto him from outside the inn's door, Cheng Shi was engulfed by a chilling sensation. He pondered for a considerable time, unable to fathom why a journey to the depths had transformed reality in this manner. He sought answers and constructed a web of confusion. No, that was incorrect. Clearly, he was still undergoing trials, which indicated that he had not completed the ordeal. It felt similar, yet from Cheng Shi's recollection, he could not recall any disciple of memory possessing such formidable talents. Of course, it was conceivable that this could be an unprecedented SS-level ability. So, was history distorted, or had his memory been altered? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The trial spanned 7 days, and now on the 3rd day, he was the sole survivor among the players, along with the imprisoned Feng Ju. 6 had perished, leaving only 2. This was exceedingly strange. To unravel the mystery, he first needed to ascertain what had transpired. Ordinary travelers were surely unaware of the events. Thus, the individuals capable of shedding light on the matter were likely 3. Imochiosi, the captured Feng Ju, and the final, Chaos, budding disciple, Catalo. The first 2 were difficult to approach, but the last one was within the inn. Cheng Shi immediately set out to find him. However, throughout the entire morning, he could not locate Catalo's presence. Even the portal beneath the bar had vanished. Every lead had been severed. Cheng Shi sat wearily on the steps of the inn, grasping his hair, immersed in contemplation. Chapter 59. Drunken Death and Dreamy Existence. When a challenging problem presents itself with multiple solutions, individuals often gravitate towards the simplest one. Unbeknownst to them, the process of discerning which solution is the simplest may inadvertently elevate the problem's complexity. However, Taro found himself at an impasse. The remaining 2 solutions lay solely with Feng Ju and Imochios. In terms of difficulty, Imochios would naturally prove easier than Feng Ju. Given that Feng Ju had been identified as the murderer, it was certain that both the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Grand Tribunal would maintain the strictest vigilance over him, rendering a meeting nearly impossible. In contrast, Imochios, despite his erratic movements, could still be approached if one found the right pretext to gamble upon. Moreover, Cheng Shi had already devised a pretext, which could be suitably refined or exaggerated. Typically, one might consider attempting to meet Imochios first. Yet, Cheng Shi was no ordinary individual. He abandoned the notion of actively seeking out either of the 2 and instead shifted his strategy to attract them to him. As for how he could compel them to seek him out, that was naturally. When fear approaches, Cheng Shi entered a narrow alley and, shrouded in shadows, produced the semi-divine artifact concealed within his garments. The alluring crimson glow remained as captivating as ever, with the essence of death and corruption swirling ominously at the blade's tip. A sight both rich and terrifying. The truth was quite straightforward. If, at the moment the true culprit was apprehended, there were still deaths occurring in the town, it would indicate that the captured suspect may not be the genuine perpetrator. At the very least, another murderer roamed free. Thus, it now suffices to find a fortunate soul, which could, to a certain extent, alleviate the suspicions surrounding Feng Ju, while simultaneously igniting Imochiosi's fervor to pursue the killer. However, the question remains, who shall this fortunate individual be? Cheng Shi, armed with his keen wit, meandered aimlessly through the streets of the quaint town for an entire day. Yet he could not identify a suitable target. Just as they were about to depart and shift their focus elsewhere, a knowing smile spread across Cheng Shi's face. Look, is this not fortuitous? He briskly followed a group of individuals, quietly eavesdropping on their lamentations. After the apprehension of the murderer, the night had turned eerily tranquil. How dull it had become. He reminisced about the days when Aduz was present. Though his tales were macabre, they were undeniably entertaining. I see you miss Aduz, but perhaps you yearn more for his wealth, one quipped. Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Alas, with no significant news to discuss. Even drinking has lost some of its charm. These spectators, intoxicated and reveling in the misfortunes of others, cared little for the loss of life. Their sole concern lay in finding amusement and engaging in jovial discourse. Were others present, they would surely scorn the duo. Yet Cheng Shi held his tongue. silently admiring them. What splendid patrons they are, even managing to quell one's murderous intent. A few drunken souls were startled by Cheng Shi's abrupt halt. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't block the way. Move aside. I have no money." "I'm off to seek a dues," he asked the one with the riches. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Cheng Shi's visage lurked in the shadow of his hood as he chuckled softly, extending a hand from the sleeve of his robe. Clutched tightly within his grasp was an object, obscured in the dim light of the moon. The few individuals present were not incensed by Cheng Shi's silence. Rather, they found his demeanor exceedingly intriguing. "What is it you wish to peddle? Do you fancy a contest of strength with us? Do you truly believe that you alone can vanquish all 5 of us? Come now, friend, open your hand and reveal what lies within. If it is something of worth, I would not hesitate to part with a few coins for it." "That is precisely what I was waiting to hear." Cheng Shi's lips curled into a smile. And with an air of mystery, he proclaimed, "Indeed, it is a remarkable item. I am an alchemist, and within this is a newly concocted elixir I have named Dreamless Death. With but a single tablet, one can instantaneously enter a state of dreamless death, appearing indistinguishable from true demise, even causing the heart to cease its beating. Not even the judges of the Grand Tribunal can discern the difference between life and this illusion. However, unlike true death, in the dreamless death state, your senses remain intact. You can hear the sounds around you, feel the touch of others, and if you can manage to keep your eyes open, witness everything your unblinking gaze beholds. The effects endure for a full 24 hours, impervious to any external stimuli. It creates the illusion of death, allowing one to savor the panic of those around them. So, what say you? Would you care for a tablet?" As his words hung in the air, he noticed the breaths of the individuals before him grow suddenly heavy. A thrill surged within him. What an exhilarating prospect. For a group of merry drinkers perpetually in search of amusement, this was nothing short of a tailor-made elixir. Indeed, it was crafted specifically for them. Cheng Shi had just conjured it up. The sacrificial offering to the void had once again been materialized. Initially, Cheng Shi's palm held merely a handful of candy beans. Yet at the moment when the fervent gazes of these imbibers ignited with intensity, the essence of the candy underwent a monumental transformation. In a state of drunken stupor, it was refined. "How much? How much do you have? Did you come alone?" "This brother, your thoughts are perilously reckless. Even if I had indeed come alone." "What of it? A zero-cost purchase? Apologies for your disappointment. I had initially intended to offer it for nothing." "Oh, if you are interested and willing to assist me in testing the medicine, these doses can be given to you free of charge." "Free? Truly? All of it?" The intense glimmers in the eyes of the burly men clearly diminished, their gazes now ablaze with eagerness. "Certainly." Cheng Shi opened his palm to reveal 5 pills. Neither more nor less, one for each individual. The moment the drinkers laid eyes on the medication, they seized it without hesitation, each swallowing their portion in one gulp. Praise be to prosperity. To experience a day's worth of death in this eternally vibrant town is undeniably the greatest pleasure. How long until it takes effect? Immediately. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 5 robust men collapsed in succession. Thud, 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 thud. The night once again descended into silence. Their hearts ceased to beat, and their body temperatures began to plummet rapidly, resembling lifeless corpses. Cheng Shi chuckled as he kicked the drunken man at his feet, pulling him towards a nearby alley. By the time tomorrow dawns, the town will be rife with another sensational piece of news capable of inciting greater panic. As for the traces he left on the street, they have remained untouched from beginning to end. Lying on the bed in his room, Cheng Shi stared at the ceiling, silently contemplating. "Come now, Imochios, let us see how swiftly you can find me." The 3rd night. Yet another sleepless night. Within the inn, only Cheng Shi remained as the solitary player. Chapter 60. The 4th day, Imochios. "You are not the answer, extra large." Wei Guan met his demise in the streets, slain by a deuce. Yun and I perished in his room, captured by the Grand Tribunal. The ascetic fell victim to the chaos of battle, drowning in the tumult, and the perpetrator of this act remains elusive. Moreover, even his identity has vanished. No one remembers him. Fong Ju has been apprehended, likely still alive. Each player's death is shrouded in absurdity, permeated with strangeness. Yet there exists no substantial evidence to affirm the peculiarity of their demises, leaving one utterly bewildered. Cheng Shi pondered throughout the night, a bold thought blossoming in his mind. Could it be that death itself is the answer to the trial? Is there a possibility that this trial differs from all previous ones, with each individual possessing their own answer? Thus, those who have perished may have already escaped the torment of the trial, left alone to wander in confusion as they seek to survive. It is not beyond possibility, merely requiring further validation. As it stands, the only lead lies with Emochios. Yet, Mosius arrived far more swiftly than anticipated. Before dawn had broken, an imposing figure materialized in Cheng Shi's chamber. He was alone, exuding confidence akin to those vanished players with a score of 2,400. Cheng Shi gradually opened his eyes and sat up from his bed. Mosius stood beside the table, his eyes still flickering with lightning, but this time, amidst the tempestuousness, there lingered a hint of perplexity. The clumsy pretense could not conceal the truth of the crime. I have seen you when the assailant was captured last night. You blended into the crowd, feigning the role of a mere spectator, yet your gaze remained fixated on the unfolding events. Perhaps you were complicit? You ought to feel gratified. This defector of order has not unveiled your identity. What should be your punishment? Each of Mosius's words grew colder than the last, and by the final statement, the staff he wielded was raised high, the thunder roaring at its apex, yearning to strike its foe. Cheng Shi smiled faintly, unperturbed, and gradually rose to his feet, offering a slight bow. If I am guilty, why does your lordship not apprehend me directly, but instead engage in this idle chatter? During the day, you are far more resolute. The 5 corpses are inscribed with invitations. This nauseating charade merely seeks an audience with me. My time is limited. Yet I can graciously afford a death row inmate a moment to deliver his final words. After the farewell, you shall be the first among your companions to face the judgment of order. TSK, how commendably upright you speak. Cheng Shi chuckled softly and spoke again. A humble traveler is unlikely to pique the interest of the judge to such an extent. What captivates you, I presume, is the essence that clings to them. Indeed, to entice Emochiosi to this place, Cheng Shi had inscribed some rather irreverent words upon the belly of the corpse. Not excessively irreverent, merely 5 characters, come catch me, 1 for each body. Yet, the words themselves held little significance. What truly mattered was the instrument of inscription. He had utilized the arrival of fear. Thus, every wound on the corpses pulsed with the auras of death and corruption. It was precisely this sensation that had prompted Emochiosi to exercise caution and refrain from making a move. He had indeed taken possession of the dagger, sealing it away in a secure location, yet why did the lingering essence of a divine relic still persist in the external world? This was the enigma he sought to unravel. Each judge, when faced with the prospect of rendering a verdict, harbors an innate desire to uncover the true answers behind the crime. This is the nature of humanity. None can escape its grasp. Emochiosi had evidently regarded Cheng Shi's invitation as a means to such answers, unaware that he himself was the very answer Cheng Shi sought. Your Honor, I harbor no intention of opposing the Grand Tribunal, nor do I wish to sow further discord. I would even confess and accept my punishment. Emochiosi's expression darkened, denying Cheng Shi any opportunity for negotiation, and with a swift gesture, he unleashed a bolt of lightning upon him. Cheng Shi had anticipated an attack from his opponent, but had not expected it to occur at this moment. He immediately summoned his full divine power, casting healing and mental spells upon himself, while clutching a fragment of past prosperity between his fingers, ready to withstand the onslaught of the lightning with his own flesh. As long as he could withstand this moment, he would likely gain the leverage to engage in dialogue with Moxius. However, what Cheng Shi did not anticipate was that Moxius's judgment staff was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact. The last time he was struck by lightning, leaving half his face scarred, he had not realized such a formidable force emanated from a semi-divine weapon. No wonder. The sensation of being targeted by a semi-divine artifact was like this. His mind was in anguish, and his soul trembled. In that instant, Cheng Shi felt as though his body had developed a will of its own, yearning to prostrate itself before this fearsome judgment staff in supplication. He could not help but ponder how a practitioner of asceticism could possibly endure such a degree of lightning punishment. Cheng Shi had always possessed great confidence in his physical resilience and mental fortitude. His robust physique combined with his medical expertise endowed him with a durability that rivaled that of warriors of the same rank. He had witnessed an ascetic withstand a blow from Moxius and survive, and from that moment on, he believed he would find a way to endure Moxius's lightning punishment. Yet, in truth, he had miscalculated. This was a power beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. The flames of judgment erupted from within, instantly transforming him into a charred figure. The SSS-level divine power was vividly manifested at that moment. It was over. He had misstepped in the game. Deceived. Now, the game was truly at an end. He resignedly closed his eyes, feeling a sense of liberation. At least he would no longer be fooled. But just as Cheng Shi believed he was reaching his end, something even more astonishing occurred. As if pierced by a dagger in the presence of blooming only to wither. The aura of death within Cheng Shi surged forth, only to suddenly shatter and vanish at a fateful moment, as if some unseen force had ensnared his thread of mortality. Surviving the ordeal, Cheng Shi crawled from the wreckage of the shattered bed, bearing a bloodied grin reminiscent of a malevolent specter from the abyss, directed at Moxius. Moxius, witnessing his lightning strike fail once more, wore an expression as dark as storm clouds, dripping with disdain. Indeed, you are all in league together. It is rare to encounter individuals who can withstand my lightning. To have witnessed two in just a couple of days is truly unexpected. Suddenly, Cheng Shi felt a surge of clarity wash over him, yet questions still lingered in his mind. Struggling to lift his gaze, he inquired, "Do you recall the ascetic? The monk who sought to seize the arrival of fear?" Moxius furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "Do not disturb my thoughts with your nonsensical ramblings. You know I refer to your bespectacled companion. His demise is your destined path." Bespectacled companion? Du Shiguang. That mage with his physique managed to endure a strike of judgment lightning? Indeed. Cheng Shi lowered his head, a smile of triumph stretching across his lips. So this was the answer. No one could withstand a second strike. Sinner, leave your final words. This individual is rather intriguing. He clearly desires clarity regarding the preceding events, yet remains reticent, employing his staff to exert pressure. Very well, if he feels too embarrassed to speak. I shall take the initiative. Cheng Shi took 2 steps forward, a hint of discomfort causing him to clutch his chest, yet amidst the despair, a flicker of mirth lingered. My esteemed judge, are you not curious as to how we have endured your punishment? A fleeting expression of perplexity crossed Moxius's face, only to vanish almost immediately. He gently closed his eyes and scoffed, uttering his final words. A chuckle escaped Cheng Shi's lips, tinged with derision. Yet he feigned an air of mystery as he proclaimed, "Because all of this has been imparted to us by Lord Shanasli, who, for the first time, the eternally serious visage of Moxius displayed astonishment, even causing his hand, which clutched the scepter, to tremble slightly. Seizing the moment, Cheng Shi continued, pressing his advantage, "Have you forgotten? Yet Lord Shanasli has not. He can never forget the injustices rendered upon him by the Grand Tribunal, nor your betrayal, nor the filth observed under the gaze of order. Right here, right behind you. Impossible. At the very instant Moxius turned sharply, exclaiming in disbelief, a palpable aura of death erupted from within his chest. This beloved son of order, this first-tier judge from the Grand Tribunal, this half-divine being who held all the advantages, suddenly witnessed all light in his eyes extinguish in an instant. The vibrant life within him withered abruptly, and the power of order dissipated into nothingness. His mouth, slightly agape, could utter no more words. His face bore the marks of terror, his pupils remained constricted. Yet no further change would ever occur. Moxius has perished, in a flash of blinding light. His lifeless body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, toppling tables and chairs, casting aside his scepter. In the final moments of a sinner's confession, this esteemed magistrate uttered his last words. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Cheng Shi, in a frenzy, coughed and laughed, retrieving the wicked crimson dagger from where his hand clutched his chest. The arrival of fear. You have bestowed upon me a semi-divine artifact. I shall repay you in kind. At this moment, the arrival of fear glistened, saturated with the essence of life. Who could have imagined that? Upon invoking his elder brother Li, the son of order, from the Grand Tribunal, would be gripped by fear? What sordid secrets lie hidden within the Grand Tribunal? My curiosity is piqued. Cough, cough, cough. Nevertheless, I have guessed correctly. Moxius, you are indeed not the answer. Ha 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 ha. The trial of death is truly fascinating. Indeed, it is amusing. Ha ha ha. Cheng Shi laughed for an extended time, until his amusement turned into relentless coughing. At which point he laboriously shifted his position and swallowed the pill in his hand. In this town, under the watchful gaze of prosperity, the past splendor seems to have far surpassed its former glory. Soon, a delicate newborn, stripped of its charred exterior, rose from the ground. Everything appeared as though night had just fallen, save for a collapsed bed, which suggested that no one had ever been there. The moment of execution. The scepter is named the moment of execution. True to its name, it is indeed formidable. However, it now belongs to me. Cheng Shi glanced at the clock. Dawn was swiftly approaching. Just in time for the Law Enforcement Bureau to commence its operations, he might still visit the prison to see that one surviving comrade, Fangju. Ah, the adherent of order. It seems I have uncovered the answer. What about you? Chapter 61. Conversations in the prison. When Cheng Shi arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau's prison clad in ordinary attire, his face obscured by a hood. Not a single staff member dared to impede his passage, for in his possession was a judgment pin, worn by the esteemed Moxius, serving as the highest symbol of authority. Several employees, mistaking this unfamiliar visitor for a covert investigator from the Grand Tribunal, courteously guided him, thoughtfully dispersing irrelevant personnel to afford Cheng Shi ample time to converse with the condemned. Naturally, in their eyes, this exchange resembled a harrowing interrogation. Given the notorious reputation of the Grand Tribunal's punishments, Cheng Shi effortlessly approached Fang Ju, removing his hood before him. At the sight of Cheng Shi, battered and bruised, Fang Ju felt a weight lift from his heart. Cheng Shi observed Fang Ju's expression with mild surprise and smiled. I presume your relief is not solely for my safety. You appear rather unsurprised by my presence here. Fang Ju chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, it is you, Cheng Shi. You are formidable. As his devotee, you are the most astute and calculating individual I have encountered. To orchestrate the demise of all within a mere 3 days, I must admit, I underestimated you. As Cheng Shi listened to Fang Ju's nonsensical ramblings, a shimmering wind signal illuminated his forehead. I'm here to seek answers from you, and you immediately label me a wolf? Brother, are we even on the same version? Yet, he neither denied nor defended himself. He merely responded with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Cheng Shi took note of all of Fang Ju's hostile actions during the trial, but he remained indifferent. He never cared if other players held the conflict of beliefs in high regard, nor did he mind if someone, driven by ideological opposition, harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. In a game where survival is paramount, any behavior exhibited by individuals is quite normal. Cheng Shi had always focused on actions rather than intentions. As long as one did not overtly attack him, how they perceived him was their prerogative. However, should an underhanded strike occur, he would unapologetically exercise his right to retaliate. It was precisely because of Cheng Shi's cryptic smile that Fang Ju became increasingly convinced he was the mastermind behind it all. His expression suddenly darkened as memories of Du Shiguang's untimely demise resurfaced in his mind. Du Shiguang, a good man who adhered to the old order, had met with a senseless end, a poignant loss for humanity. What promises did he make to you? Or rather, what did you seek to gain? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, momentarily adopting Fang Ju's perspective and contemplating the situation. He realized that in the absence of answers, the numerous deaths indeed suggested the presence of a shadowy orchestrator. The scene he encountered just before arriving at the prison felt akin to the puppeteer stepping forward to bask in the audience's acclaim before the curtain fell. In that moment, the other party likely believed themselves to be the director, orchestrating the entire affair. After all, chaos eternally signifies disorder. Hence, Cheng Shi refrained from responding directly and instead posed a counter-question. You appear unperturbed by your circumstances, yet it seems to me that you have not discovered the answer. So, what is the source of your confidence? Fang Ju's tone was desolate as he offered a self-deprecating smile. However, I have one more inquiry, before I take my leave. Might you enlighten me? Even if it is merely the last morsel of sustenance bestowed upon a discerning hunter for its prey. Do not speak so gloomily. I too harbor a question. Perhaps we could exchange secrets. Fang Ju paused, then nodded slightly. You may inquire first. Cheng Shi smiled and, with candor, asked. Fang Ju was evidently taken aback by the seemingly inappropriate nature of Cheng Shi's question. Should a player, who did not partake in the past, discern a divergence between their memories and the collective consciousness, their immediate assumption would undoubtedly be that the force of memory was at play. Memory does not permit players to alter it at will. It seeks to rectify any discrepancies within the recollections. The consequence of this endeavor is that the ramifications of tampering with memory will be borne by the players involved. The demise of Du Shiguang and Fang Ju's entrapment were stark manifestations of this truth. How could he possibly be unaware? Such a facade, whether offered or withheld, could be even more injurious. Fang Ju's expression was a complex tapestry of turmoil as he grappled with the situation for a moment, ultimately nodding in pursuit of the answer from Cheng Shi. Well, my inquiries have concluded. Now it is your turn. Fang Ju's expression immediately grew solemn as he earnestly inquired. As the son of order, Emochiosi would undoubtedly resist your manipulation. How did you orchestrate his descent into the trap you devised, compelling him to eliminate them on your behalf? Here, them refers, of course, to everyone except Wei Guan. Would you like to know? Cheng Shi laughed heartily, gasping for breath, his hand once again resting upon his chest. We agreed upon a secret exchange. Ah, indeed, the followers of order have a penchant for rules. Why not take a guess? A peculiar smile emerged on Cheng Shi's face as he tilted his head towards Fang Ju. Fang Ju furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before embarking on his deduction. Driven by the necessity to hunt the adherents of the opposing faith of order, you must be well versed in the history of the Grand Tribunal, and even more so in the character of Mochiosi. It is likely that upon learning of our presence in Yongzhan town, you anticipated that he would surely be among us. Thus, you exploited the information gap you had cultivated, subtly guiding them towards challenging Mochiosi's authority, and then simply standing amidst the crowd to reap the rewards of your cunning. Cheng Shi, everything you have done contradicts the essence of chaos, each step meticulously crafted. It is hard to fathom that you are indeed a devotee of it. Perhaps you are correct. The closer one draws to order, the more chaotic the situation becomes, does it not? Frankly, this is a remarkably flawless line of reasoning. If all is as Fang Ju has articulated, then Cheng Shi, this rational erosionist, must have wielded the vast chasm of information as his weapon, accomplishing the hunt of all players. The issue lies in the fact that he is neither a disciple of chaos nor a puppeteer orchestrating events from the shadows. The true director remains undisclosed, and it is uncertain who they may be. Apologies for the misjudgment. Cheng Shi shrugged with an air of amusement, donning a more cryptic smile as he fixated his gaze on Fang Ju, whispering in a raspy voice, "Have you ever considered another possibility?" Upon uttering these words, he retrieved the staff from his spatial realm, its tip crackling with the fury of thunder, named the moment of execution. Fang Ju's mind erupted in a cacophony, as if his rationality were shattered by an endless tempest of thunder. His pupils dilated, and a chilling sensation surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Every pore on his body exuded cold sweat. His spine stiffened in rigidity, expressing disbelief with four resounding words. "Incredible. You. How could you possibly be?" Just as Fang Ju stammered this incomplete thought, a formidable aura of death emanated from him. Immediately, a roaring bolt of thunder shot from Cheng Shi's hand through the prison bars, striking him with a force that sent him hurtling backward like a rag doll. Yet, miraculously, he survived. Indeed, how fortunate! He had not succumbed. The dual onslaught of fear's arrival and the moment of execution had failed to take his life. Could it be that this enforcer possessed a resilience akin to that of an ascetic? Cheng Shi had never intended to kill him in the first place. He merely conducted a minor experiment on Fang Ju, and now the answer has been confirmed. Gazing at the wretched Fang Ju, Cheng Shi chuckled with delight. Why is it impossible? However, Fang Ju, who was fortunate enough to have survived, was no longer inclined to heed any further explanations. In the fleeting moment of tumbling to the ground from the wall, he clung to his last breath, gritting his teeth as he unleashed his final gambit. There was no cataclysmic upheaval, nor any thunderous roar. Cheng Shi only beheld the space behind Fang Ju suddenly parting silently, as if a vacuum had drawn him in. Once he vanished into the void, the fissure slowly closed like a zipper, as if no one had ever set foot in the prison. Only a charred patch, scorched by lightning, remained on the ground, attesting to the recent occurrence of an attack. Cheng Shi stared in astonishment as Fang Ju departed, the number of winds above his head not only doubling, but also flashing rapidly. The essence of order. It had come to retrieve its follower. How could the so-called most law-abiding deity, order, provide a backdoor for its adherents? Is this reasonable? Is this lawful? Does the GM of Faith Game not intervene? Absurd. I must lodge a complaint. Naturally, these thoughts were kept to himself. Confronting the game directly was a perilous path Cheng Shi dared not tread. Alas, perhaps it is for the best that the virtuous are allowed to survive a little longer. After all, he had not come to add insult to injury. Cheng Shi stowed away his staff and donned his hood once more. With the final task completed, it was time to conclude the trial. Let me ponder. What method should I employ to bring this to a close? Chapter 62. The deceased apothecary, the esteemed chief judge, Lord Mosius, has mysteriously vanished. The officials from the Law Enforcement Bureau are in a state of agitation, for not only have they received reports of 5 more residents perishing in Eternal Bloomtown, but they have also discovered that a prisoner has escaped from their confines. Furthermore, the covert investigator of the chief court, who visited yesterday, has also not been seen since. The law enforcers are akin to ants on a hot skillet, incessantly seeking an audience with the judges who accompanied Lord Mosius, yet these judges are equally at a loss. The timing is indeed precarious. To assert that a person has simply disappeared would be an overstatement. After all, it has only been a single night without his presence. Ordinary individuals may revel outside for an entire evening, let alone a judge engaged in an investigation. Of course, this is not to imply that Lord Mosius is out indulging. Rather, the nature of his inquiry necessitates time. However, to claim that he has not vanished at all would be misleading, as prior cases have seldom lingered for such an extended duration. Typically, upon encountering a suspect, there would be no need for prolonged investigation. Judgment and execution would likely follow swiftly. In any case, the absence of Lord Mosius, coupled with the edicts he left behind, has ensnared everyone in a quagmire of anxiety and distress. The town is once again shrouded in the dread of a vengeful killer on the loose. The good news: no homicides have occurred. The bad news: Lord Mosius is indeed missing. With no case to investigate, one must wonder where this noble figure has gone. The judges, hailing from the chief court, maintain their composure, firmly believing that Lord Mosius must be preoccupied with some pressing matter, and thus, all they can do is wait. Moreover, in eternal Bloomtown, there has yet to be anyone capable of threatening the safety of such a distinguished individual. When the staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau discovered once more that the time of fear had similarly vanished, leaving only 2 unfamiliar corpses in the sealing chamber, the judges could no longer remain composed. Chaos erupted once again in Yongzhan Town. It was at this moment, on the 5th morning after an entire night of sleeplessness for all officials, that 5 intoxicated individuals, nearly paralyzed by fear, were released from custody under the banner of innocence. Their bodies bore numerous scars, evidently the result of severe punishment. Yet, on their faces, there was no trace of anger. Rather, they wore expressions of exhilarating satisfaction. Ha ha! These fools, we deceived everyone. No amount of whipping can conceal the terror within us. Did you see? Director Wiki's face turned pale. Most importantly, we are innocent. They cannot do anything to us. How delightful. I never imagined the effects of this potion would be so potent. What about the apothecary? Does anyone know where he is? He seems to reside at the inn. The 5 men paused, exchanging meaningful glances before dashing off towards the inn. Clearly, there was no greater amusement than acquiring 5 more doses of the potion. With the promise of indulgence, the entire Yongzhan town would become their playground. However, when the 5 drunks inquired multiple times and finally arrived outside the apothecary's room, a frail attendant emerged from within. Startled by the sight of 5 burly men gathered at the door, their eyes gleaming with excitement, he instinctively pressed himself against the door frame, trembling in fear. Hey, tell me, is the person inside there? Is the apothecary in there? And where has he gone? Are you here to clean the room? Did you see anything? Is there a substance known as drunken dream inside? Never mind, step aside, we shall enter and search. Just as a few individuals prepared to step inside, the attendant suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "It wasn't me. I swear, the moment I entered, he was already like that. I truly didn't do it." The burly men were momentarily startled by the unexpected outcry, but they quickly dismissed the attendant and pushed the door open, entering the room. Upon their arrival, they discovered a charred corpse lying before the bed. Fragments of clothing that had not been burned suggested that this was indeed the apothecary who had sold them the drunken dream potion 2 nights prior. The drunken patron stood frozen in shock, utterly speechless. What is happening? Is he dead? Hey, buddy, did you do this? You killed the apothecary. How did you do it? What did you use? Praise prosperity, reveal the method of murder, and I shall not expose you. Stop dawdling. Quickly, search for any remaining potions. Why, it wasn't me. I was merely going to clean, and then I stumbled upon his body. I was terrified and dared not make a sound. Wah. The men rummaged through the room for quite some time, but found no completed potions. Instead, they discovered scattered experimental vials and materials, with many reacting beneath the ashes of the burnt bed, producing a kaleidoscope of colors. It's all over. The potions are gone. Hey, someone has truly died. Shall we report this to the Enforcement Bureau? Report. Why the silence? Since someone has truly perished, it is far better than our feigned demise, is it not? This news must surely come forth, my friends. Announce it swiftly. Go, summon the enforcers, and inform them that the fugitive murderer has once again struck at the inn. Reborn from the ashes, embarking on a path of vengeance. Upon hearing that this corpse is the result of the fugitive's retribution, the attendant quaked in fear, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed at the doorway. Please, spare me. I am not involved. Truly useless. I shall take matters into my own hands. Yet, one cannot deny that those in pursuit of merriment possess remarkable resolve. In no time, the enforcers surrounded the inn once more, accompanied by 2 judges. As the judges entered the room, they were met with a pungent odor of potions, prompting them to wrinkle their noses and meticulously scour the premises. The table was cluttered with disorganized alchemical notes, the handwriting twisted and contorted, resembling the trails of insects, clearly indicating that the author had not received a formal education. Scattered across the remnants of paper were hasty jottings on dreams, death, and improvement, evidence that the deceased had been engaged in the enhancement of potions. The area before the bed was strewn with shards of bottles, remnants of various commonplace alchemical reactions, seemingly a result of a chain reaction triggered by an explosion. The corpse was charred beyond recognition, and moreover, it emanated an essence that clashed with the principles of order. It appears to be a practitioner of alchemy who worshipped the wild gods. They contemplated for a moment and reached a conclusion in harmony with the Bureau of Enforcement, a pharmacist devoted to a malevolent deity and engrossed in alchemical pursuits. Encountered an accident while concocting a potion imbued with the essence of death, ultimately offering himself to death. It was not the fleeing perpetrator who committed the act, as there was scarcely any trace of corruption or lingering emotions of fear present. Nevertheless, this incident became a significant news story in Everbloom Town, for fatalities, particularly accidental ones, are exceedingly rare here, occurring perhaps once in a century. The judges interrogated the informant and interviewed nearby travelers, and after careful deliberation, they concluded the report. This individual had ingested an excessive amount of unknown and uncontrollable death essence, and under the influence of death as will, he failed to receive the protection of prosperity, thus reaping the consequences of his own actions. The case was swiftly resolved, and both the travelers at the inn and the enforcers breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the perpetrator did not strike again, and Everbloom Town remained unperturbed. The temporary disappearance of Lord Mokiusi was somewhat acceptable. The judges departed with composed expressions, leaving the remaining staff to tidy up at the inn. I am Kotalo, my lord. This matter does not concern me, does it? Given your timid demeanor, if it were related to you, you would have likely fled by now. Ha. Worry not. It's merely a simple record, and the case is closed. Oh, that's a relief. I will accompany you. Well then, let us proceed. The time of death was likely last night. Did you hear any unusual noises? Indeed, during the patrol before dawn, I did hear a muffled sound, albeit faint. So I chose to disregard it. You see, the privacy of our guest holds paramount importance. You were right. Had anyone ventured to take a glance, the room might have concealed more than one lifeless body. What a lunatic to dare administer poison, even to the divine. Observing the attendants departing alongside the enforcers, several inebriated patrons scratched their heads, sighing in utter disappointment. Such a pity, indeed, for such a splendid concoction. The unexpected interlude was abruptly silenced, and though panic momentarily resurfaced, it was swiftly quelled. The chaotic enforcement bureau and the town of Eternal Bloom, having caught but a glimpse of death, remained preoccupied with the pursuit of the true culprit and the elusive Lord Mokiusi. Yet, all of this bore no relation to the attendant who had discovered the corpses. The sky darkened. He gestured to an unseen presence, tilting his head in farewell. Farewell, dear souls. He then drew his hood to shield his eyes, stepping into the shadows, merging with the night, and vanished from sight. Successful completion of the special trial, Pathway to Death. Evaluating performance and calculating rewards. Player, Cheng Shi. Performance rating, C. Acquired items. Boring mask, C. X1. Acquired items. Teasing mask, C. X1. Acquired items. Indifferent mask, C. X1. Acquired items. Blurry mask, C. X1. Acquired items. Suspicious mask, S. X1. Path to Ascension 0. Ladder of Audience 3. Current Ascension score, 2125. Global ranking, for 58728. Current Audience ladder score, 164. Fate ranking, 62. Trial cleared. Preparing to exit. Chapter 63. Another ordinary day reality. A large laboratory in an unknown province. Wei-Guan opened his eyes without surprise, glancing casually at the clock on the table. The time remained unchanged. The trial had concluded. He lowered his gaze to his chest, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart, and scoffed softly. A tedious charade. Fear is not a blade, but rather a remedy that saves players. This concept is trite, lacking in originality. He rose from his seat and approached a large screen, pressing the button to activate the machine. Experiment is starting. Greetings, Dr. Wei-Guan. It is a pleasure to see you again. How has your day been? Wei-Guan replied with a tone devoid of emotion. Just an ordinary day. Is your special trial progressing smoothly? Smoothly? Perhaps. However, An excessively smooth trial is detrimental to one's growth. Thus, I have slightly increased the difficulty for my teammates. Your unwavering kindness and generosity have been activated, taking 964 seconds. Wei Guan furrowed his brow slightly, his expression turning serious. Your loading time has again increased by 0.065 seconds. Please analyze the cause and submit a report. Apologies, I am currently analyzing the cause. Analysis complete, taking 3.014 seconds. The reason is as follows. Divine storage container has ruptured, resulting in a loss of pressure. With a divine leakage rate of 32.189, to prevent divine from escaping into the survival zone, additional time was spent closing the experimental area door. A detailed accident report has been issued for your review. Wei Guan, with a cold demeanor, flipped through several pages, his brow knitting tightly. It seems he is once again set to capture divine. Analyze the experimental divine balance ratio and inform me of the trials that need to be undertaken. Analyzing experimental ratios. Please hold. In reality, in an unknown, uninhabited region of a certain province, Yun and I awoke from the sandy ground, gently wiping the rainwater from her face. Why is it raining again? How troublesome. She gazed upwards at the falling raindrops and snapped her fingers lightly. Snap. The torrents of rain vanished the moment they reached a certain spot above her head. Droplets of liquid, coalescing in this world, were thus transported to a realm on the brink of obliteration. As for whether this minuscule drizzle brings forth a calamity akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, or a timely salvation, none can ascertain. An injustice that lacks the consent of others can hardly be deemed fair. Fairness. Only those endowed with strength are worthy of discussing such a concept, while the weak merely existing amounts to original sin. It would be better to vanish. The clouds and mud recline once more, eyes shut, listening to the cacophony of rain around. Thoughts drifting aimlessly. In reality, within an unknown province, in a makeshift shelter, a bare-chested warrior awakens, surveying his surroundings for a moment before slowly shutting his eyes again. Throughout this dust-laden dwelling, not a sound has been uttered, the silence unsettling. In reality, within an unknown province, in a certain apartment, Du Shiguang stirs from slumber, yet remains immobile. The softness of the bed exerts an irresistible allure on a weary soul, akin to countless tendrils binding him to the sheets, rendering him incapable of movement. A good person? How noble a term. I can only hope that my virtuous friend, deceived by my splendid performance, still manages to discern the truth. Yes, it seems he has a backup plan. It matters not. Though I failed to eliminate him this time, perhaps fortune will favor me in the future. Wouldn't you agree, Du Shiguang? In the mirror before Du Shiguang, his reflection gazes back with a sullen countenance, while he himself bursts into laughter. In that moment, he retrieves a note imbued with the power of memory, gently brushing it against his forehead. The Du Shiguang in the mirror turns ashen, jaw clenched, yet helpless to alter his fate. Soon after, the movements of the two individuals synchronized once more. Du Shiguang opened his eyes and gazed at the newly inscribed words on the notebook in his hand, suddenly coming to a realization. July 14th, splendid, the trial has concluded. As he spoke, he turned to look at the mirror, continuing with a hint of amusement. Everything that just transpired felt akin to a dramatic performance by a singular actor. In reality, at an unknown office building in a certain province or city, Fangzhu immediately stood up from his chair the moment he regained consciousness. Furrowing his brow, he hastily made his way to the archives, beginning to rummage through the filing cabinets. Before long, the sound of crisp high heels echoed behind him. Fangzhu. The barriers of this office building had been breached by a group of kind-hearted players, who then banded together in mutual support, forming a fellowship in the post-divine descent era. Fangzhu and she were the two with the highest scores within this collective, enjoying considerable esteem. Why the haste? Did you encounter a dilemma in the trial? Just in time. Do you recall the esteemed Mo Chiosi from the Grand Tribunal? Please assist me in searching for his records. Jiu nodded in surprise and entered the archive room. The prematurely departed son of order? What is it you seek? You might as well inquire of me first. Perhaps I possess the knowledge. Is it true that scholars of the historical school are so well informed? What of it? Pray, enlighten me. Jiu smiled, tilting her head as she awaited his response. I seek to know the location of his death and whether a half-artifact of the Grand Tribunal was lost thereafter. It should be a scepter. At the moment of execution, a thunder punishment staff. Do you know? Fangzhu's face was etched with astonishment. Indeed, The only judgment staff lost outside the great tribunal for thousands of years remains a mystery to this day. Many mages are in pursuit of it, myself included. Have you seen it? Feng Zhu, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly. Where? In a surge of excitement, Jiyu abruptly straightened his posture and grasped Feng Zhu's hand. With a sigh, Feng Zhu articulated clearly, word by word. Jiyu's eyes widened in surprise, covering his mouth in disbelief. Your trial seems quite remarkable. Do elaborate. Feng Zhu felt the need for someone to help him untangle his thoughts, so he set aside the documents in his hand and began to recount his tale slowly. He did not cease until he had narrated the entire saga of the trial, then turned to Jiyu, whose expression was serious. So what are your thoughts? Jiyu pondered for a moment before responding slowly. You have been deceived. The sacrifice of death may not be someone else, but rather yourselves. I sense a deviation in your reasoning, though I cannot pinpoint who misled you. The individual known as Cheng Shi, the rational eroder, is likely using you to validate this answer. However, you have done well. Given the circumstances at that time, apart from your trump card, you had no other means to avoid self-destruction. I am curious, as he became the last player remaining in the trial, will he be able to survive? Feng Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that this entire scheme was not orchestrated by him? Until I witness it with my own eyes, I cannot ascertain. Yet the undercurrents of manipulation are likely to be inescapable. Even if it is not a scheme of his own design, he is undeniably formidable. I must caution my friends in order to be wary of this individual known as Cheng Shi, the rational eroder. Given the circumstances, would it be too much to request a small bounty for a moment of execution in the mage channel? It seems, perhaps, it is not entirely out of the question. Chapter 64. The Humbling High-Stakes Game, a surprising triple feature. Today's grand prize, Pro Max. A one-time conclusion, reclining on the rooftop, basking in the reality of sunlight cascading upon him, Cheng Shi felt a peculiar sense of serendipity, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. He never anticipated that such a method would indeed prove effective, having once again triumphed in a high-stakes gamble that risked his very life and fortune. He couldn't help but feel that perhaps fortune favored him after all. He retrieved the dice from his pocket, squinting against the dazzling sunlight. The singular dot on the die glaring back at him in a blinding reflection. Predetermined fate? What nonsense. Cheng Shi chuckled softly, carelessly tossing the dice aside. It rolled rapidly across the rooftop, coming to a halt after several tumbles, the radiant one still facing upwards, unchanged. It seemed to protest against his dismissal, mocking him for his inability to alter its outcome. What is eternal good fortune but the result of relentless effort? Each trial he faced was meticulously analyzed, striving to refine his instincts, heighten his awareness, and perfect his deceit. This, indeed, was Cheng Shi's path to victory. Yet, such endeavors proved exhausting, far less gratifying than the simplicity of idleness. Therefore, his ultimate aspiration was to cling to the powerful, to revel in complacency. Regrettably, the trial is invariably populated by various fools, rendering the opportunity to complete an entire match exceedingly rare. This time, the matchmaking was rather commendable, with numerous formidable players present, who should have seamlessly progressed to the end. However, the nature of the trial did not permit such a leisurely approach. Rather, it seemed the skilled players had no intention of guiding him along. The 5 mask rewards post-trial elucidate this matter. None of these 2,400 rated elites perished. What accounts for their survival? Perhaps it is because they had long since discerned the answer. They are all astute individuals. The hint provided by death states, there exists but a single path to death. Discover it and present your offering. In reference to previous death trials, this clearly indicates the necessity of seeking a sacrifice, slaying it, and offering it to him, thereby concluding the trial. Yet, this trial is peculiar in that the town of Everbloom does not readily embrace death. Or perhaps death is simply elusive. Nonetheless, the situation is not entirely absolute. At least within this town influenced by semi-divine artifacts, the use of another semi-divine artifact could indeed conjure death. Thus, the initial aim of all participants was to identify the perpetrator, deciphering clues for the trial from him. During this period, everyone's efforts were aligned in a singular direction. Ultimately, with unwavering certainty, the perpetrator was utilized to bring about his own demise. He committed suicide. This also explains why no traces were found at the scene, for he himself obliterated all evidence. A foolish hunter masterfully fabricated the scene of his own death, plunging his teammates into an inexplicable terror. Offering oneself became the sole path forward. In this trial, the offering esteemed by death is not a specific individual, but rather the wisdom and courage to confront mortality. The second to encounter the answer is Yuni. It is essential to understand that annihilation stands in stark opposition to death. It venerates a more extreme form of persistence beyond death. Consequently, its adherents exhibit indifference towards life, extending this disregard not only to others but also to themselves. To them, death is merely a transient state before the inevitable descent into annihilation, and thus, it holds no terror. However, upon sensing that the tribunal of judgment was present in the inn, and that a semi-artifact lay within the room, she suddenly felt she had discerned the answer, to perish under the aegis of a semi-artifact in a secluded town. Embracing her fate, she welcomed annihilation and seized the opportunity to save her companions. Yet, in that moment, she overlooked a crucial detail. One that Cheng realized only after the demise of 4 individuals. The path to death is singular, and the rule encapsulated in this phrase is not unique. Furthermore, it is vital to note that each form of death can occur but once. Yuni was fortunate, before fully grasping this clue. She encountered the formidable mage of the Tribunal of Judgment, meeting her end beneath his scepter. The subsequent ascetic was not as fortunate. This silent warrior endured a strike from a semi-artifact's divine retribution, yet survived. In that instant, he comprehended the significance of the clue and resolutely chose to lunge towards Cheng, towards the weapon known as the moment of terror. In this scenario, there has never been a second perpetrator, nor has anyone sought to muddle the waters. It was the ascetic who chose himself, only to subsequently take his own life with that replica. Although Wei Guan's death was a manifestation of his subjective will, the perpetrator was a docile, and he fell victim to homicide at the moment when fear struck. Yunni's demise was at the hands of mage, as he met his end during the execution. As for the ascetic, he was the first to truly commit suicide in the most profound sense, slaying himself with fear, succumbing to self-inflicted death at the moment of terror's arrival. These 3 forms of death, following the trials these individuals endured, were subsequently forbidden. Consequently, there remained but a few methods of demise available to Cheng Shi, Du Shiguang, and Fang Zhu. Du Shiguang, having access to Dosi's memories, discerned that he had not trailed Wei Guan to erase any traces of murder. Thus he surmised Wei Guan's intentions. This led to a distortion of causality. The ascetic, having long departed from the trials and distorted in memory, faded from the minds of the people. Conversely, Du Shiguang identified a loophole, utilizing the moment of terror to take his own life, falling victim to self-inflicted death at that very instant. However, due to his excessive dramatization, Fang Zhu missed all clues, erasing even the faintest traces left by the original memories, and the new timeline cast him directly into the dungeons of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Cheng Shi grasped the ultimate answer at a later time. It was after Mochiosi's failed attempt to kill him that he suddenly realized the answer lay in the necessity of sacrificing oneself through different methods of death. It was then that a plan began to form within his heart. After Mochiosi's demise, he devised a very reliable means to conquer the trials, which was to commit suicide at the moment of execution. However, this approach is fraught with peril, for if there exists even a mere 0.1 chance that the outcome is not death, Cheng Shi would find himself enveloped in endless regret, marking the demise of his gaming career. Thus, the fear of death compelled Cheng Shi to undertake an audacious experiment. He fabricated a scene of the alchemist's demise using the alchemical notes acquired from Shanasli and the corpse of Melchior, subsequently submitting it as a nominal death as defined by the Bureau of Enforcement. This was a risky gambit, for it constituted a trial of death. Cheng Shi's cunning maneuver could easily backfire, transforming his efforts into a blasphemous performance that might lead him, who once had the chance for a safe landing, to veer off the runway and meet his end. Fortunately, death granted its recognition. Although it awarded a score of 0, the deity appreciated his performance. Believing he had outwitted death, Cheng Shi emerged victorious, securing not only passage through the trial but also acquiring a moment of fear and a moment of execution. Alas, in a game of 2,400, he gained not a single point, which felt like a tremendous loss. Nevertheless, this trial proved to be the most arduous Cheng Shi had faced since joining the faith game. Every individual involved exhibited a frightening level of acuity. Had it not been for the trust cultivated through cooperation during the preliminary trials, Cheng Shi might have found himself at an insurmountable disadvantage from the outset due to the adversarial nature of chaotic faith. In this astonishing trial, the believers of folly were, paradoxically, the least foolish. The devotees of annihilation obliterated themselves, the followers of silence, resonated with a deafening clarity. The adherents of memory stealthily altered recollections. The champions of order cheated, disrupting the very fabric of order, and the disciples of fraud were pitiably deceived to their core. Apart from Feng Zhu, each individual was a masterful performer. They not only concluded their roles impeccably, but also left no trace for their companions. Although their actions diverted others from death, they also compelled the remaining players to stray further from the truth. Those who survived, trembling with trepidation, delved into the enigma of the death offering, yet remained blissfully unaware of the silent derision emanating from the victorious who had already triumphed over the trial. To be candid, deducing that the answer was death might not be particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in the courage to embrace death. They had long discerned the subtle cues and dared to validate their conjectures with their own demise. This audacity and confidence rendered Cheng Shi somewhat abashed. As for the order believer who remained in blissful ignorance, well, every trial must have its fool. Even the most formidable players experience moments of weakness. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Fong? This trial undoubtedly lived up to its elite status, and Cheng Shi did not falter as a fool. Although he did not elevate anyone else, he secured his victory through an exceptionally prudent approach. Even if he was led astray, at the very least, he ultimately deceived death. Would this not count as having outwitted God? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a wave of energy, emanating from a profound abyss, enveloped the rooftop where Cheng Shi stood. Once again, Chapter 65, the Hall of Fish Bones and the Throne of White Bones. Cheng Shi was drawn away once more. This second encounter with the deity was evidently more adept than the first. He did not resist, allowing his consciousness to plunge into darkness. Who might it be this time? The god of joy or the god of prostitution? No, such thoughts must not linger. At least not in that manner. Before them, he possessed no freedom of thought. Even imagination could be deemed an act of blasphemy. The Lord had advised him to endure until he could deceive them. I shall endure. As his consciousness sharpened from the haze, Cheng Shi anxiously opened his eyes. He had prepared for the worst, even crafting a mental script to subtly argue that his blasphemous remarks were merely impotent boasts, not a genuine insult to any particular deity. However, to his astonishment, what he beheld was not the gaze of a being adorned with stars, but a winding white staircase that extended from beneath his feet into an unseen void. Alongside the vertebrae grew long, robust intermuscular bones, stretching outward like blade-like cliffs. If this were indeed a fish's skeleton, the creature's size could scarcely be described as immense. Perhaps all the adjectives he had learned to denote largeness lost their significance in the face of its magnitude. Cheng Shi stood rendered speechless by the colossal sight before him, momentarily frozen in awe. At that moment, a cacophony of mixed sounds filled his ears, a noise difficult to articulate. Both sharp and hoarse, ethereal yet weighty. It was as if the voices of men, women, young, and old intertwined, indistinguishable from one another, resonating in unison. Come up. Hurry up. Cheng Shi was startled by this sudden call, quickly turning his head to see an abundance of life forms that had inexplicably appeared on the previously unoccupied fish spine. These unfamiliar creatures stood in a line upon the knife-like cliff of the fish spine, leaping off one after another like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Below the cliff lay an endless void. The moment they plunged into the abyss, their flesh and blood were swiftly obliterated by the nothingness, until they landed upon an unseen ground, leaving only shattered bones behind. The immense impact reduced the skeletons to fragments, yet the skulls remained intact. Countless pallid skulls rolled toward Cheng Shi, gradually piling up on either side of the vertebral staircase, their jaws snapping open and shut in a frenzied welcome, creaking with their remaining teeth. Come up. Hurry up. Your master is waiting for you. He is waiting for you above. Cheng Shi was rendered speechless by this unprecedented spectacle. To be honest, anyone would be bewildered. The scene before him was so extraordinary, so far beyond human comprehension, that his legs, which he intended to move forward with, felt uncharacteristically weak. As he gazed at the multitude of chattering skulls at the edge of the staircase, he couldn't help but wonder, if I take a step forward, will they come to gnaw at me? Come up. Hurry up. Your master is waiting for you. The longer Cheng Shi lingered in place, the quicker the jaws of the skulls began to snap open and shut. He seemed to have an inkling of which entity resided above, swallowed hard, mustered his courage internally, and then stepped forward. In that instant he took a step. His flesh, sinews, and blood were stripped away, remaining behind as mere remnants, leaving behind a skeleton as translucent as jade that surged forth. Moreover, It propelled him upward in a swift ascent. This seemingly immense staircase, upon his movement, automatically descended, cushioning his steps beneath him. The speed was so rapid that it stirred a tempest in the void. With each of Cheng Shi's movements, the skulls lining the staircase grew increasingly boisterous. Hurry, move faster. Don't keep him waiting. Cheng Shi hesitated to take a second step. Whether it was the fierce winds of the void or the chill of his bare form, he felt a shiver enveloping him. His hands grazed over this simultaneously familiar and alien skeleton, instinctively covering his groin. Goodness, was he not running naked? Oh, perhaps it was unnecessary to cover up, as what ought to be concealed was no longer there. He glanced down and, indeed, found nothing. Thus, it could hardly be deemed a naked run. Strangely, Cheng Shi's spirits lifted, and he chuckled softly, striding forward with confidence. By the time he had counted a total of 404 steps, the monotonous fishbone staircase finally transformed before him. A wave of agitation surged from all directions. An uproar of voices, young and old, suddenly erupted. Following that, an endless multitude of skulls arose from behind him, beside him, and in front of him, swiftly soaring ahead. A torrent of white surged forth, carving a magnificent waterfall of inverted skulls against the backdrop of an all-consuming darkness. Cheng Shi stood motionless on the steps, awaiting his arrival, not due to weakness in his legs, but because he had already sensed the ominous presence of death. Its intensity was despair-inducing, its thickness suffocating. This was indeed a genuine path leading to death. Countless skulls plummeted like rain, swiftly accumulating before Cheng Shi to form a throne of bones. Upon that throne rested a colossal skull, gazing at Cheng Shi through its hollow, abyss-like eye sockets. Cheng Shi, his voice emerged like the chilling flames of a gaping abyss, piercingly cold. Even in a state where only his skeletal frame remained, he felt as though his very marrow was on the verge of freezing. This was death, the third deity of the fate of life. Yes, Cheng Shi gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of the divine essence of death, and nodded affirmatively. Very well. I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? With such grandeur? Do I even deserve to partake? Cheng Shi feared that this was merely a trap laid by death, and thus, without thinking, he blurted out, if there is anything you desire, it would be my honor. What could possibly hold significance for him? After much contemplation, he could think of nothing but the artifact known as when fear approaches. You differ from what he conveyed. Who the hell has been speaking ill of me behind my back? Cheng Shi dared not inquire further, and could only manage an awkward smile. President, and you shall not be wronged in this transaction. Cheng Shi desperately wanted to ask how he was supposed to present anything in his current state. To his astonishment, with a mere flicker of thought, all the items within his spatial realm tumbled at his feet. Gazing at the chaotic assortment scattered around him, Cheng Shi felt an acute sense of embarrassment. He swiftly crouched down, sifting through a collection of sedatives, binding ropes, toxins, and masks, until he unearthed the dagger he required, lifting it with utmost reverence. Very well, do you comprehend what this is? He inquired. The fear, a dual divinity imbued with the essence of both you and another deity, derived from the divine relics. Cheng Shi understood that, among the people of Hope's continent, semi-divine artifacts were collectively referred to as divine relics. Fear, such an unpleasant name. Humanity, after eons, has made no progress in nomenclature. Its name is the Dagger of Garuda. The Dagger of Garuda. Pray tell, esteemed deity, how do you muster the audacity to criticize humanity's naming conventions? One fears not the modesty of the top student, but rather the oblivion of the underachiever. Yet, Cheng Shi remained silent, listening intently. The deity before him appeared eager to divulge. Garuda is the divine of life, and also my most trusted envoy. However, he aired, he fell in love with a harlot. What the? Are the gods truly employing such language? At that moment, Cheng Shi's mind was ablaze. To hear a deity utter the word harlot in such a setting was utterly exhilarating. Both the salaciousness of the gossip and the sense of camaraderie reached their zenith at that instant. What a coincidence, for I too am acquainted with a harlot. Moreover, she... Cough. Never mind. It is better to listen than to ponder, for it may save my life. Yet, it is evident that the deity, referred to as a harlot by death, is likely the source of the coming of fear's divine essence. Chapter 66. Be quiet. I am listening to the divine gossip, extra large cup. Her name is Lele. She is the daughter of the mother of prosperity. However, she could not resist temptation and fell, plunging into the sea of desire, transforming into the repugnant mother tree of fear. Goodness, I recognize this entity. I once had a skirmish with her offspring. So it was true. He indeed garnered death's attention at that time. That apocalyptic side of the Grim Reaper may very well have been lit by the very being before me. No wonder such effort was exerted. Who would hold back against a green tea? But, my friend, where is your scythe? Such a colossal weapon is nowhere to be seen today. He extracted one of his ribs, dividing a quarter of his divinity to craft it as a gift for this sea of desire. Yet, that harlot rejected him and sullied the Garuda's dagger. He is damned. Upon uttering this, a torrent of death surged forth from the depths of the void, erupting instantaneously and inundating all. Cheng Shi inexplicably fell victim, his form scattered into a pile of shattered bones. No one knows how long this furious deity vented their wrath until Cheng Shi felt as though he might be forgotten or even extinguished altogether when his consciousness began to coalesce once more. The current state resembles the colossal skull upon the throne of bones, reduced to mere remnants of its former self. Cheng Shi, upon opening his jaw, discovered that his mandible struck painfully against the stair's surface. Well then, if standing has grown tiresome, sitting for a while is not out of the question. It turns out that the divine essence of corruption emerged when fear approaches. The mother tree relinquished a quarter of its divinity to express an unequivocal rejection of Garuda. Thus, what transpired between these two entities? Could you elaborate? I have ample time, as the recent trial has just concluded, leaving me with 7 days. The massive skull's gaze shifted downward, fixing upon Cheng Shi once more. Its mouth opened and closed several times, yet it refrained from continuing the tale. Old matters, best left in the past. Today, I once again behold it, memory, ever reluctant to guide me in my dreams. Therefore, Cheng Shi, what reward do you seek? With a sudden burst of resolve, Cheng Shi stood tall. If you speak of this, I shall take it earnestly. Esteemed and mighty true God, I humbly request to acquire the Garuda's dagger, a meager and insignificant desire from one so small. Wishing to experience more of the teachings and feel the grandeur bestowed by you and your divine trials. If you could offer me, a confused soul, a modicum of guidance, it would prove more valuable than any relic of the divine. After uttering this anxious plea, Cheng Shi gazed longingly at the throne. The immense skull remained silent for a prolonged moment. Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat, fearing that his request might have been excessive. Just as he was about to soften his stance, the skull suddenly spoke. You are a follower of him. Among us, there is only him, and let us not mention him. Only they enjoy bestowing upon you guidance. I have no guidance to offer you. Your understanding of death. Cheng Shi's heart tightened as he recalled the dismal score of 0 he had received in his previous trial, the path to divinity. How novel. I need to ponder. Perhaps I could seize some authority from his hands. What? You intend to snatch authority from whom? This has nothing to do with me, right? I haven't done anything. Cheng Shi was utterly bewildered, nearly terrified. Yet, I can grant you something, it continued. With that, the conspicuous moment of execution floated up from the littered ground. Was this to imply? A surge of pure death, energy emanated from each skull of the skeletal throne, enveloping the moment of execution. Soon, the staff, which had previously roared with thunder, began to twist and morph, transforming into a ring that danced with lightning upon its surface. The material of the ring bore no resemblance to the wooden staff, instead resembling the bones beneath his feet, fashioned from them. When the first divine war concluded, order vanquished thunder. With half of his divinity, he forged this staff of thunder. Cheng Shi felt a profound numbness, astonished by the weight of information exchanged in this dialogue, yet eager to criticize the unscrupulous tactics employed by the so-called order. It was one thing to eliminate others, but to desecrate the dead and insult them as imbeciles was a new level of depravity. His other half, the divine essence, resides with me. Yet, you are far too feeble, unworthy of such power. I shall forge anew the staff of thunder, concealing its essence. You shall keep it well, for when you venture further, I will bestow upon you the other half. As he spoke, a ring, pale as bone, floated down from the ether, adorning Cheng Shi's finger of its own accord. Yet, he remained oblivious to this event, for his palm had slipped behind his skull. And how could a skull turn around? It was simply impossible. Wait, something felt amiss. Allow me to clarify. Death had taken away the moment of fear, transforming the moment of execution into a ring, promising to grant the other half of Thunder's divinity once strength was attained. This rhetoric, how reminiscent it was of the grandiose promises once made by a former employer. You have given nothing yet taken from me. Can this truly be called a transaction? Is this not merely exploitation? How dare they prey upon the honest? Cheng Shi gradually emerged from his stupor. His mouth agape as his chin met the ground several times before he could no longer contain himself and finally inquired, Since you harbor disdain for the tree of fear, might I implore you to return the vestiges of Leleos divinity contained within the Garuda's dagger to me? The immense skull fell into silence, and though its hollow eye sockets held nothing, Cheng Shi perceived within them the gaze of death opening wide. I merely offer this as a suggestion. It seems to me that for a deity as magnificent as yourself, such a base divinity is akin to discarding refuse or sealing it away to avoid distress. Rather than allowing this fragment of divinity to languish unused, why not? Cough, cough. Allow Lelane's essence to serve my needs. You see, I would be working for you. No, I am employed by my master, while simultaneously offering my services to you, and she would be laboring for me. In essence, she would be your servant. Does that not sound more advantageous than letting it go to waste? Cheng Shi's excitement surged as he fervently opened and closed his mouth, laboriously turning to face another direction. Biting down on his own palm bone and lifting the freshly forged ring aloft, he then mumbled, Look, if you were to merge his divinity with that of this imbecile, this, thunder, deity, we could forge a ring of 3/4 divine essence. Most importantly, that wretched tree of fear would have to serve you daily. What do you think? As time gently flows by, at this moment, Cheng Shi perceives that what lies before him is not merely death, but rather an overwhelming silence. Brother, do say something. Indeed, it is true. You are exceptionally greedy. No sooner had the words left his lips than another surge of potent death energy ascended from the skeletal throne. This time, the force enveloped not only the ring, but also the moment of fear's arrival. Shortly thereafter, a slender sprout, emitting a piercing shriek, was detached from the fear's arrival and swiftly drawn into the ring. Simultaneously, the fear's arrival vanished without a trace. The divine essence from the mother tree of fear, upon contact with the ring, etched a series of shrieking mouths upon its surface. It has transformed. My goodness, it has indeed transformed. Cheng Shi, in a fit of exhilaration, bit down on his own bone and scrutinized the distorted yet peculiar ring, eagerly inquiring, What is this? However, he quickly realized his oversight and promptly amended his words. I mean, may you, the Great One, bestow a name upon this artifact born of divinity. To be honest, Cheng Shi felt a flicker of excitement in the eye sockets of the colossal skull. Yet, he remained uncertain if his eagerness had clouded his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, the immense skull hesitated, its teeth moving thoughtfully, before solemnly bestowing a name upon this newly emerged divine artifact. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Ring of Bone Servant Lele. What a farce! Pray tell, how does this differ from the quinine deliciously brewed tea? A ring with such a striking appearance bears this name? Very well. You are remarkable. Your words hold weight. Cheng Shi conceded earnestly, affirming that the unparalleled naming of this moment would echo through eternity. Naturally, the wretched Lele heir shall serve you for all time. A peculiar response emanated from the colossal skull, which then unexpectedly disintegrated upon the white bone throne, transforming into white ashes that dispersed like flowing sand. Subsequently, the bone throne began to dissolve as well. After the departure of their master, the previously restrained skulls erupted into clamorous chatter once more. Farewell, farewell, I must depart. He awaits me. Hurry, quickly, do not keep him waiting. As the throne crumbled, the fishbone staircase beneath began to fracture layer by layer. Cheng Shi, now merely ahead, found himself unable to evade the inevitable descent into the void, surrendering to the fall. Yet, despite the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, he clung to the hand bone in his mouth, until, once again, consciousness faded into darkness, only to awaken anew. Cheng Shi abruptly opened his eyes, raising his hand to behold the twisted ring on his right index finger, shimmering with an alluring crimson light. The ring, seemingly exuding a haunting shriek of terror, appeared remarkably enchanting in the sunlight. Chapter 67. A rare moment of respite. The bone servant Lele heir's ring, SSS, is a divine relic, a ring forged by death itself, imbued with half the essence of thunder and a quarter tainted by the emotion of fear from the corruption deity. Special effect, Fear Nutrient. You possess the ability to absorb the surrounding emotions of fear, charging it within you. With each complete charge, the ring will illuminate with a mouth that emits a piercing shriek. Special effect, Thunder Judgment. By consuming a unit of Fear Nutrient, you can summon a thunderous punishment to eradicate your foes. If the target has previously provided Fear Nutrient to the ring, the judgment is guaranteed to strike true. Cheng Shi stared intently at the ring in his hand, saliva pooling at his feet. Since the day of its arrival, he had never heard of such a thing. Absolutely incredible. He praised the esteemed figure upon the throne of bones. Just look at the grandeur, the the prestige, the magnificence. To certain employers, though not named directly, it serves as a notice. If you do not strive harder, your employees may soon secure positions with others. As the old adage goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. A profound truth indeed. This philosopher surnamed Gao has long discerned the essence of the world. Cheng Shi reveled in his admiration for a considerable time, exhilarated much like when he first acquired his S-level talent. This overwhelming sense of achievement filled his chest, rendering him momentarily tranquil. If one were to inquire why Cheng Shi, with a mere score of 2,100, does not mention his SS-level talent, I can only inform you of the existence of the initial faith talent. While it is rare for the initial faith talent to manifest at the SS level, it does not imply its absence. Some individuals toil their entire lives to reach Rome, while others are born there. Cheng Shi does not consider himself among the former, nor does he see himself as part of the latter. He perceives himself as a mule, destined to be driven forward. At last, this mule has earned a fleeting moment to catch its breath. He cautiously removed the ring and counted the number of sharp mouths on it. Neither more nor less, precisely 5. Each trial, aside from Cheng Shi himself, comprised 5 teammates. The intention of that esteemed individual was already abundantly clear. I am merely a healer, adept only at rescuing my companions. How could I possibly slay my teammates, let alone 5 at once? This just has gone too far, my friend. Cheng Shi shook his head, chuckling softly, and gently wiped the ring with his sleeve until it gleamed without a speck of dust. He then rummaged through his storage and retrieved several rings he had collected during previous trials, meticulously cleaning them before adorning his fingers with them, 2 on his left hand and 2 on his right, in shades of red, yellow, blue, and green. Thus, the once glaring divine artifact transformed into an inconspicuous collection belonging to a ring enthusiast. Once he had completed this task, he settled at the edge of the rooftop to savor his lunch, a steadfast menu of finger bread accompanied by a can of viscous beverage. Back to your meal, are you? A voice from the opposite rooftop broke the silence, belonging to a rather eccentric young man. Cheng Shi looked up to find Xie Yang waving a large backpack at him. What is the occasion? Are you exercising? Cheng Shi smiled. Xie Yang's arm faltered mid-wave, and he awkwardly chuckled. Ha ha ha, no need to thank me, just catch. With that, he hurled the backpack over as if it were a shot put. Although he had spoken untruthfully, Cheng Shi discerned his true intention. It was clearly not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate effort to forge camaraderie. Perhaps Su Lu's previous complaints were too harsh. For the past week, Xie Yang has been persistently seeking medicine from Cheng Shi. He seemed to perceive that Cheng Shi still possessed remnants of the past prosperity. Yet, Cheng Shi remained unyielding. It was not that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, he simply did not wish to grant Su Lu any advantage. In the past, he had shared plenty of food and drink, but this time, regarding the book, Cheng Shi had little interest in the history of trials. However, following the conclusion of this recent trial, he found himself unexpectedly curious about the events that transpired on the continent of Hope. Even if this curiosity was tinged with a gossiping interest regarding the Grand Tribunal, it was still a thirst for knowledge. Thus, Xie Yang had indeed struck a chord. TSK, my friend, helping you is akin to harming you. Not everyone can indulge in green tea, and those with delicate stomachs may suffer distress. Cheng Shi thought this to himself but refrained from voicing it aloud, for expressing it would diminish the amusement. He swiftly inserted a few fingers into his mouth and gulped down the viscous beverage, retrieving a bottle of past prosperity from his spatial pocket and tossing it towards Xie Yang while mumbling, "You owe me 2 bottles." Xie Yang caught the flying medicine and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Wow, thank you, big brother. You are like a true brother to me. I'm in great shape now. I'll return 1 bottle right away." "What do you need, my friend?" "Anything below S level is negotiable." "S? My brother, I now possess an SSSS level item. Do you think I would still be interested in anything below S?" Yet Cheng Shi replied, "Perfect, I need to ask you about something. If you have any information, consider it a repayment for 1 bottle of medicine." Xie Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh? You want to ask me for information? What are you inquiring about?" "Oh, it's nothing. Merely a curiosity regarding how the Grand Tribunal engaged in conflict with the Tower of Reason during the mid-civilization era." Upon hearing this, Xie Yang awkwardly scratched his head. Cheng Shi, unperturbed, nodded and replied, "I am aware of it, but are you not a devotee of war? You should be familiar with the onset of such significant battles in the Land of Hope." The awkward smile on Xie Yang's face froze at that moment, his cheeks twitching as he stiffly chuckled twice. "Ha, ha. Who told you I am a follower of war? That is a misunderstanding. Cheng Shi, realizing his misjudgment, commented, I see. I must have overthought it. I assumed you were too preoccupied with dungeon runs to seek out conflicts. With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, flipping through the book in his hand as he made his way toward the warehouse. Behind him, on the opposite rooftop, Xie Yang observed Cheng Shi's retreating figure, his expression a tumult of emotions. Having lost a round, he was outwitted. He clenched the potion in his hand, sighed, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Hello, Lulu. Are you home? The script of the Land of Hope bears no relation to that of reality. Only those with a penchant for historical studies can decipher the untranslated texts. Yet, Cheng Shi possesses the ability to read these characters fluently, for he has a mouth that articulates their meaning. Thus, rather than merely reading, it is more accurate to say he immerses himself in literature. Cheng Shi discovered long ago that the lips of foolery had a fondness for reading, especially during solitary moments. At this very moment, amidst a page filled with incomprehensible scribbles, the content recited from the lips of the foolish play is startlingly the birthing procedures of the cannibalistic porcine beast. Although it is utterly nonsensical, it retains a semblance of normalcy, as Cheng Shi has partaken in similar activities. Yet, upon hearing the subsequent line, he nearly spewed forth a mouthful of blood onto the ceiling. 3. Stuff in the Spices. Chapter 68. The Vanished Chosen Ones and New Trials. Xie Yang's previous trial took place in a quaint town named Hanlin, within the cannibalistic empire. This was not derived from Cheng Shi's inquiries, but rather from his reading. The book bore his own reflections and whimsical sketches. The genres were diverse, ranging from romantic tales like The Beautiful Town Girl to suspenseful narratives such as Kill the Lowly, and even specialized references like the life of the porcine beast. Yet, conspicuously absent were any serious historical texts regarding the human geography and political milieu of that era. Perhaps history is termed as such because it is the narrative penned by later generations in homage to the past. In that moment, the individuals of that time likely did not concern themselves with how they would be portrayed after their demise. Although he gleaned little in terms of useful knowledge, it served well to pass the time. At least during these days, Cheng Shi became acquainted with a breeder of the porcine beast who worships birth, a farm owner who venerates prosperity, and a butcher who reveres death. The concept of destiny has been so profoundly integrated into our daily lives that it has undeniably shattered the rigid stereotype of faith being exalted and distant. One cannot help but marvel at the omnipresence of their will. Over the past few days, amidst my reading, several significant events have transpired. The most remarkable of these was the startling revelation within the professional channel. Regrettably, only Carving Decayed has ascended to the pinnacle, while the once dominant Decay has plummeted to the 10th position. How amusing. To prosperity, cheers. It's utterly hilarious. Can those of Decay truly tolerate this? Interestingly, the Grand Marshal has also seen a decline in rank, now resting in 4th place, as the mute have surged to prominence, inciting great frustration. The Grand Marshal is a revered title among the devotees of war, bestowed upon the chosen of the war god, since the inception of the faith-based game. From the moment the rankings began upon the steps to the divine, the Grand Marshal has consistently held the top position on the War Silence leaderboard. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely 2 days after the conclusion of the last special trial, he would suffer 5 consecutive defeats, resulting in his fall to 4th place. Moreover, Order has also experienced a decline, albeit still retaining the 1st place, albeit as a new order. What an unexpected turn of events. Even the Oracle of Fate has descended, with time now reigning supreme, as they both lose points and find themselves ranked together? Incredible. A gathering of chosen ones engaged in rank matches resembles a celestial battle, which is exhilarating to contemplate. As for others, I cannot say, but at the very least, the chosen of fate did not voluntarily descend. He was bested by me. Upon raising my gaze, I realized this was indeed a professional channel. Your words led me to believe it was a channel of faith, my friend. Awaken and do not deceive yourself. Those above seem to question the integrity of this channel. What discussions transpire in your faith channel? Mutual deception? Observing these unreliable remarks, Cheng Shi merely smiled and moved on. However, the collective drop in points among the chosen ones instinctively struck him as peculiar. When a strange occurrence manifests frequently, it warrants attention. Why, during these days of intensified trials, have the steadfast chosen ones begun to lose points? Cheng Shi's score did not reach such levels, perhaps leaving him unable to fathom the reasons. Yet, upon careful contemplation, there are but 2 possibilities. 1, they have simply failed the trials repeatedly. indicating a relentless pursuit of something, even at the cost of point loss. Or 2, the position they occupy may be governed by rules beyond the comprehension of ordinary players, rendering it not as easily attainable as one might assume. Since the trials are evolving, there is no reason to believe the challenges faced by the chosen ones would remain static. Nevertheless, moving conservatively forward is invariably prudent. In the face of tumultuous waves, some ride the tide while others are drowned. How difficult it is to assess. Cheng Shi opened his ascension ladder once more. The ID known as sincere and genuine had now fallen to 47th place, suggesting that one must endure numerous defeats without perishing to reach such a position. Even more astonishingly, the memory chosen one, Li Jingming, has also begun to lose points. The ladder of manifestation, existence, memory, void, deception. 46. Observing the brothers' escape route, deception, 179.47. Sincere intentions, deception, 179. 62. I never lie, deception, 164. 7 fleeting days passed, and the day of trial arrived once more. However, this time, Cheng Shi awoke with a smile to greet the challenge. The reason being that the green tea girl next door seemed to have vanished. For an entire week, she had ignored Xie Yang, leaving the young man disheartened and believing his beloved had perished in the trials. Upon hearing this news, Cheng Shi was taken aback, gripping his thigh tightly to suppress the laughter threatening to escape in front of Xie Yang. Yet, it must be said, Xie Yang was a man of deep affection. He mourned Su Lu's disappearance for 3 or 4 days. It was not until the 5th day that he began to recover, attaching a love letter originally meant for Su Lu to a string, lowering it to the window of a girl named Fantingting, who lived below Su Lu. He dubbed it a means to alleviate his pain through love. Cheng Shi scoffed and cursed himself for misjudging the person. Then, turning away, he gave Xie Yang a hearty thumbs up. You certainly have more entertainment than I do, little Xie. I plan to rely on watching your soap opera for the rest of my life. As Cheng Shi contemplated this, a smile crept across his face, only for his vision to blur with crimson. Special trial, the vanished world, annihilation, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6. Trial objective, unbind, cast off shackles, embrace annihilation, and attain redemption, time limited, 3 days, annihilation. It is actually a scenario of annihilation. Cheng Shi gazed in astonishment at the prompt before him, springing to his feet to hastily stow away all the survival tools from the warehouse into his personal space. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a situation of annihilation. The last occasion, it seemed, was when he had not even reached 2,000 points. The content of the trial bestowed upon him was exceedingly singular, with but one objective: to survive in a world on the brink of obliteration, beset by terrifying natural disasters. Matching successful, 6-6, entering trial. Chapter 69. Oh dear, encountered a star. A chill brushed against his face. Was it raining? The cacophony of raindrops filled his ears, while the dampness grazed his nose, and a brisk wind met him head-on. Slowly, Cheng Shi opened his eyes, discovering a veil of mist swirling before him, clouds enveloping the atmosphere. Indeed, it was raining, a gentle drizzle, persistent yet unhurried. He paid no mind to the fine droplets dampening his hair and clothes, nor did he hasten to retrieve an umbrella from his personal space. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings with keen interest. It appeared he was on the slope of a lofty mountain, with peaks stretching endlessly around him. Lush greenery thrived, and the vibrant wilderness invigorated Cheng Shi's spirit. Nature, in all its splendor, served as a purifying agent for negative emotions. Just as he extended his arms to embrace the raindrops cascading from the sky, his teammates began to awaken one by one. Whoa, brother, what is this? Who are we praising? The wilderness? Ahem, cough, cough. The humidity is overwhelming, and the atmospheric pressure is low. A torrential downpour is imminent. Although this is our first encounter, I must interrupt your enjoyment of the rain to convey some rather unfortunate news. Our personal space has been locked. The once accessible realm is now utterly unresponsive. The individual claims this to be true. Our personal space has indeed been sealed. The trials of annihilation primarily revolve around survival, often resembling a desperate escape from death. Within the arena of these trials, myriad life-threatening scenarios abound, prompting players, after enduring numerous hardships, to purposefully prepare survival tools. The personal space is rather limited, insufficient to accommodate all household items, leading to an increasing number of individuals like Cheng Shi who hastily gather their resources. However, unforeseen measures have been enacted from above, resulting in the sealing of our personal space during this trial, an unprecedented occurrence. Cheng Shi glanced at the ring on his finger, inwardly feeling fortunate. It was a stroke of luck that he had not stored this semi-artifact in his personal space. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. The items within his personal space would merely serve as embellishments in the trials. Losing them would not significantly diminish his strength or place his life in jeopardy. This, indeed, is a scenario Cheng Shi had always anticipated. After all, no external possessions can compare to the value of personal growth except, of course, for the rare opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. Damn, is this for real? A male player, after futilely attempting to retrieve any items for an extended period, cursed under his breath while wiping the rain from his face. Though his expression was grim, he was far from despondent. It was evident that he possessed a certain level of confidence. However, as for the others, Cheng Shi rubbed the rainwater from his face, simultaneously contorting his expression into one of feigned terror. Through the gaps between his fingers, he cast furtive glances at his fellow teammates. There were 5 in total. Excluding the gentleman from earlier, 3 men and 1 woman remained. Each displayed a distinct expression. One elderly man, his hair as white as snow, was persistently coughing. Leaning on his knee with his head bowed slightly, his face a twisted mask revealing neither joy nor sorrow. Yet, Cheng Shi noted the steadiness of his lower body. Despite his coughing fits, his feet remained firmly rooted in the rain-soaked earth. A young man with a backpack furrowed his brow, spreading his clothing to shield his bag, which seemed to conceal something that ought to remain dry. Cheng Shi stole a glance, surmising from the bag's silhouette that it likely contained a compact weapon, perhaps multiple in number. The individual who had offered the warning was a robust man with sharply defined features, his keen eyes and muscular arms indicative of a damage-dealing profession. Thick calluses adorned both of his hands, suggesting he might be a hunter. As for the last member, she was rather striking. A slender girl with pink hair, her bright eyes twinkling with curiosity, wore a smile as she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the confinement of her personal space. Cheng Shi's gaze quickly swept over her face, an unsettling sense of familiarity tugging at him, as if he had encountered her before. However, his rapid examination left little room for contemplation. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, someone called out her name. "You are Taoyi." "Who?" Cheng Shi gazed in astonishment at the young lady, only to find that everyone around was equally taken aback by her presence. The girl with pink hair squinted and smiled, revealing a playful grin reminiscent of a little fox. "Hello everyone, I am Taoyi." Upon hearing her voice, as melodious as a lark, Cheng Shi finally recalled who this familiar figure was. Taoyi, a burgeoning actress who had spent 7 or 8 years in the industry without much acclaim, had recently skyrocketed to fame after making a guest appearance as a maid in a historical comedy for a friend's sake. This show, titled Spring Breeze Cannot Avoid Misfortune, tells the absurd tale of a chance encounter leading a common girl to be forcibly wed into a royal household, ultimately falling in love with a prince disguised in women's attire, weaving a tale of twisted ethical romance. Taoyi portrayed the cunning maid of the female lead's cousin, who harbored unrequited love for the protagonist. Her quirky charm and tendency to unwittingly complicate situations endeared her to audiences, causing her popularity to soar, even surpassing that of the leading lady, making her the most beloved character in the series. Cheng Shi had never been one to watch television dramas, yet he had heard enough from his colleagues' incessant banter to recognize her. As he observed the star from the screen standing before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "She is even slimmer than in the photos. How wondrous the world is, to encounter a celebrity amidst these trials." To my astonishment, it is indeed a real person, sporting pink hair that nearly eluded my recognition. It is a pity that your burgeoning career in performance has been interrupted by this dreadful game. The gentleman who recognized Taoyi incessantly chattered, as if his mouth was a wellspring of unending words. In truth, I prefer singing to acting." "So, you must be a vocalist?" "I am a mage." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi could not restrain himself and let out a stifled laugh. "Good sir, your approach is rather forward. I fear your intentions may be in vain." Taoyi, too, smiled with narrowed eyes, gesturing to herself. "Allow me to reintroduce. I am Taoyi, life, mage, 1783. The gentleman continued his tirade. "What a remarkable coincidence. I am also a mage, and furthermore, an actor. Since childhood, I have been enchanted by the stars and science fiction, and as I matured, I became utterly captivated, longing to star in a sci-fi film of my own conception. However, I regrettably missed the casting opportunity for the 3-body problem production and have thus begun my journey in smaller ensembles to gain experience. I have played the third male lead in numerous productions, the most viewed of which is the remarkable Starship Immortal Emperor, where I portrayed the Demon Realm General, Zhu Chao. My character ranked quite favorably on the popularity chart. Taoyi, have you seen it? As this gentleman's words accelerated in pace, the expressions of those around them grew increasingly peculiar. Cheng Shi's face was nearly contorted with embarrassment, as he desperately wished to crouch down and inspect whether the soles of his shoes had been thoroughly scuffed. How excruciatingly awkward. Brother, I perceive that you are ill-suited for the role in the three-body problem. Perhaps you should consider auditioning for the three-body syndrome instead, where you would undoubtedly secure the leading male role. Perhaps sensing the discomfort on everyone's faces, the loquacious general of the demon realm, Zhu Chao, finally realized he had misjudged the occasion for his introduction. He awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, scratching his head as he said, my apologies, my apologies. I was too excited to meet Taoyi. My name is Su Yida, a being, a mage, born in 1864. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi raised his eyebrows in surprise. This demon realm general had told a lie. Su Yida, a being, a mage, 1864. Chapter 70. The Bureau of the Elderly, Weak, Women, and Children. Quite intriguing. It appears that this boisterous and garrulous male actor had already fabricated a falsehood during the initial introductions. What is more fascinating is that this statement is lengthy, offering numerous opportunities for deception, and Cheng Shi could not immediately discern what exactly Su Yida was attempting to conceal. Thus, while maintaining an outward calm, he mentally marked the general with a special note of interest. Once Su Yida completed his self-introduction, the elderly gentleman with white hair, who had been coughing persistently, finally straightened up and nodded with a smile toward the crowd. However, this smile seemed to carry a hint of discomfort. I apologize, everyone. I understand time is of the essence, but I must first inquire, has anyone among you encountered a university student by the name of Chui Chioshi? Cough, cough. He is quite tall, slightly taller than I, approximately 183 meters, slender, with short hair, though he may have let it grow longer by now. His skin is relatively dark, and he bears a scar on the back of his neck, a burn scar. Ahem. His eyes bear a resemblance to mine. Yet there exists a mole at the corner. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Su Yida could no longer contain himself and interjected with a wave of his hand. Stop, stop, stop. Pray tell, old man, what are you doing here? Searching for someone? Who might this person be? Your grandson? The old man shook his head, coughed violently for a moment, and then straightened up with an apologetic expression. I sincerely apologize. My health has deteriorated. He is my son, and I merely wish to know if he is still alive and safe. I have been searching for him for quite some time, but have yet to find him. Son? Cheng Shi looked at the old man with a hint of astonishment. The man appeared to be at least 70 years old. If his son were a university student, he would have had him in his 50s. No wonder he is still searching for his son in a world like this. One tends to spoil a late-born child excessively. Pardon me, sir, but you must be in your 70s or 80s, and your son is a university student? The old man, undeterred by Su Yida's skepticism, nodded continuously while coughing and replied, Indeed, Chioshi has excellent grades and was accepted into Nanjing University of Science and Technology. Enough of that. Who cares which university he got into? There are no universities left now. Let me tell you, it is highly unlikely anyone has seen him. Just consider. With a global population of 12 billion, only 6 individuals are matched in each round. It would be miraculous to come across him. Furthermore, he might. I apologize for taking up everyone's time. The old man's name is Chui Ding Tian. He subscribes to the belief of decay. With a score of 1677 on the heavenly ladder, Chui Ding Tian, the embodiment of decay, boldly proclaimed his faith. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and Cheng Shi's gaze swiftly traversed the faces of those present, only to detect a fleeting moment of unease on Taoyi's countenance. A realization dawned upon him. She was a devotee of prosperity. Su Yida was momentarily taken aback. You, old man, you just said that outright? Taoyi, a follower of life, seemed unfazed by his revelation. Yet, the old man's frail condition was apparent to all. Each day he lived was a gift, and his deepest desire was to hear news of Chioshi before his demise. Ah, but fret not, my friends, he coughed. I still possess a modicum of strength to lend assistance. Should I become a hindrance, do not concern yourselves. It is merely fate. His words were sincere, devoid of deceit. However, Cheng Shi gazed at this true acolyte of decay, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Given his state, one would expect his power of decay to be at its zenith, perhaps even surpassing that of the younger generations. Yet, how had he come to such a state? It was puzzling. Let us hasten, everyone. The rain is intensifying. The gentleman who had first alerted the group to the sealing of their spatial belongings appeared particularly attuned to the unfolding events. He slowly withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from the old man and wrung the water from his clothing. Zhao Qian, the civilized hunter of 1937. Zhao Qian, the hunter of 1937. Indeed, bore the essence of a hunter. Cheng Shi smiled faintly, bestowing a silent commendation upon himself, yet his mind lingered on the peculiar glint in Zhao Qian's eyes. This hunter seemed to possess a keen interest in the old man, his flickering gaze concealing unspoken deceit. Had he perhaps found his prey? Or could it be that he had encountered someone named Cui Qiushi? Just as Cheng Shi meticulously scrutinized the old man and the hunter, a youthful voice broke the silence. Gao Yu, the mage of 1721. Another mage? Is today a gathering of spellcasters? Cheng Shi felt a chuckle rise within him. This young mage appeared rather juvenile, and his voice carried a hint of childlike innocence. He seemed to be no more than a high school student, perhaps? Cheng Shi inquired with a grin. High school? I'm almost 18. Oh, a high school student. Gao Yu looked at Cheng Shi with a bemused expression, finding the man rather tedious. Cheng Shi beamed widely. Ah, just a little brat. Nevertheless, this game is intriguing. All ages are represented, from the elderly to the young. As for who is weak ahem, Cheng Shi, the priest of 1501, interjected, esteemed comrades, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. His radiant smile suggested that he felt quite honored to be matched with a cadre of individuals boasting scores in the 1700s and 1800s. Upon hearing that Cheng Shi was a priest, the previously furrowed brows of the others began to relax. At last, amidst the trials of survival in dire straits, a priest appeared. Although this priest bore a somewhat lackluster score, it was certainly better than having none at all. Just as Cheng Shi finished his introduction, a sudden brilliance illuminated the distant horizon, shortly followed by the resounding roar of thunder. With a deafening crash, bolts of lightning danced recklessly within the inky black clouds. As if a true dragon were orchestrating the tempest, the rain intensified visibly, cascading down in torrents. It seemed that the initial calamity was indeed linked to the rain, most likely heralding floods or landslides. Everyone should hasten to deliberate their course of action. Once this was resolved, they could ponder whether to ascend or descend. Currently, the 6 players found themselves on the mid-slope of the mountain. Should the disaster manifest as a flood, the summit would undoubtedly be the safest refuge. Conversely, if a landslide were to occur, descending to the valley would be the prudent choice. This decision bore significant implications for their survival, a choice that could almost determine life or death. Thus, it warranted careful consideration. After Zhao Qian articulated his thoughts, a palpable stillness enveloped the group, save for Su Yida, who gazed incredulously at his companions before awkwardly turning away. At the moment he pivoted to leave, Cheng Shi observed Su's constrained silhouette and could not help but chuckle softly. How intriguing it was to encounter a fellow traveler. This individual was not merely a presence, he was a being of void, a deceptive mage, a master of trickery. Among the 6 individuals present, aside from himself, Tao Yi, and Cui Dingtian, whose fates were adversarial, none bore opposing destinies, thus there was no need for concealment. Clearly, these 2 courses of action did not require subterfuge. Personal privacy? Habits of deliberation? No. Given the pressing nature of their circumstances, such considerations were rendered moot. Moreover, even the adherents of prosperity have not departed. Why then should a believer in existence choose to leave in solitude? It is no wonder that their words are fraught with falsehoods, for the edict of deceit is inherently one of deception. Whether one deceives an adversary or compatriots depends entirely upon one's profession and innate talent. Ironically, the edict of existence does not rest upon tangible objects, while the edict of nullity necessitates supplication to a specific divine token. The departure of Su Yida was likely an endeavor to conceal his faade. For those deceit, adherents lacking the talent of lies like yesterday, the art of disguising their beliefs has long been a topic worthy of profound contemplation. However, most deceit followers encountered previously would masquerade as devotees of fate, as this merely requires the imitation of a die, allowing the remainder to be spun into nonsensical rhetoric with a silver tongue. Then, when others are none the wiser, they can discreetly shift their object of prayer to the hidden mask. Genuine instances of those like the demon realm's great sauce, who masquerade as believers of existence, are indeed rare. Furthermore, there is a saying that rings true: the more one speaks, the more one errs. Players who profess faith in deceit seldom voice their thoughts. and when they do, it invariably points to a ruse. The strategy of cloaking one's true intentions with loquacity and diverting attention with trivial chatter is undoubtedly ingenious. But it demands a certain level of control. For both intellect and spirit, this is no small burden. This companion must possess some subtle, crafty stratagem, hence their cautious demeanor. With this thought in mind, Cheng Shi found himself increasingly intrigued by him. Chapter 71. The ongoing edict of war. After Su Yida departed, the group exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss for words. The awkward silence lingered for a few moments until Zhao Qian took a step forward, shattering the stillness. I am an eagle-eye scout. My apologies, but I require your cooperation in a sparring match. The eagle-eye scout, a hunter of war. Indeed, Cheng Shi accurately deduced his profession. Yet he was taken aback to learn that he was a devotee of war. The edict of war is conflict, in a crowded setting. One merely needs to find two passers-by who seem unlikable and engage them in a bout. However, this scenario unfolded in the wilderness. To make matters worse, the participants were primarily the elderly, women, and children. The only two individuals unassociated with this demographic were one who had already departed and the other, the one eager for a fight. The atmosphere grew even more silent than before. One glance at the scout's muscular physique revealed that this would not be an easy confrontation. Though his devotees may not possess an abundance of innate talent for war before the edict, their obsession with this path had honed their physical prowess through the rigors of battle, far exceeding that of ordinary men. Furthermore, under the watchful gaze of war during the edict, their only instinct would be to unleash their pent-up ferocity, sparing no effort. Those who engage must withstand the initial onslaught to allow the devotees of war to regain their composure. Zhao Qian's expression was grave, revealing little, while Cheng Shi glanced around, noting that Tao Yi and Gao Yu had no intention of serving as punching bags. Alas, the solitary elderly man remained. Surely, he could not allow an elder to endure such punishment. It seemed that the brunt of this impending beating would inevitably fall upon himself. Just as Cheng Shi was poised to step forward and accept the invitation of war, to everyone's astonishment, the elderly man with white hair, Cui Dingtian, abruptly stood up and stepped out. Ahem. Old man is here to fight. I am a warrior. I can withstand it. Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened as he looked at him. To think this decrepit old man was a warrior? Indeed, the decayed warrior is a rare profession with exceptional defensive capabilities. Unlike the order warriors who can protect the entire group, they focus on enhancing their own defenses. This profession is also known by a name that is quite familiar to all, the mummy. They are wrapped in a glossy exterior, while inside, they have long since succumbed to decay, akin to a mummy buried by time. A mummy? Even Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, but he soon nodded in agreement. Perfect. Withstand one wave of my attacks, and your decree will be fulfilled. The decayed decree accelerates decay, and any pain counts. Thus, this confrontation can indeed be considered a win-win. Be warned, my right fist packs quite a punch. As he spoke, Zhao Qian's eyes turned crimson, and with a powerful stance, he propelled himself forward, colliding with Cui Dingtian with a whoosh. The force of his feet pressed the earth beneath him down a layer, showcasing his incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, their fists and feet intertwined, the sound of bone and muscle colliding resonated, even surpassing the roar of thunder in mere moments. Cui Dingtian, shedding his earlier frail demeanor, exhibited a sharp gaze and agile movements that left onlookers astounded. Yet, his coughing did not cease. In fact, it intensified. Cheng Shi instinctively shifted his position, creating ample space for the two individuals. He casually plucked a blade of grass and placed it between his lips, slipping over to the space between Tao Yi and Gao Yu like a mischievous rascal, smiling as he inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Tao Yi, with a face full of mirth, suddenly became flustered, while the more reserved Gao Yu took the initiative to speak first. "I am a scholar of great erudition, majoring in the mechanical engineering department, and I do not need you to impart knowledge upon me. On the contrary, I can bestow upon you a piece of wisdom. A scholar of erudition, a practitioner devoted to the pursuit of truth. This profession is the most diverse in its variants among all existing vocations, without exception. Just as the practitioners of order, the elemental judges, delve deeply into and master a singular element, a scholar of erudition can choose to study various branches of knowledge, deriving myriad and intricate variants of professions from the pursuit of truth. The mechanical engineering department, with its focus on the creation of mechanical constructs, perceives truth as the embodiment of flesh and blood and the permanence of machinery. They believe that the quest for truth is an arduous journey, and human life is all too fleeting. Thus, if one could utilize boundless resources to construct perpetually evolving machines, one might transcend the dimensions of birth, aging, illness, and death, gradually drawing nearer to the divine through an alternative means. Cheng Shi suddenly comprehended, casting a casual glance at the concealed bundle beneath Gao Yu's clothing. It became evident that what lay hidden was not a weapon, but rather his tools. A clever child indeed. It was fortunate he had not stowed away his eating utensils in his personal space. The devotees of truth adhere to two sets of doctrines. Auxiliary professions must acquire knowledge, while output professions are tasked with disseminating it. Cheng Shi expressed a hint of anticipation, so it is the most astute and erudite scholar. Pray, enlighten us. We are all ears. Gao Yu curled his lip, took a moment to ponder, and then shared his knowledge. The eminent scholar Glow of the Void Matter Energy School from the Tower of Rationality once conducted an experiment, utilizing the truth instrument of the learned society. He cast 100 sourceless beacons into the void. This laborious endeavor, if successful, would have undeniably demonstrated the one-to-one correspondence between coordinates in the void and reality. Alas, Glow met with failure. Throughout a decade of movement, the indexer consistently sensed the beacon's presence. However, upon reaching the city of Gazmila, they inexplicably lost contact with them. Scholars from the Tower of Rationality unanimously deemed Glow's hypothesis absurd, asserting that the void is merely void, devoid of any correspondence to reality. Consequently, the esteemed scholar lost his eligibility to compete for a position within the learned society, succumbing to despair. Yet, on the very day following Glow's demise, those beacons tumbled forth from the rifts of the void, scattering upon the grounds of the scholar's funeral in Gazmila. His students wailed in anguish, unable to fathom this astounding occurrence. They gathered all the beacons and discovered that precisely 100 were present, yet each beacon bore a missing fragment. When the scholars, drawn by the commotion, restored these missing portions, they realized that the fragmented pieces fit together, astonishingly forming a mass the size of a beacon. The masked smile was rife with derision, as if mocking humanity's futile and diminutive quest to explore the void. The facts are irrefutable, and the Tower of Rationality must concede that the scholar's perspectives hold validity. Moreover, they ponder the possibility that within the void, intricately connected to reality, there exists a deity that delights in toying with humanity. This marks the first occasion in history where individuals have sensed his presence. Cheng Shi, bewildered, listened intently, struggling to grasp the situation. He blinked rapidly, casting a surprised glance at Gao Yu. "Are you onto me, little brat?" he mused. "Have I been seen through? That shouldn't be possible. This high schooler appears quite ordinary, not capable of discerning my identity at first glance. Could it be mere coincidence? This tale must surely be the work of that deity. Who else could have wrought such chaos?" Cheng Shi was enveloped in profound confusion, his eyes darting around as he subtly inquired, "Is this what you refer to as knowledge? Is this not the history of the Isle of Hope? What lesson does this story impart? To remain humble and to revere the mysterious in order to understand why deception manifests in the void. It is essential to introduce a crucial concept. Existence equates to reality, a notion easily comprehensible, while the remnants of nothingness signify the void. Nothingness is inherently invisible, however. When it begins to encroach upon existence, it manifests in a form that can be vaguely understood by existence, and this form is the void." Cheng Shi smacked his lips while observing for a moment, confirming that this little brat had indeed stumbled upon the truth. "You possess considerable knowledge of history?" "I cannot claim to possess a comprehensive understanding, yet I hold a profound admiration for history, and I consider myself a member of the historical school." "Oh, how intriguing." When a child earnestly declares themselves a member of the historical school, one can no longer dismiss them as a mere child, but must instead address them as a young scholar. Membership in the historical school is not something that can be easily attained. It requires a vast accumulation of historical knowledge and a deep familiarity with the annals of time, which serve merely as a stepping stone to entry. It can be asserted that the comprehensive overview of the historical arteries of the continent of hope originates from the historical school. It is they who meticulously unveil the history embedded in the trials and tribulations for the world to behold. However, such stringent admission criteria imply that the members of the historical school are predominantly those chosen by fate to be passionate historians. Cheng Shi found himself unexpectedly elated, as he too has recently developed an affinity for history. Within the school, there exists a level of confidentiality that has yet to be lifted. Hence I cannot divulge further details. Alas, I seem unworthy. Pray tell, Miss Elf, how shall we resolve your need for sustenance? The Wood Elf. A practitioner of the prosperity school of magic, adheres to the doctrine of accumulating nourishment to foster growth. When the subject of this doctrine shifts from nature to humanity, the principle naturally transforms into consumption, and indeed, abundant consumption. Typically, the devotees of prosperity seldom fret over their provisions, yet today is an exception. For the personal spaces of 6 individuals have been sealed. This unfortunate pink-haired elf appears to have lost her source of sustenance. Taoyi, quickly. I have discovered these mushrooms in the annals of this land's past. Will they suffice for our needs? Taoyi turned her head in astonishment, discovering that Su Yida indeed held a handful of mushrooms. Oh, are you a devotee of memory? Thank you. This is remarkably timely. She joyfully trotted over to accept the mushrooms from Su Yida's hands. However, to Cheng Shi's eyes, this scene appeared exceedingly bizarre, for he perceived nothing in Su Yida's hands. What a splendid performance, truly impeccable. Cheng Shi muttered to himself. Chapter 72. A shift amidst the tempest. Su Yida was an exceptional actor, at least to others. He had conveyed 3 meanings in his previous statement. Thirdly, he discerned that Taoyi was a follower of prosperity, demonstrating keen observation. Yet, for Cheng Shi, Su Yida's performance concealed 2 layers of deception, his talent and his score. Cheng Shi had already surmised his talent, the S-level faith talent of deceit, known as mirage in the interstice of reality and illusion. When someone naively believed his lies, everything he described would be visible to that individual. Conversely, if someone saw through his deception, then all he uttered would remain unseen by the discerning. In essence, Su Yida conjured a handful of mushrooms existing in the liminal space between reality and illusion. Taoyi believed him, hence she could see and consume them. Cheng Shi had long deduced that he was a devotee of deceit and possessed a talent to penetrate his lies. Thus, he could not see the mushrooms, but only Su Yida's clumsy yet comical pantomime devoid of substance. This also elucidates the reason why many talents appear exceedingly formidable, yet their actual ratings are disappointingly low. Once a deception is unveiled, no matter how high the edifice erected upon it, it will inevitably collapse, never to be rebuilt. Interestingly, the current Cheng Shi, for some reason, remains impervious to exposure throughout the entire trial. Perhaps he is the sole assurance that Taoyi can unleash her full potential within this challenge. Moreover, possessing an S-grade talent likely indicates that Su Yida's ladder score exceeds 2,000. Thus, it becomes evident that this individual's astuteness rivals that of the previous teammates. Taoyi smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight as she indulged in mushrooms, unabashedly disregarding the presence of Cui Ding Tian, who had already concluded the battle. The old man glanced at Taoyi, coughed, and nodded slightly, signifying a newfound respect for this girl of opposing beliefs. Zhao Qian's gaze towards Cui Ding Tian remained peculiar. He took a few steps back, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "The mummy truly embodies defensive expertise. Impressive." Ahem. I concede. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than he began to cough again, stooping over in a frail posture. As we can all see, the rain is intensifying, and given the current soil conditions beneath our feet, a further downpour could significantly heighten the risk of mudslides or landslides. Zhao Qian kicked the muddy ground beneath him, furrowing his brow as he continued, "My suggestion is to descend first, then veer around. The mountain peaks over there appear to be composed of sturdier rock. Whether we wait for the rain to cease or brace for a heavier downpour, we would have a better chance to maneuver." The crowd followed his gaze and discovered that the mountain in the distance appeared indeed more robust, composed of a pale stone. I had no objections. Well, fine. No objections. Cough, cough, let us hasten our departure. Zhao Qian took the lead, followed energetically by Su Yida, while the old man Cui was not lagging behind. Cheng Shi and Gao Yu naturally walked side by side, silently trailing behind. "Hey, you've been talking about us. What about you?" Gao Yu inquired softly. "Me? What do you mean?" Yu Xing replied. "You are not a flourishing one, so naturally there is only—" "Oh, that." Cheng Shi smiled sheepishly, then somewhat awkwardly adjusted his pants, having already taken care of it. Gao Yu's gaze shifted downward with his motion, and upon noticing Cheng Shi's trousers, he seemed to suddenly comprehend something, blinking in shock and confusion. This is possible? You, impressive, truly swift." Gao Yu displayed a smile that I could not fathom, then turned away. After finishing her meal, Taoyi appeared considerably more spirited, dashing ahead to clear the way. It was hardly surprising, considering the affinity of wood elves with plants. The thickets and brambles ahead posed no obstacle. With a mere wave of her hand, a shortcut through the rugged terrain unfolded before them. Let us proceed, and be cautious to keep up. Her agile form danced and leaped upon the ever-rising vine platforms. Her poised demeanor starkly contrasting with the previously innocuous appearance of the pink-haired girl. As previously stated, those who reach this level are anything but ordinary. Appearances can be deceiving. Cheng Shi shook his head and smiled, following closely behind. Although he could not match Tao Yi's effortless grace, he was capable of descending with agility. However, midway through his descent, a wildly growing vine suddenly ensnared his leg, yanking him down from the heights. He felt neither shame nor inadequacy. Instead, he approached Tao Yi with gratitude, showering her with praise. Great star, formidable leader, thank you. I shall cling to your leg and never let go. The heavens shall bear witness to my sincerity. As soon as the words left his lips, thunder rumbled ominously. The onlookers could only watch in amusement, while Tao Yi, slightly embarrassed, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No problem at all, let's help each other out." Onward. The group set off again, with Cheng Shi and Gao Yu lagging behind. At that moment, the rain intensified. The curtain of rain blurred the players' vision, forcing them to improvise makeshift shields to hold over their heads, allowing them a glimpse of the path ahead. "Hey, Gao Yu." Upon hearing Cheng Shi's call, Gao Yu sighed, resigned. "Call out if you wish." "Little brother." The moment Cheng Shi uttered those words, he felt an invigorating sense of clarity. "I possess a keen interest in history, particularly the evolution of the alchemical constructs within the Tower of Reason. During this monotonous journey, might you indulge me with tales from this intriguing past?" Gao Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. "You have an affinity for puppetry?" Cheng Shi did not conceal his enthusiasm, nodding earnestly. "Indeed." However, he lowered his voice. "When one is not participating in trials, being alone can be quite dull. Connecting with others in a shared space comes with the concern of unforeseen intentions from outsiders, which renders it rather perilous. If I could acquire some knowledge of alchemical creation and craft a puppet for myself, wouldn't he that be? Well, you understand." The rain poured heavily, the clamor masking their conversation, which ideally should have remained unheard by others. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yida had quietly trailed behind, positioning himself just ahead to eavesdrop on their exchange, evidently intrigued by the clandestine topic. Flesh and blood are but fleeting companions. With the arrival of the gods, we may be presented with boundless possibilities. Why cling to such ephemeral entities? Cheng Shi paused, countering. Then what should one cherish? Eternal mechanical constructs? Creating a feminine mech to keep one company? Little did he realize that his jest would elicit a startled reaction from Gao Yu, who stumbled momentarily, his face flushing crimson as he quickly averted his gaze. Cheng Shi gaped at his response, pondering whether he had, indeed, already brought such a creation to life. Although mechs are often deemed a man's romantic ideal, such expressions of romance should not be indulged in by one so young, especially when one has yet to reach the age of 18. How could one stray on such a misguided path? I propose that you entrust the mech to me, and I shall bear this burden of sin on your behalf. Su Yida furrowed his brow upon overhearing the conversation between the two. They had been murmuring for quite some time, discussing such matters in the back, while failing to notice the clues that could unravel the trial. Are you truly so enamored with the romance of mechs? Is it not romantic enough already? If the rain continues for another hour, the entire valley will be awash in both chaos and romance. He shook his head and resumed his pace to catch up with the front. Cheng Shi, seeing him depart, continued, "To each their own. Speak up, young lad." Gao Yu had little desire to engage with such trivial individuals, yet the prospect of someone seeking his insights on history was rather appealing, prompting him to pause for a moment before conceding. "What would you like to know?" "Oh, who are the prominent figures in the field of alchemical creation? What are their research focuses, and which among them is the most reliable? I shall delve into the materials later to pursue this direction. Let me ponder." Gao Yu trudged through the muddy terrain, contemplating for a moment before articulating. If we are to speak of the most brilliant individuals in their discipline, it would likely be Zhang, who met his untimely demise due to an alchemical experiment in the early civilizational era, and Bacchus, who transformed his wife into a new form of life in the later civilizational era. I seek to craft a puppet of my wife, not to turn her into a puppet. Let us focus on the former. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat. According to Shanasli's account, Zhang did not perish by mere accident. He was assassinated by scholars from rival factions within the Tower of Rationality. Chapter 73. The Chronicles of Zhang in the Tower of Essence are sparse, with limited historical records indicating that in his youth, he frequently transgressed the regulations of the Academy. clandestinely employing prohibited substances for his creative experiments, receiving numerous warnings. However, his prodigious talent soon shone brightly within the academy, capturing the attention of the Council of Erudition, which granted him substantial funding and manpower support. Unfortunately, this fortunate period was fleeting. At the height of his renown, he once again embarked on illicit experiments, leading to a catastrophic mishap that resulted in the explosion and collapse of the Academy's laboratory, claiming the lives of nearly all the students of the alchemical faction dedicated to creation. Cheng Shi listened intently, bowing his head in contemplation. This aligned with what Shanasli had conveyed. Following Zangier's assassination, his students were exiled, among them Aduz and Kitaro, who descended into the depths and joined the burgeoning cult of chaos. Such sordid affairs, from the perspective of the Tower of Essence, would naturally be expunged in a manner deemed reasonable and lawful. What experiments had he conducted? Historical records remain silent. However, whispers suggest that Zangier initiated an experiment dubbed the birth of flesh and blood deity, in a reckless endeavor to combine the divinity of truth stolen from the Council of Erudition with the puppet techniques of creation, aiming to forge an entirely new deity. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in shock, his mind buzzing with thoughts. No wonder Aduz was able to align himself with Shanasli. His mentor was attempting to create a deity. As a student, is it too audacious to seek the attention of a newly summoned god? He succeeded? Did I not tell you that he failed? The divine essence exploded, and the entire school perished. No, that is incorrect. Shanasli clearly stated that the Tower of Essence assassinated him before Zangel could announce his latest findings. This implies that Zangel has indeed succeeded. If this rumor holds any truth, it suggests that Zangel has created a deity, or at the very least, a corporeal being that embodies divine essence. Where has this being gone? Was it taken by the Tower of Essence? Cheng Shi quietly noted all of this and then inquired, did not a single student from the school escape? Hardly anyone. If there were, there should be some records, considering they would be survivors of a significant experimental catastrophe, and surely some mention would find its way into historical texts. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He continued to probe. Yet I seem to recall a student from the creation alchemy school named Aduz who killed the judge Modius of the Grand Tribunal, sparking a full-scale war during the mid-civilization era. The timing appears to coincide with Zangel's period, does it not? Gaoyu expressed surprise, a pleased expression adorning his face as he remarked, to mention the name Modius is a testament to your genuine passion for history. This individual is seldom found even in the official annals of the Grand Tribunal. His existence is primarily pieced together from fragmented records within the school itself. However, you are mistaken on one point. It was not the Aduz you speak of who killed Modius. That name is unfamiliar to me. The one who truly killed this esteemed judge was a mysterious figure emerging from the depths. After sifting through a plethora of materials, we ultimately discovered a clue within a collection of poems compiled by a bard born at the twilight of a civilizational era. He chronicled his experiences during a subterranean journey, where he witnessed the followers of chaos conducting a memorial ceremony. This ritual mentioned a name, one that resonated profoundly, Ultraman. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Shi felt as though his mind had been struck by a tempest, reverberating with cosmic resonance. Gaoyu, observing his astonishment, chuckled lightly. Surprising, isn't it? I too was taken aback to learn that the denizens of Hope Island would adopt such a name. It's utterly ludicrous, a stark contrast to the gravity of history. Cheng Shi took a moment to regain his composure, swiftly masking his shock with a bemused facade. He mused indeed. It's akin to encountering modern emoticons in ancient manuscripts, both amusing and bewildering. But who exactly is this individual? Gaoyu, invigorated by the conversation, his eyes gleaming with excitement, leaned in conspiratorially and remarked, the historians have yet to reach a consensus regarding this person's identity. Some believe he was banished by the Tower of Rationality, a puppet scholar ensnared by the doctrines of the underworld faith. Others assert he has defected from the Tribunal of Judgment, willingly exacting vengeance against his former masters as a judge for the underworld faith. There are also those who assert that yes, you heard it correctly, he is the harbinger of chaos, the envoy of disorder. Does it not evoke an epic sensation? This could very well be the tale of an envoy, perhaps even the dawn of chaos. I spent a significant number of points to obtain this from within the academic faction. Consider it a bargain for you. Hey, Cheng Shi, what's wrong? What are you pondering so intently? Are you not taken aback? Ah, indeed, indeed. It is profoundly shocking. So shocking that it could almost lift the very crown of my head. When did I become the envoy of chaos? Huh. Is this truly me? Isn't this outburst just a spontaneous quip of mine? How did it end up inscribed in the annals of history uncovered by the scholars? Well, this is truly remarkable. I, Cheng Shi, am not only a disciple of deception, a forsaker of fate, and an apprentice of death, but I have also become the envoy of chaos. How is it that I possess so many identities without my own awareness? Is this genuinely a new trial? Surely, I am not still dreaming? At this moment, Cheng Shi's typically stable demeanor faltered slightly. He was momentarily stunned, then raised his hand and sharply slapped his own face. Slap. Crisp and painfully real. This is not a dream. Gao Yu observed this scene, bewildered. Your method of expressing excitement is rather unique, I must say. If Gao Yu harbored no ulterior motives, if this spontaneous conversation he initiated was not influenced or manipulated by some external force, if indeed the bard and his anthology existed. If he pondered countless hypotheticals before daring to synthesize the current information. Arriving at an astonishing conclusion, he had altered the history of the Isle of Hope in the previous trial. A mere player from reality had transformed the backdrop of the faith game. This was nearly indistinguishable from Du Shiguan's act of altering collective memory. Cheng Shi immediately associated this causal relationship with a certain existence and memory. Could it be that it was behind this? After all, it was the adversary of deception, while he himself was a cherished artifact of deception. If he had already borne the burden of altered memory at that time, it would likely not have turned a blind eye. So, was it indeed that entity? If so, for what purpose? Chapter 74. The first day. The day of drowning approaching order appeared to be in even greater chaos in the eyes of chaos. Little did he expect that a jest made to conceal his identity would become reality. It was precisely because the followers of chaos bore that fabricated name and drew near to order, ultimately slaying the son of order, that genuine chaos was birthed. From that moment forth, the Grand Tribunal became ensnared in the quagmire of war, and as the conflict persisted and faith spread, chaos began to descend. So who am I? Truly? Is it the Ultraman of Hope Island? Or the reality of Cheng Shi? This question looms large, vast enough to unravel one's mind. It is not a riddle that a mere mortal can unravel, at least not at this moment. He swiftly organized his thoughts and expressions, concealing any signs that might lead Gao Yu to draw conclusions about him, and then cleverly shifted the topic. Gao Yu seemed somewhat reluctant to let the matter rest. Yet after Cheng Shi ceased to engage, continuing the conversation alone would have seemed rather childish. The group had been traversing the valley for 4 to 5 hours, and now the rainwater had begun to accumulate beneath their feet. In the lower areas, the water had even risen above their ankles. The path was becoming increasingly treacherous. Fortunately, their destination was now within sight. Zhao Qian gazed up at the towering mountain before them and solemnly addressed, "Miss Tao, I beg of you." Tao Yi responded with a gentle acknowledgement and began to cast her spell on the vines protruding from the cliff face. As her nimble fingers beckoned, the vines clinging to the rock began to surge with life, spreading like ink blooming on pristine rice paper. In just a few breaths, the tendrils enveloped the entire cliff face, evidently intended for everyone to ascend upon them. Time was of the essence. They decided against taking a longer route and opted to make a sharp ascent right here. Cheng Shi scrutinized the nearly vertical cliff, and after a moment's hesitation, he clicked his tongue. Gao Yu, hearing the sound, quietly murmured, "Do you need help?" A grown man, being offered assistance by a child not yet 18. Any individual with a modicum of shame would typically decline at this juncture, feigning a semblance of adult strength. Yet Cheng Shi did not. What is the essence of shame? I am left with a spirit of resignation. Gao Yu displayed an expression of knowing, nodding mechanically as he retrieved his toolkit from within his garments. He produced a palm-sized piece of silvery metal and a small hammer, levitating the material before him, and began to strike it with the hammer. Before long, under the voiceover of Cheng Shi counting 40, 40, 40, he crafted a brand new backpack chair with a solemn demeanor. This was a chair designed to be worn on one's back, allowing another individual to sit upon it, potentially perilously suspended over a cliff. Cheng Shi, though uninterested in the chair itself, was captivated by the mechanical craftsmanship at play. Clearly, the small hammer in Gao Yu's possession was a formidable magical tool. The boy hardly diverted his focus from shaping. With mere casual taps, the chair materialized in accordance with his thoughts. Such a level of sculpting was far superior to any 3D printing technology. "Are you going to carry me?" Gao Yu turned to Cheng Shi, his expression revealing that he found Cheng Shi's audacity even more astonishing than he had anticipated, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I am a mage. Cheng Shi, smiling, removed the chair and directed his gaze towards the front row. That old man. Never mind, I feel as though my lungs might burst. Zhao Qian. The person has already ascended. We cannot expect them to descend once more. Su Yida, that wretched fellow had long since discerned my thoughts. Turning to rest his hand against the cliff, evidently unwilling to engage in labor. In this case, only a girl with pink hair remains. Are children to be utilized as tools, and women as laborers? If such is the outcome, then what becomes of a dignified man like myself? Do you require assistance? Taoi seemed to have anticipated Cheng Shi's need for help. She turned her gaze towards the chair in Cheng Shi's hands. Cheng Shi paused for a moment, then summoned his masculine resolve and declared with conviction, yes. He then approached Taoi with a flattering smile and cheekily inquired, is it convenient? Taoi chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits like a cunning little fox. It is indeed convenient. I have them. With that, she gestured, summoning the vines from the cliffside, fashioning a chair, and placing it beside her. Cheng Shi was deeply moved and leaped onto it. Oh my, a human elevator. How delightful. Gao Yu followed behind, a look of exasperation on his face. It seemed as though some empowering mechanism aided his legs, allowing him to traverse the cliffside with ease. The group climbed to the mountainside, where they skillfully gathered materials to construct a makeshift rain shelter from the stone slabs. The rock here was indeed solid and accessible, making it an excellent location. Su Yida, contemplatively exploring the rocky surface, expressed strong agreement with Zhao Qian's assessment. Zhao Qian offered a casual smile as he stood at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance. Let us not be overly optimistic. We remain unaware of whether the theme of this trial pertains to rainfall. We shall proceed step by step. Ahem. There is no need for pessimism. After all, we are young and should embrace positivity. When soldiers come, we shall confront them. When water arrives, we shall divert it. Well said. As no one exerted much effort, Cheng Shi found himself without a role to play, thus assuming the position of a morale booster, offering encouragement to the group. Su Yida cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Shi, shaking his head in bemusement. This so-called pastor? Alas, I hope he becomes a tad more dependable. Time accelerated, and the rain intensified. The initial curtain of raindrops gradually transformed into a torrential downpour. No, perhaps torrential no longer suffices to describe the deluge. It felt as if the waters of a river had been entirely drained and then unleashed upon us. The sheer volume of water rendered it nearly impossible to raise one's arms. The deluge cascaded down, exerting pressure even on our shoulders and necks, making them feel burdened. Witnessing this spectacle, the jovial chatter among us ceased. The waters were rising, and within no more than an hour, this place would be submerged. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The voices of the group became indistinct amidst the chaos, and the stone slabs providing shelter threatened to collapse under the weight of the rain. Su Yida cupped his hands beneath his nose and managed to speak. We have barely reached the foot of the mountain. How can it escalate so quickly? You must consider that the rain is only growing stronger. It will only come faster, not slower. Miss Tao, Gao Yu lend a hand. All right. Taoi stood beneath the stone slab and once again cast her spell upon the cliff, urging the vines to ascend and transform into the raw materials for crafting tools. Gao Yu incessantly wielded the small hammer in his hand, diligently compressing the vines to form hollow, compact logs. Yet, this method proved far less efficient than striking those extraordinary metals. Zhao Qian was tasked with binding the logs tightly together, subsequently assembling them into a raft. In the face of a visible flood disaster, the simplest and most rudimentary solution was to construct a raft that could drift with the current. As for why they did not allow the young boy, who was adept at construction, to directly create a submarine, Cheng Shi had indeed contemplated this. But the materials within the boy's bag were far too scant, insufficient even for a single-person version. Alas, he had anticipated everything. The ceiling of space was truly remarkable. How much more do we need? 3 more. Quickly, everyone prepare. There is no time. The crowd looked up in astonishment, only to witness, beyond the mountains, a continuous white line illuminating the horizon. This white line thickened rapidly, soon revealing its true nature to all players. It was no mere white line. It was, in fact, an overwhelming tidal wave capable of leaving one utterly speechless. The height of the wave threatened to snap necks with its sheer force. What a joke. What use is a raft against such a colossal wave? With this volume of water crashing down, will the stone mountain even remain? Tao Yi, keep going. Gao Yu, we the vine basket. Old Master Chui reinforced the basket. Zhao Qian quickly adapted, altering their strategy in an attempt to transform the raft into a buoyant device capable of rising with the tide. In such dire circumstances, sinking to the bottom was an inevitable outcome. Thus, the only recourse was to devise a swift solution for buoyancy. Suyita, if we fail, will there be another opportunity? Suyita's expression darkened as he replied solemnly, I will do my utmost. Knowing this was sufficient, Zhao Qian's expression improved slightly as he turned his gaze towards Cheng Shi. Nanny, we are relying on you for breath-holding and healing underwater. Do not worry about the newborn, we shall handle that. The priest possessed a skill known as water healing, which allowed individuals to breathe adequately underwater and alleviate pain, a fundamental ability that Cheng Shi also had. He nodded in affirmation, indicating his reliability, yet soon furrowed his brow in concern. The trial would last 3 days. If such a formidable spectacle occurred on the first day, Cheng Shi found it difficult to envision how the subsequent days would unfold. Were they to survive by merely riding the waves? This was not akin to surfing the internet. Time could not be squandered in such a manner. It's coming. Everyone, into the basket. Quickly. As the command was issued, darkness descended. The thunderous rumbling momentarily drowned out the sound of distant thunder. Without hesitation, Cheng Shi stepped into the rattan basket secured to the wooden raft. Observing Cui Dingtian as he coughed while hastily absorbing the decaying energy of the vines to fortify the raft further, tension enveloped him as he inhaled deeply. The scene before him left no room for calm. The colossal wave, beyond imagination, loomed perilously close, resembling an immense wall rising from the earth to the heavens. Its oppressive force instilling a sense of despair. Nanny heal! Zhao Qian's final shout echoed. With a thunderous crash, the waves surged downward, a cataclysmic force. Everyone felt an overwhelming weight crash upon them, each individual forced to expel a mouthful of blood under the crushing pressure. Yet, the trace of blood soon vanished. After a whirlwind of chaos, what were once towering peaks transformed into submerged reefs beneath the sea. Everything in sight sank into the depths. Chapter 75. Drifting? No. 20,000 leagues under the sea. All were briefly rendered unconscious by the tremendous impact. Only Cheng Shi, with bright eyes wide open, skillfully maneuvered the makeshift raft through the water's depths. Indeed, Cheng Shi remained conscious. In the instant the monstrous wave surged, he had preemptively unleashed all his skills, ensuring a buffer for himself. This preparation enabled him to withstand the overwhelming force and maintain his clarity. As for the others, well, a little bloodshed would not be their demise. After all, they were not the captain. When the battleground shifted from the peaks to the ocean's depths, Cheng Shi, endowed with underwater healing abilities, transformed from a mere cleric into a captain with significant authority. All he needed was to cast a spell of underwater healing upon himself and share the effects of aquatic respiration with his teammates through divine grace, allowing them to maximize their air supply with minimal expenditure. Furthermore, as a cleric, he possessed the highest affinity for water elements, second only to the water elemental judge. With precise control, he could navigate the raft submersible in calmer waters, guiding his companions. In fact, Cheng Shi was already executing this plan. Zhao Qian, with his exceptional constitution, was the first to regain consciousness. As he felt the reassuring rhythm of his breath and observed Cheng Shi skillfully maneuvering the raft deeper into the ocean's depths, he understood that his teammates had stabilized the situation. A sense of relief washed over him, not because Cheng Shi had unexpectedly proven to be reliable, but rather because the underwater healing had not resulted in any bizarre consequences. One by one, the others began to awaken, also feeling relatively well, and they collectively exhaled in relief. The players found themselves in a rather peculiar state. The hollow logs, crafted from vines, exhibited remarkable buoyancy and sealing properties, allowing them to remain at the surface. Beneath the bamboo raft, several woven baskets dangled, each concealing a player, despite being submerged. The pronounced effects of the underwater healing ensured that their breathing remained unaffected. If one were to pinpoint any discomfort, it would be the peculiar transition from inhaling air to breathing in seawater. The sensation of murky seawater entering the nostrils and then vanishing was still rather unpleasant. Furthermore, the raft's buoyancy proved to be somewhat cumbersome for Cheng Shi as he navigated the profound depths. Fortunately, his teammates were not idle. Unlike him, they did not merely observe while others worked. Tao Yi, quick to act, retrieved several vine strips from the edges of the basket, fashioning them into paddles that she secured to her arms, thus providing manual propulsion. The others quickly followed her lead. Only Zhao Qian remained still, intently observing the surrounding circumstances. Cheng Shi cast a sidelong glance at him, intrigued by this captain. Zhao Qian, a devotee of war, exuded an odd aura. Although he had naturally assumed the role of leader, he exerted himself only when absolutely necessary. Indeed, this conservative style of retaining power is employed by many players, particularly in an environment devoid of mutual trust, proving to be quite effective. However, Zhao Qian possesses certain distinctions from them. He is not an entirely self-serving individual, rather. His eyes reflect a yearning for collaboration, yet he tends to engage in rather solitary endeavors. This subtle contrast creates a rather awkward atmosphere. Nevertheless, as long as he refrains from actions detrimental to himself, he may proceed as he wishes. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Cheng Shi chuckled softly and continued to embody Sun Tzu. As Cheng Shi maneuvered the bamboo raft while observing the others, Tao Yi spoke up. Gurgle, gurgle. Cheng Shi, are we not going to drift upwards? Gurgle, gurgle. The conditions above are unpredictable. Our fragile little raft cannot withstand another wave of such magnitude. It is safer below the surface. Gurgle, gurgle. Is that so? Can your mental fortitude endure? My affinity for water is quite adequate. Gurgle, gurgle. No, let me take the helm for a while. That won't do. I have only just become enthralled with this role. Cheng Shi relished the joy of being the captain. With his level of mental energy, he could almost swim freely underwater for an entire day, provided the conditions remained tranquil. Why must you always speak while bubbling water? Gurgle, gurgle. Don't you think it resembles the way fish communicate? Gurgle, gurgle. We are now underwater dwellers. Such fun. Innocence was vanquished by naivety, leaving Cheng Shi at a loss for words. A tempest raged above the water's surface, yet beneath, tranquility prevailed. Aside from evading the debris and refuse stirred up by the surging sea, their journey along the seabed seemed relatively perilous. Regrettably, such a respite was fleeting. After several hours of submersion, misfortune struck once more. Although the sensory perception underwater was far less acute than that above, Zhao Qian appeared to sense an impending threat. Warning. Be cautious, something approaches from below. Upon hearing the alarm, Cheng Shi felt a tightening in his chest. They were situated in the upper mid-water column, just managing to evade the storm above, yet entirely oblivious to the seabed's whereabouts. Logically, after such a duration post the tumultuous waves, any debris that should have surfaced ought to have done so, while anything meant to sink should have vacated this area. The prospect of encountering something ascending from the depths was undeniably ominous. What could it be? A living creature or a lifeless object? Cheng Shi, can we evade it? Let us exert ourselves and paddle swiftly downward. What do I not see? Cheng Shi, positioned at the forefront with the clearest forward vision, found his downward sight no better than the others and could discern nothing beneath. The seawater had swept away vast amounts of sediment, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Zhao Qian's ability to issue a timely warning was evidently not reliant on sight. I cannot see anything. Can you discern what it is? Zhao Qian closed his eyes, projecting his mental energy like sound waves, and in an instant, his expression turned ghastly pale. There was no escaping it. All around, in every direction, it was looming. Cheng Shi. A collision was imminent. As the words left his lips, the raft began to spin violently, battered by the raging currents. Bubbles surged upwards in a tumultuous cascade, and it truly became a cacophony of gurgles. Everyone, brace yourselves. Healer, prepare to administer aid. Without further prompting from Zhao Qian, the divine grace of Gong Mu had already summoned several healing spells to envelop the team. Cheng Shi's expression grew somber, his vigilance unwavering. He had discerned the nature of the approaching menace below. It was a colossal beast, unlike any he had ever encountered. With its skin grotesquely turned inside out and its half-open, milky eyes betraying its lifelessness, it ascended from the depths like a bloated balloon, rising towards the surface. However, in its ascent, it collided with the players. To describe it as a collision was somewhat misleading, in comparison to the enormity of the beast. The raft on which the players stood resembled but a mere fishing boat beneath a gargantuan ship, starkly disproportionate. The impact of the beast against the raft was far less significant than the undulating waves of the ocean. Nevertheless, this encounter proved catastrophic for the raft. Fortunately, the bamboo structure did not collide directly with the beast. Instead, it was drawn forward by an immense suction, the entire raft disintegrating under the relentless torrent of water. The expressions on everyone's faces turned grim, for they had finally comprehended the ominous meaning behind Zhao Qian's warning of the dangers that lay in every direction. Tao Yi clutched a vine-like wooden beam tightly, her eyes wide with terror as she incredulously inquired, "Are we in? Indeed, just as you suspect. We have collided with the belly of a colossal beast." Chapter 76. A life and death line. The current continued to intensify. Before long, the players were completely scattered, swept deeper into the abyss, one after the other. What lay ahead was no longer the azure sea, but rather a torrent of brilliant yellow rapids. The moment the two distinctly different liquids met, Cheng Shi distinctly felt an inexplicable force pressing in on him from all directions, beginning to corrode his skin with wild ferocity. Acid. How could this be? Amid such a deluge of seawater, how could there be such a concentrated acid? The gastric juices of the giant beast? No, this is not acid. This is a pull from the void. Void-whisking swine. How could this be? They are the beloved of the void, living on the threshold between reality and illusion. How could they appear here? No, they cannot be dead. Cheng Shi was startled by Gao Yu's exclamation. The void-whisking swine had a certain connection to him, as these creatures were subordinates of the void. Born on the fringes of the void and reality, the boundary between the real and the unreal, devouring existence for the void. They possessed two invisible tendrils on their heads, capable of sensing where reality was most vulnerable, allowing them to traverse the void and consume that space, transforming it into new void. Those entities consumed by it gradually vanish into the void's embrace. As for how such ephemeral beings might meet their demise, apologies, but let us not forget, this is the trial of annihilation. For these indistinct entities straddling the boundary between existence and nothingness, perhaps the notion of life does not apply. Yet the state of annihilation certainly does exist. However, such musings are of little consequence. Now is not the time for contemplation. Cheng Shi, without the luxury of deep thought, promptly cast 2 healing spells upon all the teammates visible within his dim field of vision. Yet, the dire situation showed no signs of amelioration due to these 2 spells. The vines upon the bamboo raft began to decompose rapidly, and the player's skin gradually exhibited signs of decay. The void was dissolving them into a new nothingness, in a manner they could comprehend. There is no further retreat. The pull of the void intensifies. Everyone, break through outward. Zhao Qian bellowed, his entire being suffused with a fiery crimson hue, as he spun his arms wildly, propelling himself like twin propellers back toward their point of origin. Cui Laoshi. Keep close to me. Cui Dingtian responded swiftly, following Zhao Qian closely. However, his pace was evidently slower, not merely due to insufficient rotational speed, but also because he was burdened by a dead weight trailing behind him. Su Yida, Cheng Shi's companion, had collided with Cui Dingtian at some point, and had not since dismounted from him. Tao Yi and Gao Yu were also striving valiantly, yet it was clear that at this moment, the mages were far less efficient than the warriors and hunters. Even with their utmost efforts in casting spells, they could not alter the grim reality of being drawn deeper into the abyss. At this moment, the condition of the group had deteriorated significantly. Not only had their garments long since vanished, but even their hair and skin had begun to decay extensively. The force of the void tugged at them like a cruel and unyielding razor, mercilessly etching its mark upon their bodies. Pull me up, Gao Yu cried out in desperation, exerting all his strength to retrieve a piece of metal and frantically striking it against the water. Tao Yi stood beside him, her visage distorted beyond recognition. Gritting her teeth, she grasped his arm with one hand while the other incessantly summoned nearby objects. Yet the rate at which these external items corroded far surpassed her ability to conjure them. Hurry, I can't hold on any longer, Tao Yi exclaimed in anguish, prompting Gao Yu's eyes to blaze crimson as he quickened his pace. The small hammer, too, began to fade under the relentless pull of the void, but he persistently shaped the metal into a long, spiral drill bit, forcefully embedding it into the inner wall of the colossal beast beside them. The pressure is overwhelming. We can't ascend. Let us dig our way out. They had evolved from the void. Unlike traditional life forms, their bodies thin yet full of potential. The duration of the underwater healing was rapidly approaching its limit, accelerating the decay upon their bodies. Cheng Shi seized the opportunity to grasp Gao Yu's foot while simultaneously reaching for the flailing Tao Yi, who was being swept deeper by the current, summoning all his strength to cast a healing spell upon them all. Cui Dingtian, observing Gao Yu's inefficiency, promptly snatched the drill bit from his hands and began to excavate with fervor. Zhao Qian moved closer to the inner wall of the beast, attempting to forge another passage with his bare hands. However, neither his hands nor the tools at his disposal could inflict significant damage upon the beast's interior. However, this intense consumption accelerated their decline even further. Priest, Zhao Qian bellowed desperately, hoping Cheng Shi could exert himself a little more, at least to ensure their survival before they breached the inner wall of the colossal beast. Yet, Cheng Shi did not respond. Clenching his teeth, He refrained from casting a single healing spell. Instead, he used his legs to hold onto Tao Yi, freeing his right hand for action. Priest, heal me. Damn it. No time. Cheng Shi roared, resolutely delivering a powerful punch against the wall before him. His intention was not to compete with Zhao Qian over whose strikes were mightier, but rather because he possessed a unique trick, the Ring of Bone's servant layer. As the ominously crimson ring on Cheng Shi's hand made contact with the inner wall of the beast, a thunderous explosion resonated in everyone's ears. The lightning surged forth, piercing through the beast's thin skin and illuminating its entire interior for a fleeting moment. The crowd was startled by the thunderclap, and as fresh seawater began to pour through the breach in the beast's inner wall, they erupted with newfound vigor, rushing towards the opening. They had broken through. Cheng Shi silently acknowledged his good fortune, grateful for the fear that his teammates had so generously contributed. He also expressed gratitude to the Fear Mother Tree layer. On its first day of labor, it had saved his life. Gazing at the breach within reach, Cheng Shi refrained from acting impulsively. First, he cast a healing spell underwater to stabilize the situation for everyone, then struggled to conjure several spells to restore mental energy, directing them all towards Cui Ding Tian. As for the reason, it is because he discovered that, amidst the current state of utter decay where only bones could be discerned, the old man bore remarkably few wounds. The erosion from the void appeared to have slowed its advance upon his body. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Cheng Shi felt compelled to nurture him first. When all are mired in the quagmire, the first individual one ought to rescue should not be the one on the verge of being engulfed, but rather the one most capable of reaching the shore. Only in this manner can the one who escapes devise ways to pull everyone else out. No matter how fervently those trapped in the mire struggle, it pales in comparison to the efforts of someone on the bank striving to pull them to safety. Cui Ding Tian suddenly felt his condition elevate rapidly and immediately comprehended Cheng Shi's intent. He stifled a cough, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he cast a slender white rope towards the gaping wound. Then, with his left hand, he swung it as well. In a flurry of rapid movement, another white rope shot forth, ensnaring Cheng Shi and his companions. Just as Cheng Shi was about to sever Gao Yu's ankle and crush Tao Yi's waist, causing all three to plunge deeper, Cui Ding Tian enveloped them with the rope, binding them together like Zongzi. Zhao Qian, grab hold, Cui Ding Tian shouted, propelling himself forcefully outward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately pivoted, forcefully pushing against the inner wall, utilizing the recoil to approach the old man and clutching his waist tightly. However, the moment his hand touched the old man's lower back, he was taken aback. He felt no texture of skin against Cui Ding Tian's abdomen. It seemed as though the void had stripped away his skin entirely. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen Cui Ding Tian unharmed. How could this be? Zhao Qian, taken aback, raised his head, only to find that Cui Ding Tian was almost entirely exposed, his muscles and fascia laid bare as he struggled to swim forward. Only a slender strip of skin remained intact around his wrists. As for the other end of his skin, he was astounded to look down at the three individuals bound together at his feet. The white rope binding them was taut and unmistakably not a mere cord, but rather a long strip of skin. Cui Ding Tian had astonishingly shed layers of his own skin, transforming it into slender ropes that ensnared them all. Whether it was the elongated skin or the flesh that was as resilient as stone, he seemed capable of withstanding certain corrosions from the void. He tightened his grip. The old man's strength was surging. The skin ropes, seemingly finding a reliable anchor beyond the gap, brought a gleam of joy to the old man's face as every muscle in his body began to contract. With the rapid constriction of his skin, Cui Ding Tian propelled himself and the others against the immense pressure of the surging waters, racing towards the opening. As the tug of the void gradually diminished, the three individuals, their flesh pressed tightly together, managed to force a bitter smile of survival. It was a harrowing ordeal. The excessive pull from the void had left their wounds shockingly deep, with mangled flesh sticking together, rendering it impossible to discern whose was whose. Cheng Shi, feeling somewhat weakened from the overexertion, nonetheless persisted and directed a healing surge towards the two individuals beside him. Their skin, flesh, and hair visibly began to mend. Witnessing the wounds starting to heal, Gao Yu's tense expression finally relaxed. Conversely, Tao Yi's complexion appeared somewhat peculiar. At that moment, she was closely pressed against Cheng Shi's back, gradually regaining her tactile sensation. Cheng Shi, you. Cheng Shi, who had just been under immense mental strain, dared not relax even a fraction. Now, having finally managed to catch his breath, his nerves unwound abruptly, leaving him completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. He smiled gently. mistakenly believing that Tao Yi was concerned for his well-being. It's fine, I can still hold on. Oh, never mind. Cheng Shi paused, suddenly realizing that Tao Yi might be fearful of the gaze of the conception. He chuckled heartily, assuring her, "Don't worry, you won't become pregnant." However, upon uttering those words, he recognized that he had misinterpreted the situation. Thanks to the divine blessing they had shared, his own tactile sensitivity began to return slowly, accompanied by an unusual pressure emanating from behind. Gao Yu, tied in front of Cheng Shi, was blissfully unaware of the events transpiring behind him. Noticing the odd expressions on their faces, he raised his tense head and inquired, "What is it now?" Cheng Shi smirked, barely containing his laughter. "It's nothing. I was just pondering how some celebrities appear quite well-proportioned on television, yet in reality, it's a different story altogether. Would you consider such a situation to be akin to a case of appearance versus reality?" Huh? Gao Yu seemed to struggle to keep pace with Cheng Shi's whimsical thoughts. While behind him, Tao Yi's previously anxious demeanor was completely calmed by his words. Rolling her eyes, she remarked, "Do you fancy that celebrity? I have no interest or understanding. Thus I cannot express any inclination towards it. So be it, since some individuals are not part of the audience. Why concern ourselves with it? Indeed. It is of no consequence to me. I merely sound the alarm for the numerous misled fans. If you are not that celebrity, then do refrain from silencing me." Gao Yu is no fool. Upon hearing the peculiar remarks from these two, his expression too grew strangely perplexed. The book was indeed correct. Disaster serves as a catalyst for love. As the three engaged in their disjointed conversation to ease their spirits, a bellowing shout from ahead interrupted them. "Attention! The water is about to rise." In Chapter 77, titled "The Substitute for Past Prosperity, A Sudden Return of Light," after the deceased phantom whale had consumed the crowd, its corpse continued to float. Thus, when the players burst forth from the belly of the colossal beast, they were not far from the water's surface. With Cui Ding Tian's swift swimming, they were soon dragged above the water. Splash! Gasping for air, they were saved. Zhao Qian, quick-witted, seized him. Cui Lao, Su Yida hastily extricated himself, fearing he might sink alongside the old man. Upon witnessing this, Tao Yi slightly furrowed her brow and gestured for a piece of driftwood to float over, placing it under Cui Ding Tian's armpit. Cheng Shi was unconcerned with such matters. What held his attention at this moment was the astonishing transformation of the tempest that had raged just hours ago, now seemingly vanished without a trace. As far as the eye could see, the vast expanse of water stretched endlessly, teeming with various debris and countless corpses of unknown creatures, yet devoid of any lingering aura of peril. He gazed around in astonishment, incredulously asking, "Is it over?" Gao Yu, similarly, grasped a piece of driftwood, positioning it against his chest, and exhaled heavily. "Fortunately, it seems I still have a chance to celebrate my 18th birthday." Tao Yi, her face marked by distress, managed a weak smile as she submerged her body beneath the water. Nearly 20 hours had passed since the trial began. The sun hung low on the horizon, radiating light and heat that scorched the surface of the sea and stung the skin. The group surfaced, gasping for breath, gradually confirming that this was not an illusion. The calamity had indeed subsided, even if only momentarily. "Cheng Shi, we must save him. Old Cui is in dire straits," Zhao Qian called out, pushing a piece of floating wood closer, his expression betraying unease. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, increasingly perturbed by Zhao Qian's peculiar concern for Cui Ding Tian. While he did seem genuinely worried for the old man, aside from offering help when convenient, he had not shown any inclination to assist during perilous moments. Could it be? Never mind, he thought, setting aside his musings. Regardless, their survival was largely attributable to old Cui's efforts. Cheng Shi hastily swam towards the elder's direction. The moment his hand clasped Cui Ding Tian's wrist, he realized the old man's condition was truly dire. His heart did not race with fervor after exertion, rather, it slowed with each beat, as if he were on the verge of becoming a mere mummy. Was this the after-effect of his unleashed divine power, or the price of his innate gifts? The severity of the situation was alarming. In this state, ordinary healing spells could only postpone his demise, not save him. The past abundance may have proven useful, but his spatial storage had been sealed, rendering those potions utterly unattainable. Wait, it was not entirely beyond reach. Gao Yu. Cheng Shi grasped Cui Ding Tian's hand tightly and called out to Gao Yu, "I require a potion furnace, at least 15 centimeters, equipped with a grinding wheel, mixing apparatus, and a pressurizer, all of which must be fire-resistant and capable of withstanding high temperatures." Gao Yu stood momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded in agreement. His toolkit had been nearly stripped away in the belly of the beast, yet not a single tool or material had been lost. He had ingeniously concealed them within his own abdominal cavity. He was extending the time these tools could remain by sacrificing his own flesh. These implements were his sole lifeline. Losing them would render his path through the trials insurmountable. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this rather crude method. With a furrowed brow and clenched teeth, he used a sharp wooden branch to slice open his recently healed abdomen, swiftly extracting the necessary items to begin his work. The specifications for potion furnaces in the Land of Hope were generally consistent, differing mainly in materials and additional features within the furnace. Cheng Shi's requirements were clear and precise, and the materials were just sufficient to forge a furnace the size of a palm, allowing Gao Yu to quickly craft it. At the moment Cheng Shi grasped the alchemical furnace, a peculiar gleam sparked in his eyes, reflecting an audacious determination to take a significant gamble. Everyone present discerned the madness in his gaze, understanding that this version of Cheng Shi was both reckless and uncertain. As for the source of his uncertainty, perhaps it was the act of alchemical refinement itself? Can you truly concoct potions? Su Yida inquired, somewhat bewildered. Gao Yu, overhearing this exchange, curled his lip in disdain. Had Su Yida been privy to the entire conversation, he would have recognized that Cheng Shi's primary interest lay in the art of alchemical creation, a discipline that transcended mere puppeteering and passionately pursued the enigmatic and perilous realm of potions. Cui Dingtian appeared in a dire state. The once vibrant divine energy that should have circulated within him was evidently restrained by an unknown force. If allowed to persist in this manner, he would soon face the grim fate of becoming a mere mummy by nightfall. My healing abilities are limited and cannot reverse his condition. However, there exists a method that may yield results. That method is alchemy. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Cheng Shi unveiled the alchemical furnace. The past prosperity of this craft was well known, particularly the A-grade elixir that combined the powers of memory and prosperity. During my studies in alchemy, I had once simulated its properties and successfully concocted a potion with remarkably similar effects. You can fabricate an A-grade potion? Su Yida exclaimed in disbelief, only to immediately question. But there is no divine essence here, is there? Cheng Shi chose to disregard his remarks once more. However, Zhao Qian appeared to sense something, furrowing his brow as he continued the discussion. Indeed, however, the potion possesses formidable side effects. The injured will inevitably succumb to their afflictions once more after 5 days, and the pace towards death will accelerate drastically. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, he turned to face Cui Dingtian. Old Cui, I understand you are searching for your son, but survival may still harbor hope. Yet, should one perish here? Cui Dingtian's hazy consciousness was fiercely resisting the encroachment of death, and his hand suddenly clasped Cheng Shi's firmly. Understanding, Cheng Shi wasted no time. He tore a piece of flesh from his own arm and placed it inside the cauldron. This action left everyone astonished. Flesh for potion making? Gao Yu was bewildered. What other choice is there? Flesh is the finest material for medicinal properties. My flesh contains the essence of healing. However, my flesh alone may not suffice. Even though this potion does not require divinity, it still bears the powers of prosperity and memory. Before he could finish, all eyes followed Cheng Shi's gaze towards Tao Yi and Su Yida. Tao Yi's eyes widened in shock, yet she quickly nodded resolutely. Enduring excruciating pain, she summoned a branch to scrape a piece of flesh from her own arm and added it to the cauldron. After completing this, fearing that the power of prosperity might be insufficient, she prepared to scrape flesh from her other arm as well. To be fair, Old Cui's current condition was entirely a result of his efforts to save everyone. In Miss Tao's view, considering both the future assistance of her teammates and the aspect of gratitude, it was imperative to save him at all costs. Moreover, the fleeting discomfort she experienced was trivial compared to the previous ordeal beneath the water's surface. Her thoughts were simple, yet Cheng Shi promptly intervened. The art of alchemy demands precision in quantity and proportion. Some ingredients do not yield better results simply by virtue of their abundance. Upon finishing his statement, he placed the alchemical furnace before Su Yida. Su Yida's expression fluctuated between shadows of uncertainty. To be candid, he harbored no objections to assisting in the rescue of Cui Dingtian, and he was more than willing to lend his support. For both Cui Dingtian's formidable prowess and commendable character rendered him the ideal ally. However, therein lay the dilemma. He was not a true devotee of memory. Observing Cheng Shi's eloquence, he harbored no doubts regarding the priest's ability to concoct such a potion. Yet, he feared that a failure in the alchemical process might expose his true identity. The potential revelation of his identity bore no grave consequences in itself. The gravest outcome would be the potential loss of 3 formidable warriors from their trial team, Cui Ding Tian, himself, and Tao Yi. Such a calamity would be nearly catastrophic. Given Su Yida's apprehensions, could Cheng Shi possibly remain oblivious? Certainly not. He had anticipated every eventuality. For he too was engaged in deception. Truth be told, prior to acquiring Aduze's alchemical notes, he had no inkling of what an alchemical furnace resembled. His concoctions had been conjured out of thin air. However, today was different. The confinement of his spatial abilities deprived him of the liberty to fabricate on the spot. Thus, to achieve his aims, he must orchestrate a performance. Had it not been for Tao Yi and Su Yida, perhaps the situation would not have unfolded so smoothly. Yet, fate had woven its intricate design. Within the team were a devotee of prosperity and a devotee of memory. Even if the essence of this devotee of memory is one of deception, it matters not. Undoubtedly, all present believe that Cheng Shi can concoct this potion. Furthermore, apart from Cheng Shi, the other 4 individuals are convinced that Su Yida is a mage of memory, endowed with the power of memory. Only Su Yida himself harbors doubts about whether his flesh and blood can successfully brew the potion. Thus, the gravest wager in this scenario is not on anyone else, but on Su Yida himself. Cheng Shi's gamble lies in Su Yida's ability to persuade himself, to convince his own heart that he indeed possesses the power of memory, thereby ensuring that the potion will not fail. This is not merely Cheng Shi deceiving Su Yida, it is a waiting game for Su Yida to deceive himself. As anticipated, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Su Yida's mind in that fleeting moment, ultimately giving birth to a rational yet absurd conclusion. Although his power of memory may be fabricated, in the eyes of others, it remains the power of memory. Therefore, according to its will, the endeavor of brewing the potion should not result in failure. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but with steely resolve, Su Yida violently tore the flesh from his arm and cast it into the furnace. It worked. The moment Su Yida took action, Cheng Shi knew it had succeeded. As long as they endured for 3 days, surviving the trial, there would be ample opportunities for salvation afterward. If they were to perish within those 3 days, there would be no need to discuss anything further. Cheng Shi, elated, closed the alchemical furnace and cast a wildly ecstatic glance at Zhao Qian. I need fire. Chapter 78. My surname is Tang. Undoubtedly, war is a lover of blood and fire. Not every devotee of war possesses an affinity for the element of fire. The majority of his followers have only embraced a fragment of his blessings, specifically the ferocious might of battle, while a fortunate few have simultaneously acquired the ability to wield flames. Zhao Qian is one such individual. His mastery over fire is a hidden trump card, never revealed lightly, serving as a strategic advantage. Thus, he is intrigued by how Cheng Shi came to know this. You are a hunter. Yet your composure remains intact even in the absence of your bow and arrows, indicating that you possess sufficient resources to confront the trials ahead. I observed you during your ascent. Your left hand consciously avoided the vines, gripping only the sharp contours of the mountain. This suggests that the strength of your left hand is not entirely within your control, and it may potentially cause harm to the wood element. You have concealed your true capabilities, and you, too, are a devotee of war. Hence, the answer is evident. Your powers of observation are keen. But what if I were to claim that you are mistaken? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Cheng Shi, with a serious demeanor, replied, Then old Cui shall perish. Zhao Qian cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Cheng Shi before glancing at Cui Ding Tian, who lay trapped between 2 wooden beams. A fleeting expression of conflict crossed his face, but he ultimately sighed and confessed, Indeed, I can wield fire. Zhao Qian raised his left hand, and at the moment his arm lifted, a layer of fine crimson flames ignited, clinging to his skin. As expected, he possesses the power to command fire. Cheng Shi smiled knowingly and handed him the alchemical furnace. Fortunately, in this critical moment that does not jeopardize his safety, this individual remains willing to cooperate. It appears that he is not the absolute egoist he once believed himself to be. Zhao Qian shook his head in amusement as he took hold of the alchemical furnace. What must I do? Cheng Shi's gaze turned wild once more. He fixated on the furnace, articulating each word with fervor. Roast it, incessantly roast it, until the furnace explodes. This proclamation left everyone in stunned silence. Gao Yu, bewildered, exclaimed, What is the point of concocting medicine if the furnace is to explode? Cheng Shi laughed heartily. You fail to comprehend. Alchemy is an enigmatic art. My previous experiments have never yielded success. I have always been unable to ascertain which component in the air is the crucial ingredient for the elixir. Having reached this juncture, Zhao Qian harbored no further doubts. He summoned all his martial prowess to incite the flames and roast the furnace. The process of pressurizing the furnace was lengthy, allowing the others to gather driftwood and construct a platform upon the sea. Tao Yi took the opportunity to address her clothing predicament, magically stripping the bark from logs to fashion a form-fitting garment that enveloped her less-than-ideal figure. As for the men, a mere scrap of cloth sufficed. No elaborate arrangements were necessary. Before long, through their collective efforts, a makeshift platform of driftwood and branches was erected upon the water. If the area suffices, let us cease construction. The pressure device is signaling an alarm. It's about to explode. Yet, Cheng Shi alone held in his hand a small pellet. Fashioned from the mud he had scraped from the wood, exuding an air of certainty. The secret of close-up magic lies in the art of misdirection. Everything prior had merely served as a prelude. This pellet in his grasp was the true life-saving remedy. Should there truly be a comrade capable of retrieving a couple of gray clumps from the remnants of an explosion, they would indeed be deemed failures. Offerings to the void cannot be preserved. Cheng Shi would never allow them to be kept as a life-saving elixir, for once past their efficacy, they become nothing more than a mass of charred flesh and ash, utterly devoid of value. Here it comes, Zhao Qian bellowed, casting the furnace he held into the air. The furnace erupted in a resounding explosion, scattering the remnants within across the vicinity. Everyone displayed their unique skills, exerting every ounce of effort to gather the medicinal paste. Yet, amidst the swirling ashes, only Cheng Shi moved with remarkable swiftness, decisively reaching out and, with great determination, needed something before rushing to Cui Dingtian, forcefully placing it into his mouth. Gao Yu, his hands covered in soot, gazed at Cheng Shi in astonishment, murmuring to himself, "If you can react like this, do you still need someone to carry you up the mountain?" Cheng Shi chuckled heartily, choosing not to respond. Indeed, the elixir was successfully concocted, and its effects were remarkably potent. Cui Dingtian felt a surge of revitalizing energy erupt from his heart, coursing through his veins and dissipating all pain in that singular moment. As his pallid complexion gradually regained a healthy hue, was this not the revival of past glory? Tao Yi, incredulous, observed the transformation of Cui Dingtian, seemingly unable to fathom that such remarkable efficacy could stem from mere flesh. He sat up, examining his own body, and exclaimed in awe, "Xiao Cheng, how did you accomplish this? How is this even possible?" Cheng Shi blinked his eyes a couple of times and chuckled. Cui Dingtian, filled with disbelief, scrutinized his own body and slowly remarked, "The peak of past physical prowess? Even so, this potion, could it possibly be below grade A? Grade A? Old Cui, you jest. In 5 days, you'll be finished. If this can be considered grade B, I would have to burn incense 40 meters high at my ancestors' graves. But could a grade B potion possibly shield him from the Abandon Oath curse? What on earth?" Cheng Shi's mind was instantly overwhelmed. How did the Abandon Oath curse come into play? "Old Cui, are you an Abandon? Everyone was taken aback, and for at least a moment, silence descended once more. Cui Dingtian, with a complex expression, nodded slightly and turned to the bewildered Cheng Shi, beginning to recount his tale. His story was not particularly intricate. Before the arrival of the gods, Cui Dingtian and his son led an ordinary yet blissful existence. However, once they descended and transformed the world, the old man never saw his son again. Driven by the will of prosperity, which perfectly aligned with his goals, he exerted all his strength before his demise to search for his son. Yet, age had caught up with him. Even with the power of prosperity, he found no notable advantage compared to other players. The absence of an advantage meant that, amidst increasingly arduous trials, he was rendered immobile. Thus, after surviving a particularly harrowing trial, he made an exceedingly difficult decision to forsake prosperity and instead embrace decay. Given his deteriorating physical condition, believing in decay was akin to obtaining divine power without cost. As for the curse acquired by betraying the benefactor, the sentiment remains unchanged: survival first, all else afterwards. Thus, driven by that initial obsession, he embarked on the oath of abandonment. Ultimately, the trial was indeed successful. He received the gaze of decay. Yet he was also afflicted by the curse of prosperity. The benefactor he forsook seemed to penetrate the depths of the old man's desires, bestowing upon him the absurd curse of an everlasting, incorruptible stone body. How absurd it is. A warrior who reveres decay has been transformed into a stone statue, a mummy whose flesh shall never rot, even though decay has not wronged him, endowing him with formidable talents. The curse of prosperity continually suppresses his ability to harness sufficient decay power. This marks a successful conversion, yet a failure in betrayal. He did not enhance his strength, but instead rendered himself inhuman. This is also the reason he can withstand the encroachment of the void more than others. For both his flesh and skin bear the will of the benefactor. The crowd listened in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Chui Dingtian rose, stretching his limbs, and with a wry smile remarked, "Within my muscles lies the curse of prosperity, while my skin bears the blessing of decay. They clash, utterly incompatible, and the struggle of wills within my body causes me to cough incessantly. This is not an ailment, but rather a price to be paid. Therefore, Xiao Cheng, I wish to inquire, what kind of potion could alleviate this cost? If possible, I am willing to exchange everything I possess for it." All eyes turned toward Cheng Shi, filled with evident suspicion. Tao Yi covered her mouth, Gao Yu widened his eyes, and Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow. Only Su Yida, after listening to Chui Dingtian's words, discreetly concealed his hands behind his back, scraping off the burnt ash that had stained them and forming it into a small pill, which he tucked away. "This is getting serious. How was I to know that this drug could suppress your abandonment curse? He never mentioned it. Nevertheless, it is evident that the power of deception within the potion must have come into play, as it was crafted from his innate abilities. Thus, is it not conceivable that his strength could have tricked both prosperity and decay? Yet, is this something one can articulate?" Cheng Shi awkwardly chuckled, his mind racing as he sought a way to allay the doubts of the gathered crowd. One might wonder, could it be possible that Cheng Shi is not my true name? Then what is your name? Tao Yi, with an innocent expression, took on the role of the comic relief. Actually, my surname is Tang, like Tangsing. Chapter 79, the so-called divinity, ha, ha, ha. Just a joke to lighten the mood. Everyone, please don't be so serious. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, Cheng Shi scratched his head and finally confessed, "All right, I'll admit it. Though my surname is not Tang, I do bear some resemblance to Tang Seng." Seeing that everyone still wore expressions of disbelief, Cheng Shi chuckled lightly and continued, "Do not be hasty. What I say is indeed true. Within me resides a fragment of divine essence. The mere utterance of the word divine essence transformed the countenances of all into solemnity. This term, though familiar, is seldom truly encountered. I only know that it is extraordinarily significant. As for the specifics of its significance, who cares? This is roughly the gist of it. Only players who have amassed over 2,000 points, having barely brushed against the threshold of S-level talent, can claim to have glimpsed the essence of divinity. Upon reaching approximately 2,400 points, those endowed with SS-level talent essentially pierce through the veil of obscurity, unveiling its true visage. It represents the most enigmatic and arcane existence within the realm of the faith game, symbolizing both the consolidation of faith and the pinnacle of power. From a player's perspective, measured by the intensity of talent, a singular fragment of divine essence signifies an S-level faith talent, while an SS-level faith talent equates to 10 fragments of divine essence. As for the so-called SSS-level semi-divine artifact, such formidable power transcends the conventional units of measurement, for it may be regarded as equivalent to 1 fragment or even 10,000. This is because the divine essence within a divine relic is not scattered, but rather a solidified essence of divinity, confirmed on the path to godhood. Using building blocks as a metaphor, this divinity can be likened to meticulously disassembling a complete product into countless fragments, each piece representing a potential puzzle of the deity. The scattered divinity consists of fragments that have never been assembled. They may arise from trivial beliefs, erupt from the enigmatic void, or merely be trifles bestowed upon believers by the gods. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that, irrespective of the origin, every form of divinity serves as a cornerstone in forming the divine, even if the player possesses no means to piece them together. Su Yida, evidently knowledgeable in this matter, suddenly widened his eyes, filled with astonishment and urgency, and inquired, "Are these scattered fragments or disassembled puzzles? Although the divine position of prosperity still exists, fragments of it continue to circulate within the game. Each deity possesses more than one complete manifestation. Their divinity has always been abundant. The scattered fragments, however, are numerous. How did they come to be?" Su Yida instinctively leaned closer to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi retreated slightly, casting a glance at this unrestrained companion. He seemed particularly concerned about the divinity. Could he be affiliated with that organization? Only they would exhibit such an intense interest in divinity. In light of this, Cheng Shi offered a slight smile and explained, "Long ago, during a trial, I encountered a player who had joined the Rationality Association, and he possessed a fervent obsession with divinity. In that trial, we unexpectedly encountered a plethora of scattered divine essences of prosperity. To validate his thoughts, he transformed the other 5 of us into his experimental subjects, sealing a strand of divine essence within each of our bodies. However, possessing such divinity is not necessarily advantageous. Ordinary individuals are utterly incapable of assimilating these divine essences. Take me for instance. You may have noticed that as a priest of birth, I have never succeeded in facilitating a pregnancy. This is due to the divine essence of prosperity within me, incessantly eroding my ability to nurture life." As he spoke, Cheng Shi turned to Cui Dingtian. "Old Cui, in truth, we are of a singular kind." The group fell silent once more, grappling with the notion that their moment of respite during the trial had transformed into a lamentation assembly for the players. No wonder. Cui Dingtian suddenly realized that only his divine essence could shield him from his curse. The others nodded in agreement, yet Su Yida's gaze remained perplexed. "You 5 united could not resist him?" Cheng Shi smiled wryly. "He is far too powerful. He is a devotee of prosperity, and in the domain of prosperity, we are utterly defenseless." Su Yida furrowed his brow and pressed on. "What is his name?" He did not disclose his true name, but his ID is Baldy with silky hair. "Ah." Upon hearing this name, Taui gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The crowd turned to her, and she nodded in astonishment, stating, "I have seen this ID on the Ascension ladder. He is the former chosen of prosperity. Just a few days ago, his score had plummeted." Instantly, everyone understood. No wonder. To challenge the chosen was akin to courting death. It was far better to remain passive and let him maneuver as he pleased, even if he was not the chosen at that moment. Achieving such a position signified that he had always been a formidable presence. Cheng Shi disowned another layer to Su Yida's identity and recognized the skepticism in his heart. He realized that if he did not take action, the lies he had spun moments ago would unravel completely. Alas, a minor mishap necessitated a web of deceit to remedy it. Deceiving others was indeed a daunting task. Cheng Shi did not feel weary. Rather, he found this rival exceedingly difficult to mislead. Thus, he extended his hand, adorned with a ring, and subtly invoked a trace of the essence of Leylayer, using his power of deception. Although it had transformed into the Fear Mother Tree of the underworld, its identity still remained as the daughter of the Mother of Prosperity. Therefore, the mingled essence of prosperity was unmistakable. When Su Yida sensed that ancient aura of prosperity, he finally believed it. Within Cheng Shi, there indeed lay a vast reservoir of scattered divinity. His eyes momentarily ignited with fervor, then he lowered his gaze, expressing regret for Cheng Shi's plight. "Very well, let us cease here. Everyone has their misfortunes. If we were to continue discussing, by the time the next day dawns, the 6 of us would have endless tales to share." Everyone quickly resumed their rest, with only 3 hours remaining before the first day concluded. "We require sustenance to replenish our energy, and the caretaker also needs to rest to regain her vitality." The crowd nodded in agreement, each finding a spot on the bamboo raft platform to sit down. Cheng Shi kindly offered his healing abilities once more, and this time, he no longer had to conceal the fact that he could not induce pregnancy. How splendid! A permanent solution. As everyone closed their eyes and sought tranquility, Cui Dingtian silently shifted his position to sit beside Cheng Shi. His face displayed a struggle, and his expression wavered with hesitation as he contemplated something for quite a while. Finally, he clenched his fist as if making a decision and leaned towards Cheng Shi, whispering awkwardly, "Xiao Cheng, if it were possible to extract this prosperity divinity from your body, would it be?" Cheng Shi understood what Cui Dingtian was pondering. He felt a sense of helplessness but could only nod graciously. "If it can be done, old Cui, it's all yours. These things hold no significance for me." Cui Dingtian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Cheng Shi's swift agreement. In this game, divinity represents power, and possessing divinity signifies that players can journey further and survive longer. Of course, it is also possible that Cheng Shi spoke such words knowing that divinity could not be extracted at all. Yet the mere fact that he uttered such sentiments already attested to one thing. He was not a villain. At the very least, he was not a villain whom even a dying old man would refuse to engage with. No, Xiao Cheng, I already owe you a life. All of this belongs to you. I dare not covet too much. I will exchange a little, hoping it might save the old man's life." The old man's eyes instantly reddened, his grip on Cheng Shi's hand tightening, his voice trembling. "Thank you. Xiaocheng, thank you." Cheng Shi gazed at Cui Dingtian's tear-filled eyes, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Damn it, I truly deserve this." Chapter 80. The following day, a day of descent. After being on edge for 24 hours and facing life and death, everyone was utterly exhausted, especially the fervent follower, the pink-haired girl, who had maintained her divine energy for so long without sustenance. Her spirit had long been depleted. Thus, after a brief respite, they immediately commenced the search for food. Zhao Qian suggested, for safety's sake, to search together. However, before Su Yida could speak, Cheng Shi resolutely declined this proposal, citing a singular reason: inefficiency and insufficient time. Of course, that was not the primary concern. He pondered how Su Yida could conjure food for Tao Yi if they were all gathered. Tao Yi's ability to have a full meal was crucial for the group's forthcoming survival challenges. Well, let's narrow the scope. It pertained to Cheng Shi's survival difficulty. After all, she was one of the three who could potentially assist him. The other two were Xiao Haige and Lao Tugo. For now, this pink-haired girl appeared quite reliable, both in practicality and trustworthiness. Given that Cheng Shi had indeed saved everyone's lives before, his words carried weight. Zhao Qian, with a conflicted expression, reluctantly accepted his suggestion but urged everyone not to stray too far, suggesting that they should search only within each other's line of sight. Su Yida casually cast a glance at Cheng Shi before plunging directly into the water. He discovered edible tree trunks, expended considerable effort to peel open the breadfruit, and unexpectedly stumbled upon unidentified bird eggs. Cheng Shi, observing these unseen treasures, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. One could only wonder how many brain cells his companion had exhausted to fabricate a semblance of reality. Had they spent the past 2 hours submerged, conjuring excuses? Was it not exhausting? As for himself, since he could not partake in these delectable finds, he resolved to consume something more familiar. The sea was strewn with the remains of mysterious colossal beasts, aside from the elusive void-winged whale, whose carcass was difficult to approach due to its inherent void pull. The other remains were relatively accessible. He could easily slice off a couple of pieces of meat from the wounds to satiate his hunger. Others had considered this readily available source of sustenance, yet the texture of the roasted giant beast meat was difficult to articulate. It was reminiscent of excrement, both in texture and flavor. Nonetheless, Cheng Shi had no alternative and bore no disdain. As he swallowed mouthful after mouthful, the others furrowed their brows, contorted more than the folds of the Cordillera mountain range. His peculiar eating habits reignited discussions among the group, and Su Yida, clutching the food he had foraged, seated himself before Cheng Shi to delve into the essence of taste and the truth of culinary delights. The dog-like creature spoke sweetly to Tao Yi, yet turned sardonic when addressing him. Cheng Shi responded, suppressing a chuckle, to restrain the divinity within me. I cannot indulge excessively in the pleasures of the palate. Su Yida's eyes flickered thoughtfully, finding this rationale somewhat plausible. What does it feel like to have divinity concealed within one's body? Can one sense its gaze? If one refrains from contemplation, there is no sensation. Yet, if one dwells on it persistently, it is not much better than indulging in this substance. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Su Yida felt a wave of nausea, setting aside his food in silence. However, after a brief moment, he inquired, I am rather curious about that incident underwater. Finally, although Cheng's action within the belly of the colossal beast was discreet, it was awe-inspiring, leaving everyone with lingering questions. Yet, every individual harbors secrets, and since Cheng had rescued them all, it was only natural that no one would pry further unless he willingly divulged the details. Curiosity, however, is intrinsic to human nature. When Su Yida posed this question, all others ceased their movements, even the sounds of chewing significantly diminished. Ah, you mean that? It is a type of instant explosive thunderous device. I am uncertain of its name. It was a test specimen for prosperity, a reward bestowed upon us by that chosen one. So that was it. Everyone's questions were resolved, and they resumed replenishing their energy. Su Yida chose not to delve deeper, swiftly shifting the conversation, for his interest lay elsewhere. Cheng spoke intermittently with him, aware that Su Yida's true intent was not to discuss personal preferences but rather the divinity residing within him. Coincidentally, both were masters of Tai Chi. Engaging in a back-and-forth exchange for nearly an hour without uncovering any substantial information, Cheng Shi found himself exasperated by Su Yida's incessant chatter. while Su Yida grew increasingly irritated by Cheng Shi's obstinate demeanor. This pastor harbored far deeper thoughts than one could ever imagine. Within him undoubtedly lay a monumental secret. The leisurely moments amidst the trial of annihilation were a rare spectacle. Yet, the players could not wholly indulge in this tranquility. They endeavored to relax and recuperate, all the while anxiously monitoring their surroundings, fearful that calamity might strike at any given moment. Such anxiety was truly burdensome. Just as the players' taut nerves had been frayed for what felt like an eternity, a shocking event unfolded. The water receded. What could this mean? Zhao Qian dipped his hand into the water, sensing the declining water level with a look of perplexity. Is something amiss? This water seems to be draining rather swiftly. Standing atop the water's surface, the crowd had no other reference point besides the ocean, thus perceiving the water's descent as unremarkable. However, Zhao Qian's perception was astute. He sensed that the pressure ripples beneath the surface were gradually intensifying. This pressure did not emanate from the seawater, but from some point on the ocean floor. Caution is warranted. Such a vast volume of seawater descending at this rate surely indicates an issue with the seabed, likely a fissure. Regardless, a retreating tide and landfall are foreseeable. Let us gather materials and prepare for contingencies. Additionally, remain vigilant for earthquakes and tsunamis. Gao Yu promptly added, if there are changes in land and sea, we must be wary of the potential for volcanic eruptions on land. It would be prudent to craft large shields and boots. Everyone, gather what you can. And I shall undertake the creation. As the crowd sprang into action, they gathered every visible malleable material within their sight to forge shields and equipment for Gao Yu. However, during those fleeting minutes of activity, the sea level descended at an even swifter pace. Even while floating upon the surface, an unsettling sensation of impending descent enveloped them. What kind of abyssal fissure could consume such vast quantities of water? Cheng Shi instinctively furrowed his brow. Xiaohage, perhaps we should consider alternative strategies? Such as? Can you manage a helicopter? No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground beneath them began to shift once more. The slightly swirling raft suddenly trembled violently. This time, the water beneath them could no longer be deemed to be receding. It felt as if the very essence of the water had been instantaneously siphoned away. And in the blink of an eye, the players transitioned from buoyancy to a state of suspension in midair. Yet, without external forces at play, how could any object remain aloft? The answer was evidently no. Thus, amidst the astonishment of all, the descent commenced. The seawater receded, and everything that once belonged to the ocean began to plunge, a sense of weightlessness brutally overwhelming their minds. The once distant seabed transformed into a terrifying abyss, indiscriminately awaiting the fall of all life. Damn it, I knew it.